I disappeared for 3 years for the country. 3 years later, I appeared at the international airport, only to be cyberbullied because I didn't give way to a male celebrity in the elevator. They even falsely accused me of being a paparazzo for taking photos. But this time, he picked on the wrong person. I have the country backing me up. The Director's Office of the Security General Administration, Lu Chongqing, directly threw a document from his desktop in front of the head of the Ministry of Culture, Wu Han, accusing him of defaming domestic confidential personnel and intending to expose information about domestic confidential personnel, to be dealt with for treason. Sun Bing, Wu Han's assistant, is accused of defaming domestic confidential personnel and inciting the masses on the internet to disclose our country's confidential information, to be dealt with for treason. On this document, a total of 17 or 18 celebrities, besides Wu Han, are involved, all of whom have recently expressed support for the Wuhan incident on the internet were capitalized on the popularity of the Wuhan incident. Some celebrities who are not afraid of trouble, including several top-tier stars in the entertainment industry, are even among them. After throwing the document in front of the head of the Ministry of Culture, Lu Chongqing continued, "This is just the first step. Subsequent supervisory departments, tax departments, economic departments, and other departments will all join forces." As soon as these words were spoken, the head of the Ministry of Culture and Development couldn't sit still. If there hadn't been a chair behind him, he would have almost collapsed to the ground. Who is this young man named Lu Chen after all? Not to mention that the Security General Administration rarely intervenes in the entertainment industry. This intervention not only directly arranges a charge of treason, but also involves multiple departments in joint actions, and may even involve overseas organizations. This matter is really significant. It can be foreseen that the entertainment industry will definitely face a major reshuffle after this wave. Lu Chen naturally had no idea about what was happening behind the scenes. After hanging up the phone with Lin Qianxue, he pondered for a few seconds and then took out a secure phone from his luggage. After flipping through the phone's contacts for a few moments, he finally dialed a number. "I am Lu Chen, secure code 001. I request to speak with Director Lu Chongqing of the Security General Administration." In the office of the Security Bureau, Lu Chongqing answered the phone on his desk and quickly responded after hearing the words of Lu Chen on the other end of the line. "Academician Chu, I'm really sorry. Rest assured, the Security Bureau has already taken action on this matter. Your identity will definitely not be exposed, and we will definitely investigate all personnel involved." Then I'll trouble Director Lu. "I'm really sorry." After hesitating for a few seconds, I still spoke up. "I still need to ask the staff of the Security Bureau to work harder on this matter. The female student from Jingda who supported me on Weibo, I hope you can pay attention to her for me. I don't want her to be disturbed by this matter again. Protecting the information of you scientific researchers is what our Security Bureau should have done. We were negligent in this incident. I hope you don't mind." Lu Chongqing smiled and after a quick thought for a few seconds, he continued, "But Academician Chu, may I boldly ask, is the student Lin Qianxue on the internet your girlfriend? If so, our Security Bureau will make corresponding arrangements." Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then paused for a few seconds before slowly saying, "Not now. I understand. I understand." Lu Chongqing nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. I need to arrange some follow-up work on my end. You go ahead and busy yourself. I won't disturb you." After speaking, Lu Chongqing hung up the phone, muttering to himself, "I see. So this kid suddenly went to study at Tsinghua University. It turns out he went to see his sweetheart." As he spoke, he began to smile, looking more like a young man. After Wuhan arranged for rumors about Lu Chen being a substitute to spread on the internet, he focused on the photos of Lin Qianxue that were found online. Looking at his assistant, he said, "After this incident is over, find out about that girl from Tsinghua University, Lin Qianxue, right? Find her contact information for me. I'll talk to her. As long as she's willing to cooperate with me, I'll pay her. If she wants to debut, you can help arrange it." With that, Wuhan sat quietly in the massage chair, enjoying himself. With his influence, there have indeed been many girls trying to ride his popularity on the internet, but most of them were attractive, and he basically ended up in bed with them. When he got tired of them, he would give them a large sum of money or some entertainment industry resources, showing some small favors. The assistant understood what kind of person Wuhan was. However, just as he was about to go to Lin Qianxue's Weibo to chat with her and ask for her contact information, Weibo's backend suddenly crashed. Almost at the same time, everyone in China who was browsing Weibo experienced a slight lag on their phones, and Weibo directly displayed server issues and quickly crashed. However, in less than 30 seconds, when Weibo's servers recovered, whether it was Wuhan's fans or other netizens on Weibo, they instantly noticed a problem. all the information about Chu Yang on the top of the bib hot search disappeared. The bib search was even directly withdrawn. Countless of Wuhan's avid fans had their necks blocked and banned, even on top of other social communication software. After typing out the 2 words about Chu Yang, they couldn't be sent out, becoming the key blocking words on the entire network, as if this matter had never happened. Crap, what's going on? Wuhan's assistant immediately exclaimed after seeing this scene. The next second he opened his cell phone address book and contacted an executive working at the Scarf and asked, "Buddy, what's going on with the Scarf? How come all the news about that brat on the network has disappeared?" They often bought hot searches at the Scarf. They were quite familiar with most of the executives within the Scarf. The executives of the Scarf instantly cursed angrily. Damn it, it's not a bunch of brain-dead fans of that idiot Wuhan who made things happen. I'm telling you, something big has happened now. For the sake of the past, I'll give you a word of advice. Either you run away quickly, or when the time comes, you'll confess to leniency and resist to severity. Just because of this incident of Wuhan's, do you know how badly it has harmed us? Just a minute before you called, a group of people from the General Security Administration ran to the headquarters of Siege, and directly unplugged the power cables of the servers in our headquarters, and most of the equipment inside the company was all taken away. And I estimate that after making this call to you, all of the top management of our Scarf will be waiting to go to the General Security Administration to drink tea. After saying that he is still not relieved, directly cursed, "Damn son of a bitch, today I put my words here. It is best not to let my old man see you in the country. Otherwise, I have a way to hold death you." Listening to the beeping sound after the other side of the phone was hung up, drop by drop of cold sweat began to rapidly emerge on Assistant Wuhan's forehead. "I drop a good boy. How long has it been since this happened?" From the beginning to the end, the middle was not more than half an hour, and all the news on the network was removed. This must be how much energy Then he nervously turned his head to look at Wuhan and said, Han, we're in big trouble this time. What's wrong?" Unknown Wuhan was still fantasizing about how he was going to make Lin Xingxue willingly lie on his bed after getting her contact information, and after hearing this from his assistant, he quickly looked up and asked, "What happened?" "On the Scarf, all the news and information about that brat have all been removed." The assistant's voice trembled as he said, "And I've also heard that all the top management of the Scarf are going to be invited to the General Security Administration for tea." That's the General Security Administration. Once the General Security Administration was involved, this was not something that money could solve. What? Wuhan also instantly calmed down from his fantasies, but his head also spun fast. After taking a deep breath, he immediately laughed indifferently. "So what? I didn't buy this hot search up. Fan behavior. What does it have to do with the idol? When the time comes for the top to investigate, just push all the faults onto the fans. Won't that be enough? If you really want to move me, that kid will have to weigh how many people he can offend." Wuhan was still floating. Of course, he also has the capital to float. As the current domestic can be said to have the most flow of super tier 1 star, behind him do not know how many capital Big Brother escort. As long as it is not touching the bottom line of the problem, other people can withstand him. How? Who was Chu Yang to fight with him? That's right, the assistant's eyes lit up. Wouldn't he be able to brush aside all the faults by putting it on the fans? Guangshan City, the roof of a luxurious mansion. This was where the headquarters of the country's top entertainment agency was located. And this company was the very same agency that had signed Wuhan and single-handedly promoted him from an ordinary trainee to a domestic super tier 1 penthouse. The strength was incomparably powerful. At this moment, the phone inside the president's office suddenly rang. The executive president of the company quickly picked up the phone. After getting the microphone in his hand, the person in charge of the cultural development department scolded him directly. "Surname Wang, what kind of stupid stars does your company raise? The airport played big cards also, even if it people." A young man said he too began to incite fans on the network to abuse others, but also made a hot search. "I am really convinced. Now you don't want to ask me why. I don't want to explain so much to you. I called you to inform you. All the artists under your agency's current pending all movie and TV projects are all stopped. Don't bring them to Lao Zi again. If Lao Zi gives you a pass, I'll damn well take your surname in the future. And those stars of your company who just spoke out for Wuhan on the internet, all of them are blocked for me, especially Wuhan. Of course you don't have to care about this. He's already dead through and through. Before tonight, bring the top management of your company to the General Administration of Cultural Development, and I'll invite you all for a collective tea." After a long scolding, the person in charge of the General Administration of Cultural Development finally got over it. Damn it, if it wasn't for that idiot Wuhan making a mess. He was the head of the cultural department in charge of the entertainment industry. Did he need to run to the General Administration of Security to be scolded by others? The agency boss was instantly confused. "Director Zhou, what do you mean by that? Did something happen to our company? Wu Han. What happened to Wu Han? He was also aware about what happened on the internet. But wasn't this a very common marketing tactic in the entertainment industry? What's going on? You wait for the notification. You'll know when the notification arrives. Besides, as an old friend, I'll remind you, you're on your own. The head of the Cultural Development Department, that angry directly hung up the phone. Multi-departmental joint action. This matter didn't pass so easily. Seek your own fortune? The agency boss still didn't get it. At this time, the secretary wearing the black stockings of Parisian house at the entrance of his office hurriedly ran in. Mr. Son, something big is wrong. There are people from the taxation bureau coming over, and looking at the situation. They are going to take away all of our company's information related to finance and taxation. What? The company boss instantly broke out in a cold sweat. The company had developed to the present day. How could there not be a little something fishy in it, which could withstand investigation? But it was usually fine. How did it come over all of a sudden now? He also did not get the news and all the information to take away. That is not hiccups? The secretary hadn't finished his words. And besides the tax department, the business department, the finance department, the fire department, and even the police department, all of them were coming this way towards the company. The owner of the company instantly sat down on his leather sofa, his eyes directly into a daze. It's over. Everything is over. There was no need to think about anything. Directly cool. This side of the airport. The smiles on Wu Han and his assistants' faces didn't last long, and all sorts of phone calls almost blew up both of their phones. What? The brand to cancel the contract? What's going on here? Wasn't it a good deal? If you hate the high price, it's not impossible to lower the endorsement fee a little bit. But what's the situation with the sudden termination of the contract? Have we offended someone? Mr. Huang, wasn't our afternoon announcement a good one? We've come to the airport, and you're telling me that the announcement is over, and you're suing us for damages for breach of contract. Why? Director Zhang, you want to terminate your contract too? What do you mean by that? Our chill is a guarantee for the box office. If you terminate your contract, what about the box office? What do you mean by saying that if we have Han, this movie will be finished? What's the big deal? Can't we not use a stunt double this time? The last call Wu Han received was a call from the boss of their agency. I don't care what you use. You have to get your ass back to the company tonight or suffer the consequences. Wu Han and his assistants' legs went soft, one after another. All kinds of cancelled notices, cancelled endorsements, cancelled contracts to liquidated damages call over. What is this all about? Han, how to do This time seems to be really big deal. The assistant was a bit skeptical. Who the hell knows that kid really has so much energy First, go back to the company first. Wu Han's face was so white that even his voice couldn't help but tremble as he spoke. However, just as his words fell, a few black-clothed men in plain clothes with bulging pockets at their waists walked up to Wu Han and his assistant. After showing their work documents and arrest warrants, they directly took out handcuffs and handcuffed the two people's hands. I don't think the two of you need to return to the company. We are the staff of the General Security Department. According to the investigation, the two of you are suspected of endangering state secrets personnel, and are now authorized to be arrested. Please come with us. Just after the staff of the General Security Bureau arrested Chill, the two of you were arrested by the General Security Bureau. In several economically prosperous provinces and cities across the country, a police car with siren wailing passed by. The storm had begun. Inside the Chill fan base, it has also already exploded. What's going on? That man and woman on the neck, so all the news is gone? It's outrageous. That man and bitch's name can't be found on the internet. Yes. I just searched for their photos on my cell phone and they can't be sent out. Even the hot search on the scarf has been down. Just as the crowd was discussing this topic, a trumpet that had just been added inside the group spoke. Do you guys think there's a possibility that the man on the airport has a background? Or that the girl from Beijing University's family actually has power and influence, so she spent a lot of money to have the content undone? As soon as these words came out, the crowd in the group immediately got into a heated discussion. Yeah, it must be the dog woman who has been bagged/supported by the gold master. Tried to rub off on the heat but failed, and then went to beg the big brother for help before suppressing the news. Scarf is also a real dog. Being rich enables you to do whatever you want. At this time, several other trumpets that had just joined the group chat also spoke. Scarf can't do this kind of thing. Such a big action. There must be other behind-the-scenes pusher. I'm told that this thing domestic many departments have intervened. Private weapon public use is simply a waste of our taxpayers' money. This would be too disgusting. But also, in the country this kind of collusion with each other I have seen a lot of things. Is to pity our brother. These words came out Instantly each cold fan group stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. Domestic and unusual urban area. A harmonious family of 3 is sitting in a restaurant eating lunch. Sitting on the opposite side of the table, the middle-aged woman spoke a mouthful of local dialect and said to the man in front of her, "What do you think about this matter on the network? That Chu Yang seems to have a special origin. According to the information I got, this time that guy is kicked to the iron plate. Do we want to take this opportunity to manipulate a wave and bring the rhythm of the official huaxia? Don't bother. Things are big. Prepare to run away." The man sighed softly. This time, multiple departments have joined forces. The General Security Administration, the Police Department, and even the Military Department have all stepped in. It definitely won't be as simple as before. Going to bring the official Chinese rhythm at such a time is just looking for death. At most it will cause a commotion. It won't be able to move the fundamentals of the official credibility. The man chucked a piece of braised pork into his mouth. The General Security Administration has moved for real this time. Look at it. I guess there are a batch of swallows, spies, that can't return to their nests. Then he chucked another piece of fish. But that Chu Yang must not be simple. The 3 years of history gap in between. That Male Stars fans are really quite useful. Digging out a big melon for us. If the information we bring back this time is useful, after this job, we can retire with our children. It was impossible for an ordinary person to disappear for 3 years for no reason. Much less would the various official administrations collectively mobilize when news of him came to light. Chu Yang's identity must not be simple. Inside a luxury neighborhood in a certain city, the cars of the police department and the military department arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood at the same time. After getting out of the car, countless loaded police and military personnel rushed inside the neighborhood, aiming straight at a particular floor of the neighborhood. After determining the correct address of the network LP, the military personnel directly broke down the door and instantly took down all the people inside the house. There were people from the police department's technical identification section who quickly walked to the front of the computer that was running inside the house. After carefully searching for a few minutes, they immediately spoke towards the commanding officer at the head. It's confirmed. All the information about Chu Yang is stored within a special hard disk of the computer. And some photos of the buildings around the military base of the military department have also been found. However, this information shouldn't have been passed out yet. After saying this, the person from the technical identification section also said with an odd face, it was also found that they had joined some of Chile's fan groups, and were fanning the flames inside the fan groups. A group of big men were acting as girls in other people's fan groups, calling out one brother after another. Isn't it really disgusting? The leader of the commanding officer's face instantly sank. Looking at the several people inside the room who were holding their heads and squatting down, he snorted coldly, "Now, on behalf of Huaxia, I will arrest you for the crime of international espionage. Take them away from me." In addition to this, there are also many simple marketing departments and Chill fanatic fans. In order to hype Chill this event heat, but almost all at the same time, feel the police department Uncle Care, you are suspected of spreading bad news on the network, maliciously leaking personal privacy, violating our criminal law. A large number of marketing company staff were taken away for investigation. Many fans of Chill and the station sister were all invited into the General Security Office for tea. Soon, everyone in the Chill fan group found out. The little sister who had been chatting with them in the group suddenly stopped replying to their messages. Some of the station sisters who were in charge of coordinating and planning to denounce Chu Yang on the internet had also disappeared. The most critical thing is, on the hot search list of the scarf, a number of hot searches appeared instantly. Chill was arrested at the airport. The Culture/Development Agency issued a letter to take down the works of many stars. Chill agency suspected of tax evasion was investigated. All business was forced to stop. The relevant departments are further being investigated. Cold sleep fans do not pay. Chill suspected of illegally forcing minors. Together with the appearance of these hot searches, Chill's personal scarf account, in the first instance, was scarfed off. Inside the airport, Chill and his assistant, who were taken away by the staff of the General Security Administration, were white. Every time they take a step, they feel as if there is a heavy weight on their legs. It feels as if there is 1,000 pounds of lead dragging hard on the legs. In less than half an hour, what has he experienced? All kinds of partners demanded to terminate the contract and compensate for the breach of contract. The company's side was also jointly investigated by various departments. I guess it's not much better. And the wall fell down, everyone pushed. Those of his rivals in the entertainment industry will definitely take advantage of this incident to fall on the well. He is not just letting someone give an elevator. The elevator hadn't even been given. He's been fucked like this. That guy in the end, what kind of person nah? Unwillingly, Chill looked up at the General Security Administration staff next to him and asked, I'm able to ask, that Chu Yang, just what kind of person is he? Even if he died, he also wanted to be an understanding ghost. You don't deserve to know his identity yet. The staff member of the General Security Department immediately gave a disgusted look at Chill. If it wasn't because he had brought his group of fans to cause trouble on the internet, would it be their turn for the General Security Department to make such a big deal out of it? Immediately afterward, he continued, "Anyway, you just need to know that by the time the court sentencing is over, you'll be deprived of your political rights for the rest of your life at the very least." Wu Han's heart instantly went cold. You say this is not purely bluffing? His own tax evasion was found out if he also recognized. The big deal is to make up for the tax chant. Those things that are not on the surface of the matter was exposed out also recognized that they still have money. At most 20 years later is a good man. What does it mean to be deprived of political rights for life? Although he has never studied law, but also know, if really sentenced to this penalty, this charge, basically, was the least severe. However, before he could slow down, with a slight look up, his gaze instantly froze. Chu Yan was sitting quietly within the waiting hall, and his gaze was also slowly looking over towards him. Immediately after, just in front of him tugged like 250,000 a few staff members of the Security General Administration immediately walked to the front of Chu Yang. Two of them escorted on both sides of Chu Yang, respectfully said, "Mr. Chu, the matter on the network is almost finished. However, our Security General Administration still needs about an hour or so to complete the finishing touches of some other actions. Wait for an hour later. This matter will almost be completely solved. This matter will almost be completely resolved. The two of us were sent here by Mr. Liu, because of your identity. We are worried that someone will be unfavorable to you on the way, so we will be escorting you throughout the entire journey this time to ensure your safety. The side of the Mabe airport has also made arrangements. When you get off the plane, there will be a person from the Ministry of Military Affairs to escort you into the research base. Alright, it's really hard work for you guys." Chu Yang quickly got up and thanked towards the two General Security Department staff, then looked at Wu Han with a playful gaze and laughed. "Big star. Inside the future days. Good luck." Wu Han was instantly agitated, but with a slight movement, he was immediately held down by the two General Security Administration staff escorting him. "Don't play tricks. Honestly, go back with us." After saying that, the rest of the staff also nodded their heads towards Chu Yang before leaving the terminal with Wu Han and his assistant. The incident on the internet continued to ferment. How could our Han cheat on taxes? Someone must be looking for him to take the blame. I demand a strict official investigation. That girl who said she was slept with by Chill doesn't even look at herself. Our Chill would look at goods like you. No one would want you even if you were G. Why are you arresting our Han? There must be a misunderstanding. Chill must have offended someone. It must be that damn man who moved. Countless black information about Wu Han was exploded. It made those individual fans of Wu Han instantly unable to sit still. But it was only after 10 minutes or so that even bigger and fiercer news came out. After the tax department inquired, Wu Han's tax evasion of 143 billion Chinese dollars. This wave directly caused public anger. Crap damn. There are only 1.4 billion people in total in China. Right. This person really deserves to die. Catch good. Such inactive stars should have been caught a long time ago. And the entertainment industry must be properly rectified. I believe that the entertainment industry like him is definitely not an exception. The great news I have long felt that this person's heart is not right. Know his peers or how to evaluate him. Walking cannon actually also tax evasion. Only those of his brainwashed fans will embrace him. Where are the people? Now those cold blow how not to speak? Major domestic entertainment companies. On what grounds? I just forwarded some of Wu Han's information. Why should they take down my work and block me? Bastard Wu Han. If you're dead, why do you still want to harm us? Grass. Wu Han. You son of a bitch better not let me see again. I want you to die. This wave. Wu Han simply opened a wave of map cannon directly. Checked out the top stream star tax evasion more than 14 billion. Do not need to think of the official have to come out to rectify. This time is estimated to go to make up the tax is too late. Think of these. Those stars all hate to Wu Han to death by 1,000 cuts. Wu Han sat inside the General Security Administration's holding vehicle with his eyes lifeless. Even before meeting Chu Yang, he still had some luck in his heart. There were so many big brothers behind him. He didn't believe that those big brothers wouldn't protect him. But now, all the fantasies in his heart were shattered. People from the General Security Department escorted him, and there were people from the military department to provide security when he arrived at his destination. Who the hell is this? He has so much energy? But he felt he could still be salvaged. He looked at one of the General Security Department personnel guarding him next to him and said, "This big brother, can you not take my cell phone to me so that I can make 2 phone calls? When this matter is over, I will privately give you $5 million. Son of a bitch, you're still rich. The General Security Administration officer sneered and pointed to a law enforcement recorder hanging on his chest and laughed. Well, bribing a law enforcement officer. You're going to have one more crime added to your list. What if you're trying to move in to find someone to save you? I advise you to put that thought to rest. Right now everyone around you has everyone on their own. Who's going to have the time to take care of you? Do you think you're still the same big star with no one to turn to? The General Security Administration personnel took out his cell phone again, and after tapping on the scarf interface, he handed it over to him and laughed. The phone definitely can't call you. This is the rule, but you can still take a look at the news outside right now. Wuhan immediately went over to look at it. He looked at the black news that had been exposed on the internet, and the news that the company had been jointly investigated by multiple departments. Even his own scarf account was blocked. It's over. This is really everything is finished. Wuhan directly fell limp in the escort car. An inexplicable smell wafted inside the car. Cam, the General Security Department officer, immediately burst out. Old Wang stopped the car. Let me sit back in the front. What's the situation? This kid pissed himself. Another half an hour passed. Near the juncture of Chu Yang's boarding, a few messages forwarded by the official People's Report neck number soon appeared on the neck. The Finance Department issued an official document, and will soon join hands with the Cultural Development Department, the Economic Supervision Department, and other 18 departments to start rectifying major issues such as tax evasion and tax evasion in the entertainment industry. China's Department of Justice has issued a new joint convention on China's internet, adding a new law on regulating internet cyber violence, which will lead to severe criminal penalties for those involved in cyber violence. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory of Kyoto University, Li Chen excitedly looked at Lin Qingxue and cried out, Qingxue, did you see? The officials have stepped in. This time your family Chu Yang is really lucky and in the future, randomly using verbal violence against others on the internet will be sentenced to jail. I reckon that in the future, no one will dare to talk nonsense on this internet anymore. I saw that. Lin Qingxue nodded her head repeatedly, but she then hurriedly explained. I once again solemnly declare Chu Yang and I are really not related anymore. As a result, the next second, the cell phone she held in her hand rang. What's the situation? Lin Qingxue's face instantly tightened, and she immediately made a shushing motion. Don't argue first, Chu Yang called. Li Qian and the others instantly laughed, still saying that you and Chu Yang have nothing to do with each other. As soon as people call over you're nervous like this. Go. Lin Qingxue hastily rolled her eyes a few times, looking at the voice call from Chu Yang on her cell phone screen. Her heartbeat unconsciously sped up a few points. After taking a deep breath and calming her emotions, she then picked up the phone and asked, Chu Yang, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Chu Yang, who was sitting in the waiting hall, pondered for a few seconds. I'm getting ready to get on the plane. So, I'm calling to let you know. Oh, Lin Qingxue nodded thoughtfully, then immediately bristled. The two of us don't have much to do with each other. If you get on the plane, just get on the plane. What's it got to do with me? You don't have to call me. However, after hesitating for a few seconds, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but ask, you saw what happened on the scarf, right? Wuhan was arrested, and all those messages about you on the network have disappeared. Lin Qingxue celebrated. You're so lucky this time. You actually met the country's rectification of the entertainment industry's morale. She didn't think that this time, Chu Yang had found someone to do it. Several administrative organizations were used one after another to jointly delete various news on the internet. It even directly sent Wuhan in. This was definitely not something that an ordinary person like Chu Yang could do. Right. And thanks to the country, it's sort of indirectly done us a big favor. Chu Yang smiled. But it doesn't really matter. We are not afraid of shadows. Justice will definitely be on our side in the end. He didn't explain too much either. It was naturally best that Lin Qingxue was able to think in this direction. He himself didn't need to bother with more words. At this time, a boarding voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Attention passengers traveling from Kyoto to Mabe. Your flight XXXX has 15 minutes left to stop checking tickets. If there are still passengers who have not yet boarded the plane, please check your tickets as soon as possible and board the plane. Hearing this voice, Chu Yang hurriedly said, alright, since this matter has already passed, there's no need to bother about this matter in the future. I'm going to prepare to board the plane. When I come back I'll come back to you. Saying this, Chu Yang slightly paused for a few seconds, before asking with a smile, I still want to know. You said that your ex-boyfriend who died 3 years ago. What does ex-boyfriend mean? My ex-girlfriend? What ex-boyfriend? I don't know anymore. Lin Qingxue's cheeks instantly reddened as she hurriedly and quickly said, you go board the plane. I'm hanging up. But after the phone hung up, Lin Qingxue immediately got a little nervous. Why did he remember this matter? He himself had really thought that Chu Yang had died in the first place. Who knew that he was still alive now? How could this be explained? What to do now? She couldn't possibly say that she liked him very much. That's why she gave the dead him, and placed an ex-boyfriend's identity, as a kind of tribute to her love affair that died before it even started, right? However, she was a bit puzzled. Passengers traveling from Kyoto to Mabe? When did Chu Yang move to Mabe? Just before she had time to let her think about it in detail, Li Qian came up to Lin Qingxue and laughed. Little Qingxue, do you know what it looks like just now when you're on the phone? Like what? A little she-cat that's about to go into heat/sex. Li Qian asked. Honestly, are you still nostalgic about that elementary school brother? Go go go. Lin Qingxue immediately blanked Li Qian, then looked at the other people in the dormitory and smiled. Thank you for all the leaders who went down to the countryside to send warmth. All morning for me to be busy with this. Really hard work everyone. At noon, please have dinner. The location is randomly selected. The dormitory crowd shook their heads and laughed. No way. If you want to treat us to dinner, shouldn't you also have your family's elementary school brother come back to treat us? The corner of Lin Qingxue's mouth twitched. Excessive but jokes were jokes. One of them immediately gave Lin Qingxue another worried look. Qingxue, you said that this matter won't have an impact on your status as the host of the freshman party after military training, right? After the military training was over, every college would have a welcome party. Lin Qingxue was one of the hosts of the welcome party for their College of Economics and Management. There isn't. Lin Qingxue shook her head and said, I didn't receive any information from the student council either. And even if it was revoked, then it was revoked. It just so happens that I don't really want to be partnered with Wang Xiujie either. I really feel sad for old Wang. Li Qian was a bit helpless. There's one thing, excluding Chu Yang's younger brother, our class's old Wang is still very powerful. His family's assets are at least 400 or 500 million. After graduation, he can go home to inherit his family's property. Academic performance is not bad. Treating people is also quite warm. Nothing of the frame of the second generation of rich people. Is still the vice president of the student body? It is estimated that the third year is the president of the student body. Although the looks do look a little worse than Chu Yang's younger brother, but this kind of high-quality boys, where it shall not be welcomed by all the girls but unfortunately met our Qingxue. Li Qian continued to laugh. If he was chasing after me, I would have agreed to it long ago. Then you go and confess to others. Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes, then laughed. Okay, don't mention him. Quickly figure out what you want to eat. It's not easy for me to bleed my wallet today. The opportunity is only this time. I want to eat barbecue. I want hot pot. I want hot pot too. 2-1. Hot pot wins. Let's go eat hot pot. 2.5 hours later. Mo Bay Airport. The airplane flying from Kyoto International Airport slowly landed. Just after getting off the airplane, Chu Yang was directly brought inside the special channel of the airport by the General Security Department personnel. After walking through the special passageway, what met his eyes was a black sedan. Surrounding it were several military green jeeps. After seeing Chu Yang's arrival, a man at the head of the car immediately walked up to Chu Yang, gave a standard military salute, and said with a serious face, Mr. Chu, I'm Captain Changsha Wolf, a special squad leader of the Wolf Pack belonging to the Desert North Military Department, and I'm now instructed to take you to the Desert North Scientific Research Base. Thank you. Hard work. Chu Yang nodded slightly and sat inside the black minivan. What followed was another hour or so of driving. From the skyscrapers and traffic in the beginning, the more they veered towards the northwest, the surrounding buildings became less and less. In the end, there was only a lonely road sitting alone in the middle of the desert in the middle of nowhere. At 4:30 in the afternoon, after crossing the iron fence of the restricted military zone, the convoy finally came to a stop in front of a yellowish building. In front of the building, a group of researchers were standing at the entrance waiting. In the center of the crowd was the main person in charge of this scientific research base, Yi Jiangwo. The car door opened, and Chu Yang slowly got out of the car. Yi Jiangwo immediately walked to Chu Yang's front, and clasped Chu Yang's hand with both hands. Academician Chu, first time meeting, my name is Yi Jiangwo. This time, I have to work hard for you. Chu Yang even laughed. Dean Yi, you can think too highly of me. I'm still not an academician. This time I came over, but also just to see if I can make a small contribution to the development of our country's national defense science and technology. Soon, when the celebration banquet is over, this academician title of yours is ironclad. Yi Jiangwo also smiled, and then asked with concern, the incident on the network this time, should it all be resolved? Half an hour before Chu Yang came, they were still working on their scientific research project, and it was only after they went out of the research room and got their cell phones that they realized that so many things actually happened on the network. Solved. Chu Yang smiled. That's good. Yi Jiangwo then nodded reassuringly. His face serious. I see that showbiz and whatnot. It's also time to straighten it out. All are some salacious shrews, engaging in misogyny, bringing down the social atmosphere. Well, this matter will pass. Don't let those people give angry body. Xu Yang slowly smiled and continued. Dean Yi, if it's not troublesome, I would like to go to the laboratory right now to take a look. No more rest? Yi Jiangwo asked. This running from Kyoto to Mabe, the traveling was tiring. Not only mentally but also physically it was quite hard. No need. Xu Yang shook his head repeatedly. By solving the engine problem as early as possible, we will be able to let the engine add more power to our country's national defense cause as early as possible. Good. Very good. Yi Jiangwo nodded his head in satisfaction. We in China have young scientific research talents like Academician Chu who are dedicated to the country. The development of our scientific research cause, there will be successors. Lu Yong walked in front of Chu Yang and smiled. Academician Chu, you are thinking of solving the problem earlier and going back to school to meet your sweetheart, right? These people, although they knew the news late, but the ins and outs of this matter can almost all understand clearly. Immediately after he continued, but young people fall in love, this is a good thing. Lin Qingxue, the child's name I have heard. In the financial aspect of the talent is very keen. Our School of Economics and Management of several academicians can want to wait for her junior year, shouting her to their name to help the studio it. Those who were in academia knew that. If an undergraduate student started helping these professors in her junior year, either they can directly bail out of graduate school, or that exam or whatever is just going through the process. Becoming a graduate student of a certain professor is very simple. Xu Yang smiled. Then I can thank the several deans for her. The crowd then walked directly to the interior of the research base. After handing over all the electronic equipment, Xu Yang changed into a lab coat and slowly walked inside the scientific research laboratory. Inside a large laboratory, in the center of the lab was placed an engine that Yi Jiangwo and the others had designed and researched. Various parameter drawings were placed on top of the various work tables around. Although Xu Yang had spent the previous 3 years inside researching photolithography technology, however, in his spare time, it wasn't as if he hadn't studied some of the contents of the engine in the eternal knowledge treasury. Otherwise, previously, it would not have been possible to chat with Lu Yong about some of the concepts of the engine. After getting the drawings and quickly browsing through them, all kinds of formulas and parameters, Xu Yang instantly understood, and then looked at the side of Yi Jiangwo and asked, Dean Yi, according to these parameters on the drawings, this time the 5th generation engine, the standard should be the parameters of the beautiful country's F-135 combat engine, right? The core structure is composed of a pressurizer and a high-pressure turbine and a low-pressure turbine, and if the operational problems can be solved, the single thrust is theoretically capable of reaching 190 knots. Right. Once Yi Jiangwo heard that Xu Yang knew all the various parameters like the back of his hand, his eyes instantly lit up, and then he looked at Xu Yang rather regretfully and said, unfortunately, the domestic combat engine industry is starting too slowly. Even if we design an engine that can theoretically reach this standard, the industrial components that are manufactured are still not up to the expected conception. Xu Yang smiled. Dean Yi, I don't need to look at the internal structure of the engine anymore, leaving aside the industrial elements for now. Even if this engine is researched, it will only be able to reach the standard of the beautiful country. So why don't we just abandon the original idea and directly build an engine with a higher standard? Wow! The moment Xu Yang's words came out, everyone present, even including Yi Jiangwo, everyone froze, throwing away the original thought. Build another high-caliber engine out? What was he talking about? You have to know that the 5th generation engine that their institute researched was also optimized and tested relying on the structure of the 4th generation engine in China. The 4th generation of the engine is imitated the former Red Alliance countries are 79 engine full set of information, and then to innovate to want to overthrow all the original ideas to remanufacture a brand new engine. The difficulty of this, it was like climbing up to the sky. Countless researchers who followed Xu Yang and Yi Jiangwo next to them whispered, crap, who is this dude? The moment he comes he wants to overthrow all our research results. So damn arrogant. Oh, arrogant is arrogant. People do have arrogant capital Although I do not know what exactly he did what research results out. But you just did not hear the chief engineer Yi said. This guy is about to be named academician. A 20-year-old academician. If I were to become an academician at 20 years old, I guess I would be even madder than him. Only Lu Yong and Yi Jiangwo had somewhat gloomy expressions. Yi Jiangwo hurriedly asked, Academician Chu, is that true or not? Do you already have a rough idea? If so, old man, I'm willing to accompany you to go crazy again. Other people didn't know. Could he still not know? 3 years ago, It was Chu Yang's kid who overthrew all the domestic photolithography research systems, and led his own research into a new generation of domestic 1 nanometer precision photolithography. I have a certain amount of certainty. Chu Yang slightly nodded, and then smiled and looked toward Yi Jiangwo said, "Yi old man, you cannot call me Chu academician. I'm just half a big boy. If you are willing to, or directly call me Little Chu on it." Immediately after that Chu Yang continued, "The ideas are indeed there, but if you want to truly realize them, you still need the help of you and a group of colleagues." "No problem." Yi Jiangwo nodded his head repeatedly. "As long as you have a need, talk to the old man me, and if I can solve it, I will definitely help you solve it all." "There is indeed one." Chu Yang nodded. "The equipment inside the base is not quite enough. I need a large equipment that can emit lasers." "And, you mean?" Yi Jiangwo's scientific research knowledge reserve was extremely rich. After hearing some of the equipment Chu Yang needed, his mind only pondered a little for a few seconds before he understood Chu Yang's idea. "Could it be the brand new engine that you are talking about? Which is the curvature engine?" "Theoretically, no matter how much more the technology of mankind develops, the engines that can be manufactured will need to be limited by the rules of the universe. That is to say, no matter if it's a fighter jet or any other flying machine, it's theoretically capable of reaching 10 times the speed of light. But that's the limit. Unless the rules of space-time were utilized. The rules of space and time were not about reversing space and time, or controlling space and time, but rather the broad range of time and space. This concept of curvature drive was introduced in 1994. The space of the universe is not flat, but there is curvature. Curvature is the inverse of the radius of curvature. Greater curvature indicates greater curvature. If the universe as a whole is imagined as a large membrane, the surface of this membrane is curved, and the whole membrane may even be a closed soap bubble. Although the membrane may seem flat locally, spatial curvature is still everywhere. A ship in space that can somehow be utilized to flatten a portion of space behind it, reducing its curvature, will be pulled through by the more curved space in front of it. This is a curvature drive. This in itself is no longer a concept of self-propulsion by engines within the craft, but more so involves the concept of spacefolding. In recent years, the feasibility of curvature drive has been studied through a certain amount of energy laser irradiation, but in the space to generate a kind of negative energy, and this negative energy can change the curvature of space. However, this is also in the laboratory and its ideal environment to realize, although it means that the curvature drive can be realized, but the various theories involved were incredibly complex. Even to drive the curvature engine, a large amount of energy was required. Therefore, wanting to apply the curvature drive engine to the practical side, unless a complete curvature drive model could be constructed, and the energy loss in it could be greatly reduced, and a device that could truly control the curvature of space could be produced, the idea of the curvature drive engine could truly be realized. Just about this aspect of the research, even foreign countries have only been in contact for more than 10 years, but also in the first few years to determine the feasibility of the the actual use of technology want to really research out, at the very least to 50 years or even 100 years of time. Chu Yang actually said that he wanted to create a curvature drive engine? Shocked, Yi Jiangwo immediately asked quickly, "Little Chu are you sure you are sure? If it is a curvature drive, if this thing can be researched, not to mention, the old man, I am the position of the chief designer of the engine, together with the position of the vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. All of them will be given to you all. For the next research, I'll give you a second in command for the whole process." This was a research of transgenerational significance. With one research, Chu Yang's name would be enough to be within the history of the world, 1,000 years of fame. Chu Yang nodded slightly. There are indeed some ideas, but it requires a large amount of research data to prove the feasibility of the theory. Yi Jiangwo immediately replied back heavily, "This is not a problem. I will give you the people if you want them. I will give you the equipment if you want it. This time, old man, I will come and be this deputy for you." His words came out. This matter was also considered to be under the argument. For a while, the other staff within the institute began to quickly get busy, starting to pack up the grounds and maintain the equipment. And taking this period, Chu Yang also finally returned to the reception center dormitory that Yi Jiangwo had arranged for himself, inside a small room of nearly 40 square meters. However, all kinds of equipment were considered complete. His suitcase had also long been sent to the reception center by the reception staff of the institute. After clearing some change of clothes and hanging them on the hangers in the room, Chu Yang slowly leaned back on the seat in the room and slowly closed his eyes, in a situation where outsiders appeared to be asleep. Within a certain special black space, a body identical to Chu Yang's quickly converged. After casually observing the surroundings, Chu Yang's mind moved, and the entire appearance within the space immediately changed rapidly, turning into the appearance of a laboratory. Chu Yang sat down on the lab table, Please help me pull up the design drawings and related theoretical information of the curvature drive engine technology that the current Earth technology can realize. The next second, a large amount of research information on curvature drive engines appeared on top of the experimental table, as well as a thick stack of design drawings of curvature drive devices. Seeing this, Chu Yang's eyes immediately had more than a touch of laughter in them. The eternal knowledge treasury contained a large number of over-the-top black technologies within the universe. The curvature drive was only a tiny part of it. However, in order to obtain the design drawings and fundamental principles of these black technologies, he still needed his personal basic knowledge reserve content to be up to par. Only when his own knowledge reserves reached a matching level could he access the relevant information. It was like the design drawings of the curvature drive. If it wasn't for the fact that he had previously dedicated his leisure time to researching and studying the relevant materials within the eternal knowledge treasure trove, and had reached a certain level, he would not have been able to obtain the design drawings of the curvature drive device at all. Therefore, there was still a long way to go for him. Cheer up! After cheering himself up a bit, Chu Yang began to quickly flip through most of the theoretical information about the curvature drive engine. He had promised Lin Xingxue that he would return to school after the military training at the latest. After he had learned all the relevant theories and tested the corresponding data in the outside world, the task that belonged to him would be completed. He didn't want to stay at the research base for another 3 years. Of course, he could also choose to directly publish the design drawings of the curvature drive device. It was just that if it was simply so, even he himself couldn't explain the design principle of the design drawings, so there was no need to talk about using this design drawings to convince the other people in the scientific research base. After all, making a curvature engine device was not a trivial matter. All sorts of data and parameters that wanted to be concretely reflected in the outside world would require a great deal of manpower and resources. Of course, the most main thing was still, he was afraid of being sliced. Girls' dormitory. Damn Chu Yang. No news at all after going back. Arrived home or not? Lin Xingxue sat in the girls' dormitory, viciously looking at the call record with Chu Yang from 5 or 6 hours ago, and immediately ruthlessly clenched her silver teeth. Li Chen laughed and walked up to her. Xingxue, do you know what you look like? Like what? A lookout stone. Li Qian immediately laughed, living like a lookout stone waiting for her boyfriend to return her messages. If you really still have thoughts about him, just send him a message. Maybe he's just too busy with his family's business, so he forgot to send you a message. No way. Lin Xingxue immediately shook her head and bristled. I'm so pretty. Besides him, Chu Yang, no one else wants me. Why should I take the initiative to send a message to him? Then you considering Wang Xiujie? No. 11 o'clock at night. Chu Yang came inside Yi Jiangwo's dormitory and passed a USB flash drive in his hand to Yi Jiangwo's face. Dean Yi, this is some of my ideas and research drawings about the curvature drive device. You can take a look at it first and speculate on the feasibility, but you still need to wait for the specialized personnel and equipment to be in place before you can test it. Okay, I'll take a look first. Yi Jiangwo nodded, but he didn't have too much expectation on this theoretical concept that Chu Yang had handed over. After all, Lu Yong had also said before that Chu Yang only had some insights on this aspect and had not specialized in it. Even if his scientific research ability was strong, scientific research data needed time to accumulate. However, when he saw the feasibility theory on the curvature drive device that Chu Yang had written at the beginning, his expression gradually became grave, and he hurriedly looked at Chu Yang and asked, Little Chu, is this what you have conceptualized after coming to the base today? That's not so much. Chu Yang smiled and said back, previously when I was conducting research on photolithography, I curiously studied some specialized information and added a bit of my own conception before this was deduced. That's so. Yi Jiangwo nodded slightly. In that case it was still considered normal, because this information given by Chu Yang was too detailed. If it wasn't for the fact that many of the special data in it needed to be tested in practice before being able to determine whether the theory was correct or not, simply by virtue of the complete theory on the curvature drive that Chu Yang had given out, he was able to speculate on the feasibility of this matter. He surmised that the feasibility of this matter would be 70%. For the next half an hour, Yi Jiangwo did not say a word to Chu Yang. The whole time he was quietly looking at this information given by Chu Yang. Even certain formulas and data himself personally picked up the paper and started to project it. At this time, Chu Yang's cell phone suddenly rang, interrupting Yi Jiangwo's contemplation. At this, Chu Yang immediately apologized and glanced at Yi Jiangwo. Sorry, academician Yi. Yi Jiangwo laughed. It's okay, it's so late. It should be that little girlfriend of yours in Beijing University sending messages over. Young people fall in love. Old man, I also understand. I'm also a person who has been there. You don't need to care about me. Just return your messages. Regarding Chu Yang and Lin Xingxue's message, his old man also knew something about it. Chu Yang nodded and immediately picked up his cell phone and looked at it. and sure enough, it was Lin Qingxue who sent over the message. Have you arrived home? Seeing this, Chu Yang immediately smiled and quickly replied, already arrived home, chatting with someone else. What's wrong? Chatting with someone else? Lin Qingxue who saw this message was instantly furious. It wasn't like she knew what exactly happened at Chu Yang's home. Today, she had been worrying for a long time inside the dormitory all by herself. Even during the meeting with the new students today, all the time, she had been absent-mindedly thinking about when he had arrived home yet. After a long time, she let go of that last trace of stubbornness and took the initiative to ask him what he was doing. And he actually gave her the answer that he was chatting with someone else? You previously 3 years without saying goodbye, do not send a message to me also even so. Now back. Even if there is something to go home now. But after arriving home have time to chat with someone. Not even have time to send me a message of arrival home? If you've been gone for 3 years, you're not a good friend anymore? In the past, when the two were still at the same table, he and I chatted every day. At that time, even if Chu Yang went to a bath and then returned the message, he would also tell her the reason why he suddenly did not return the message. Now you and I on this? Sure enough, men change. Now I'm the one who's being sentimental? After lightly grunting, Lin Qingxue's several messages were sent over. Oh, that was a bad time for me to come. If I had known that I was chatting with someone else, I wouldn't have chatted. Chat with him today. I'll come back tomorrow. It staggered between so as not to be too cold. Don't you think so? Good night. I'm going to sleep. Seeing this large section of information that Lin Qingxue suddenly sent over, Chu Yang instantly felt a bit puzzled. What kind of situation was this? And this tone of speech, what did it mean? Seeing this, Yi Jiangwo quickly asked, what's wrong? What happened? Saying this, he also laughed. Back then when I was chasing my wife, that coaxed her to be happy. If it's an emotional problem, consult the old man me. Maybe I can help you. Chu Yang handed his cell phone to Yi Jiangwo. Dean Yi, do you know what this means? This? Yi Jiangwo looked at this large section of information sent by Lin Qingxue and was also a bit puzzled. The tone of this speech is a bit like Lin Daiyu inside the Dream of the Red Mansions. The meaning should be that it blames you for being too busy and not taking the initiative to send a message to her, and then telling you that she is going to sleep. But then he brightened up. I tell you you just so back. Summer dormitory open air conditioning, sleep at night cover the quilt, be careful to catch a cold, and then back to good night, cover death you a small thing. The internet is so said, cover your little thing to death? Chu Yang froze for a moment. It was true that he had spent 3 years doing research at the research base, and he wasn't very concerned about the various popular buzzwords or popular quotes or whatever that appeared on the internet nowadays. However, could there really be such words? Yi Jiangwo continued, you just send it out like I did. It's definitely right. Chu Yang nodded his head as if he understood. Then he picked up his cell phone and quickly said back, good, then you go to sleep first. Summer dormitory open air conditioning, sleep at night cover the quilt don't catch a cold. Good night. Cover up you little thing. Cover up the quilt. Cover up your little thing? Looking at the message sent over by Chu Yang, Lin Qingxue's expression instantly solidified. Gritted her teeth and quickly typed on her cell phone. Chu Yang, 3 years of not hitting you. Are you itchy and looking for trouble? Cover your little thing to death. Old lady covered your dog man to death. Chu Yang froze. Isn't it a case of smothering you little thing? After hesitating for a few seconds, he immediately sent a message and asked, isn't that what the internet says? That's damn well woosey Dixie. Chu Yang, you're from the primitive people, right? Lin Qingxue was really pissed off. Qingxue, I'm a bit hungry. Do you want to have a snack? Li Chen, who was sitting on the other side, asked at this time. No. Lin Qingxue balked. I'm full of gas. Deliberately. Chu Yang definitely did it on purpose. You just have to commit this bitch today, right? What's wrong? Li Chen and a few people in the dormitory immediately looked towards Lin Qingxue's side with gossipy eyes. It can't be that your family Chu Yang is angry with you, right? I've decided to ignore him for at least 3 days. Lin Qingxue fiercely clenched the cell phone in her hand. Li Qian silently said, I think it's at most 1 day. Definitely 3 days. Yi Jiangwo dormitory. Looking at Chu Yang, whose face was dulled up, Yi Jiangwo asked again. How is it? Is she happy and went to sleep? Yes, went to sleep. Chu Yang quickly pondered in his mind for a few seconds, turned to Yi Jiangwo with a smile and said, how is it? Academician Yi, do you have any thoughts on this information? As soon as it came to scientific research, Yi Jiangwo's expression became a bit serious. For the time being, I can't see any problems, and it's very thoughtful and highly feasible. Saying that, he took a sip of the wolfberry chrysanthemum tea inside the thermos cup next to him, and continued, however, I still have to polish the specific data, or how about this? It's not too early. You go back to the dormitory to rest first. After a busy day of running over and then organizing the data and whatnot, you've also suffered from fatigue today. I'll find you to discuss any problems tomorrow. Good. Chu Yang slightly nodded his head. Looking at Yi Jiangwo, who had a great tendency to stay up all night, he couldn't help but open his mouth and reminded, Elder Yi, you, take it easy, rest earlier. Yi Jiangwo immediately picked up the wolfberry chrysanthemum tea next to him. It's fine. I have this. Go. You go rest earlier. Sleep? Impossible. This information that Chu Yang had put together was getting more and more energetic the more he looked at it. He would definitely not rest until he got this thing straightened out tonight. Chu Yang nodded slightly and turned around to leave the dormitory. In the next second, Yi Jiangwo's eyes turned a few points sharper and heavier as he continued to carefully start reading the information inside the document. The next day at 7 in the morning, Yi Jiangwo removed the glasses on the bridge of his nose with a slight fatigue, and after slowly raising his hand and rubbing his somewhat sleepy eyes, a gleam of light soon burst out from his eyes. His main specialty was the study of space engines. He had basically handled all the generations of domestic aerospace engines, including combat engines and space engines, although some of the areas involved had formulas and contents that he couldn't. But now he could be very sure of the clap. If the data that Chu Yang speculated above this information can be proved in the real test, at least 70% of the assurance that it can really create a curvature drive engine that can be used in the field of fighter jet propulsion. This was much more powerful than any 5th or 6th generation combat engine. Even if only part of the function was realized, the power brought by the curvature drive engine would be enough to make the engine speed exceed several times the speed of sound, and even approach and even reach the speed of light. This was definitely a milestone research in the world's engine field, and the provider of this theoretical data. He no longer knew what words to use to describe it. The content involved in this data included dozens of disciplines such as physics, quantum physics, materials science, electronic information science, and so on, and one had to be extremely knowledgeable about the content of each field. How old was Chu Yang? How in the world did this kid research? Yi Jiangwo then picked up the phone he had placed beside himself, found his old friend, and made a call. Kyoto, Huacheng University Curvature Push Research Laboratory. Just early in the morning, a gray-haired old man came inside the office of the institute, which had just brewed himself a cup of wolfberry chrysanthemum tea, when the confidential cell phone he placed on his body rang. The old man's name was Wu Li, and he was also an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. In his early years, he studied applied physics, and then when the theory of curvature drive was proposed, he immediately declared the establishment of a curvature drive engine research project and set up a specialized research institute. After Wu Li raised his hand and picked up the phone, he looked at the incoming call on the cell phone screen and immediately smiled. Old man Yi, isn't this old guy researching the 5th generation fighter engine? How come he has time to call me? Is the test flight successful? After picking up the phone, Yi Jiangwo's cheerful laughter immediately came from inside the phone. Old Wu. Guess what good news I've brought you? If it's about your project, don't tell me. I don't want to know. Wu Li immediately shook his head and smiled. Whether it was the project of the curvature drive or the project of the 5th generation combat engine in Yi Jiangwo's hands, it was all top secret in the country. This can't be said without saying, and I don't care what heavenly matters you have. Within today, you must give me a trip to our research base, Yi Jiangwo said in a hurry. The content of this curvature drive engine's information was simply too specialized. He definitely couldn't handle it alone. The top experts and professors in each related field in the country must all be called to the research base. This matter was too important. What do you mean? What situation requires me to come over? Wu Li was a bit curious. And it's not realistic for me to come over today, even if we are both from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. But to go to your research base, how come you have to make a report with the top, right? I've already expedited the report and sent it up. And it's been approved, Yi Jiangwo immediately said. I'm telling you, if you don't come today, I guarantee you'll regret it for the rest of your life. What do you mean? Wu Li's expression became serious. Although Yi Jiangwo, this old man loved to brag, he was still very serious when it came to serious matters. At this time, he definitely wouldn't fool himself. I'll send you a piece of information on the intranet of the Huaka Academy to show you what you know. Right away. Yi Jiangwo continued. What information is so urgent? Wu Li got curious. A complete, operational curvature drive engine information. Do you want to see it? Really? Wu Li instantly stood up, then quickly sat down again. Okay, you send it over quickly. I'll look at it right away. To know, this research institute of theirs had been researching the curvature drive engine for almost 20 years now, and had yet to make the curvature drive truly ready to be put into use. And now there was actually a complete copy of the curvature drive engine information. The aliens gave it to him? After saying that, Wu Li immediately hung up the phone. opened his office computer and entered the private website of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. After Yi Jiangwo sent the information over, he then quickly concentrated on the content inside the information. Theories and concepts on curvature drive engine design. 2 hours later, Wu Li finally quickly skimmed through all of the information's approximate contents. Although many of the formulas in it he hadn't gone deep into the calculations, but just by virtue of the entire paragraph on the design theory of the curvature drive device recounted in the opening paragraph, he was roughly clear about the authenticity of this material. Silence. The office quickly fell into a death-like silence. Wu Li was even more shocked. Where in the world did this information come from? It is no exaggeration to say that he, in order to study the curvature drive, also asked the above nearly tens of billions of research and development funds. Although the middle also more or less drummed up some practical patents that can be used for military purposes. But from the real curvature drive device research and development, there is still a long way to go. But now this information, if all the content is true, this thing on the domestic fighter as an engine, absolutely is a big deal. It could even be used as an interstellar-level space engine. Shocked, Wu Li immediately quickly picked up the confidential cell phone in his hand and dialed Yi Jiangwo's phone. Old man Yi, tell me where this information came from. Don't tell me that it's from your research base. Beat me to death. I don't believe it. The design of aerospace engines was related to the field of curvature drive design though, but many of them were specialized quantum field knowledge now, which was definitely not something that the engine designer in Yi Jianming's hands could research. How about feasibility? Yi Jianming asked. Very high, Wu Li immediately asserted. I'm not exaggerating. With the theoretical content of this information, if a curvature-driven engine that can be put into use is really created, not to mention using it on top of your fighter, the idea of the Southern Heavenly Gate program that was brought up in the last comprehensive meeting of the Chinese Academy of Sciences can be a big step forward directly. The expression on Wu Li's face was unusually excited. Years ago, Pretty Country had engaged in a space race with the former Red Alliance countries. However, due to the constraints of basic science and technology, the space race eventually became a joke, and eventually became the administrative means of those administrators. However, in the past 2 years, in the collective meeting of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, also put forward the idea of the future of the South Heavenly Gate program, and even listed as the direction of the next 100 years of Chinese scientific research. This was also a stage that the future had to go through. Once Earth's technology crossed over into the interstellar era, the shortcomings brought about by humanity's traditional weaponry would be magnified countless times in the sky. Therefore it was necessary for mankind to establish a military force consisting of brand new combat theories and new types of weaponry. These include large strategic airborne platforms, as well as attached airborne fighters, and tactical mechs, and most of all, the design and research of the large strategic airborne aircraft platform. In their vision, the platform will be composed of energy weapons and guided weapons composed of multi-layered weapon systems, itself in the possession of enhanced firepower at the same time. The power system also needs to be equipped with a set of large force field drive arrays, to be able to ensure that the large-scale strategic airborne platforms in the space of rapid movement. And let this plan is listed as the reason for envisioning. It is because the current technology of mankind is simply not enough to develop a large force field drive array. However, the design and research information of this curvature drive device made this envision have the possibility of becoming a reality. In his lifetime, he actually saw the possibility of realizing the Southern Heavenly Gate plan, thus showing how excited he was going to be. Immediately after that, he quickly said to Yi Jiangwo inside the phone, Yi old man, you tell me, this information in the end who gave it to you? Is he now in your research base? You wait here for me. The feasibility of this information is too high. This curvature drive engine project I must participate in, even if it is to play a hand in it. Yi Jiangwo froze. Old Wu, are you serious? It should be known that the Curvature Drive Research Institute founded by Wu Li, not to mention in the country, even in the international arena, had quite a reputation. His behavior like this also meant that this information provided by Chu Yang might really be able to create a practical curvature drive device. As for playing second fiddle, I'm sorry, he still wants to play second fiddle. You're just here to advise. The deputy position of this project, that's mine. If this thing is built, it'll be a great achievement for our ancestors. As a Chinese, who can arrive at the honor brought by the 4 words Guangzhongyao ancestor? Immediately afterward, he quickly said, then don't just stand there, quickly come over. I can't wait to verify the feasibility of this information. No problem, Wu Li quickly nodded, but I still want to know, when did such a demon come out of the country? I remember that apart from me, there are only a few other old guys in the country who are researching on curvature drive, but their level of scientific research is as good as a penny. This information is definitely not researched by them. It's Chu Yang. Yi Jiangwo rather sighed. This little guy can be extraordinary. If this curvature drive device can be made out, plus his previous achievements, I feel that this academician's position aggrieved him. That little guy? Wooly instantly froze. Half a day later, only then did he murmur under his breath, in that case it wouldn't be a problem. That kid, he simply can't be compared to normal people. Chu Yang's name was not unfamiliar to the ears of any of the academicians of their Chinese Academy of Sciences. A character who was able to research a 1 nanometer photolithography machine at less than 20 years old. Not to mention the curvature drive. It wasn't even uncommon for him to research the technology of controlled nuclear fusion later on. Wait for me at the research base. I'll directly call for the military department's airplane to send me over. After putting down a sentence, Wooly immediately hung up the phone, not even bothering to go back to collect his luggage. He directly dialed the phone of the commander of the Kyoto Garrison Military Battalion. Old Yang 100,000 fire urgency. You immediately arrange for a helicopter to come over for me. I want to go to Mabe, Kyoto University. School playground. Under the hot sun, countless freshmen wearing green military training clothes were standing on the playground in military postures. Lin Qingxue, who was an assistant counselor, was sitting underneath a large shed on the opposite side of the playground to cool off, and the table was filled with water bottles brought by each freshman in the class, and next to it were 2 large buckets of mineral water, as well as glucose, which was responsible for replenishing sugar, and patchouli, which was responsible for preventing heat stroke, and so on. Looking at Lin Qingxue, who was flipping through her cell phone from time to time, Li Chen, who was sitting next to her, hurriedly asked, Qingxue, you're hiding a man inside this cell phone. Looking at the cell phone every few minutes. What's the situation? It's still not Chu Yang. Lin Qingxue instantly pouted, her tone extremely grumpy. After deciding to ignore Chu Yang for 3 days last night, this morning Chu Yang sent her another good morning message, and out of politeness, she still returned a good morning message over. As a result, it was almost noon, and Chu Yang's side still didn't return a single message. Although my mother said 3 days ignore you, but I didn't directly tell you to ignore you. Even she also deliberately sent a circle of friends for this, with a picture of the military training on a hot summer day, just waiting for Chu Yang to send a message to her. Ask the school military training what the situation is also okay. Maybe my heart is soft. I will take care of you. Who knows the opportunity to give you? You are not useful. This is not like you. Qingxue. Li Qian quickly opened her mouth. Didn't you used to be unforgiving to those boys? How come you seem to have changed as soon as you arrived at Chu Yang's place? Besides, didn't you say yesterday that you would ignore him for 3 days? Then couldn't he send me a message? Lin Qingxue continued to pout. Seeing this, Li Qian instantly couldn't help but raise her hand and pinch Lin Qingxue's delicate face that still had a hint of baby fat. Please, little Qingxue, do you want to be so cute and normal? Or else those freshmen on the other side who see this cute little look of yours, how can they still honestly stand in the military posture? After a little thought, she continued, he doesn't send you a message, then you don't pay attention to him. There are thousands of men in the world. If we can't, let's change. You don't like him, Chu Yang, man. Say it again. Lin Qingxue skimmed her mouth, and raised her hand to open her cell phone to take a look. There was still no news. At this time, the playground suddenly set off a commotion. A boy with a clear face carrying several large cups of milk tea slowly walked up to Lin Qingxue and Li Qian, accompanying them for a morning of military training. Must be a bit thirsty. I've prepared some ice-cold milk tea for you, to relieve the heat. As he spoke, the man distributed 1 cup of milk tea to Li Qian and a few of the other classes next to her. The hands of the assistant counselors in the other classes. Thank you, old Wang. Li Qian cheerfully accepted the milk tea handed over by Wang Xiujie. Finally, the boys then handed the milk tea in their hands to Lin Qingxue, class president. This cup is yours. Thanks. Lin Qingxue slightly raised her head and took the milk tea in Wang Xiujie's hand. Then she picked up her cell phone and looked at Wang Xiujie. How much is this cup of milk tea? I'll transfer it to you. Wang Xiujie casually smiled. No need to be polite. It's kind of my treat for you guys. No merit, no reward. Lin Qingxue shook her head. Either you tell me how much and I'll transfer the money to you, or I don't want this milk tea. This. Wang Xiujie froze for a moment, but then still quickly resumed a smiling expression. $19. If you transfer it to me Wei Xin. Thanks. Lin Qingxue nodded her head slightly, and after transferring the money to Wang Xiujie, she immediately looked up at him again and said, do you have anything else? No, it's fine. Lin Qingxue continued. It's fine, then let's go. It's also quite hot outside. Well. Wang Xiujie nodded somewhat deflatedly, and after another helpless glance at Lin Qingxue, he silently left this side of the playground. After Wang Xiujie left, Li Qian immediately came to Lin Qingxue's side. Qingxue, You're not giving old Wang too much face. Are you really not giving him a chance at all? Why should I give him a chance? Lin Qingxue immediately shook her head. Since there is absolutely no possibility between me and him, why should I let him keep having fantasies? You. Li Qian was a bit helpless and said with hatred. Just that elementary school brother besides being a bit good looking. What does he have? Originally I would have thought that you were a hard fish to catch. I didn't think that you were actually a stubborn donkey. Soon after the military training intermission, Xu Pengfei and the others immediately ran to this side of the shed to get a water cup to drink. After Lin Qingxue carefully recognized in the crowd for a while, she found the tall man Xu Pengfei and asked, "You're Xu Pengfei who is in the same dormitory as Chu Yang, right?" "Yes, I am." Xu Pengfei nodded and said with a smile on his face, "Sister, what are your orders? Did Chu Yang tell you what he went back for?" "No." Xu Pengfei scratched the back of his head and grinned, but he left in quite a hurry, collected a few pieces of daily change of clothes and left, saying that he would be back at the latest after the military training. "That's so." Lin Qingxue pondered for a few seconds. Then she waved her hand and said, "All right, rest up and go. Cheers for military training." Zhang Mingyang came up to Lin Qingxue, "Third sister-in-law. Don't worry, we'll definitely cheer." "Third sister-in-law?" Lin Qingxue instantly froze. "You, what did you call me?" Nothing. Zhang Mingyang immediately laughed and shook his head, and then laughed cheaply. "Sister Lin, you are not thinking of our old three. If you want to, you take the initiative to send a message to him. Old three, that guy is quite wooden. Sometimes do not get the hang of it." "You forgive me." Lin Qingxue stifled a laugh. "So you know him well?" Zhang Mingyang smiled coyly. "Just average understanding. Children should not intervene in the affairs of adults." Lin Qingxue immediately rolled her eyes, then couldn't help but smile and waved her hand. "Take advantage of this 10-minute break to rest. Go. Don't bother me here." "Got it." Zhang Mingyang quickly nodded, dragged Xu Pengfei. A few people left the shed side. Until far away, Xu Pengfei and Wang Lei immediately couldn't help but ask, "I go. What are you doing? The oldest three in the school, sister, this is not yet done?" Sooner or later. Zhang Mingyang looked like he was holding a pinch. These two people seem to have love for each other, and their concubine is interested in each other, and they are just missing the final kick. "Have you guys never been in love? Do you not understand this? I am helping them, said Zhang Mingyang, and debauchery laughed. "Lin, school sister, I certainly have no idea, but I have heard. Lin, school sister dormitory inside a few school sisters are quite beautiful, and are single. You say if I set up her and the oldest, then she shall not introduce me to an object?" Xu Pengfei and Wang Lei were instantly shocked. "Crap, Lao Air, it's still you. This wave of operation has a hand in it. Go. Didn't we say we won't call out the penis?" Zhang Mingyang quickly waved his hand and said, "This penis is too damn ambiguous. You guys can call me by my nickname, Ba, or you can call me Dad. I think this is quite good. In the future I call you the oldest youngest. You call me Dad on the line." Each shouting each ah. Xu Pengfei and Wang Lei instantly hammered over. Looking for death IU. Scientific research base. In the afternoon, basically some of the top experts and professors in the field of curvature drive in the country all came to the base. Inside the conference room, one by one, the top experts and professors from dozens of fields such as the field of domestic applied physics, mechanical engineering, and materials science came together. Countless old acquaintances were mingling inside the conference room, their voices noisy and incomparable. "Professor Liu, you were also invited here by Dean Yi? Old Wang, you were also shouted over by that stinky old man Wu?" So many experts and professors in so many fields, shouting this many people over here. What exactly is it for? Among all the people, other than Wu Li, most of the other people were directly sent to the Desert North Research Base in an emergency after receiving the transfer order, and had no idea what was going on. However, among them, there were also some older generation of Chinese Academy of Sciences academicians who had some understanding of this. This old Yi 5th generation combat engine project is doing well. Suddenly calls so many of us over. Is there a new breakthrough in the project? Or are there other projects about the engine to be done? But even if the engine of the new project selection is not directly shouted so big a piece of people, I see this inside the Yangtze River scholars, Huaca academicians, etc. Not a few. This battle is not general I don't know what the old man sells, but according to the news I got, it's really a new project, and if the research comes out, it may cause the world's scientific research community to vibrate. It was also at the time when the crowd was talking. Yi Zhangluo finally brought the duo of Chu Yang and Wu Li slowly inside the conference room. Who is this kid? So young to be following Dean Yi. Is he also a project participant? Seeing Chu Yang's appearance, some people inside the conference room froze. They didn't know Chu Yang's merits. But the researchers serving inside the scientific research base were at least around 30 years old, and the older ones like them were almost 70 to 80 years old. And Chu Yang, it looks like he is less than 20 years old. Only some of the academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, after seeing Chu Yang, their expressions froze. This kid appeared here, estimating this project, indeed not small, to know, 1 nanometer photolithography project after the success of the impact brought to China. It is slightly weaker than when Mr. Chen led the Chinese research scholars to build the atomic bomb, completely solved the impact of the domestic chip technology being necked by foreign countries. It is a great leap forward in science and technology. Yi Jiangwo glanced around the crowd. Everyone, please be quiet. His voice was somewhat serious, instantly making everyone present shut their mouths. Even the few other old academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences had the sense to shut up and look towards Yi Jiangwo's side with an old spirit. After clearing his throat, Yi Jiangwo then continued. There is definitely a reason for calling everyone here this time. But before that, it is still necessary for all of you to sign a confidentiality agreement. And when the confidentiality agreement is signed, we will mention the rest. Immediately afterward, a staff member from the research base issued a confidentiality file bag in front of each and every one of them. After everyone opened the file bag, some documents written with top secret instantly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Top secret? 1, 2, 3 5-star top secret agreements? What kind of program is this? A 5-star top secret agreement. There haven't been several times since the founding of the country, right? All of the people present had participated in quite a few secrecy programs, but many of them were still participating in a top secret project for the first time, let alone a 5-star top secret one. Now, the people in the conference room were excited to be able to be classified as a 5-star top secret research project. Just think about it and you would know how great the impact of the research and development could be. To be able to participate in such a mission-critical scientific research project was a dream that many scientific research scholars had never been able to reach in their entire lives. After everyone had signed the confidentiality agreement, Yi Jiangwo then continued. After the confidentiality agreement is signed, then I will introduce to you all. The next project I want to announce to you all is our country's design and development project on the curvature drive device. This Chu Yang standing next to me is the main person in charge of this project. Curvature drive project? So young to be the project leader? What's this? Is the engine project for the 5th generation fighter jet over? That's why the curvature drive project has started. Or is there a major breakthrough in the curvature drive area? Who is this young man? Here for gold plating? I haven't even heard of this young man's name. As the top professional scholars in the country, although many of them hadn't come into contact with the field of curvature drive, most of them nevertheless knew what curvature drive stood for. Moreover, since this project had already been proposed and formally established, it also meant that the feasibility of this project already had a high degree of feasibility. But Chu Yang, wasn't he too young? Someone opened his mouth and asked, Dean Yi, you're not joking, right? Just such a young man can really be in charge of this project? One after another. There were also others who began to ask questions. That's right, if it's arranged by the top to come here to plump for gold, I don't think there's any problem. But isn't it a bit too rash to let him become the main person in charge of this project? This young man's age, I don't think he's even 20 years old. Can he do it? This is a 5-star top secret project. Dean Yi, you're not kidding. This can't be sloppy. It wasn't that these people didn't believe, but this news was just a little too appalling. They were all geniuses in scientific research. Countless of them had entered the major top research institutes and even the Chinese Academy of Sciences when they were 27 or 18 years old. But a young man less than 20 years old wanted to be in charge of a 5-star top secret research project. How was this possible? Even a demon should not be able to reach this point, right? Yi Jiangwo glanced at Chu Yang, who immediately understood, and after clearing his throat, he slowly walked in front of the crowd. All experts, professors, and even academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I know that my age is too young, and I also know that all of you are puzzled as to why I will be taking part in this project. And if you all want to leave or stay, I, Chu Yang, will not be able to stop you. I'll give everyone 3 minutes to consider whether to stay or leave. After 3 minutes, I will explain the reasons to everyone, and if you have any doubts or questions, you can ask me directly at that time. Silence. The entire conference room was instantly quiet. There were also people who glanced at Chu Yang rather unexpectedly. First of all, it didn't matter how good his scientific research level was. Someone who could speak so confidently in front of so many of their experts and professors. In terms of boldness, he had already surpassed 99% of the young talents in the country. After 3 minutes, naturally, not a single person was willing to leave. No matter what, a 5-star top secret program. No one was willing to miss such an opportunity. It was only after seeing this scene that Chu Yang slowly spoke. This research on the curvature drive engine device was proposed by myself, and I have already obtained some of the theoretical results and research materials. That is to say, following up, I will independently tell you all fully about the research ideas regarding this curvature drive project, as well as the research content that you all need to cooperate with next. Those who have questions can also raise objections. I will let everyone understand that I, Chu Yang, am definitely not standing here today for the sake of the so-called gold plating, but I truly want to work together with everyone to research and manufacture this project in its entirety. He researched it? It's really a curvature drive device? Is it that all of us are old, and today's youngsters are so powerful? Countless people marveled. However, after Chu Yang had said such words, they also finally sort of accepted the matter of Chu Yang being the initiator or even the main researcher of this project. If it wasn't, Chu Yang simply wouldn't have dared to speak out in front of them. This piece of scientific research is no matter what, can't be faked. After completely accepting this reality, the crowd held a short meeting. In the evening, after having dinner in the reception center, Chu Yang pulled all of them to start the meeting. The meeting lasted for almost 6 hours. It was only after 2 in the morning that Chu Yang finished the meeting. It focused on explaining some of the theories of the realization of the curvature drive device. In the middle of the meeting, there were also many problems raised by experts and scholars, but they were all easily solved by him. After the end of the meeting, Chu Yang looked at the group of people gathered around the stage in great numbers and slowly said, "Fellow colleagues, the significance of the curvature drive device if it is introduced, I think I should not need to emphasize it with everyone. The time has come for our motherland to need us, and the time has come for our country to lead the world in the field of engine drive. During this next period of time, I hope that all of you will be able to cooperate with each other and implement our country's curvature drive device as soon as possible. Do you all understand?" Understood. The next moment, thunderous applause accompanied by the fervent shouts of one scientific research scholar resounded throughout the conference room. Yi Jiangwo, who was sitting in the crowd, also laughed and applauded, then said to Wu Li next to him, "I told you that this kid has a knack for it, right?" With this roar of his, he suddenly made me seem to go back to the time when the abacus built the atomic bomb. I was still young then, counting formulas with the professor, and every time the political commissar finished those words like he did, I felt like my entire blood boiled up. Not bad. Wu Li slowly nodded his head. His eyes couldn't help but redden slightly. In fact, at the very beginning, he was still a little worried. Chu Yang was still a young man no matter what. Even if he had made great achievements in the field of photolithography, the field of curvature drive was another field. As a result, he didn't expect that after just one explanation meeting, Chu Yang had conquered all the people present, including him, with his incomparably abundant professional knowledge. These people were really old. However, fortunately, the Chinese scientific research community, there will be a successor. My great China. A generation of new people, even more old people. After the meeting, all aspects of the experts on the professor returned to their respective dormitory. Yi Jiangwo and Wu Li as Chu Yang stayed down. Yi Jiangwo looked at Chu Yang and smiled. "Xiao Chua. About starting the curvature drive engine research and design project I have handed over. The Chinese Academy of Sciences side has also been approved down. The research funds this piece of tentatively set at 100 billion. Warrant this side has also come down. This time you serve as the chief designer of this project. Old Wu and I will be responsible for coordinating all aspects of resources for you. Playing the next hand. There are any needs, Old Wu and I will give you a solution to the two." This. Chu Yang froze for a moment, then looked at the two of them and smiled. "Elder Yi, Elder Wu, I proposed the project. It's only right that I take charge of it, but I think it's enough for me to take on the title of an advisor. According to seniority, one of you is the chief designer of the 5th generation combat engine, and one of you is the director of the Curvature Drive Research Institute, which is the first in the country. The chief designer piece. You should still let you, or will I'll pick one of the two of you to serve as a consultant." Saying that, after a slight hesitation for a few seconds, Chu Yang continued, "Besides, I'll just stay inside the base for 2 weeks. When the military training over at the Beijing University is over, I still have to go back to the school. Otherwise, the school should deduct my credits." "Who dares to deduct your credits?" Yi Jiangwo instantly straightened his back. "I'll go and call Lu Yong here. Let's see if they, Jing University, dare to deduct your credits." Wu Li also said bitterly, "Xiao Chua, the research theories and design drawings are all provided by you. This chief designer position is not yours. And why do you have to go to Beijing University to study? What can those individual teachers teach you? It's not the same." Chu Yang shook his head with some difficulty. Yi Jiangwo quickly reacted. "You wouldn't be doing this for that little girlfriend of yours from Beijing University, right? Little Chu, you can't put this project at risk just because of that. What little girlfriend? Wu Li was a bit curious. Yi Jiangwo hurriedly explained. It's this kid who has taken a fancy to a girl in Beijing University. That's why he specifically ran to Beijing University to go to school. What? Wu Li couldn't tense up. Xiao Chu. That's why you're doing this, ah? If you want to fall in love, you tell my old Wu. My old Wu has nothing else but 2 granddaughters. After a little thought, he continued. But the oldest are married out. The young couple is quite loving. It is not appropriate to call her for a divorce now, but my youngest granddaughter just happened to be in her 3rd year of college, and is also studying in Kyoto, and her age is just 3 years older than yours, and as the saying goes, a woman who is older than you is better than you are. Holding a golden brick, waiting to leave the research base, I can also show you her photo. If you think it's suitable, tonight I'll call and shout her over. Tomorrow I'll move the Civil Affairs Bureau all to you, and directly get a license to get married and cave in, to ensure that a set of all together, the chief designer of the curvature drive engine, and it was still a project directly linked to the Ministry of War. A designer's name, although there is no real power of the Ministry of the Army, but at the very least, it can also be able to salvage a vice military level of administrative rank. He actually do not want, just to run back to fall in love? Besides, this project is Chu Yang's proposal. This project is Chu Yang put forward. Inside a lot of critical research information from Chu Yang's hand. If the research midway out of the problem, Chu Yang and not, who to solve ah? Chu Yang also knew that Yi Jiangwo and Wu Li were worried about something, and hurriedly laughed. Don't misunderstand the two of you, even before I leave. At the very least I will make the initial model machine, and even if I'm in Kyoto, can't I still handle the base's information remotely? No problem. Once these words came out, Yi Jiangwo and Wu Li were then reassured for a few moments. However, soon after, Yi Jiangwo asked worriedly, however, completing the production of the model machine within this 10 days or so, isn't it a bit too hasty? Chu Yang nodded slightly. I have a number in my heart. This piece, I will definitely not work perfunctorily. After saying that, Chu Yang and Yi Jiangwo and the others then left the research base together. After Chu Yang retrieved his cell phone from the confidential box at the entrance, he turned it on while returning to the dormitory of the reception center. After turning on his cell phone, Chu Yang saw the message sent by Lin Xingxue. It was sent at around 11 o'clock at night. It was a short goodnight message. After slightly pondering for a few seconds, Chu Yang lightly smiled and replied back, "Good night, good dreams." As a result, the next second, Lin Xingxue's side directly returned the message in seconds. Lin Xingxue, oh hey, our busy man finally gave up returning messages? Chu Yang slightly paused and raised his hand to reply. You woke up from your nap? Lin Xingxue instantly gritted her teeth. She slept a hairline asleep. Chu Yang this day in addition to a good morning after, really is a redundant information are not sent to her. Make her heart scratching like, send a good night message is also wanted. Chu Yang send a message over. The results of their own wait, has been waiting until now. After taking a deep breath and quickly calming her emotions, Lin Xingxue slowly replied, I didn't fall asleep. I chatted with my roommate. Is there a problem? No problem. No problem. Chu Yang returned several messages in a row and asked, then when are you going to sleep? I don't know. Lin Xingxue skimmed her mouth and after hesitating for a few seconds, she immediately sent another message and asked, things at home are so busy? So busy that you don't have the time to take time out of your day to send me a message? It is quite busy. Chu Yang silently replied. In the morning he was perfecting the content of the information. In the afternoon he was receiving various experts and professors. And in the evening he had to give them a meeting. It was indeed quite busy. That's quite good. Lin Xingxue quickly replied back, and silently bit her silver teeth. Since you're busy, why don't you just stop sending me messages, and go about your business? But in the end, she still didn't send out her inner activities, but curiously asked, last time I was confused by your anger. I haven't had the chance to ask yet. Chu Yang, you disappeared for 3 years without saying a word. Don't you have to give me an explanation ah? But after carefully thinking about it, he realized that he seemed to be a little too anxious to ask, and continued to say back, of course, if you don't think it's necessary to explain it to me then it's fine. Anyway, we don't have anything to do with each other. Stinky Chu Yang, disappearing for 3 years without saying a word. This beauty girl is still able to send you a good message now already counts you lucky. You'd better give me a good explanation to explain the reason why you left without saying goodbye 3 years ago. This Chu Yang hesitated. Returned, Xingxue, can we not say this thing? Son of a bitch ah. Lin Xingxue was so angry that she wanted to smash the bed, but she still calmed herself down and quickly returned. Oh well, that's it then. I'll sleep first. Chu Yang is not too wooden after all. After seeing this message he quickly asked, are you angry? Hey, you actually know that I'm angry. There's progress. Lin Qingxue laughed to herself and continued to say back. No, I wouldn't dare to be angry with you, Chu, the busy man. If you get angry again, what if you come back 3 years ago without saying goodbye again? Why does it feel shady? Chu Yang froze, hurriedly returned. No. 3 years ago was really something, but I promise, I will never leave without saying goodbye again. I'm not your whatever. You don't need to specifically say this to me. Aren't we good friends? Just good friends? Can it be anything else? No, Lin Qingxue angrily pouted, and after quickly replying to the message, she helplessly stroked her forehead. It's hopeless. This person is really hopeless. His own words were so clear. Does he still not understand what it means? After sighing lightly, Lin Qingxue hurriedly said back again. Forget it, I want to go to sleep. You rest early. Good friend. Okay, then you go to sleep. Good night. Lin Qingxue, good night to you. The next few days, the two people chatted like this with one thing or another. Chu Yang sent a good morning. Lin Qingxue sent a good morning back. Lin Qingxue sent a good night. Chu Yang returned a good night. Other than that, there was no communication. However, every time he saw Lin Qingxue send over a message, it was also a rare moment of relaxation for Chu Yang in this busy scientific research work. Within the scientific research base, the various project studies were also constantly and rapidly advancing. Time passed by day. 10 days later, the military training of Kyoto University was nearing its end. Inside the scientific research base in Mabe, everyone seemed to be energized, busily operating all kinds of precision equipment inside the base. Chu Yang was standing right in the middle of it, wearing a dustless garment for scientific research. In front of his eyes, there was a 10:1 scaled-down model of the curvature drive equipment, and there were researchers around him doing the final assembly work. On both sides of Chu Yang, there were countless experts and professors standing, each of them looking at the curvature drive model in front of them with hot eyes. Within these 10 days, utilizing Chu Yang's theory and design drawing information, and with Chu Yang practically living in the research laboratory, they quickly worked out a theoretical model. The laser power was increased and the energy loss was reduced, and a complete warp engine chamber was built to house the high-energy warp plasma from the negative energy generation process. Of course, the key thing was to control the special dilithium crystals produced by the warp isotope association, as well as the warp coils that would convert the warp plasma into warp fields. Both of these devices were the preliminary materials that were finally confirmed after nearly 10 days and nights of repeated research failures and repeated corrections and reworking. After watching the last piece of the curvature drive model being assembled on, and seeing the nod of the research staff, Chu Yang immediately turned his head excitedly to look at everyone in front of him. Gentlemen, I announce that our curvature drive device preliminary practice model has been successfully assembled. Clamor. A loud round of applause instantly rang out within the base. 10 days. Within these 10 days, they had soaked inside the research base day and night just for the sake of building this model in front of them. As long as this model was able to operate successfully, it also meant that Chu Yang's theory was valid. Then today could be an epic-making day. Countless people had begun to talk with their heads down. In my lifetime, actually letting me see the possibility of a curvature drive being realized. It's really unbelievable. If the model is able to run in its entirety, this is definitely a great advancement in the field of power all over the world. A day that will surely go down in history. But during this period of time, Chief Engineer Chu has really worked hard. This is the first time I've seen someone so desperate in scientific research. I'm truly convinced. And as soon as these words came out, all the people present looked towards Chu Yang's body. If it was said that 10 days ago, Chu Yang was relying on his theoretical knowledge to convince everyone present, then now, it was by Chu Yang's strong scientific research charm. The concept of curvature drive had been brought up for almost 20 years, and the country had studied it for almost 20 years, investing a lot of money for it, and it had not brought about a leap forward. And Chu Yang just led them to build a complete curvature drive device in just 10 days, even if it was a model. But as long as there was no problem with the model, the rest of the content only needed to follow Chu Yang's theory and actual drawings, and then perfect a wide variety of basic materials. It was completely possible to create the real curvature drive device out of it. Chu Yang smiled. Everyone, don't be busy praising me first, prepare for the first ignition experiment. Yi Jiangwo glanced at Chu Yang worriedly. Chu Yang, do you want to rest for a day and come back tomorrow for the ignition experiment? He had seen all of Chu Yang's hard work over the past few days. When he ate at noon today, he noticed that Chu Yang had a few extra gray hairs in his hair. In order to catch up with the progress, he hadn't properly closed his eyes for almost 10 days. Even if he was tired, he would just go to the dormitory and squint for a few hours before continuing back to the research base to do research. Even an Iron Man couldn't stand this kind of operation. No need. I can still hold on. Chu Yang gave Yi Jiangwo a soothing glance and continued. Let's proceed directly to the ignition experiment. Yi Jiangwo also knew that he couldn't argue with Chu Yang, and after giving a light sigh, he silently stood to the side. Other people didn't know what Chu Yang was working so overtime to engage in. Could he still not be clear about it? After Chu Yang led the crowd to a safe range, a scientific researcher soon delivered a red ignition button. Chief Engineer Chu, you can light the fire. Chu Yang took a deep breath and was about to press the button when he suddenly turned his head to look at Yi Jiangwo next to him again. Dean Yi, why don't you come? I'm a bit nervous. Although he still took over the title of chief designer, but within this scientific research base, the one with the oldest qualifications was still Yi Jiangwo. Go go go. Yi Jiangwo directly waved his hand. You're still discussing seniority with me here? You're the chief designer, so you press it. The others also chimed in. Right, Chief Engineer Chu. You still have to press this button, so stop being modest and press it. Chu Yang smiled. I'll press it then. Press it. The crowd couldn't wait. Chu Yang nodded. Then he pressed the button in his hand with a grave gaze. Everyone held their breath. Immediately afterward, the model of the curvature drive device immediately began to operate. Powerful electrical energy was instilled into it. The entire research base began to light up with a burst of red light. Continuous sounds began to reach the ears of the crowd. Ignition successful. Warp engine module being activated. Warp engine module activated successfully. Negative energy generator warming up. Laser firing. Negative energy presence detected. High energy warp particle collection program in progress. Warp energy level 0, 01. Warp energy level 0, 02. Warp field being established. Warp level 0, 01. Warp level 0, 02. Warp field established successfully. Currently detecting warp level 0, 1. Experiments ready for release. 1, 2, 3. Accompanied by the end of the final countdown, an orb weighing 100 pounds was directly dropped into the warp field from midair. The next second, the iron ball that should have landed vertically flew directly towards the position in front of it the moment it entered the warp field, and finally smashed heavily into a huge iron gate 100 meters away. Seeing this scene, only then did the hearts of the crowd that were hanging in the air slowly fall to the ground. The next moment, the entire interior of the base resounded with a burst of ecstatic sounds. We did it! We did it! Curvature drive is feasible! Curvature drive is feasible! Ha 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 ha! Mom, I've made it! I've witnessed the success of the curvature drive. Ha 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 ha. Countless people had hugged each other and cried tears of joy. They had only carried out preliminary research and manufacturing this time, and the setting of the warp speed level was not the true speed of light setting, but it had been scaled down countless times, and a warp speed setting of 1,000 meters/second was finally selected. A warp speed rating of 0.1. Wasn't that 100 meters/second? But this was already a cross-generational achievement. Don't forget, this was still just a preliminary model machine. It's no exaggeration to say, in the next 5 years, at most 10 years, China will definitely be able to move the real curvature drive device to the world stage and show off China's style. Yi Jiangwo reddened his eyes. He had dealt with engines for a lifetime. From the beginning, he had watched China's combat engine technology grow from nothing to something, and he had experienced almost all of the hardships that it had gone through, and he hoped more than anyone else that China would be able to stand at the top of the world in the field of air and space. And today, he saw it. He had even seen countless Chinese warplanes after loading the curvature drive engine. The eagle strikes the sky, soaring in the 9 heavens. In this life, there was no regret. Immediately after that, he looked at Chu Yang again, his eyes filled with the color of celebration. It was fortunate that a scientific research demon like Chu Yang was born in China. It was also fortunate that Chu Yang had this full-blooded zeal to serve his country. It could be said predictably, Chu Yang's existence would definitely become a nightmare for many hostile countries in the future. This is China's fortune. And just as the crowd was excited, Chu Yang's voice also silently appeared in their ears. Everyone, since there is no problem with the theory and design model of the curvature drive device, then my task is complete. After 1,000 journeys through the mountains and waters, we must finally bid farewell. And the heavy task of further research and design regarding the curvature drive device in the future may have to be entrusted to all of you present. I believe that with your scientific research abilities, even in my absence, you will be able to truly bring our curvature drive device to the level of production use. These words came out. The crowd present instantly froze. What did this mean? These people hadn't reacted yet. What did this mean? This model's ignition experiment had only just been successful, and Chu Yang was planning to leave? The crowd retreated one after another. Chief Engineer Chu, could it be that you're not going to join us? Chief Engineer Chu, what do you mean by that? Are you not going to follow up on the curvature drive device? Chief Engineer Chu, although the theory has been established. But if we want to finally perfect it, it will take a lot of work. If you're not here, we don't have the confidence. Only Yi Jiangwo laughed. Don't mess up. Chief Engineer Chu is not like us old guys. He's still young. He still has unlimited possibilities. We can't let him be bound by this single project. His future. There's still that wide ocean of stars. 1 nanometer lithography is the beginning of Chu Yang. However, he did not think that the curvature drive device was the end of Chu Yang. This kid's future was unfathomable. Of course, the main thing was that although scientific research was indeed important, it wasn't true that people weren't allowed to fall in love. Was it? The young man is still young. It's time to fall in love. And once Yi Jiangwo said this, the crowd also came back to their senses. Right. With Chief Engineer Chu's scientific research ability, it's true that he can't accompany us people to be consumed in this project all the time. With his scientific research talent, in the future, why should he be stuck on this curvature-driven device? If there is a new project, Chief Engineer Chu, feel free to go ahead with it. Our group will definitely support it and will definitely do a good job with this curvature drive project. Chu Yang slowly bowed slightly towards the crowd. Chu Yang would like to thank you all here for your understanding. For the rest of the way, we will work hard for you all. However, after slightly bowing his head, Chu Yang felt his head getting heavier and heavier, and in his heart, he instantly said something bad. The body had been overdrawn too severely during this period of time, and his physical strength couldn't hold up anymore. The feeling of dizziness gradually hit him. His body subconsciously began to sway slightly. Yi Jiangwo was the first to pay attention to Chu Yang's physical condition, because from this morning, he had felt that Chu Yang's mental state was not right. But because the curvature drive device model was about to be assembled and completed, he was only lifting a breath of essence. Now that the model test was over, the breath that Chu Yang was lifting also dispersed. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. This physical quality is still not good. This only stayed up for 10 days and his mental state is like this. He was probably clear about his current condition. That is, his physical strength was overdrawn. He just didn't know how many days he would be in a coma. Hopefully, he won't be in a coma for too long. Otherwise Lin Qingxue should be anxious again. Then with the only strength he had left, he glanced at Yi Jiangwo with his afterglow. This time, I'll have to trouble you guys again. In the next second, Chu Yang slowly closed his own eyes, and his body uncontrollably began to lean forward over. But fortunately, Yi Jiangwo and the few researchers around him reacted faster, quickly rushing to Chu Yang's side to help him in his arms. Immediately after that, Yi Jiangwo shouted loudly towards the door. Quickly come here. Immediately send him to the military hospital in Mabe, the sky above Kyoto University. 4 of China's most advanced fighter jets whizzed by, and in the center of these 4 fighter jets, there was an armed transport plane flying smoothly. The students who were in the middle of their rest period looked up into the blue sky. Their complexions slightly tightened. Holy shit, 4 fighter jets escorting. What kind of people are sitting on top of this transport plane in the middle? Or are they transporting some kind of critical supplies? Even the fighters are deployed. What's going on here? You guys, that helicopter is not sitting on some big shot. Looking at the appearance should be our country's advanced fighters. What kind of mission is this on? It was a normal thing to have fighter jets flying in the sky above Kyoto, as there was a landing strip for fighter jets somewhere on the outskirts of Kyoto. But this trip was a bit unusual. Such a big formation. That armed transport plane in the middle must have an important person sitting inside, or transporting important materials. It wasn't as if there weren't students who took their cell phones and started taking pictures. At this time, the military training instructor who was also sitting on the sidelines resting with the students in a peaceful manner instantly stood up. Everyone put down their cell phones. No photos. All the photos taken are cleared for me. No photos. Put down your cell phones and delete all photos. Along with the rising and falling reprimands, the voice of the chief instructor also sounded over the radio. Everyone, break time is over. Put down the cell phones in your hands. Break is over. They were all local armed police officers who had been invited by Kyoto University to come over to lead the training. However, they were all transferred from the military department before they were transferred, and the secrecy regulations were memorized to this day. Although it was currently unknown what so many fighters and transport planes from above were out at the same time for, but definitely a major event has occurred, and in the rest of Kyoto, it was just as well that no one had captured the scene. Surprisingly though, either the videos in their hands couldn't be sent out at all, or after sending them out, they were all deleted in less than a minute. Lin Qingxue looked up at the fighter jets whizzing by in the sky, and for some reason, suddenly felt a tightness in her heart. Li Qian next to her quickly noticed her abnormality. Qingxue, what's wrong with you? Your face looks a bit ugly? Nothing, just feeling a little uncomfortable all of a sudden. Lin Qingxue shook her head breathlessly, then barely smiled to appease Li Qian. It's fine. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Her gaze, however, was firmly fixed on the fast-flying warplanes in the sky. 3 days later, Kyoto, Military Hospital Intensive Care Ward. The two old men, Wang Weiman and Yi Jiangwo, were sitting on the sofa in the ward. Wang Weiman sighed. It's been 3 days since then. Originally, according to reason, Chu Yang should be the protagonist of today's celebration banquet about the successful development of 1 nanometer photolithography machine. Now he's actually lying on the hospital bed. What do you call this? Yi Jiangwo comforted. Fortunately Chu Yang is fine. Celebration banquet or something. This time did not go into there is a next time. After Chu Yang fainted, the scientific research base immediately called for a helicopter to send Chu Yang to the military hospital in Ma Bay. However, the military hospital came to the conclusion that Chu Yang was overworked and mentally damaged these days, so it led to a short period of shock. After confirming that Chu Yang had no problems, plus the tests on the Ma Bay side had come to an end, in order to let Chu Yang get better care, he let the Kyoto side send someone over, and received Chu Yang to the General Hospital of the Military Department in Kyoto to do further checks. You know that too. Wang Weiman instantly roared. Surname Yi, I agreed with you to invite Chu Yang to participate in your project. It was because I wanted Chu Yang to be able to help you solve the problem. But you just used the person for me like this? I'm telling you, if something happens to Chu Yang, I'll find you to fight for my life. Outside the ward, the corners of the mouth of the two doctors in white coats twitched. Come on, the two inside are arguing again. But even so, these two did not immediately go over to stop it or anything. This was the intensive care ward of the military general hospital. There wasn't a single simple character who could stay in here, especially these two. One or two of them could be academician-level characters. Immediately after, one of the doctors let out another light sigh. 3 days have passed. The one inside should wake up as well. After Chu Yang was sent to the Kyoto General Hospital, the top directly ordered that basically all the top experts within the General Hospital were called over to collectively examine and consult Chu Yang. This caused all of them to be on tenterhooks. To be able to let the above direct order, that can be a remarkable character. It wasn't until it was officially determined that Chu Yang was just overworked and needed to rest that the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did the crowd let out a sigh of relief. Afterwards, after slightly hesitating for a few seconds, the duo then slowly walked to the ward and lightly coughed. What are doing? The two academicians immediately stopped talking. Wang Jiangmo dryly coughed twice and laughed. Nothing. The old man is fooling around. Doctor, do you see that I believe it? The playground of Kyoto University. Li Qian asked towards Lin Qingxue next to her. Qingxue, do you want to drink milk tea? No. Lin Qingxue's mood was a bit absent-minded and said, I'm in a bored mood. I don't want to eat anything. What's wrong with you? Li Qian asked curiously. You've been absent-minded for the past 3 days. What's the situation? After coming back to her senses, Li Qian began to ask with a smile. It can't be because of Wang Xiujia. I've heard that he's planning to confess his love to you tonight at the orientation meeting. You're not bothered by this, are you? That's not the main reason. Lin Qingxue sighed. It started from 3 days ago. After Chu Yang sent her a good morning, it was as if he had vaporized. She herself had sent many messages over in a row, and not a single message had gotten a response. It was as if Chu Yang had disappeared again. On the playground, Xu Pengfei's 3 people looked at Lin Qingxue from afar, sat in a pile under the shade of a big tree and murmured in a low voice, What do you guys say about this Lao San? It's been almost 3 days. Not even a single message. He doesn't know that Sister Lin is going to be snatched away by someone. That's not necessarily. I've heard that Sister Lin has never taken care of Wang Xiujia. His confession probably won't work either. I don't think so. Wang Xiujia is at least the vice president of the student union. His family is rich. He is also sincere to his sister Lin, and he confessed in front of so many people in our college. In case his sister Lin is touched and then agreed. Has Wang Xiujia sent the news of his confession to Sister Lin to Lao San? Yes. It's up to him to reply. The General Hospital of the Military Department in Kyoto. While the two old academicians were bickering, Chu Yang, who was lying on top of the hospital bed, shook his fingers slightly, and immediately after that, he slightly opened his own eyes, and with his afterglow glanced at Yi Jiangwo and Wang Weiman beside him, and weakly opened his mouth. My cell phone. Where is my cell phone? Xiao Chu. You're awake. Yi Jiangwo and Wang Weiman instantly stood up from the sofa in the ward, ecstatically coming to Chu Yang's front before shouting loudly towards the outside of the ward. Doctor, come over. The patient has woken up. Chu Yang glanced at the excited duo. Wasn't he just sleeping for a while? He wasn't so excited after waking up. Immediately after that, he repeated, Elderly, which one of you two has the time to help me bring my cell phone over for a bit? By the way, I fainted this time. How many days have I fainted? 3 days. Yi Jiangwo nodded his head repeatedly, and after walking to the table where Chu Yang's personal belongings were placed and finding his cell phone, he immediately handed it over to Chu Yang. 3 days? Chu Yang instantly froze, then opened the cell phone screen. It didn't light up. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. This cell phone of mine didn't help me charge it? Do you have something to do? Wang Weiman asked. No, nothing. Chu Yang shook his head and greeted Yi Jiangwo again to help him get the cell phone charger out and started charging his cell phone. But perhaps it was because he had really slept for too long. None of his muscles had been properly exercised. Chu Yang's muscles felt a little sore and weak as he moved. At this time, inside the ward quickly walked in a few doctors. Grabbing Chu Yang, they checked his pupils and blood pressure. After poring over for a while, the head attending physician then looked at Chu Yang and said, Mr. Chu, your current physical condition is basically fine. However, I personally suggest that you still need to stay in the hospital for 2 more days to properly recover your vitality and supplement it with proper exercise. After all, you've already slept for 3 days. Your muscles may have some soreness and weakness issues. This is something that needs to be recovered with exercise. How long will this situation probably take to recover? Chu Yang asked. This will vary depending on the individual's physical quality. The doctor spoke. If the physical quality is good, it might be about half a day or a day. And if it's slightly worse, it might take 2 to 3 days. 3 days without exercise. Even if every day the hospital had someone to give Chu Yang a massage to prevent muscle atrophy, but more or less, there would be a bit of after effects. This way, Chu Yang nodded thoughtfully. Seeing this, the doctor also stopped interrupting. If there's nothing wrong, we'll leave first. At this time, Chu Yang's cell phone finally turned on. Quickly, he opened the cell phone screen. A series of contents instantly popped up in front of Chu Yang. Lin Qingxue, good night. Lin Qingxue, didn't you sleep all night last night? Lin Qingxue, where are you? Chu Yang, are you planning to disappear again and still not replying to messages? Chu Yang, I'll give you another half an hour. If you don't return the message, I'll never ignore you again. Chu Yang, you asshole. Chu Yang, I'll give you one last chance. Give me a message back. Chu Yang, where the hell have you been? Chu Yang, I hate you. Then there were the messages sent by several people from the dormitory. Xu Pengfei, Lao San, let me tell you an urgent news. In 2 days, at the welcome party inside our college, the vice president of the student union of our college sophomore is going to confess his love for Sister Lin. Are you done with your family matters? Zhang Mingyang, Lao San, come back quickly. Your corner is going to be dug up. Wang Lei, Lao San, your home is going to be stolen. Come back quickly. He took another look at the collective message inside the class group. Counselor at all members. All students should enter the auditorium with their admission tickets for our department's welcome party tonight. Don't lose your tickets. And for those who have prepared a program for our class, cheer up well tonight and add color to our class. After quickly reading this series of messages, Chu Yang immediately raised his head quickly and called out to the several doctors who had just walked to the entrance of the hospital room, am I able to be discharged from the hospital today? What did you say? Before the doctors could react, Yi Jiangwo and Wang Weiman looked at Chu Yang in unison. Little Chu, didn't the doctors tell you to take a good rest? What are you doing here that you want to be discharged today? If it's to attend the celebration banquet tonight, we can find someone to come to the hospital to pick you up, push you over there as well. Or if you want me to say simply don't go over there. The doctor also walked to Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, it's not a problem if you want to be discharged today, but can you guarantee that your limbs will be able to recover within this half day's time? I can guarantee it. Chu Yang nodded heavily, then looked at Wang Weiman and Yi Jiangwo and said, what are the arrangements for the celebration banquet? The location of the celebration banquet is at the Great Hall. It will start at 7 o'clock. The chief will come over to give an award speech at around 7:30, and then it will end at 8 o'clock. And go to the Jianshan Pavilion State Guesthouse to start the dinner. Chu Yang took another look at the time of the welcome party on his cell phone. The start time of the welcome party was 8 o'clock in the evening. Chu Yang continued to ask, how long does it take for Jianshan Pavilion to get to our school? Wang Weiman casually said, this is very close, like 10 minutes. Yi Jiangwo was immediately shocked. Xiao Chu, you don't want to go back to school, right? In this physical state of yours? Can you do it? Man, can't say no. Chu Yang gave Yi Jiangwo a firm look back, then looked at the two of them and said, trouble the two old men to help me up for a bit, and by the way, help me order a meal over. After dinner, I'll start my recovery exercises, and when I'm done with the celebration banquet tonight, I won't be accompanying you guys for dinner. Just directly prepare a car for me to send me back to school. Yi Jiangwo was a bit puzzled. Why do you have to go back today? The doctor also just said that you'll be fine after resting for 2 or 3 days. So why the rush for 2 or 3 days? Chu Yang helplessly said. Home was stolen. Yi Jiangwo nodded his head thoughtfully. Oh, then I know. You've been green. A few more black lines appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. Your old man is still really hip And what do you mean by being green? There was no such thing alright. The few doctors standing next to them also couldn't help themselves and almost laughed out loud, but after seeing Chu Yang's eyes looking at them, they hardened their soon-to-be exposed laughter and collected it again. Wang Weiman cleared his throat and gave Chu Yang a rather compassionate look. Little Chu you really, suffered. Chu Yang wanted to cry. No I'm not being green I just have something to do back at school. We understand. Yi Jiangwo quickly said. Xiao Chu you don't need to explain. We all understand. What do you want to eat for lunch? Chu Yang didn't bother to explain. Just as long as I can eat. The doctor interjected from the side, but Mr. Chu this just woke up. So our doctor's suggestion is millet porridge with a little bit of vegetables or something like that is good. For the time being it's not suitable to eat something too greasy. Okay Lu. Yi Jiangwo nodded repeatedly. Xiao Chu you wait. I'll go to the hospital's cafeteria to give you a meal back. This time it was the turn of the doctors inside the ward to be somewhat surprised. They also all knew that Chu Yang's identity should not be low, but to have an academician running around to personally fetch food, this treatment was no one else. Soon, Yi Jiangwo's meal was called back. A very simple serving of millet porridge, then a serving of pumpkin soup, a serving of bok choy, and a serving of oatmeal. Good fellow, it's really just all vegetarian. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched as he looked at the dishes that were placed in front of him. Then he looked up again towards Yi Jiangwo and explained. Yi Lao, I really wasn't green. There's no need for you to be like this, right? What's wrong with me? Yi Jiangwo was a bit puzzled. This dish is either green or yellow. What's the situation? This Yi Jiangwo smiled awkwardly. Didn't the doctor say that you can't eat too greasy things now? I let the cafeteria casually make some, and I don't know why they are all this color. Then what's with the millet porridge with scallions spread all over it? This is what the chef said to put some scallions on it. It's more fragrant and appetizing. I remember you should eat scallions, right? Eat, After the meal, Yi Jiangwo and Wang Weiman didn't stay inside the hospital with Chu Yang all the time because they still had to be busy with the celebration banquet. As for Chu Yang, he was also under the watchful eye of the two medical staff, and slowly moved along the railing next to the hospital walkway. At this moment, a scream appeared in Chu Yang's ears, almost frightening him to let go of his hand that was holding onto the railing. Puzzled, Chu Yang looked up and asked, what is this situation? Next to the care of a paramedic hastily said, this is some time ago on the borderline was urgently sent back to a warrior, in the special ward downstairs, and you are also about the same size, before it is not in the border of the 3 countries of the A.S.A. Some friction well, there was a time when the 3 countries of the A.S.A. people armed with a gun to cross the border. This kid carrying a gun rushed up. When he was chasing, he was cut on his leg by a grenade fragment and was sent to the general hospital for treatment. He's pretty good too. Scratched his leg and chased people for a long time. Just one thing. He's especially afraid of spanking needles. He screams when he gets a shot. Just now it should have been the nurse who was giving him the shot. Whimpering while muttering, Chu Yang's mind instantly came up with such an image. And then asked, then how is his situation now? A pity. The paramedic sighed. The medical conditions at the border are not too good. Even if it was sent in time, we didn't save his leg that was injured by the explosion. In order to prevent infection, it was amputated. Can I go and have a look? Chu Yang asked. We help you down? The medical staff glanced at Chu Yang and reminded. But you have to be psychologically prepared. Inside the ward on this floor downstairs are some disabled fighters. It was fine for them doctors to be used to seeing them. It would be hard for ordinary people not to be shocked if they suddenly saw it. Many of the injuries inside were serious. Even all of their limbs had been amputated. It's fine. I'll walk down by myself. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and slowly walked downstairs holding onto the railing. Chu Yang walked along the wards downstairs one floor at a time. The doors of many of the wards were not closed, and Chu Yang clearly saw the cheeks of many of them. The faces of many of them were childish, looking like some of them were almost the same age as him, but some of them had gauze wrapped around their heads. Some had their hands amputated, and others had even been in a coma for many days, and were only able to rely on the equipment in their hospital beds to maintain a normal life. Seeing this scene, the corners of Chu Yang's eyes flushed slightly as he opened his mouth and asked, how were they all injured? The paramedic replied, some of them are demoning fighters from the border defense, who were blown up by mines in an accident while demoning. Others are firefighters, who suffered burns all over their bodies while putting out fires. Or they are border guards, who were injured in battles when facing some illegal border crossings. Immediately after, this paramedic looked up again at the people inside the ward in front of him, and then looked at Chu Yang and said, "Well, this is the ward for that youngster." Chu Yang slightly raised his head. There were 2 beds inside the ward. One of them, a slightly older man, was wearing a hospital gown, but one of the arm sleeves was empty. The other one, it was the young man who had just let out a scream. The lower limb of his right leg was amputated, and he was currently lying on the bed in the hospital room, pumping cold air. "My mother, this spanking injection is really painful. Next time, we must call out to the nurse to lighten up a bit." After seeing Chu Yang walk over, this young boy immediately stopped pumping cold air, looked up at the several people in doubt and asked, "Do you guys have something to do?" The paramedic replied, "This is a patient from the intensive care ward upstairs, saying that he wants to come and take a look at you." Hearing this, the man's complexion instantly tightened. Although his right leg was still a bit numb, he still climbed up from the bed with his crutches and saluted a military salute towards Chu Yang. "Good day, Chief." In the intensive care ward above them, it was a place where only big shots could live. "Quickly sit down. Quickly sit down. I'm not a chief." Chu Yang hurriedly smiled and quickened his pace, holding onto the duplicate railing at the edge of the ward's wall to walk in front of the boy. Finally, after waiting for the medical staff to move a chair, he sat down next to the boy. The boy stared at Chu Yang carefully for a while, nodded his head silently and said, "You're so young, and you really don't look like it." Looking at Chu Yang's age, it was estimated to be about the same age as him. Immediately after that, he asked, "Then what are you?" Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds, sort of a scientific researcher. Chu Yang continued to ask, "Can you tell me about this leg of yours? What is the situation?" "Yes," the boy smiled proudly. "I'm not going to tell you about the military one that I served in. Probably the situation was that at that time, the group of people from San had the guts to be thieves, and when we were patrolling, we intentionally came close to the borderline, and the most excessive ones had even broken through the borderline. Our captain took a look. This absolutely cannot tolerate so he let us to dry over, and then we fought. San's group was able to fuck over us?" The boy's face was full of pride. 3 times. "We beat the crap out of them. But there are also bold ones. We chased them over. They not only didn't surrender, but also dared to fight back at us. My violent temper can spoil them?" Our captain was racking his gun, so I raised my gun and rushed over. "It's just slightly bad luck. I was blown up and injured my leg, but I'll definitely work hard to rehab in the hospital. When my leg gets better and I replace it with a prosthetic limb, I'll be a good man again." Chu Yang asked, "Why do you want to become a soldier and also go to the border defense?" "Actually, I didn't think about going to the border defense." The boy coyly scratched the back of his head and laughed. "It's just that at the time when I graduated from high school and the school recruited to join the army, my brain was hot, so I enrolled in the border defense area with a few friends. As for why to become a soldier, our family 3 generations of soldiers. My grandfather also fought the counterattack back then. When the military, that is our family tradition." "So does the family know about your situation?" "Yes." The boy nodded. "My parents came over to see me, but my mom just asked me if I was brave. Then I naturally said gaga fierce. Didn't disgrace our old young family." Maybe it's been a long time since he chatted with someone his own age. After seeing Chu Yang, the boy opened up his words like a box. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Chu Yang continued to ask. With all this gunfire, a young man rushing over, this also needed no small amount of vigor. "Fear? Who is not afraid of death?" the boy immediately said, and then smiled coyly. "But at that time things had already happened. I didn't think so much, and this is a first-class merit honoring the ancestors. My family has been a soldier for 3 generations, and we're just short of a first-class merit plaque. Now that I finally got my hands on it, it's not a loss to have this leg wasted." "Awesome." Chu Yang heartily gave him a thumbs up and turned to ask, "Then do you still want to go back to the border defense?" "I want to. I dream of it." Speaking of this, the eyes of this big boy who had been wearing a foreign smile on his face immediately reddened. "But the notice from above has already come down. Even if I replace this leg with a prosthetic, either I will be transferred to another military department to become a clerk, or I can only be discharged from the army. I can't go back." Chu Yang slowly smiled. "Perhaps I can help you guys." "Really?" The boy was a bit skeptical. "You can be so powerful?" Chu Yang laughed. "Then what else? Why am I able to live upstairs? If you trust me, I promise you, I'll make sure that you'll be able to get back to the border guard team that you've been longing for." Chu Yang also glanced at the veteran next to him who was missing an arm, and spoke with a serious expression. "And all of you, I promise you that within a year, I guarantee that you will be able to return to your original troops in a dignified manner, just like normal people." Whereas the so-called quiet years, there were only the people inside this ward, and the other soldiers, uniformed soldiers, firefighters, police department officers, and so on, who were struggling in various places. It is they who are not afraid of hard work, not afraid of difficulties and dangers, hard struggle in countless unknown dark corners, for all the other people to protect the wind and rain. Escort. It is they, the people, who carry the others' years. Those who carry the paychecks for all must not be made to freeze and die in the wind and snow. Go downstairs from upstairs. After seeing all the people inside these wards downstairs, Chu Yang had secretly made up his mind. He would do something for them. He must also do something for them. The medical staff next to him were a bit surprised and even felt a bit unbelievable. How could it be possible? Among the patients on this floor, more or less all of them were carrying a bit of disability. Could it be that you were able to bring their severed limbs back to life? Or a prosthetic limb that could truly be completely bionic? Even the most advanced bionic prosthetic limbs in the current medical world would never be able to be truly indistinguishable from a normal person. But they did not speak out to refute. Perhaps it really can. While Chu Yang stayed inside the hospital chatting with the patients and trying to move his limbs and recover his strength. On top of the scarf, another shocking big thing happened. The People's Report posted a teaser. At 7 p.m., the Chinese Academy of Sciences will have a major news announcement. The People's Report will live broadcast the news release in real time throughout the whole process, and the TV station will also synchronize the news release. So please pay attention to all of them in real time. This message came out. The scarf directly exploded. Crap. The People's Report actually issued an article to preview the news. What kind of stuff did the Chinese Academy of Sciences research? Oh no. Brothers, we can't hide what happened in 99. The fewer the words, the more important the content. Wait online for the 7 o'clock live broadcast. Crap. This news is too explosive. What big thing is going to happen here? I have a premonition. This time, the technology sector should have produced a great research result. Countless people commented frantically below. It was important to know that the media, as the official news releasing media, never had anything to say, and would never warm up in advance. There was definitely something big happening this time. Time passed by minute. It was nearing 6:30 in the evening. Chu Yang changed into a black suit inside the hospital room. After all, it was an important occasion. The suit was still a bit more formal. Yi Jiangwo and Wang Weiman, who had been waiting at the door early, looked at Chu Yang, who had changed into a suit and pushed out the door. Both of them were stunned. Yi Jiangwo hurriedly said, "Xiao Chu, this is the first time we have seen you wearing a suit. I should say no. It's quite decent. It's just a little bit worse than when I was young." Wang Weiman smiled. "A little bit of spirit is quite good. After all, today you are the main character. Even if you don't end up on TV, you will be able to leave a good impression in front of the chief." After all, Chu Yang's identity was still being kept secret. Regardless of whether it was an award or a medal, it would be granted internally and privately. There wouldn't be any media that would capture Chu Yang's front or even side face. At best it would be a back view. Chu Yang nodded slightly. He naturally understood what Wang Weiman had said, and understood it very well. His devotion to scientific research was not meant to be for fame and fortune. Subsequently, after chatting for a few sentences, Chu Yang's trio left the General Hospital of the Ministry of the Army in unison, got into the black Red Star car prepared in advance at the entrance, and went straight to the celebration banquet and its launch venue. It was only a matter of 10 minutes. The vehicle stopped at the entrance of Jiangshan Pavilion. All the surrounding area was tightly guarded. There were internal guards wearing black suits and responsible for security. After checking the invitation letters of Chu Yang and the others, they let the three of them in. After walking to the hall on the top floor of Jiangshan Pavilion, the atmosphere in the hall was unusually serious, and there was no unnecessary noise. Even the news media from all walks of life, after installing the tripods of their cameras and setting up their cameras, they quietly waited for the conference to begin. Nearly 100 white chairs were placed around the hall, with a person's name placed on each position. Wang Jiangwo's and also Jiangwo's identity cards were placed in the front section. Chu Yang was also in the first row, but was positioned on the seat next to him. After seeing this seating arrangement, Chu Yang immediately asked, "Elder Wang, Elder Yi, isn't it a bit inappropriate for my name to be placed here?" The ones placed in the row with him were all the names of the top academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. "What's inappropriate about it?" Wang Weiman immediately laughed. "You are qualified to sit in this row with us. Besides, it was already aggravating not to let you show up for this event. This position should definitely not be messed up. And you can rest assured that all the various media are also all internal media. All have already greeted. No camera will fall on you anymore. At most a back." After saying that, Wang Weiman sighed again. "Back then, all of us were incognito, hard work and research. But times are different now. When the time is right, Your Chu Yang's great name will definitely represent my Chinese scientific research community and become famous in the world's scientific research field. This was the confidence brought about after the rise of China. And within this confidence, there was a part of Chu Yang's credit. Then, alright, Chu Yang hesitated for a few seconds, and eventually also sat down on this seat. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the crowd of media people standing in the back row froze. Most of the people who entered this CAS conference were all researchers in their 30s and 40s. When did such a young man get mixed in and ranked in the first column? This can all be the Chinese Academy of Sciences' big brother, or the administrative department within the big brother sitting position. That young man just sat up? There weren't some media people who wanted to point their cameras to Chu Yang's side, but with a little bit of movement. The inner guards standing next to each media person immediately looked at the crowd with vigilant gazes. There were also many people who did not know Chu Yang's identity. After seeing Chu Yang actually sitting in the first row of seats, their expressions were surprised. However, in the end, they were all people who had seen some big scenes, and knew that the launch of the Chinese Academy of Sciences was of great importance. Although they were a little puzzled, no one easily went up and climbed into the conversation. Soon, after everyone was seated, the countdown to the CAS launch had reached the last 5 minutes. Inside the People's Reports Bib live streaming room, at this moment, almost 1 million people had already flooded in to watch online, with all kinds of pop-ups sliding rapidly. Crap, it's finally starting. I was going to reward myself after dinner. I didn't even reward myself. Dude up there, beg for the URL. Same request. Brother. This time the lineup is very powerful. I can't wait to find out exactly what research technology is going to be released. Kyoto University. Inside the large auditorium, the freshmen and old students within the School of Economics and Management gathered together. Sitting in rows between the various seats in the auditorium, Lin Qingxue was standing in the lounge behind the curtain of the auditorium stage. Tonight, she was wearing a gorgeous red dress, slightly curling a head of ink-colored wavy hair, with a pair of silver earrings dangling from her ears, together with the light red lips painted on her lips. The whole person looked full of temperament. Standing not far from Lin Qingxue, there was also Wang Xiujia, wearing a black suit and dress, combing a head of 3/7 back hairstyle. At this moment is in front of the makeup mirror to organize his tie. After finishing his tie, Wang Xiujia immediately walked to Lin Qingxue's front with a smile. How about class president? Nervous? Fine. Lin Qingxue replied back in a nonchalant manner, and then sat down on the chair belonging to herself in the lounge, raising her hand to casually play with her cell phone. Wang Xiujia froze slightly when he saw this, but the next moment, his eyes grew more and more determined. Tonight, he must succeed. Xu Pengfei and the others sat on the seats in the auditorium. The 3 people from the dormitory muttered, I say Lao San won't be late tonight. Right. He said he would come over for the party tonight? Shouldn't be. Old 3 just sent a message saying that he's already on his way here, and that he'll definitely be able to get to the school's auditorium before 8:30. That's good. And on the side of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, time passed by minute. After waiting for Kyoto time to reach 7 p.m. on time, the press conference that the crowd in the live broadcast room, and even the countless people in front of the television set, had been waiting for, this finally began. The live broadcast channel instantly opened. The image of the conference also appeared on the TV screen. What came into view was a man with a head full of white hair, which was the current spokesperson of the General Information Agency. Wang Bin. Good evening everyone. Media friends, welcome to the CAS press conference. It's now Kyoto time, 7 p.m. sharp. I'm the spokesperson for this conference. Wang Bin. The next second, countless flashbulbs lit up. Various lenses began frantically snapping pictures of Wang Bin speaking. This press conference has only one content, and that is about a major invention that was broken through by the Chinese Academy of Sciences this time. In the research of our Chinese Academy of Sciences research team headed by academician Wang Weiman, after 3 years of breaking through many hurdles and difficulties, our country has finally succeeded in breaking through the technological research of the 1-nanometer photolithography machine. The introduction of 1-nanometer precision lithography technology will greatly enhance our country's development in science and technology. It also represents that our research team has broken through the technological blockade of many foreign technology groups and independently developed our own chips. And in the process of realizing this goal, we also realized the bend in the road to overtake the car. In one fell swoop, let our country's chip cause, standing in the forefront of the world chip technology. It's no exaggeration to say that in the chip industry, we have achieved a world-leading position. Here I can proudly announce to you, in the field of photolithography, in this world, there is no country that has done better than us. This speech of Wang Bin ended. Everyone present froze. The various pop-ups in the live broadcast room were even more frantic. I drop a heavenly lord. Our country actually has its own chip? Really sitting on the world leader? That is not to say, in the future, we use the cell phone. The future can be installed on the domestic 1 nanometer chip. The speed of the game shall not quack fast? Upstairs, the significance of this can be more than that. In addition to cell phones, with this 1 nanometer chip, our medical equipment, automobiles, and even some military equipment, it can be said that all about the electronic information industry, are able to get a further leap, and the most critical thing is that, do not have to be subject to others, meaning, no need to pay royalties to foreigners, on the speaking platform. After saying this large paragraph, Wang Bin then continued to look up at everyone and smiled. Next, we have invited President Wang Weiman of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, to personally come up to the stage. Please invite him to show us the specific parameters and data performance of the domestically produced chip named Qinglong No. 1 inch, which was manufactured by our country's 1 nanometer precision photolithography machine, on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. On the other side of the Pacific Ocean, inside a beautifully decorated palace in a beautiful country, the head of the intelligence structure was standing next to the presidential office, and in front of the duo's eyes, the launch of the Chinese Academy of Sciences was being broadcast live on the fruit computer. A white-haired old man sitting inside the office, his face full of anger, loudly reprimanded the head of the intelligence structure in front of him. What are you intelligence agencies doing? Why do we only know about such a heavenly matter when the Chinese Academy of Sciences has even opened the conference? Even they had only researched 3 nanometers photolithography chips so far. But China/Summer has actually secretly researched a 1 nanometer precision photoresist chip. The result was that a series of arrangements they had made for China/Summer were all disrupted. From the previous active, completely turned into a passive party. And now China/Summer 1 nanometer precision chips have begun production use. But they are still complacent, show off their hands 3 nanometers precision lithography technology. If within the next 3 years they cannot catch up with China in the field of photolithography, then, wait until the Chinese chip in the world scope of the rise of the best-selling. Then what the hell to compete? What can they rely on to hamstring China/Summer's technological development? Mr. President, I admit that there was a serious dereliction of duty on the part of our department in terms of intelligence. The head of the intelligence agency lowered his proud head, but it's really their secrecy work is really too good. This photolithography research technology, one estimate that in addition to the Chinese Academy of Sciences of some high-level academicians, simply did not disclose to the outside world of any high level. Otherwise our intelligence department will absolutely be able to get the news. Of course, another thing is, their speed is just too fast. The research of the photolithography machine was no small matter, and still, they had directly bypassed many of their foreign patented technologies and researched a new photolithography technology from scratch. This was definitely not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. As long as there is enough time, his intelligence department is absolutely able to penetrate. But who would have thought? The 1 nanometer photolithography technology project to the completion of the project research add up to just 3 years of time. This was just too unbelievable. Did I call you over to hear you come to shirk your responsibilities with me? The president did not want to listen to the explanation of the head of the intelligence agency. I called you over here to let you tell me if there is still any room for redemption in this matter. The information of those scientific researchers responsible for the 1 nanometer lithography technology in China/Summer. The news of the main person in charge. Can you find it for me? You must give me every possible means to find a way to bring those people back from China/Summer to research for us. Speaking of this, the head of the intelligence department's eyes instantly lit up. Mr. President, speaking of this, I do have good news to bring you. Perhaps things aren't as bad as we thought. The president laughed hopelessly. You'd better bring me good news indeed. Otherwise, you'll be waiting for me to press your head into a flush toilet and eat shit. Mr. President, take a look at this information. The head of the intelligence department smiled and sent a document he had brought to the president. The president flipped open the document and quickly skimmed through it. Finally, he put down the document in his hands and frowned at the person in charge and asked, "What are you doing showing me the information of a 20-year-old kid?" The person in charge immediately explained, "It's like this. This is the information brought back by our overseas team. This young man called Chu Yang happened to disappear 3 years ago. I've utilized almost all of the intelligence networks over there, and none of them have been able to inquire about this young man. It's as if this person disappeared out of thin air. It wasn't until a month ago that he reappeared in the public's field of vision. And most crucially, it was also just a month after he disappeared that China/Summer announced that a 1 nanometer precision lithography machine had been researched. So we have reason to suspect this young man was definitely a researcher who had participated in the research of the 1 nanometer precision photolithography machine, and was probably responsible for certain important steps. The president was still a bit unconvinced. Just a half-grown kid? Oh, my lord president. One reality we have to accept is that, other than our beautiful country, there are other countries that have the potential for many gifted super geniuses to emerge. The person in charge hurriedly said, "Don't forget that amongst our scientific research departments, there are also quite a few young geniuses who hold many important scientific research positions alone." A cold light immediately appeared in the president's eyes. "Then go and check for me. If it's really him, what to do? You know." "Understood. I'll arrange it right away." Jiangshan Pavilion. Wang Weiman was standing on the podium to tell the crowd about the data parameters of the Green Dragon 1 chip. "I don't need to talk to you about overly complicated terms. Just use the parameters of the A14 chip inside the current popular domestic fruit cell phone to make a comparison then. Compared to the A14 chip's 5 nanometers chip manufacturing process, it is able to cram 170 million/mm2 transistors per square millimeter of the chip. Our Green Dragon 1's 1 nanometer manufacturing process can cram nearly 700 million transistors per square millimeter of chip area. This also means that the Green Dragon 1 core will have more than 4 times the computing power of the A14 chip in terms of the speed at which it runs processing. And while bringing super computing power, the energy consumption used by our Green Dragon 1 chip is only 1/3 of that of the A14 chip." The moment these words came out, the entire network was abuzz. Good lord, isn't this data too heaven-defying? I suspect that the old dean of the Chinese Academy of Sciences said this in order for us to be able to understand. It feels like this isn't just the only aspect of this chip that stands out. The truth upstairs, for our ordinary people's cell phone needs, high performance, low energy consumption, it's already very impressive. But its real advantage, it must not be put on a cell phone as a cell phone chip to use. Maybe it's already secretly researching a second-generation chip. It makes sense. It makes sense. Who led our flower planting family has always announced 1 generation, developed 1 generation, and pre-researched 1 generation. Maybe the 3rd generation chips are already being researched. Although Wang Weiman was not clear about the contents of the pop-ups on the internet, but he also saw the shocked faces of many people on the stage, and his heart was very freely smug. Shocked, right? Unbelievable, right? Does it feel like you are dreaming? As a matter of fact, after meeting Chu Yang for the first time and facing the chip data that he had elaborated, he was also very shocked and incredulous, but it didn't occur to him that 3 years later, it had really been researched by Chu Yang. He had done it. China/Summer also did it. At the end of the speech, Wang Weiman once again picked up the microphone in his hand, and after glancing at Chu Yang sitting in the corner with his afterglow, he slowly opened his mouth. "Finally, what I want to say to everyone is that although the main person in charge of this project is me, the chief designer of this scientific research project, additionally has his own person. However, due to the provisions of the secrecy regulations, we can't directly report the name of this outstanding scientific researcher, and even his photo won't appear in our footage. However, it is he, 3 years ago, in his should be in the youthful years, resolutely uprooted from his hometown, led our scientific research team, overcame one difficult hurdle after another, and ultimately there is a real belongs to our Chinese photolithography, and also there is the Qinglong No, 1 chip that we are now displaying the birth of the chip. He is the most deserved national scholar of China. Here again, as the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, I would like to sincerely thank this outstanding researcher, as well as the many other researchers who have been hiding in the shadows, silent and dedicated to scientific research, and thank them for their great contributions to our country's scientific research endeavors. This honor standing here today belongs to them." Wang Weiman's words came out. Immediately, there was rapid scrolling inside the pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Crap, what does this mean? Saying that the person who researched the photolithography technology should be another of its people? This is normal. The identity of normal scientific researchers are confidential, especially involving photolithography. This kind of technology that can even affect the fate of the Chinese nation is even more top secret. 3 years of obscurity. The future will continue to be anonymous. They are the real stars we should pursue. To those anonymous researchers to pay high tribute. Say nothing more. Honor the researchers. At this time, a pop-up screen scrolled in front of the crowd. "I don't regret entering Huaxia in this life, and I'll still be a flower grower in the next life." In the next second, countless identical pop-ups appeared in the live broadcast room. "I don't regret entering Huaxia in this life. I'll still be in the flower planting family in the next life. I don't regret entering Huaxia in this life. I'll still be in the flower growing family in the next life. This life does not regret entering Huaxia, and in the next life, I will still be in the flower growing family." Soon, the press conference ended. It was simple and direct, without too many complicated words. The various internal media began to quickly pack up their equipment and left the scene of the conference. they had to rush back to write their manuscripts. Some of the other attendees came inside the banquet hall of the Jiangshan Pavilion to prepare for this internal celebration banquet. Wang Weiman walked up to Chu Yang. "Little Chu, let's go. The chief is already waiting for you in his office." Chu Yang froze for a few seconds. His heart rate instantly couldn't help but speed up. He had stayed in the scientific research base for 3 years, and had met quite a few high-level leaders, but most of them were in the scientific research direction. Meeting the chief in person, this was still the first time. Soon, was he going to meet the character that appeared inside the news every day? In the next second, he smiled and nodded, following Wang Weiman as he left the banquet hall and arrived inside an office on the top floor of Jiangshan Pavilion. This was the chief's temporary office address in Kyoto, in a large room with a bright red carpet on the floor. The furnishings inside were very simple: a tall bookshelf, a desk, and a set of old sofas for hospitality. At this moment, the old man with a pale face was sitting next to his desk, and in front of him, there was also a red certificate of honor, as well as an exquisite small box made of sandalwood. After Wang Weiman brought Chu Yang to the room, the old man slowly stood up from his own chair. After seeing such a young Chu Yang, he first froze slightly, but soon smiled amiably and walked over to shake hands with Chu Yang. "Academician Chu, it's true that fame is not as good as sight. The future of China's future scientific research community can rely on you young people to hold it up." It wasn't as if he hadn't read Chu Yang's profile, only the real person looked really too young. First was the 1 nanometer lithography technology. Then there was the theoretical technology and design drawings of the curvature drive. It was no exaggeration to say, currently, within the Waka Academy, those whose achievements in the field of scientific research could surpass Chu Yang's were definitely no more than the number of hands. "Chief is exaggerating." Chu Yang nodded slightly. "I am merely doing what our Chinese citizens should do." The old man laughed out loud. "What a good Chinese citizen should do. This time you have made a great achievement for our country." The old man let go of Chu Yang's hand, and smiled amiably. "Your 1 nanometer photolithography technology, but it really solved a big problem for us. From now on, we in China in this aspect of the chip, we no longer have to look at the face of other technological countries. It's all because of your credit." Chu Yang humbly smiled. "The photolithography technology 1 am only providing the technical theory conception. The real credit should belong to the entire project research team. If not for them, how can I accomplish it alone? You are just too modest." The old man laughed. He then returned to his desk, his complexion gradually becoming serious. "Comrade Chu Yang, below, on behalf of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, I will issue a reward for you." Chu Yang's expression was instantly solemn. About Comrade Chu Yang as the chief designer of the project. 3 years of hard work, leading our country's scientific research team, breakthrough 1 nanometer precision photolithography technology, for the country to establish a major achievement. Now awarded Comrade Chu Yang, China's highest scientific and technological awards, and broken promotion, awarded the honor of the Chinese Academy of Sciences senior academician. The old man slowly walked to Chu Yang, handing the certificate of honor in his hand to his hand. "Little Chu, take it. This honor is what you deserve." "Yes." Chu Yang nodded heavily and received this certificate of honor with solemn hands. Immediately after, the old man returned to his desk and picked up a medal inside the box. The base color of the medal was red. A golden 5-pointed star was inlaid on it, and in the center of the 5-pointed star there was also still a fast red area, which depicted a sickle and hammer crossing each other, and under the illumination of the lights in the room, it exuded a gleam of luster. The old man continued seriously. "In addition, in view of the significant contribution that Comrade Chu Yang has made for China, on behalf of the organization, I would like to specially award you with the Order of the Chinese State Scholar, hoping that in the future, you will be able to keep up the good work, so that the scientific research cause of my China, to reach new heights again." Saying that, the old man then slowly clasped this red medal onto the left side of Chu Yang's chest. Finally, after helping Chu Yang to straighten his collar, the old man then looked at Chu Yang and said, "Xiao Chua, this award will aggrieve you. At present we have not yet arrived at the time when we can arbitrarily set off the table. When it really comes to that day, I will definitely personally in front of the entire people of Huaxia, for you to present the award." Saying this, a sharp glance immediately flashed out of the old man's eyes. "I promise, that day will come very soon." After leaving the top floor of Jiangshan Pavilion, Chu Yang immediately raised his hand and glanced at the cell phone in his hand. It was only 10 minutes past 8. Wang Weiman looked at Chu Yang and smiled. "Little Chu, you really don't want to accompany us to attend the celebration banquet together before you leave? You can be a major contributor to us. Elder Wang, as you also know, I don't like this kind of socializing occasion too much. Dinner will be fine as far as you guys are happy eating." Shu Yan laughed bitterly, and then asked, "Has the car prepared for me called over? I'm ready to go back to school?" This side of Jiangshan Pavilion was now fully blocked. Cars without passes couldn't get in. "Prepared it for you long ago." Wang Weiman immediately smiled. "I will let someone send you directly to your school auditorium. But your body has not fully recovered. Take it easy on yourself tonight. People's confessions are not necessarily successful. Don't get angry and act out of anger. My phone is on 24 hours a day. If there's anything you can call me directly." Chu Yang scratched the back of his head. "Elder Wang, you know everything? Then what else?" Wang Weiman immediately laughed. "Although we old men are very concerned about your scientific achievements, but we are also quite concerned about your personal situation. Your age is almost the same, and you can indeed fall in love. That girl from Beijing University is quite good, and she's your high school classmate, so you have to get a good grip on her. As a hot scientific research star in the country now." CAS was still very concerned about Chu Yang's personal situation. In knowing that Chu Yang was going to be discharged early to go back to school, it was almost as if the reason why Chu Yang was going back to school had been made clear. Immediately after that, Wang Weiman urged, "Alright, since you're leaving then go ahead. I hope that the next time we meet, you'll be able to bring your girlfriend over for us old men to meet." "Definitely." Chu Yang nodded heavily, then quickly left the Jiangshan Pavilion. After getting into the black sedan that had been waiting at the entrance for a long time, this sedan immediately drove quickly in the direction of Kyoto University. Inside the auditorium of Kyoto University, Xu Pengfei was somewhat unable to sit still. "What do you guys say about Lao San? Didn't he say he was on his way? This party has begun. Why hasn't he come back yet?" But the next second, Wang Lei looked up and said, "Lao San in the dormitory group inside the message back. Set on the road. Within 10 minutes must come." Xu Pengfei then breathed a sigh of relief. 10 minutes. Okay. But also at this time, Wang Leian cannot help but burst a foul mouth. "Crap. What is the situation? Quickly look at the class group inside." The counselor sent a message. Said that our class to prepare for the program of the female students suddenly uncomfortable. The pain directly to the infirmary. It is estimated that cannot go on the stage. Ask the group inside that there will be no piano will be playing the piano. You who will play the piano? Xu Pengfei and Zhang Mingyang shook their heads. This one really doesn't. The next second, Chu Yang inside the class group suddenly sent back a message. "I know how. I can go up instead of her." Immediately after, Chu Yang sent another message inside the dormitory group. "How much time is left for our class program to start?" Xu Pengfei pondered for a few seconds and replied, "About half an hour." "Okay, be right there." A few minutes later, the small black sedan immediately stopped at the entrance of Kyoto University's auditorium. "Thank you. Hard work." After thanking the driver master, Chu Yang immediately quickly rushed to the auditorium entrance. After seeing Chu Yang, the few members of the student union standing at the auditorium door instantly froze slightly before stopping Chu Yang at the auditorium door. "This student, may I ask which academy you belong to? Tonight inside here is the welcoming party of our School of Economics and Management. If you don't have an invitation letter, you can't go in. I'm from the first class of Economics and Management." Chu Yang hurriedly opened his mouth, but the invitation letter was something he really didn't have. After quickly thinking for a few seconds, he quickly said, "But my invitation letter was placed in the dormitory. Can you accommodate me?" One of the girls looked at Chu Yang with gold stars in her eyes, walked up to him and smiled. "This senior, how can you prove that you are from our School of Economics and Management? Do you have a student ID card?" "Yes." Chu Yang quickly nodded his head. After sending a message for Xu Pengfei several people to come to the auditorium entrance to pick themselves up, he immediately opened his cell phone album, from which he pulled out a photo of his student ID. The girl took over Chu Yang's cell phone, and after carefully comparing the photo on the student ID card and herself, she silently said, "Chu Yang, right? The real person looks better than the photo. Alright, go in. Thanks." Chu Yang nodded slightly before quickly rushing inside the auditorium. Next to him, there were a few boys who looked at the girls and asked, "Team leader, this is just letting him go in directly. What about otherwise?" The girl casually skimmed her mouth, then slowly laughed. "That boy is so handsome. How come I didn't realize during military training that our School of Economics and Management actually has such a handsome boy? You guys think of something for me? I just need to know his contact information at night. What should be said is not said." The suit on Chu Yang hadn't been changed yet. The appearance of the suit, combined with his delicate cheeks, was simply not too handsome. Several people, "Is this guy handsome?" But after a few seconds of mental struggle, a few people gave up. Well, the looks were indeed. There was that little bit of handsome. Crap. Lao San, you're finally back. At the entrance of the auditorium, after seeing Chu Yang who appeared in a suit, Xu Pengfei and the others instantly exclaimed, Zhang Mingyang also looked Chu Yang up and down a few times. But where did you get this suit? After changing on it, it does look like a dog. It's only a little bit worse than me. As for Chu Yang's clothes, he also wore a national medal, which was directly ignored by him. It was quite normal for a suit to have a brooch or something. Chu Yang and Zhu Pengfei, Wang Lei's eyes immediately looked at him in unison. Zhang Mingyang immediately shrunk his neck. Alright, when I didn't say it. Chu Yang didn't have time to catch up with Zhang Mingyang and the others. He directly opened his mouth and asked, "Where is Lin Xingxue now?" Wang Lei casually said, "Where else? It's the backstage lounge of the auditorium now. Take me to her." "We can't go." Zhu Pengfei and the others were a bit helpless. The backstage was only for the performers. "No," Zhang Mingyang let out a light laugh. "We can't." Xu Yang can. Isn't he the performer who performs piano music in our class now? Lao San. I didn't think you've learned the piano. I learned it when I was a kid. Then what are we waiting for? Go go go. Inside the restroom, Zhang Mingyang came up to the senior sister in charge of the program flow and said with a smile, "Senior sister, I'm really sorry, just please let us change the tune?" The senior sister was a bit impatient. "What's wrong with you guys? Suddenly changing people when you're close to the performance, and now you have to change the repertoire. If everyone in every class messes up like your class, then will this welcome party be open or not?" "Sister, I'm really sorry." Zhang Mingyang continuously bowed his head and smiled. "The main reason is that the new student we put on that program is still not too skillful, so just let us change it." The senior sister coldly said, "Where is the person who changed up? You let him come over and talk to me by himself." "That," Zhang Mingyang scratched the back of his head. "Our dormitory's oldest 3 isn't very good at speaking. He's a bit shy." "No, he's standing right here." "Senior sister, just be accommodating." The school elder sister glanced at Chu Yang. Her eyes instantly lit up. "The boy you said is going to play the piano is him?" After hesitating for a few seconds, she slowly spoke again. "I also know the tune Maiden's Prayer, which expresses as a young girl's expectation of a beautiful fantasy. Is this tune something he's going to play for his girlfriend?" Zhang Mingyang froze for a moment, and after his eyes quickly turned for a few seconds, he immediately laughed and said, "No, how could that be? Senior sister, our oldest has not even held a girl's hand since elementary school, not to mention falling in love." Immediately after that, he explained, "But you also know that we are temporary replacements." And he didn't prepare before for fear of making a mistake, so he just chose a more skillful tune. "That's right," the schoolteacher slowly smiled. "I agree with this issue of swapping tunes, but this is something I'm going to take a risk on as well. In exchange for that, you have to do me a small favor." "Go ahead and say it." "After the welcome party, I want his contact information." "No problem, Don." When Zhang Mingyang returned, Zhu Pengfei's few people immediately asked curiously. Zhang Mingyang smiled proudly. "That's for sure. With my brother Zhang, it's not a simple matter to fix a schoolmate?" The crowd continued to ask, "How was it done?" Zhang Mingyang skimmed his lips. "I made an exchange. That young lady has a crush on our oldest. In exchange, after the party is over, I'm going to push my oldest's contact information to her." Xu Pengfei and Wang Lei looked at Chu Yang with surprise. "Crap, is this really possible? Just a contact information can be accommodated? Is there such a benefit to being handsome?" Xu Yang smiled faintly. "The probability is that it's possible." "Right. At the entrance of the auditorium, I didn't bring an invitation letter. I also relied on brushing my face to come in." The 3 of them despised in unison. "Shit, handsome looks are great. However," Zhang Mingyang asked again, "Lao San, why did you have to choose this song?" Chu Yang slowly said, "Because once I promised someone that I would play it for her at the cultural performance of our high school's school sports day, but before I could wait for the cultural performance to start, I transferred to another school." "This person is senior sister Lin Xingxue Lin?" "Yes. Something Lao San. Not bad." Half an hour passed quickly. The 2 of them, Lin Xingxue and Wang Xiujie, also got their revised announcement cards. "Next, please welcome the first class of economics and management." Lin Xingxue, who was holding the new announcing words and preparing to announce the curtain, glanced at the name written on the announcing card and then her entire body suddenly froze in place, her mind going directly blank in this instant. "Class president. What's wrong?" Wang Xiujie glanced at Lin Xingxue with his afterglow. Lin Xingxue took a deep breath and shook her head before saying with a slightly trembling voice, "Next, please welcome Chu Yang from the first class of economics and management, who will bring us the piano piece Maiden's Prayer." The words fell. Inside the backstage, there were student union personnel who came forward to move a piano from the side of the stage to the side of the stage. The school sister who was in charge backstage immediately walked over to Chu Yang's several people. "All right, school brother Chu, it's your turn to go on stage." Saying that, this school sister even smiled towards Chu Yang and made a cheering gesture. Go for it. Xu Yang nodded his head slightly. Then he slowly stepped up the steps from the backstage lounge, step by step, and walked to the top of the stage. After looking deeply at the expressionless Lin Xingxue who was standing on the opposite side of the stage, Xu Yang then quickly walked to the crowd's eyes, slightly bowed and saluted, before sitting on the bench next to the piano. The spotlight above the stage shone directly on him, and on the big screen at the very back of the stage, the camera's position also captured Xu Yang's angular and handsome side face. The crowd of girls below immediately cheered. Sisters, look. That boy on the stage is so handsome. This is also our freshman in this session of Beijing University. This is too handsome, blah blah blah. My goodness. Why is this man so handsome? Within 3 minutes. I want to get all the news about this man. Good guy. This won't be which star, right? Looks is not too handsome a little bit. Xu Pengfei and Zhang Mingyang Wang Li, three of them returned to their class positions after Xu Yang went on stage. In the process of returning all the way back, listening to the broken whispers of these girls around them, a few people instantly became a little speechless. Good fellow. Are all the girls who got into the Beijing University also so shallow? This damn face-watching world. At this time, the sound of Xu Yang playing a leisurely piano also slowly appeared in the ears of the crowd. On the side of the stage, Wang Xiujia noticed Lin Xingxue's mood swings and hurriedly asked, "Class president, what's wrong with you?" Ever since this freshman named Xu Yang came on stage, he had noticed that Lin Xingxue's mood was off. Lin Xingxue shook her head. Nothing. Slightly raising her head, Lin Xingxue's gaze immediately met Xu Yang's gaze that was currently looking her way. Subconsciously, Lin Xingxue's eyes began to dodge. Xu Yang slightly sighed in his heart. However, he also slowly withdrew his gaze and began to concentrate on playing. Until a song was played, Xu Yang slightly got up again and walked to the center of the stage. After slightly bowing and saluting towards the crowd under the stage, he stood on the side of the stage and deeply looked at Lin Xingxue before slowly walking off the stage. Lin Xingxue quickly gathered her emotions. After joining Wang Xiujia on stage to announce the curtain for the next program, she then looked at Wang Xiujia and spoke. I have some things to go backstage, so if I don't come over later, you can announce the next one alone. After saying that, Lin Xingxue stepped on a pair of red high heels, dragged her bright red long skirt, and quickly chased after Xu Yang towards his back. Lin Xingxue had just walked from the stage to the lounge, and before her eyes could see Xu Yang, her right hand was grabbed by Xu Yang. You come out with me for a moment first. Lin Xingxue didn't struggle. Expressionless, she was dragged by Xu Yang to the walkway outside the lounge. Just after closing the door of the lounge, Lin Xingxue violently flung her hand, releasing Xu Yang's hand that was tugging her, and coldly looked at him. Xu Yang, have you made enough of a scene? Disappearing without a word 3 days ago, now suddenly appearing again and running to the stage to perform a program. What do you want to do by pulling me out? You think this is funny, don't you? Or do you want to see how much of a mess I've been in these past 2 days? Xingxue, Xu Yang looked a little guilty, but he didn't know how to explain. He couldn't say that he had slept in the hospital for 3 days. Could he? You what you? Lin Xingxue sneered. Xu Yang, I admit that I used to like you in high school. Even at the beginning of the school year, when I knew the news that you didn't die, I was very happy because I still had the feelings I once had for you. That's why I hurried to the door of the boys' dormitory early in the morning to wait for you. But that's no reason for you to fool me over and over again. The last time you disappeared without a word, I didn't ask you why. But now, you disappeared without a word again for 3 days. What are you doing? Not answering phone calls, not returning messages. Do you really think that because I like you, you can do whatever you want in front of me? Xingxue, I really didn't do it on purpose. Xu Yang hurriedly explained. There's a reason why I didn't return your messages for these 3 days. I really didn't mean it. And I came to Kyoto University because of you. You give me another chance. I promise. I will never disappear for no reason again. Lin Xingxue sneered. Is this your explanation? I really had a little incident at the time. Then why don't you say what exactly is the reason? Even if you're busy, it's not so bad that you can't even send a message, right? Xu Yang couldn't say it. Lin Xingxue was completely disappointed. Forget it, then you don't have to explain. Xu Yang, I don't care what exactly the reason was for your sudden disappearance 3 years ago and now coming to the University of Beijing. I don't care about any of this anymore. I've also thought clearly within these 3 days. You love to return messages or not. Love to go wherever you want to go. You can be as dashing as you want to be. From now on, your life has absolutely nothing to do with me. In that case, I don't have to worry about when you're going to leave again without a word. I'm already very tired. Xu Yang, I don't want to like you anymore. Towards the end, Lin Xingxue almost shouted out with a roar. Between us, let's call it a day. Everyone's well water doesn't offend the river water. In the future, let's pretend we don't know each other. As the words fell, Lin Qingxue then walked past Xu Yang expressionlessly, quickly pushed open the back door of the rest, and took big strides inside the lounge, causing the gazes of the people inside to surround her, until Lin Qingxue once again walked up to the other side of the stage. A single crystallized teardrop. It was only then that it quietly slipped from her pair of good-looking eyes. However, the teardrop was soon wiped clean by her again. After taking a deep breath, she then collected her inner grief and forced a smile on her face. The expressionless rubbing of her shoulders was all she was pretending. However, the story could only go so far. Perhaps only after completely letting go. Only then would she no longer have to worry about when Xu Yang would disappear again. Her youth, completely over. Xu Yang looked at Lin Qingxue's back as she left, wanting to open his mouth to retain her. But after half a day of contemplation, still silently turned around and left the backstage corridor. After sending a message to ask Zhu Pengfei for the location of their own class, he returned to the location of his class. As soon as he sat down, Zhu Pengfei and the others came over and asked in a gossipy manner, Old three, did you and Lin Qingxue confess successfully? Xu Yang froze for a moment. Confession? What confession? Didn't you attend this performance just to go backstage to find Lin Qingxue to confess? Wang Lei was a bit puzzled. No. Xu Yang shook his head. What do you mean? The confession failed? She got angry because I didn't return her messages for 3 days before, and then she got angry. Zhang Mingyang nodded thoughtfully. Lao San, this is your fault. There is a saying on the internet that if you don't return a message for 3 days, then it's an automatic breakup. You haven't even chased after someone yet, and you didn't return her messages for 3 days. No wonder people are angry. Zhu Pengfei asked. So Lao San, what happened to you in these 3 days? You suddenly disappeared? Xu Yang tangled for a few seconds and suddenly spilled out. Forget it, let's not mention the past anymore. Just watch the show properly. The secrecy regulations stipulated. What he had done was destined not to be told to other unrelated people. Zhang Mingyang soothingly patted Xu Yang's shoulder. It's fine. It's not just anger. As long as she didn't accept that what's her name Wang Xiujia's confession tonight, then you still have a chance in the future. People are at least still willing to be mad at you. If they don't lose their temper with you anymore, then you're the one who is really screwed. You still say that? Xu Pengfei glared at Wang Xiujie. You have said that people don't accept Wang Xiujie's confession. Xu Yang has a chance. What if she accepts Wang Xiujie's confession tonight? That would be fine. Zhang Mingyang quickly said. Married and divorced. Not to mention that is to accept the confession. As long as the hoe swings well, there is no wall that cannot be dug down. Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei. Good guy. You really have enough shameless Xu Yan laughed. Alright, I'm fine. Let's leave this matter as it is. What happens in the future? Let's talk about it later. That's right. Zhu Pengfei even laughed. It just so happens that you are also back. Tonight our classmates put together a bureau. We all go to the KTV to sing together in the evening. The boxes are all set. Let's go together in the evening. Sing and drink. There is nothing that can't be overcome. Xu Yang pondered for a few seconds, and finally nodded, good. But after hesitating for a few seconds, he continued, but I won't drink the wine. My stomach is not feeling well in the past 2 days, so I'll accompany you guys to go over and sit down. And by the way, recognize your faces, or else it's been such a long time since the start of the school year, and I still don't know any of my fellow classmates. That would be embarrassing. In the future, if there was nothing too significant about the project, he should be staying inside the school all the time. It was only right to recognize faces with classmates. He still had this point of emotional intelligence. Ha 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 ha. Tonight, Little Master will let you all know what it means to sing like a McMaster. On the stage, Wang Xiujie quickly walked to Lin Qingxue's front and asked worriedly, Class President, what's wrong with you? What happened? Nothing. Lin Qingxue shook her head expressionlessly. Then she didn't bother with Wang Xiujie anymore. Her eyes were lifeless as she looked towards the other people who were performing the program on the stage. She had also heard the piano piece that Xu Yang had just played on the stage. However, the tune that had been postponed for 3 years. Listening to it now, it no longer had any meaning. Time flew by. The program time for the welcome party was only 2 hours. After the last program was performed, Lin Qingxue and Wang Xiujie went on stage together to give the closing speech. However, by the time the closing speech was over, the crowd was preparing to disperse. Perhaps it was because Wang Xiujie was the first to greet them. The flash on the stage suddenly hit Wang Xiujie's body. Immediately afterward, a student on the side next to the stage immediately held a bouquet of roses and delivered it to Wang Xiujie's hands. Seeing this scene on the big screen, the students who were still planning to leave sat down and showed an expression of eating watermelon. Wang Xiujie picked up the microphone in his hand and looked at the crowd on the stage and said, after delaying everyone for a few minutes, I hope that everyone can witness this moment for me. Saying that, he held up the flowers in his hand again, raised his hand and sent it to Lin Qingshue's eyes, and slowly said, "Classmate Lin Qingxue, from the first time I saw you in my freshman year, I've already fallen deeply in love with you, and now, in front of the entire courtyard, I'm confessing my love to you. I've liked you for a year, and I've been pursuing you for a year. I want to understand you. I want to know what the world looks like in your eyes. I don't know when I realized that I can't leave you anymore. So today, I hope you can give me a chance for me to be honorable, to stand by your side, to be with you." The words fell. The entire auditorium instantly fell into a moment of silence. In the next second, the crowd under the stage murmured, "My ass, confessing in front of the entire courtyard. This is too romantic, isn't it? Romantic. I feel a little bit of moral kidnapping. No wonder after a year of chasing people do not care about you. This is not to put people on the fire? Lin Qingxue is our Beijing University's first school flower but I heard that the boy on the stage really chased him for a year. And the family conditions are not bad. This will not be agreed to, right?" Zhang Mingyang directly cursed. "This guy is really a fucking grandson in front of so many people. People are promised it. Or not." Immediately after that, he looked at Chu Yang and said, "Lao San, you send a word. Do you want to go up and fuck him for a wave?" Little Master is most used to seeing such a man. But before Chu Yang could open his mouth, Lin Qingxue then directly said to Wang Xiujie, "Sorry, I know that me agreeing to your confession is the result you want, but for me, if I want to be with someone, I really have to like them a lot to be able to do so. But unfortunately, since I don't have the ability to like you as much as you like me, I can't promise you." After saying that, Lin Qingshue's face gradually turned cold. "Also, Wang Xiujie, I've already told you very plainly a long time ago that I don't like you, so this time today is the last time. There will be no next time. Lastly, I'll send you a piece of advice. If you have to push open a door that you can't push open, that's not called liking, so do it." "Bother." Lin Qingshue's voice wasn't very loud. Still, her words spread throughout the entire auditorium through the microphone she held in her hand. After saying that, she directly took the microphone and turned around to leave without hesitation. Xu Pengfei skimmed his mouth. "Shit, this man is really good. People clearly said they don't like it but still want to pester." Chu Yang, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief. After taking a long breath, he then slowly said, "Alright, the party is over. First go back to the dormitory to take a shower and change your clothes. Don't we still have to go to the KTV to sing later?" Right. Let's go. Zhang Mingyang. Several people nodded their heads in succession. Chu Yang looked up again at Lin Qingshue's departing back, and after a light sigh, he followed Xu Pengfei and the others with firm eyes and left. Love and ideals were not in conflict. He would not give up so easily. On the main road of the school, Li Qian stood next to Lin Qingxue, looking at her in amazement. "Qingxue, the way you just rejected Wang Xiujie is really too valiant. It's just a pity that our old Wang, again, will be frustrated. We really just leave in such a desperate manner? How about you go be his girlfriend?" Lin Qingxue blankly glanced at Li Qian without any good reason. "Anyway, I don't like him. He had to confess in front of so many people. What can I do? Not liking is not liking. Even if you are touched again, it won't be liking. Since he was able to confess in front of so many people in a dignified manner, he should also be prepared for the failure of his confession. I don't spoil him with this stinking problem." "Makes sense." Li Qian nodded and continued to ask, "Then let's talk about something else. Just now, did that Chu Yang elementary school brother of yours look for you backstage? What happened to you guys?" Lin Qingshue's expression instantly went cold. "Don't mention him to me. I don't have any relationship with him in the future. In my heart, he died 3 years ago." This. Li Qian hesitated for a few seconds. She could sort of see that Lin Qingshue's current mood was very wrong, especially once Chu Yang was mentioned. It felt as if she was about to kill someone. "Then let's mention something else." After smiling awkwardly, Li Qian raised the cell phone in her hand and handed the screen to Lin Qingshue's face. "Look at this. The news sent out on the internet. China's Chinese Academy of Sciences has researched 1 nanometer precision photolithography technology, but also made a 1 nanometer level chip. Maybe not long after, we will be able to use our own domestic chips. This time, I must support domestic." Not much interest. Lin Qingxue is now in a very low mood, just casually glanced at Li Qian's cell phone screen, then turned her head away. However, in the next second, she immediately turned her head again and snatched the cell phone in Li Qian's hand. "Wait, let me take a closer look." After saying that, Lin Qingxue stared at a photo of the Huaka Academy launch event that was sent out on the scarf inside Li Qian's cell phone screen, and after zooming in, she watched it carefully. Li Qian asked curiously, "This is a launch photo. What's good to see?" Lin Qingxue however froze. This is Chu Yang? The photo captured though was only a back view, but the position in the first row that was most to the side, the clothes that were worn, and not the look of that back, was practically identical to Chu Yang. She might be able to recognize the others, but Chu Yang's back, she would never recognize it, and then associating it with a medal similar to the Communist Youth League badge that Chu Yang had just hung on his chest. At first, she did not think about it in detail, but after seeing the photo of this back, a bold thought instantly appeared in her mind. Chu Yang's disappearance. It couldn't be because he went to attend this conference, right? Was she looking at it wrong? Lin Xingxue was a bit puzzled. How old was Chu Yang, and what kind of abilities did he have? Those who were able to participate in a conference of this level should all be bigwigs within the scientific research industry. What's more, Chu Yang was actually sitting at the very front. That was even more unbelievable. However, Chu Yang's back, she absolutely could not be mistaken. Was it an illusion? Qianqian, let's go back to the dormitory. Lin Xingxue was also too lazy to ponder. She directly took off the high heels under her feet, and ran quickly on the main road of the school with her bare feet. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Xingxue then found a large picture that the People's Report had sent out on her own. After looking at it carefully for some time, immediately, she opened her computer and quickly searched on the internet. Red background, golden five-pointed star, and a sickle and hammer cross-molded in the center. What kind of medal is it? The search engine quickly searched. Soon a picture appeared in front of Lin Xingxue. The August 1st Medal. The Medal of Independence and Freedom. Heroic Medal of Honor. Victory Merit Medal of Honor. There were also many other medals of the military department's first class and second class merit. Among these various medals, many of them looked similar to the one Chu Yang was carrying on his chest, but it seemed to be different from which one. Next to her, Li Qian curiously asked, Xingxue, what are you checking on the internet? Lin Xingxue quickly closed the computer page. Nothing, checking a bit of information. I'm done now. Immediately after that, she asked, Qianqian, what kind of people do you think are attending the CAS launch? Li Qian pondered for a few seconds. It should be some academicians of CAS, and senior researchers of CAS, or some leaders of the General Administration of Science and Technology, right? Also, Lin Xingxue slowly nodded, then couldn't help but laugh to herself. What was she expecting just now? Expecting Chu Yang to not be able to take her cell phone and send her messages for 3 days because he was going to participate in the Chinese Academy of Sciences conference and had a confidentiality agreement or something like that? How was this possible? Moreover, even if it really was Chu Yang, what did it have to do with her? She and him were already in the past tense. Chu Yang sighed. After returning to the dormitory, he changed out of the suit he was wearing, and then carefully removed the Guoshi medal from the suit and put it inside the drawer of the dormitory desk. Chu Yang then found out his change of clothes and ran to the dormitory's bathroom to take a shower. At 10:30 in the evening, Chu Yang then came with Chu Pengfei and the others to a KTV in the center of Kyoto. The first to organize the activity was Chu Yang's acting class president of their class. Directly lifting the cup to the crowd inside the box and laughed, military training is finally over. Tomorrow is a holiday. Tonight everyone will not get drunk and not go home. The others agreed and laughed. It's going to be hard for the class president to pay for it today. The acting squad leader nodded his head repeatedly. Everyone is polite and courteous. Well, let's all order songs and sing and get high. After that, the crowd ordered songs, and those who should sit together to drink and chat went to do so. The acting class president, on the other hand, walked over to Chu Yang's several people with a wineglass in his hand, and after taking a closer look at Chu Yang, he immediately smiled and said, "This is the last student in place in our class, right? Hello." Chu Yang slowly nodded. The acting class president immediately lifted the wine cup in his hand. "From now on, you'll be in the same class. Come on, I'll toast you." Chu Yang shook his head repeatedly. "I've been unwell for the past few days. I can't drink. Sorry." Chu Pengfei raised the wineglass in his hand. Come, class president. Our oldest is not feeling too well these 2 days. I'll drink with you." The acting squad leader's face changed slightly, but still looked at Chu Pengfei with a forced smile and laughed. Okay, then let's drink." After drinking a cup, this acting squad leader turned around and left. Chu Yang pondered a little for a few seconds, looked at Zhang Mingyang next to him and asked, "What's the situation with this one? Isn't it a little overly enthusiastic? What else could be the situation?" Zhang Mingyang smiled faintly. "You didn't participate in military training, you don't know. This guy's desire to perform is particularly strong. On the first day of the freshman meeting, he volunteered to be the acting class president, and today this bureau was also organized by him. So he should want to get rid of the word acting. By the time you get to university, it's actually pretty much a small society, and those who were able to get into the capital university were basically no fools. This wasn't the class president of a middle school and high school, but the class president of a class in a certain faculty at Kyoto University. Just with the title of class president placed inside his student file, after graduation, the road that people start to walk must walk smoother than the other. The gold content of this class president was not low. That's right. Xu Yang understood. Then he looked at Zhang Mingyang's several people and smiled. I'll go out for a while and use the restroom. However, Kyoto was Kyoto after all, and it was still a KTV near the center of the city. Xu Yang strolled around inside the KTV and couldn't even find a toilet. But just at this moment, inside the passageway next to him, a group of men and women suddenly ran out. When Xu Yang saw this, he subconsciously planned to escape. What is this situation? This fucking runs so fast. Not a fight inside the KTV, right? In line with the principle of avoiding harm, Xu Yang immediately prepared to leave. As a result, at this time, in Xu Yang's ears suddenly rang the voice of a few men scolding, "You get me to stand still. Do not run." Xu Yang turned around and looked. Immediately, he saw several men quickly chasing after him. Xu Yang retreated even faster. As a result, before he could run out 2 steps, he was directly grabbed by the collar of one of the boys chasing him. "Don't move!" Xu Yang instantly stopped his pace, turned his head and looked at the man. Friend, is there something wrong? I'm a police officer." The man snorted coldly, then grabbed Xu Yang's collar and yanked it back. "The sensible ones will first immediately go back to the box with me, and then I will send you to the police station later." Why Xu Yang felt a bit wronged. He hadn't even found the restroom yet. How could he be arrested to the police station? What did he commit? "What are you guys doing?" Xu Yang continued to ask. "What do we do? Aren't you clear in your own heart?" The man snorted coldly. "Sweeping/pornography. Crap." Xu Yang couldn't help but burst out. "What are you arresting me for by sweeping/pursuing pornography? It's not like I'm messing around. I'm innocent. Everyone we caught said they didn't fuck around." The man laughed indifferently. "Since you are innocent, why did you run away when you saw us? Cut the crap and go back to the box with us first." Saying that, the man brought Xu Yang back inside a box. In the dimly lit box, there were 7 or 8 men and women squatting, followed by those who had been captured back one by one. Seeing this, Xu Yang continued to explain. "That police uncle, I really wasn't in a box with them. I just came out to sing with my friends. If you don't believe me, I can call and shout them over to prove it." One of the men glanced at Xu Yang, and compared the others inside the box, slowly nodded his head and said, "Okay, you call." Xu Yang immediately secretly rejoiced, quickly took out his cell phone and dialed the number inside the dormitory group. The result may be the KTV inside the sound is too big, or drink high. Really answer the phone people or not. The man continued to ask, "Box number you remember?" Xu Yang thought about it. KTV, this place he really came to less. A face of confusion was Zhu Pengfei. They were brought to the box inside. He then scratched the back of his head. I forgot. He forgot that he didn't know the box number at all. The man's face sank. "Then first stay here properly. We'll go back to the police station inside. If you have no problem, naturally you can leave. Our police station is not far from here. By then you directly call your friends to pick you up on the line." Call friends to pick up? Xu Yang's eyes brightened slightly. Looking at the crowd in front of him, inside his head he didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, the door of the box was pushed open. 2 men in black regular clothes walked up to a few plainclothes police officers and casually took out their documents. "Several comrades, we can prove for him that he really isn't the person inside this box. So, we have to take this person away. You guys are?" The plainclothes policeman in the lead casually took the duo's documents and directly turned on the lighting inside the box, and after seeing the content of the documents clearly, his expression instantly became solemn, and he raised his hand and saluted. "Good day, comrade. This is the General Security Administration's document." Xu Yang instantly looked up and directly asked, "You are from the General Security Administration?" After the 2 General Security Department personnel first returned a salute, they nodded their heads towards Xu Yang. "Mr. Chu, we are arranged by the above to protect your private security." Now, Xu Yang's gaze immediately rose with a grudge. "2 comrades, do I know you? I advise you not to meddle." The 2 General Security Department staff members were a bit puzzled. "Not recognizing us is fine. What does it mean to not mind your own business? Big brother, we came over to fish for you." At this time, Xu Pengfei from the box side also called over. After Xu Yang answered the phone, the voice of Zhu Pengfei immediately came from the phone. "Lao San, what are you calling me?" Xu Yang returned. "Nothing, I'm just in the middle of something to deal with. You guys have fun first. So are you still coming over later?" Zhu Pengfei continued to ask. It also depends on the situation." "Good, then you go ahead and get busy with your business." Inside the box, there was a silence. especially the group of men and women who were squatting on the ground. Their expressions were very confused. "Big brother, what's your situation? Someone came to fish you out and you didn't leave. Your dormitory people called. Can prove your identity, you also do not go. What is the situation? So want to enter the police station to drink tea?" At this time, a big brother squatting in the corner stood up. "That police uncle. I can prove for this little brother. He really is not our box. You let him go. You don't mind your own business either." Chu Yang blankly glanced at that big brother, then looked at the police officer in the lead and asked, "Police uncle, that after I'm arrested in later, after confirming that I'm okay, is it possible to call for someone to come and pick me up?" The police big brother was a bit confused. "Indeed you can. Then it's fine." Chu Yang nodded and leisurely asked, "So when did we go over?" "If it's a little bit later, our school dormitory is probably closed, and the people fishing for me won't be able to get out. Who else do you want to find to fish you out?" The police officer was a bit helpless. "This General Security Administration's people have come out to give you proof, but you still have to not leave." "What for? Playing with them for fun?" "My friend," Chu Yang leisurely said, "what about the reason? It's not just like that. He was arrested by the police officers who are fighting against pornography." The two corners of the General Security Department's mouth twitched. Is this really the national pillar that the above said should be well protected? A scientific genius? Isn't there something wrong with this young man's brain? At this time, Chu Yang took another curious look at the two General Security Administration personnel and came up to them and asked, "You two, have you been following me around?" The two General Security Administration personnel glanced at each other, and one of them typed a text on his cell phone for Chu Yang to see. "Because of the reason why your identity was leaked on the network before, to prevent any foreign organizations from being unfavorable to you, so for the next period of time, we will all be by your side to protect you." Chu Yang's complexion slightly condensed. "Thank you. Hard work, guys." Subsequently, he looked at the police station's personnel and asked, "Police uncle, isn't this KTV a proper KTV? How come you guys are still sweeping/pursuing pornography to this place?" The main thing was, it actually still let them sweep it. One of the police officers explained, "We received news before, saying that although this KTV is a proper KTV on the surface, but in private, it will also find special people to come over to fulfill the needs of some big customers, and after staring at it for many days, we only closed the net today." Chu Yang nodded slightly. "Got it. Then when do we go to the police station?" "Immediately. Soon." After the police station personnel had arrested all the people involved in the case, they took the people involved in the case, together with Chu Yang, the voluntary community member, onto the police car. Chu Yang naturally had nothing to interrogate. There are staff of the General Security Administration in the side escort, and also really check the monitoring. Chu Yang is mistakenly arrested. Simply do a statement. Chu Yang is nothing. The two General Security Administration personnel also disappeared. They were only responsible for protecting Chu Yang's safety in the dark. Taking a glance at the time on his cell phone, it was just 20 past 11. There were still 40 minutes before the 12 o'clock gate of their school. After pondering for a few seconds, Chu Yang immediately picked up his cell phone and sent a message over to Lin Qingxue. "Qingxue, save me." Lin Qingxue's side instantly tightened up in her heart after seeing the message sent over by Chu Yang. She first sent a question mark over and then proceeded to ask, "What's wrong with you?" "Chu Yang, I was arrested by the pornographers. I need someone to bail me out." Lin Qingxue instantly froze and directly sent a message asking, "Chu Yang, are you sick?" After sending this message, she instantly became a bit angry. Caught by the pornography sweepers. 3 years ago, Chu Yang was such a pure person, and now he was actually caught by the pornographers. What exactly did he go through these 3 years? The next second, she directly sent a 60-second voiceover, containing a full amount of mum. Chu Yang directly chose not to listen to this voice. Immediately after, Lin Qingxue sent another message asking, "Can't the other people in your dormitory come over to fish you out? They have to have me come over. What kind of relationship do the two of us have?" "Chu Yang, they can't get through on the phone. I don't know what they are doing. Just look at the previous friendship. You come over to fish me out. You won't see death to save it. I was mistakenly arrested. As long as a person comes to sign to collect the person on the line." Lin Qingxue was instantly speechless, but after hesitating for a few seconds with a complicated expression, she still returned a message. Wait. She was tired from being busy hosting all night. She also didn't want to run around. But, who let him be Chu Yang? Half an hour later, Lin Qingxue, who was wearing denim wide-legged pants and a white short t-shirt with a high ponytail, walked inside the police station where Chu Yang was being held. "This lady, may I ask how I can help you?" a police officer on duty at the front desk asked. Lin Qingxue said somewhat helplessly, "Please ask you if there's a person named Chu Yang who's been detained here." I'm here to bail him out. You're his girlfriend, right? The police officer on duty at the front desk immediately smiled. Did you have a fight with your boyfriend? Hurry up and pick up your boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend. Lin Qingshua's complexion was cold, but then asked with some curiosity. But what does it mean to pick him up quickly? The police officer on duty immediately laughed. Your boyfriend's matter can be spread all over our police station. He should have accompanied a group of people from their dormitory to sing inside the KTV, and then happened to meet our police officers on a case, and was mistakenly arrested. Although in the KTV inside proved his innocence, but he is still to rely on the dead to follow our case officers back to the police station. Said to wait for his friends to pick him up. Said the duty officer also laughed. Small couples quarrel. Nothing cannot pass the hurdle. Take back a good training on the end of the matter. Couples also bedhead fights bed end in it. I see your boyfriend in order to see you. Indeed quite spell. He has been a police officer for many years. It was still the first time he had seen one who took the initiative to ask to enter the police station in order to see his girlfriend. Lin Qingxue immediately smiled awkwardly. Okay. I'm really sorry to trouble you guys. Then under the guidance of the officer on duty, Lin Qingxue quickly found Chu Yang who was sitting inside the lounge waiting. After the duty officer left, her cheeks instantly turned cold and she took big steps forward towards Chu Yang's front. To actually dare to lie to me. Chu Yang, you are finished. After rushing in front of Chu Yang, Lin Qingxue immediately stood coldly in front of him. Chu Yang, are you sick in the head? Didn't I say that in the future? We will be well watered. Don't you know what this sentence means? I've seen a small foot wrapped, but I haven't seen a small brain wrapped person. Shouting at me for coming all the way over here to scold you is also a really big deal. Just for this you ran to the police station. Why don't you really let the police uncle catch you to calm down for a few days? Chu Yang slightly raised his head. But even if you really get locked up by the police, it's better than you really don't want to see me again. Lin Qingxue instantly froze. Have you ever seen that kind of big boy who is more than 1 meter 8 or so still showing a pitiful expression? Especially when coupled with Chu Yang's rather lethal cheeks. Are you trying to be cute for me? Lin Qingxue's face instantly slate. No playing pitiful. Speed to me, stand up. Do you believe that I will give you a shovel directly to the medical insurance card arrears? Chu Yang raised his head defiantly. I have taken rabies vaccine. Do you think I will be afraid of you? Lin Qingxue was almost laughed at. Right. You're not even afraid to go into the police station. What else can you be afraid of? If you have the ability, don't send a message shouting for me to come and pick you up. Chu Yang shrunk his neck. Not capable. Aggrieved Baba. Serious and goaded. Lin Qingxue helplessly stroked her forehead. Let's go. You still want to stay here for the night? Oh. Chu Yang silently got up and stood next to Lin Qingxue like a little daughter-in-law. Until they left the police station. Lin Qingxue stood in front of Chu Yang and raised her eyes to look at him and asked, Chat? Yes. Chu Yang nodded slightly, and immediately after, his stomach growled and rumbled. Hungry? Yes. Then let's go eat something on the way. The two didn't say a word as they walked along the way, finally finding a barbecue restaurant at a street intersection. After casually ordering some barbecue in the store, Lin Qingxue let the boss bring 2 bottles of chilled beer, and after opening it with a bottle opener, she immediately poured a cup for herself, and then poured another cup for Chu Yang. Raising her cup, she looked at Chu Yang and asked, Have a drink first? Chu Yang glanced at the beer in front of him, and then remembered what the doctor had told him when he was discharged from the hospital in the evening. In the last 2 days, you must eat a lighter diet. Avoid smoking and alcohol. Do you hear me? But the next second, Chu Yang nodded his head without hesitation, lifted the wine glass in front of him, clinked the glass with Lin Qingxue, and then drank the entire beer in the glass in one gulp. That feeling of penetrating coldness, it instantly gave him goosebumps all over his body. But the next second, his afterglow sneaked a look at Lin Qingxue on the opposite side. Lin Qingxue instantly reacted. What are you looking at me for? Chu Yang shrunk his neck again. Nothing. Then you're still looking? Couldn't help it. Lin Qingxue instantly softened her heart. Then she didn't say anything else. After putting down the wine glass in her hand, she looked up at him and asked, Alright, tell me. You're taking all the trouble to call me out. What exactly are you doing it for? Chu Yang looked at Lin Qingxue whose tone was hard and asked, Can you not be so cold in your attitude? Can't. Fine. Chu Yang lost his temper and skimmed his mouth. Then he looked up at Lin Qingxue and continued, I called you out because I just want to properly apologize to you. 3 years ago, I really had a very special reason. That's why I left without saying goodbye to you. These 3 days behind me as well. A little accident happened. That's why I didn't send you a message. I'm sorry caused you to worry. Yo, you still know how to apologize? Lin Qingxue had a groundbreaking feeling and couldn't help but lose her smile. 3 years ago when you left without saying goodbye, How come you didn't think that in the future you would have to apologize to me for this? Also, I'm no longer angry about these 3 days ahead. You don't need to apologize to me. Chu Yang stubbornly shook his head. Look, one look at your current appearance. I know that you're still angry with me for what happened 3 days ago. No, Lin Qingxue said firmly. There just is. If I say there isn't, there isn't. Alright, Chu Yang weakly nodded. If you say there isn't, then silently muttered twice in his heart. Damn it. Lousy wasn't even this suffocated when I was in the research base. What's going on now? This woman hadn't seen each other for 3 years, and her temper had grown. Lin Qingxue raised her head and gazed at Chu Yang. Are you cursing me in your heart? How did you? Chu Yang immediately looked up, then quickly came back to his senses and shook his head. No. How could I possibly have such a bold idea? Still saying no. Lin Qingxue skimmed her lips and said, one look at your weak-hearted expression. I know that you must be secretly cursing me in your heart. Chu Yang continued to raise his head stubbornly. Then you still said I was dead before? Lin Qingxue was speechless. So you're calling me over to carry on with you? No. Chu Yang quickly shook his head. It's a very sincere apology. How to apologize? How about I write a 1,000-word review? Lin Qingxue shook her head. It's not sincere. 1,500 words? Not enough. 3,000 words? No sincerity. 2,000 words then? Chu Yang, you still bring bargaining? Lin Qingxue immediately looked up and blanked Chu Yang. Then tell me away. How can I be forgiven? Lin Qingxue pondered for a few seconds. This is very simple. Either you honestly tell me what exactly you've been doing for the past 3 years, and why you suddenly didn't return messages for the previous 3 days. If you tell me these, I will immediately forgive you, and we can still be friends in the future. Or else, friends don't even have to be friends. After saying that, she then looked at Chu Yang with an expectant face. You say I've already given you the steps. As long as you say it, even if you lie to me, maybe I'll forgive you. Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds. Why do you just have to hold on to what happened 3 years ago? No way. Then there is no talk? There is talk. Chu Yang's forehead was slightly covered in fine sweat. If not to say why women were hard to coax, he would rather go back to the scientific research base to study the curvature drive again, or even casually go and solve one of the world's 7 major millennium math problems, which was also simpler than coaxing a woman. Then why can't you say it? Because I don't want to take this matter and sell it in front of you. Chu Yang took a deep breath. His movie star level acting skills instantly possessed. 3 years ago, I got sick. That's why my whole family moved to Kyoto, just to cure my illness. What disease? Leukemia. Chu Yang gritted his teeth. Leukemia? Lin Qingxue froze, and in the next moment, her eyes reddened. Then why didn't you talk to me? Why didn't you send a message to tell me? A person who hides and thinks he's leaving. A person who hides and is secretly sad. Do you think that's cool? Do you know how much I've worried about you these past 3 years? Said the last sentence. Lin Qingxue almost shouted out in a growl. 3 years. Chu Yang could hide and secretly cure herself alone. But who knew how she had actually come through these 3 years? Chu Yang's heart violently trembled. Slightly raised his hand. Somewhat hesitant. But in the end, he gently held Lin Qingxue's palm. Qingxue, I'm sorry. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell Lin Qingxue the truth. However, from the time he had researched the 1-nanometer photolithography technology, he knew, in his life, he was destined to be incognito and obscure. To Lin Qingxue, he had a guilty conscience, but to dedicate himself to his country, he had no complaints. Lin Qingxue quickly collected her emotions. After wiping her tears with the toilet paper on the table, her tone gradually became cold. No need to say sorry to me. I just don't understand. If it's just to cure the disease, why can't you say it to me? But once she thought that Chu Yang actually got leukemia, her voice couldn't help but tremble again. Even if it's leukemia, with the current level of medical care in the country, it may not be that it's not curable, but I'm afraid. Chu Yang exhaled a deep breath of cold air. I'm afraid that I don't know when I'll die on the operating table, and I'm also afraid that this disease of mine will never be cured. Speaking at the end, Chu Yang let out a light sigh. I'm even more afraid that I won't be able to give you an exact promise. 3 years ago, at that time, even though he had obtained the eternal knowledge treasure trove, he did not know exactly where his future lay. Much less could he give Lin Qingxue an exact promise, not knowing the future, not knowing the date of return. If he couldn't do anything to stay by her side for a long time, why bother delaying her? Lin Qingxue gave Chu Yang a heartbroken look. Then how did you come through these 3 years? In the end? Looking at your pictures. Chu Yang laughed. Looking at every picture you posted in your circle of friends. Looking at how well you did on your exams. Looking at whether you took your medicine properly when you caught a cold. Looking at how you grew from 16 years old to 19 years old now. Those 3 years. After the boring scientific research, looking at Lin Qingshue's circle of friends was his biggest pastime every day. Then you didn't reply to the message 3 days ago? Lin Qingxue continued to ask. During military training, I went to the hospital for my last surgery. The anesthetic strength was too strong. I slept for 3 days. Xu Yang slowly said. But it's okay, if it won't recur after 25. There's no problem. This was also considered a promise to Lin Qingxue. Before the age of 25, he would make China's defense strength reach the first level in the world. When that day really came, he must stand squarely in front of Lin Qingxue, bathed in sunlight. Full of pride, he would tell her that the boy she loved when she was young was actually a very great man. There will definitely be no relapse. Lin Qingshue's eyes were firm, and her tone of voice gradually flowed freely. Alright, let's not talk about this. The barbecue should be sent up soon. Get ready for a snack. So does this count as you forgiving me? Not really. Then what else do you want from me? Tonight, this late-night snack is on you. After waiting to finish the late-night snack, Xu Yang finished settling the bill and then left the barbecue restaurant with Lin Qingxue. Where are we going now? Xu Yang looked at Lin Qingxue and asked. Lin Qingxue slowly nodded her head. Hotel. Ah, this. Xu Yang slightly hesitated for a few seconds. Isn't it a bit too fast? Should we not wait anymore? Lin Qingxue instantly rolled her eyes. You don't want to think nonsense, ah? This late the dormitory has long been closed. Do you think you can still go back? What I said about going to the hotel is to go and open 2 rooms to sleep. Can't let me follow you to sleep on the streets, right? That's fine. Xu Yang nodded silently. At this time, a breeze blew in. This time should be considered early in the morning. While cool wind blew over, freezing Lin Qingxue instantly shivered with cold, quickly raised her hand to her mouth and blew a few times. Isn't it a bit cold? Xu Yang came to the side of Lin Qingxue and reached out to hold Lin Qingxue's hand in his hand. Lin Qingxue immediately flashed to the side. Hey, what's your situation, ah? I take you as my friend. You want to take advantage of me, ah? Xu Yang awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Isn't this me wanting to see that your hands are cold? Wanting to warm them for you? Men and women are not close. Lin Qingxue's cheeks blushed a little. Then I'm not your ex-boyfriend? That's just an outward statement. Alright then. Xu Yang was a little lost. However, right at this time, Lin Qingxue suddenly stretched her hand in front of Xu Yang. Muan. Xu Yang suddenly laughed. Didn't you say that men and women are not related? Love warm or not? Lin Qingxue intended to withdraw her hand. However, in the next second, Xu Yang quickly took her hand. Finally, the two of them stepped into the door of a hotel in unison. Hello, please open 2 rooms for us. A man manning the front desk of the hotel froze slightly when he saw the two still holding hands. Then he said in a good-natured manner, right now our hotel only has the deluxe couple's big bedroom. The room fee is 400, and the deposit is 200. Do you want it or not? Ah, this. Xu Yang hesitated for a few seconds, looked at Lin Qingxue and asked, do you want to change a hotel? Lin Qingxue picked up her cell phone and searched. After looking at the surrounding hotels that didn't have any rooms, she opened her mouth and asked, is there a sofa inside the room? There is. The man nodded slightly. Lin Qingxue nodded. Then let's open a room. After saying that, she then looked at Xu Yang again and explained, there are no more rooms in any of the hotels within a kilometer around. So let's get a room. Tonight you sleep on the sofa and I'll sleep on the bed. Good. Soon, because both of them didn't have their ID cards with them, after boarding the plane with the electronic ID card on their cell phones, the man at the front desk of the hotel opened a room for both of them. But the two people had just walked inside the room. They saw a heart-shaped pattern sprinkled with rose petals on the large bed with clean white bedding in the center of the room. Lin Qingshue's cheeks swished and flushed when she saw this. Xu Yan also froze. He then looked up somewhat woodenly towards Lin Qingxue and asked, why don't I come and clean it up? Okay, I'll go to the restroom first. Lin Qingxue quickly nodded her head before she fled and ran inside the room's bathroom, quickly turning on the faucet and splashing cold water on her face a few times, then cheered towards herself inside the mirror. Lin Qingxue, you have to hold on ah. After Lin Qingxue came out, Xu Yang had also almost swept all the rose petals on the bed down to the trash can next to him. Do you want to take a shower before you sleep? Xu Yang asked with some urgency. There was one thing to say. This was still the first time he had come out to a room with a girl. I'll come out again after taking a shower. Lin Qingxue quickly replied back, then asked back, what about you? I also washed. Xu Yan awkwardly returned. Then go to sleep. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath. Then she sat on the bed in the room, took out a pillow from above, threw it onto the sofa in the room, and said towards Xu Yang, tonight, I'll entrust you to sleep on the sofa for the night. Good. It's fine. Xu Yang slightly nodded his head. Then he directly laid down on the sofa. But it was also at this time, on the roof of their room, a strange and weird sound suddenly came from the roof. Hearing this, the two people's faces instantly stiffened. Embarrassed, Chu Yang quickly waved his big hand and said, turn off the lights and go to sleep. Wow. Lin Qingxue nodded, and without taking off her clothes anymore, she directly scurried to the bed and turned off all the lights inside the room. Finally, after almost 20 minutes, the sounds upstairs gradually subsided. The moonlight outside the window hung high. Lin Qingxue suddenly opened her eyes and quietly looked to the side of Chu Yang and asked, Chu Yang, you fell asleep ah? Chu Yang's voice trembled a little. No, it was summer now, and the central air conditioner inside the room was turned on rather cold. It kind of felt like it was going to be a little bit of a wobbly. Lin Qingxue pondered for a few seconds. What's wrong with your voice? Isn't it a bit cold? After hesitating for a few more seconds, she then slowly opened her mouth. Why don't you come up and sleep? However, the middle is the 38th parallel. No one is allowed to cross the line. Chu Yang's eyes instantly lit up. If you say that, I won't be sleepy anymore. Perhaps for fear of Chu Yang's misunderstanding, Lin Qingxue continued. I just don't want you to catch a cold. You don't want to mess up your thoughts. And even more so, you are not allowed to mess up. As a result, before Lin Qingxue's words fell, Chu Yang directly jumped from the sofa to the bed. Inside the late-night environment, two pairs of trembling eyes, slowly locked together. Looking at Chu Yang dabbing and jumping into the comforter, Lin Qingxue's eyelashes immediately trembled slightly. You're not allowed to move. Absolutely not move. Chu Yang nodded his head heavily. However, in the next second, Lin Qingxue let out an ah and said angrily, didn't you say you won't move? Why are you pulling my hand? I'm afraid of the dark. Lin Qingxue, if I believe your bullshit tonight, then it would really be a ghost. However, she did still tighten Chu Yang's somewhat cold hand and lightly hummed. Hold it like this. Don't move around anymore. Chu Yang nodded. The next moment, the inside of the room slowly quieted down, leaving only the continuous breathing of the two people. Half an hour later, Chu Yang then violently opened his eyes again, laughing to death. He might as well go sleep on the sofa. The bed was warm. He couldn't sleep at all. After quietly opening his eyes and glancing at Lin Qingxue next to him, he realized that she was breathing calmly, as if she had already fallen asleep. In the next second, Chu Yang quickly closed his own eyes and his consciousness entered into the eternal knowledge treasure house. Along with Chu Yang's entry, the appearance of the interior of the dark space gradually turned into that of a laboratory again. Chu Yang slowly said, Trouble help me to tune in the technical information about the human amputation and limb rebirth category. In the next second, an electronic synthesized voice appeared in his ears. There are two major types of options for the human amputation regeneration type of technical information. One is the genetic enhancement technology of the universe's first-generation super soldier, and the second is a pure biogenetic agent that promotes the amputation regeneration of the living organism itself. May I ask which one is needed? What is a universe primordial super soldier? Chu Yang froze for a moment. This was the first time he had heard a description of a cosmic super soldier. The electronic synthesized voice replied, a cosmic super soldier is an initial generation transcendent soldier type that was developed by an advanced cosmic civilization. The technology is able to successfully optimize the genes of individual organisms to perfection, maximizing the overall strength of the organism's body such as its resilience, reflexes, and speed, so that it reaches the peak of the organism's own strength. And successfully learning the super warrior gene enhancement technique is the precondition for learning the super god gene technique. Super god gene? Chu Yang froze. He originally just wanted to come to the treasure house of knowledge to set his mind at rest, and in the meantime, look for methods that could help those hospitalized soldiers recover. But now, he seemed to have discovered something remarkable. Pull up the information about the super god gene for me, Chu Yang softly said. In the next second, in his hands appeared a document that recorded the super god gene technology. However, it was said to be information. It was more like the historical development of the super god gene. Turning the first page, an explanation about the super god gene came out. The 3,000 laws of the Tao originate from nature, and the universe itself has its own rules of operation, and the essence of the rule stems from the genetic chain of life that constitutes living beings and the ubiquitous dark matter energy of the universe. The genetic chain and dark matter energy are also essentially nothing more than the evolution of the underlying fundamental rule data of the universe after it converges. As long as one grasps the data of the universe, one will be able to rationally create super god genes, and communicate the power of the universe with the body of a mortal. After carefully flipping through the contents of an entire book, Chu Yang's back was shocked out of a cold sweat. What had he come into contact with? Was this what was called cosmic code? The beginning of the super god gene originated from the gene optimization technology of a certain higher civilization in the universe at one time. Through certain technical means, it can stimulate the genes in living organisms to mutate and evolve. Eventually, the comprehensive strength of the creature's speed, reflexes, and recovery ability will reach the peak value achievable by its own genes. And even further was the fusion of racial genes. By incorporating important genomes of other organisms into the gene fragments of the native organism, one is able to obtain the abilities of other organisms' genes. For example, the ability of plant photosynthesis. By incorporating gene fragments of such abilities, one could achieve the goal of borrowing stellar power to enhance one's overall strength. Of course, this was only the initial level of power. A higher class is the dark matter code. After coming into contact with the field of dark matter and fully understanding the composition and operating code of dark matter energy, after obtaining the cosmic data of dark matter, it is possible to incorporate the cosmic data of dark matter into the genes of living beings, allowing the creature to obtain the power to control dark energy. With the manipulation of dark matter energy, not only can they open wormholes, make space jumps, space transients, and other operations close to those of gods with the power of mortals, it is also possible to control the data of dark matter energy fluctuations that occur when natural phenomena are in operation. The data of such fluctuations can be simulated to control the power of flames, hurricanes, and even thunder and lightning. This allowed Chu Yang to trigger some reverie. In the ancient myths of China, there were also legends of various immortal spells, shrinking the earth into an inch, 3 flavors of true fire, dry koan in the sleeve and so on. These can actually be explained by dark matter energy. Shrinking into the ground has basically been realized, is just a higher level of curvature drive. The 3 flavors of true fire can be completely after control of dark matter energy. Dark matter energy simulation of the universe in a special flame of dark matter composition data. The formation of 3 flavors of true fire. The sleeve, on the other hand, is the construction of the universe space-built, controlling the dark matter data of the cosmic space-built, and then using the dark matter energy under one's control to form a small space for one's own use and so on. It's like ancient people looking at modern people. Nowadays, people can fly up to the sky in airplanes, drive a car 1,000 miles a day, and so on. Doesn't that also seem like a miracle? Ancient myths. It may not be possible to be the reality. Thinking of these, Chu Yang didn't dare to think any further and quickly closed the information data about the super god gene. If he thought about it any further, he felt that his worldview was about to collapse. This level of technology was definitely not something that the current him would have access to. After quickly casting this thought aside, Chu Yang then continued to ask, what if it's a pure biogenetic potion that promotes the rebirth of human amputated limbs? Roughly how many books of data do I need to read and how much time do I need? Given that you haven't studied everything about the category of genes, in order to get the biogenetic potion technology for the rebirth of human genes with amputated limbs, you would need to read at least nearly 500 books on biogenes, as well as 100 books on medicines in the category of herbal utility. Forget it, forget it. Chu Yang instantly shook his head. Even if he himself possessed the ability to forget everything, coupled with learning inside the treasure house of knowledge, he was able to stay in a special state of enlightenment, quickly allowing him to melt through the memorized content. But these entire 600 books, he would have to read them for almost a year at least without sleep or rest. Such a speed was also too slow. But no matter. Biological genetics was a very complex project. If he couldn't manage the mutation, Chu Yang could only settle for the second best and turn to mechanical technology. Call me the relevant information and design drawings about the human bionic prosthetic limb data. Inside the hotel room, Lin Xingxue had no idea that Chu Yang's consciousness had already appeared within the eternal knowledge treasury. Her eyes flickered as she stared at him for a while. After realizing that Chu Yang seemed to be completely asleep, her hanging heart gradually fell to the ground and her body gradually relaxed. But the next second, she inexplicably glared at Chu Yang again. "Lao maiden, so beautiful, a beautiful maiden sleep next to you. You actually really fell asleep like this. Are you still not a man? That's why girls are always the most adorable and complicated creatures in the universe. For example, at this time, neither do they want you to mess around, nor do they want you not to come." The next day, near noon, the sun outside the window shone through the window onto the quilt in the room, and Lin Qingshue's cell phone suddenly rang. "Who is it?" Lin Qingshuo somewhat impatiently reached out next to her pillow and fumbled a few times. After slightly opening her eyes, she saw that it was Li Chen who had called, and immediately crossed the cell phone screen and connected the call. Inside the phone soon came Li Chen's gossipy voice. "Qingshuo, what's your situation here? It's almost noon. You're still not back to school?" This was the first time in more than a year of college that Lin Qingshuo had stayed out at night. Noon, Lin Qingshuo was sleeping in a bit of a daze, but immediately after, the expression on her face instantly froze. How did she feel? As if there was something heavy pressing on her body, especially in front of her chest. The next second. Ah! Chu Yang! Get up! Lin Qingxue screamed. Chu Yang! What Chu Yang? Li Qian inside the phone was immediately shocked. Qingxue, you stayed out all night last night. It couldn't be that you went out to a room with Chu Yang, right? Qianqian. I still have things on my side. I'll explain to you later, Lin Qingxue quickly explained, then directly hung up the phone. At this time, Chu Yang, who had been woken up, also slowly opened his own eyes. Feeling as if his palm had been placed on a very soft place, he subconsciously moved his hand and pinched it. You're still moving around. Lin Qingxue shyly reddened her cheeks. Chu Yang got up somewhat confused, and after sitting up and rubbing his eyes that were still sleepy, he immediately opened his mouth and asked, Qingxue, what's wrong? As a result, the next second, his eyes, which had just opened, saw a slap coming from far to near, and finally slapped heavily onto his face. Lin Qingxue said angrily, you still have the face to say that? What's wrong with me? Chu Yang was a little aggravated. How did this just wake up and slap me? I didn't mess around last night, Lin Qingxue's face reddened to the point where it seemed like it was about to drip. Your hand. Just put it on my. Towards the end, she just couldn't say any more. This Chu Yang instantly came to his senses completely, and hurriedly explained, that I didn't mean it. Don't say it. Lin Qingxue quickly climbed up from the bed, ruthlessly cut Chu Yang a glance. This matter, you are not allowed to mention it again. And even more so, you are not allowed to let others know about it. Chu Yang nodded repeatedly. Understood. Then the next second, he sucked in a mouthful of cool air and quickly rubbed his cheeks. It was time to say no. The strength of Lin Qingxue's slap. It was really strong. Are you alright? Lin Qingxue nervously came to Chu Yang's face again, quickly reaching out to rub Chu Yang's face. She wanted to go and rub Chu Yang's face, but ended up catching the palm of Chu Yang's hand that was rubbing his face. In an instant, a feeling of electric shock instantly appeared in the hands of the two. Lin Qingxue quickly withdrew her palm, her gaze somewhat not daring to meet Chu Yang's eyes. I'll get up first. She then quickly climbed up from the bed and quickly ran inside the bathroom, and seeing Lin Qingxue slipped away. Only then did Chu Yang draw in another breath of cool air, quickly rubbing his cheeks. Holy shit, this slap is also too hard. Then quickly picked up his cell phone and opened the cell phone camera to take a look. A bright red slap mark was slowly emerging. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth instantly twitched. Broken face, shit. How can he go out and meet people today? Afterwards, Chu Yang quickly climbed up from the bed, listened to the sound of water flowing from the wash basin inside the bathroom, and knocked on the frosted glass door of the bathroom. Lin Qingxue immediately opened the glass door. The redness on her face had disappeared quite a bit, but her gaze towards Chu Yang was still a bit evasive. She opened her mouth and asked, is there something wrong? Chu Yang pointed to one side of his cheek that had already surfaced with a slap mark, and directly blocked the bathroom doorway. This face of mine is now red like this. Are you going to be responsible for this? Lin Qingxue froze for a moment. After seeing the palm print on Chu Yang's face that matched her palm perfectly, she immediately couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, I was trying to hold it back, but I really didn't hold it back. The look of this palm print, it was really overly hilarious. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched, then continued a step forward. Also, last night you all but put me to sleep. You must not be responsible, What do you mean I put you to sleep? Lin Qingxue instantly widened her eyes. My mother didn't even move you last night. This is also called sleeping? But immediately afterward she smiled playfully. Sleeping on sleeping, we are innocent between us, and did not do anything. What is the responsibility? She looked up at Chu Yang again. Moreover, now you are a freshman, I am a sophomore. Call me a senior sister to listen? Call out school sister? Chu Yang froze for a moment. His face instantly became odd. This lonely man and woman sharing a room. Isn't calling a schoolmate a little too exciting? In the next moment, Chu Yang instantly became playful. Directly taking a step in front of Lin Qingxue, he blocked her in the position of the wash basin and teasingly said, School sister, do you know that this kind of behavior of yours right now gives people a feeling of wanting to commit a crime? Lin Qingxue was stunned for a second, looking at Chu Yang who kept coming over. Her body subconsciously backed up, finally realizing that there was really no way to retreat. She then stubbornly raised her head. Her eyes flustered and forced herself to say, What are you doing? Lin Qingxue was nearly 1.75 meters in height. However, in front of Chu Yang's height of over 1.8 meters, she still had to helplessly raise her head. Chu Yang directly lowered his head and met her bright eyes. In this current situation, Lin Qingxue's stubborn little appearance appeared more and more adorable. In the end, Chu Yang directly leaned down and came to Lin Qingxue's ear, gently puffing out a mouthful of hot air. 3 years of blood money, The kind where the death penalty is not a loss. You don't mess around. Lin Qingxue forced herself to fall back a little more, but Chu Yan was just too close. So close that she was even able to smell the exclusive flavor of Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang teasingly laughed, slowly continuing to lean over towards Lin Qingxue's eyes. What if I have to mess around? You rascal! Lin Qingxue immediately closed her eyes nervously, her heartbeat speeding up. It can't be it. He's not going to kiss me, is he? If he kisses me, am I going to resist, or what am I going to do? Finally, nervously holding her breath. I'll give up, let's just kiss him. It won't kill me anyway. But she was a bit scared. If Chu Yang wanted to do something else after kissing her, what should she do? Should she agree, or not? However, in the next second, Chu Yang suddenly laughed and raised his hand to gently flick on her forehead. Silly, if I really wanted to mess around, do you think that you would still be able to stand in front of me intact right now? Lin Qingxue slowly opened her eyes, standing in front of him intact. What was the meaning of this? However, in the next second, her cheeks instantly flushed crimson and she secretly spat in her heart. He too, a stinking rascal. Chu Yang bypassed Lin Qingxue and unwrapped the wash set on the nearby washstand. Taking out his toothbrush, he squeezed the toothpaste. By the way, he also picked up the nearby mouthwash cup and filled it with water. Will this summer ready? Before he handed the toothbrush to Lin Qingxue's front, brush your teeth first. After brushing your teeth, I will take you to eat lunch. After eating together back to school. Ow! Lin Qingxue reacted half a beat slower and nodded. After receiving the toothbrush in Chu Yang's hand, she silently started brushing her teeth. Chu Yang continued. However, before we eat, you still have to do something for me. Lin Qingxue froze again. What else do you want to do? Go downstairs to the supermarket and buy a mask for me. This slap mark I guess won't go away for a few hours. How can I go out to meet people without a mask? Ha 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 ha. That's true. Lin Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. I'll definitely buy you a handsome and good-looking mask for you to wear later. Chu Yang helplessly blanked Lin Qingxue. Then he doted on her and rubbed her hair. Alright, brush your teeth. After saying that, he turned around and left the bathroom. Lin Qingxue was stunned in place. He just actually touched my head. But the next moment, she puffed up her mouth. Half a day. This is it? Thanks to my mother's previous thought of letting you kiss me. You actually didn't do anything? Waste of feelings. Chu Yang, are you still not a man? Pa! Lin Qingxue immediately clenched her silver teeth and smashed the mouthwash cup in her hand onto the washstand, and brushed her teeth alone in a sulky manner. When Lin Qingxue finished brushing her teeth out, after seeing her sullen appearance, Chu Yang instantly puzzled. What's wrong with you? Collapsed face. Who messed with you? The last second this is not still good? No. Lin Qingxue skimmed her mouth. Then she picked up her cell phone, turned around and headed out of the room. What are you doing? To buy you a mask? Silly? After Lin Qingxue came back, Chu Yan was also almost washed up. Looking at the two masks Lin Qingxue was holding in her hand, he immediately asked suspiciously, how did you buy two masks? Isn't one enough? Old lady is happy. Lin Qingxue skimmed her mouth. After putting on a black mask herself, she handed the other black mask on her hand to Chu Yan. Put it on. Barely should be able to cover the palm print. Chu Yan looked deeply at Lin Qingxue. After receiving the mask and putting it on, he opened his mouth and asked, what do you want to eat for lunch? Whatever. No casual. You'll see to it? Then guess what I'm going to take you to eat later? Hot pot? Right. Outside the hotel door. When Chu Yang and Lin Qingxue both left the hotel and walked on the road, behind the two of them quietly appeared the figures of two men. It was precisely the two men from the General Security Department who were preparing to fish for Chu Yang last night. Looking at the mask, laughing and talking to the two together, one of the General Security Administration personnel puzzled and scratched the back of the head. His trick actually really useful? The other person next to him laughed. What? You also want to find a pretty young lady to fish you out of the police station? Indeed, there is so a throwaway idea. Are you as handsome as him? No. Then please don't daydream about it. What do you mean? We've been partners for so many years and you're making a personal attack on me, aren't you? I'm just being honest. The two men scuffled around a bit. At this time, the confidential cell phone on one of them rang. The call was answered. After hearing what was inside the phone, the man immediately nodded quickly and finally said with a serious face, I know. Don't worry. If something really happens, even if it's my death, I'll still protect him. What's wrong? The man next to him asked with a grave expression. Something happened? The man nodded. I just received news. Someone is staring at Chu Yang. It should be from the Pacific side. Said he also cursed, blame it on that fucking idiot Wuhan's fans. Nothing in the network exposure net to us to add to the chaos. Originally, Chu Yang's resume is clean. Normal schooling is no problem at all. I did not expect the results were actually exposed information, coupled with the emergence of China because of 1 nanometer lithography technology, is at the tip of the storm. Come to such an outburst, even if the upper hand quickly quelled this thing. However, as far as those foreign organizations were concerned, they would rather kill the wrong person than let any of them go. It would be hard for Chu Yang's identity not to be targeted. The next days, they were tired. Chu Yang sighed. He and Lin Xingxue simply found a hot pot restaurant. After having a hot pot meal, the two of them waited for a bus and prepared to ride back to school. After getting on the bus, Lin Xingxue immediately sat in the seat by the window. Chu Yang naturally sat next to her, then pulled out his cell phone, and in the process pulled out a string of headphones from inside his pocket. After plugging the headphones to the cell phone, Chu Yang handed one of the headphones to Lin Xingxue's face. Want to listen to a song? Yes, Lin Xingxue nodded. Then before she could react, Chu Yang directly picked up the earphones, slowly got up from his seat, circled around to Lin Xingxue's front, and with a face full of seriousness, put the earphones onto her left ear. Seeing Chu Yang in front of him who was close at hand, Lin Xingxue's heart rate unconsciously sped up. You? What are you doing leaning so close to me? Putting on headphones for you. Chu Yang laughed. Why can't you wear the right side? Because I'm holding the left side. Chu Yang smiled playfully. After slowly putting the headphones on Lin Xingxue, only then did Chu Yang sit back down again and said with a face full of simplicity, if you feel that wearing the left side won't work, why don't I change it over again? No need. Lin Xingxue directly rolled her eyes. Deliberate. Chu Yang definitely did it on purpose. Sitting on the bus was quiet for a few seconds. Chu Yang then asked again. In a few days it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. Do you want to go back for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Lin Xingxue shook her head. Not going back. It's just a 3-day vacation. It's too much trouble to come and go. After saying that, Lin Xingxue sighed again. It's a pity. After going to college, this is already the second Mid-Autumn Festival that I haven't gone back. I so want to go back to see the fireworks party on the Scholars Island at home, a spot in their hometown. Is a big river in the center because of the rapids back and forth? Sand and gravel accumulation gradually evolved into a small island, and then became an attraction during the New Year's festivals, especially grand festivals like the Mid-Autumn Festival. After the application, the scenic administrative organization above the Scholar Island will be on the island fireworks party. Just after arriving in Kyoto, fireworks were strictly prohibited within Kyoto, and she hadn't seen fireworks for a long time. Want to see it badly? Chu Yang asked with a sideways glance. Speaking of which, ever since he joined the Chinese Academy of Sciences and left Shangnan, he hadn't seen the fireworks in Shangnan's scholarship continent for a long time. Only a little bit. Lin Xingxue casually replied back. But it's just a thought anymore. Fireworks are not allowed in Kyoto. Chu Yang smiled mysteriously. That's not necessarily true. How do you know? Then how about we make a bet? What do you want to bet? Chu Yang smiled playfully. If there are fireworks on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, you'll kiss me. How about it? Bet or not? What if there isn't? If there isn't, I'll give you a kiss, so you won't lose out. It's a big loss. Okay. Lin Xingxue directly rolled her eyes. Only a fool would bet with you. After returning to school, after accompanying Lin Xingxue to her roommate to finish her meal, Chu Yang sent her back to the dormitory. When Chu Yang returned to the dormitory, Xu Pengfei's few people had not yet returned. Apparently last night they had also gone to sleep in a room outside. Pulling out his cell phone from his body, after tapping on a special logo software on it, the cell phone screen instantly blue-screened. This was a small software that Chu Yang had casually made when he was at the research base before. It didn't have any other uses either, but it was able to detect various signal sources within a 20-meter range around himself. After confirming that there wasn't any monitoring or listening equipment arranged inside the room, Chu Yang then took out his confidential cell phone and called Wang Weiman's phone. The phone was quickly connected, and Wang Weiman's cheerful laughter came from inside. Little Chua, it wasn't until yesterday that we met. What's the matter with calling me today? Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds. Elder Wang, I intend to apply for a laboratory at the capital university, and then I may also need your side to allocate some materials and equipment over to me. Wang Weiman on the other side of the phone brightened up. Got a new idea? Yes, Chu Yang nodded. The relevant materials needed. I'll organize them into a material list later and send it inside your mailbox. Compared to the biotechnology aspect, researching genetic potions to revitalize those soldiers' broken limbs would definitely not be completed in the short term. But mechanical technology was quite simple, creating top-notch bionic prosthetics, as long as one fully understands the structure of the human body, and then learns the design division of mechanical parts. He has long since learned these basics. Only, after witnessing the information of the super god gene, He had raised his requirements for himself quite a bit more, so for the bionic prosthetic limb this time, he had some other new ideas. Wang Weiman laughed. Yes, you can directly report a project name to me, then send me the material list, research funds and research materials, etc. I'll prepare them all for you. Chu Yang wanted to do project research that was naturally no problem. It was no exaggeration to say that as far as the current scientific research ability shown from Chu Yang was concerned, as long as it is not a scientific research project that consumes enough to deplete the country's power. In terms of funds and materials, the above hated how much Chu Yang wanted, how much they would give, because these things were given to him. That was really useful. Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds. If the name of the project is, let's call it the research of the single soldier mechanical exoskeleton armor project. Inside the office, Wang Weiman instantly widened his eyes and said in shock, "You want to go for the exoskeleton armor research? Exoskeleton armor research." The Ministry of the Army in conjunction with their Chinese Academy of Sciences had all been researching it for almost 10 years, and it wasn't just Huaxia. As early as many years ago after the concept of exoskeleton armor was brought up, there were quite a few research institutes in top countries that were researching this aspect, only with little success. Even boasts in the exoskeleton armor this piece to the forefront of the beautiful country, currently made out of the exoskeleton armor, can only be used as a display supplies, simply cannot be put into the real combat. First of all, energy supply is a problem. At present, there is no good solution to the problem of exoskeleton armor energy supply. At most, do a 5-minute real men. Then there is the overall strength. Because of the immaturity of the technology, the exoskeleton armor made out of the effect, completely unable to fight against the modern engineering machinery. Then there is the problem of linkage. Want to design a set of exoskeleton equipment sufficient to replace the simulation of more than 90% of normal human movement, which involves the knowledge and theory of ergonomics, degrees of freedom, multi-movement and strength calibration, etc. The design difficulty is like ascending to the sky. This is not to mention the control program that has to be written after the design. This field, they still had a long way to go, but in the next second, he quickly laughed. Yes, just wait. Tonight, whether it's the lab at the Capital University or the equipment you need, I'll get it for you. Other than that, if you still need manpower, you can also call me. I will transfer the relevant researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences side to you. Chu Yang nodded. I'll study it myself for fun first. When I need manpower, I'll definitely call you. Subsequently, after communicating some details, Chu Yang hung up the phone, quickly opened his own computer, and began to organize a list of the various materials he needed. Half an hour later, Wang Weiman received the list of materials supply that Chu Yang needed: point control CNC machine tools, linear control CNC machine tools, open loop servo system CNC machine tools, gold, titanium alloy. After reading a large list of materials, until seeing the end page, the corner of Wang Weiman's mouth, who had been concentrating, suddenly twitched. What's the situation with so many small circuit boards, light-emitting lead tubes, and small engine motors? This is not the parts to make a luminous drone? It seems like, what kind of strange things are mixed in here? However, these things were not even a drop in the bucket compared to the materials needed as before, although he didn't know what Chu Yang was going to do. But, approved. Chu Yang's contribution to China was worth more than just this price? Evening. An army green truck quickly drove inside Kyoto University. It instantly attracted crowds of spectators. Holy shit, so many transportation trucks from the military department. What is this for? Is this filled with some top secret instruments? Actually using the Ministry of War's trucks? Good lord, what's going on here? Actually making such a big scene? At the entrance of the cafeteria, Chu Yang and Zhu Pengfei, the three of them slowly walked out of the cafeteria. Because of last night's unannounced departure, this time it was Chu Yang's treat to make amends. After seeing these trucks pass by, Zhang Mingyang was immediately shocked and shouted towards Chu Yang and the others. Look, what's the situation? This isn't a vehicle from the military department, is it? What special equipment has been sent to our school? Wang Lei pondered for a few seconds. Maybe it's one of our school's labs that researched some extraordinary scientific and technological achievements. In order to prevent leakage of information, that's why the people from the military department were specially sent over to transfer the scientific and technological achievements overnight. Chu Pengfei, however, looked at Chu Yang and asked, Old 3, what do you think this is for? Chu Yang's heart was clear. This should be the series of equipment that Wang Weiman had sent him. He then laughed and said, I'm not too sure about this, but by the looks of it, it should be at the national secrecy level. So it's better to stop prying and go back to the dormitory. Hearing this, plus the cars were all driving away as well. The few people then shrugged their shoulders and didn't ask anything else. Early the next morning, because they had classes in the morning. The three of them, Zhu Pengfei, got up from their beds early. After washing up, Zhu Pengfei then looked at Chu Yang and asked, "Old three, let's go. Let's go eat together. After eating, let's go to the classroom together. I can hear, the teacher who teaches us high math this time, is notoriously strict. First time in class, don't be late." Chu Yang smiled. "No need. You guys go." "Ha," Zhu Pengfei was puzzled. "Old three, you won't be planning to skip class right after the first day of school, right?" Chu Yang slowly nodded. "I applied for an exemption. If he were to study the mechanical exoskeleton armor at school, he would have followed up with fewer runs to the lab to do research. Even missing class time was not a few. It was simply better not to go there. The real purpose of his coming to Kyoto University wasn't to learn something anyway. Good lord, how many classes have you been exempted from?" Zhang Mingyang was shocked. Inside the university, it was normal for some courses to be exempted, especially in a school like Beijing University, where there were many demons. Many people had their own set of methods of learning. Many great gods did not go to classes all year round, as long as they went over to take the final exams. All of them. Chu Yang nodded slightly. "It seems that this is the difference between mortals and geniuses of my generation." The corner of Zhang Mingyang's mouth twitched. Zhu Pengfei's trio also quickly accepted the fact that their roommate was a demon. "Then let's go have dinner together. After dinner we'll go to class. So you just go about your business." Chu Yang nodded slightly. "Good." After having breakfast with Zhu Pengfei and the others, Chu Yang came inside the laboratory. Lu Yong had already returned to Jing University and was introducing the lab to Chu Yang. "Academician Chu, this lab is a newly built good in our school. It hasn't been formally put into planning use yet. Now his right to use it goes to you. What about the equipment you want? It was all arranged for you last night as well. In addition, there are also some other staff inside this lab. But don't worry, they are all people sent over by the military department. On the one hand, they are responsible for protecting your safety. And on the other hand, it's just to make up the numbers. After all, this huge laboratory is really a bit conspicuous if you're the only one using it." After introducing the general situation of the laboratory, Lu Yong then looked at Chu Yang with a smile and asked, "Chu Academician, how is it? Are you still short of people for the project in your hands? I also have a few graduate students with flexible brains under me. If you need it, I can call over to give you a hand. Free of charge. The subsidy is still mine to send." After saying that, perhaps for fear that Chu Yang did not need graduate students, Lu Yong then smiled and said, "Or I'll come over to give you a hand. As long as you need it, I'll be at your beck and call." This was Chu Yang's project. To be able to participate in it for a bit, it was definitely a dip in the light. Chu Yang smiled and shook his head. "I'll just mess around with it. I don't need too much manpower for the time being. When there's a need, I'll definitely invite you." Like this. Lu Yong was a little disappointed, but he didn't say anything. After all, Chu Yang was not going directly to the research base now, but continuing to stay at the capital university to conduct research. This was already a good sign. However, just this was still not quite enough. Once he left the lab, he rubbed his chin for a while before slapping his thigh violently. That's it. Chu Yang should be running towards Lin Xingxue. In order for Chu Yang to be able to stay at the capital university all the time, that girl called Lin Xingxue must stay in Peking University. You still want to graduate with an undergraduate degree? If you don't get a doctorate, you'll see if our school lets you go. At the moment, as long as Lin Xingxue is at Peking University, Chu Yang will be at Peking University. After a long time, even if the school students can't get into Chu Yang's lab, can also leave a few incense favor. And after Lu Yong left, looking at this empty large laboratory, there was also a precision instrument placed inside. Chu Yang clapped his palms to cheer himself up. "Alright, let's begin." In the next second, he walked over to the central mainframe of the laboratory, pulled out a silver USB flash drive from his own body, and inserted the USB flash drive on top of the mainframe. In the next second, the screen of the lab's mainframe computer instantly blue-screened, displaying a white progress bar on it. 0%, 10%, 20%, 100%. However, in just a few seconds, the program inside the USB flash drive was completely uploaded to the internet. After Chu Yang unplugged the USB flash drive, a Xuanwu-like desktop pad appeared on the host's computer desktop. After looking at the appearance of this Xuanwu, Chu Yang's face immediately revealed a smirk. "Xuanwu, from now on, you will take over all the networking devices within the lab." "Okay." An electronic synthesized voice came out from the sound connected to the mainframe. Hearing this voice, Chu Yang secretly nodded. This was the weak AI software he had designed, written using a set of programming languages inside the treasure house of knowledge. It had the ability to think simply and independently, and was super capable of learning. the moment it was programmed to be uploaded onto the network. It existed in the entire virtual network and only listened to him independently. Next, Chu Yang began to remodel the various mechanical equipment inside the lab. Because the amount of work involved in manufacturing the exoskeleton armor was just too great, he was simply too busy to do it alone. As for the words of recruiting researchers, there was also no need at all. In comparison, he preferred a group of fully automated intelligent robots that could directly follow his instructions, well-behaved and obedient. Moreover, they didn't need to rest. It was a very suitable free labor force. His goal today was to transform all the precision instruments in this laboratory into fully intelligent and fully automatic instruments, then connect them into a complete production line, and finally use them to produce each and every part of the exoskeleton armor. Of course, this was only the first step. The design of the initial generation of exoskeleton armor was already inside his mind. Only the parts produced could only solve the flexibility of the exoskeleton armor. Of course, this was already a great breakthrough for the many institutes in the outside world that were researching exoskeleton technology, because the current exoskeleton armor on the market, the flexibility and mobility were all very poor. After a person wore it, they would only feel like they were inside an iron shell, and when they walked, they would have a very stiff and bulky feeling. Inside the design diagram that Chu Yang had gotten, the problem of flexibility had been completely solved. What followed was the energy drive and the working hours. Of course, this could be said to be the same module. The stronger the energy source, the stronger the power generated by the drive, and the longer the working hours would naturally be stronger. After the basic outline of the exoskeleton was assembled, he would have to consider the energy drive core, as well as some of the weapon systems that would need to be equipped. The exoskeleton was simply a mecha. In Chu Yang's opinion, the significance of the existence of mechas was war and guardianship. Necessary moment, wearing a mecha soldier, must have independent penetration of the enemy sea, and directly hit the enemy's heart of the super strong force. Of course, this could also be considered as some small romance in a man's dream. On the other side, inside the girls' dormitory, since Lin Xingxue and the girls didn't have any classes in the morning, they didn't go to the school building. Li Qian was resting while the other two students went to the school's library to read books. As for Lin Xingxue, she was watching the market, the big stock market. This was one of the reasons she was favored by some of the professors at Beijing University. Her acumen in finance was extremely powerful. In just 1 year of college, she had made $300,000 with the $200,000 of startup capital given by her family, close to a 150% rate of return. But it was also at this moment, an email suddenly popped up next to the desktop of the computer she was logged into. After seeing this email, Lin Xingxue first froze for a moment before quickly moving her mouse and clicking in. It was an email sent from Kyoto University, the main campus. No way. Is this for real? After Lin Xingxue quickly browsed through the contents of the email, she immediately screamed in ecstasy inside the dormitory. My God, is this for real? Prof. Zhang is actually going to accept me as her master's degree student. The Professor Zhang she was talking about was a famous professor of finance at Beijing University. He was also one of the few authoritative professors in economics in China. He had even followed the drafting of the code bill regarding the economic field. At the very beginning, she had also had the idea of taking this professor's graduate school. She didn't expect to be directly recruited into a master's degree program without taking a test. As long as she finished her undergraduate studies, she would immediately be able to go to her side for her master's degree. She then directly took out her cell phone and quickly sent a message to Chu Yang. Chu Yang, our college's Professor Zhang Chunlan Zhang is going to accept me to read her master's degree. She is an authoritative professor in economics in China. Li Qian also came over and looked at Lin Xingxue in amazement and asked, Xingxue, this Professor Zhang you're talking about, it can't be the old professor in economics who talked to you before and said that you're welcome to take her postgraduate exam, right? In their school of economics and management, as long as the students who studied and majored in economics-related majors, there was basically not a single student who hadn't heard of this old professor's name. Right, Lin Xingxue nodded heavily, and then she laughed freely. Hurry up and call the two of them back. I'll treat you all to a meal out at noon today. Once one became Professor Zhang's disciple, nothing else. In the future, as long as one is engaged in finance and economics, even if it's a top-notch top company in the country, as long as one goes over to work, they are going to give more or less face. And in the laboratory piece, Chu Yang, who had originally thrown his cell phone to the side and was at ease modifying his instruments, heard the voice from Xuanwu in the lab's mainframe computer. Boss, Lin Xingxue sent a message to you. Chu Yang immediately stopped the work in his hands, picking up the cell phone that was placed on the lab table not far away. He looked at it. After seeing the finished message, Chu Yang froze slightly. So suddenly? He remembered that when he was at the research base before, Lu Yong had mentioned this matter. Lin Xingxue was quite favored by a few old professors from Jing University. However, the old professors who were supposed to start selecting people in their junior year had already sent over the documents for the master's degree in their sophomore year. And it was also the first day he was stationed in the laboratory of Jing University. There was some mystery in this relationship. And this time, looking at Chu Yang who was late in returning the message, Lin Xingxue sent another message over. What are you doing? Chu Yang laughed. What? It's only been a day since I've seen you. And you miss me? Not at all. Lin Xingxue immediately returned a message. Chu Yang smiled. Then in order to celebrate a good news, do you have to treat me to a meal at noon? Shouldn't it be you treating me? Lin Xingxue inside the dormitory cried and laughed a little. Then she returned another message over. However, I'm not available at noon. Chu Yang froze for a moment. So busy? There was no time to have a meal together? Lin Xingxue replied back again. I'm going to invite my roommate to dinner at noon, but I can in the evening. Evening. The setting sun in the sky gradually fell, coloring the line in the sky into a red evening glow. Chu Yang quietly stood on the floor of Lin Xingxue's and their dormitory. After waiting for a little while, Lin Xingxue, who was wearing a long white dress, then bounced and ran down the steps of the dormitory. In the end, she smoothly stood still in front of Chu Yang and asked with a smile, waited for a long time, right? Chu Yang shook his head. No, I have only just arrived. He then smiled and asked, have you thought about what you want to eat tonight? Lin Xingxue wrinkled her cute little nose. Let's go to the cafeteria. I've heard that the second cafeteria has come out with a particularly delicious spicy hot pot restaurant. I haven't even gone to eat there yet. No problem. Chu Yang nodded his head slightly. Then he led Lin Xingxue over in the direction of the school's second cafeteria. Lin Xingxue just quietly walked next to Chu Yang. After looking at Chu Yang's good-looking side face, her heart immediately fluttered wildly again. What if it wasn't to tell him? After getting the news at noon today, she was really too happy. Walking bouncy almost fell down. On the way, she met the school's ugly-looking slag cat, Big Orange. When she was in high math class, she suddenly laughed while writing the topic and was glared at several times by that old stubborn professor. But standing next to Chu Yang, suddenly it felt that the wind this evening, all seemed to be a few points gentler. At this time, Chu Yang suddenly turned back and gave Lin Xingxue a playful look, quietly staring at me for so long. Have you seen enough? Staring at what? Lin Xingxue's cheeks immediately turned slightly red. Done and done. It was actually discovered by him. She then quickly shook her head and said, what are you staring at? I'm not staring at you. Do you want to be so narcissistic? Chu Yang did not say anything. He just looked at Lin Xingxue for a long time with playful eyes. In the end, Lin Xingxue was a little taut, blushing nervously and asked, what are you staring at me so much for? Because it's nice to look at. Looking at it is mesmerizing. Lin Xingxue, degree delta degree. Big brother, do you want to tease me like this? I can't stand it a bit. After blankly glancing at Chu Yang, Lin Xingxue then quickly ran towards the front. Too lazy to care about you. Hurry up and go. Let's eat. The next day, Mid-Autumn Festival. Inside the girls' dormitory at 8 in the evening, Li Qian was bored and brushed the short video on her cell phone. Then suddenly looked up at Lin Xingxue and said, Xingxue, it's so boring. Why don't a few of us in the dormitory go out at night and go shopping? As a result, before Lin Xingxue could speak, another girl in the dormitory laughed. What's there to go shopping for? Don't you know that all the festivals have now become days for couples to show their love? Running out this late at night, eating dog food? The remaining one also nodded in agreement. Right. No go. Out of sight. Out of mind. Lin Xingxue sighed. Don't want to go. What's wrong? Why do you feel like you're a bit upset? Want to go home? Li Qian was a little surprised. That's not true. Lin Xingxue skimmed her mouth, then looked down at her cell phone again. Since this morning, Chu Yang had sent her a good morning message. He didn't even send Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Didn't even know what to do until now. Stinky man, can't you send me a message? This side of the lab. Chu Yang wiped the fine sweat on his forehead, then looked up at the row of densely packed, palm-sized drones in front of him, and each drone had various colors of LED lights installed on top of it. After wiping off his sweat, Chu Yang then opened his mouth and spoke to Xian Wu. Xian Wu, test the connectivity of these devices. Okay boss. The next second, the LED lights on these drones in front of Chu Yang's eyes all lit up once. Seeing this, Chu Yang then nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Xuanwu, start the fireworks program. Location, school playground. Immediately after that, these small drones that were lying quietly on the ground then flew up one by one from the laboratory's ground. Under Xian Wu's control through the laboratory's window, they formed a long line and quickly flew towards the school's playground. On the other hand, Chu Yang picked up the cell phone in his hand and quickly dialed Lin Qingshue's prestige phone. The phone was connected in seconds. Lin Qingshue's clear and crisp voice came from inside. Hey, Chu Yang. What's the matter? Chu Yang smiled. Go and take a look at the balcony of your dormitory. Balcony? Lin Qingxue froze for a moment. This day didn't send a message to herself. Now I'll let herself go to the balcony. What was going on? But then, she still took her cell phone and walked to the balcony of their dormitory. The location of the balcony of their dormitory happened to have a full view of the entire playground. Chu Yang asked, Are we there yet? Lin Qingxue nodded. It's here. Raise your head and look at the sky. Look at the sky? Lin Qingxue was a little confused. However, in the next second, her entire body was directly frozen in place. On the playground, an entire 500 small black drones converged in a ball. Then at the same time, they began to rapidly fly towards the top of the sky, until after the drones all disappeared into the night. First, a little bit of bright light appeared in the center. Immediately afterward, this diffuse drone light was like a star in the sky, rapidly spreading out in all directions. It was like a firework that was blooming. Moreover, these fireworks were constantly arranging and combining in the sky, changing into new firework forms. Did you make all these? Chu Yang sighed and said, Yes, it took a day. He really didn't expect it. These 500 drones were so difficult to get. Lin Qingxue suddenly smiled. Wait, I'll make a wish first. What do you want to wish for? You guess? Chu Yang laughed. Can't guess. You can't possibly wish for me to live a long life, right? Then if the wish I make really has you in it? Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. Lin Qingxue then slowly said to Chu Yang on the phone, Chu Yang, let's meet, right now. Chu Yang had yet to come back to his senses from Lin Qingxue's sentence. After freezing for a long time, only then did he return somewhat stiffly. Okay, where is it? Right at the playground. Li Qian and the others also rushed out from the dormitory. Wow, this drone's lighted fireworks show is also too good to look at. Right, this if anyone gives me a fireworks display like this, I will absolutely marry him. Which bully president of our school is coaxing his little petite wife again? This is too enviable. Good lord, this is too romantic. Then they saw Lin Lixue who was preparing to leave. Li Qian turned around and asked, Qingxue, where are you going? Out. Lin Qingxue didn't explain too much and quickly left the dormitory. Inside the laboratory, Chu Yang also changed out of the lab wearing a white lab coat and quickly came to the playground. The street lights on both sides of the playground runway were still on. There were various couples of all shapes and sizes sitting on the lawn. There were also male and female dormitory sororities playing around on the playground, as well as performances by the school's music club. It looked lively and bustling. As for Chu Yang, he also met Lin Qingxue who was waiting for him at the place he and Lin Qingxue had agreed upon. He then quickly ran to Lin Qingxue. Sorry, it's been a long wait. Not long, I just arrived as well. Lin Qingxue shook her head, then casually sat down on an open space in the playground, smilingly waving her hand towards Chu Yang. Sit over here. Chu Yang slowly sat next to Lin Qingxue. A breeze blew by, and he was even able to smell an ethereal scent wafting from Lin Qingxue's body. Lin Qingxue smiled brightly. You close your eyes first. Going to fulfill the bet? Chu Yang smiled. You close your eyes first. Lin Qingxue immediately pouted. Chu Yang smiled and closed his own eyes. Lin Qingxue hesitated for a few seconds. Then she quickly came to Chu Yang's front and kissed him on the side of his cheek like a dragonfly. The next second, Chu Yang violently opened his own eyes. Lin Qingxue was a bit vain. Don't think nonsense. This is just to fulfill the bet on the bus that day. Nothing else. Chu Yang laughed. Is it really just to fulfill the bet? What else do you want? Lin Qingxue arrogantly skimmed her mouth. Chu Yang directly reached out and pulled Lin Qingxue, who was sitting next to him, into his arms. Under the dim light, the two people's gazes quickly locked together. Lin Qingxue tensed up. You, what do you want? Do you know a saying? Chu Yang's gaze towards Lin Qingxue gradually sizzled. Courtesy and reciprocity. Lin Qingxue's heart was violently stunned. Her heart thumped wildly. So what? I like it. You have to kiss me. The next second, before Lin Qingxue could react, Chu Yang directly blocked her mouth. Lin Qingxue's brain instantly went blank. Wow. You this person. Not speaking of martial virtues, actually engaging in a sneak attack. Only after half a second did Lin Qingxue blush and break away from Chu Yang's arms, pouting and glaring at Chu Yang. Bad man. If a man isn't bad, a woman doesn't love him. Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders, then looked at Lin Qingxue and smiled. So, did you hear what I just said? Which words? Lin Qingxue started to play dumb. I like you. I didn't hear it. Lin Qingxue laughed. Say that again? I like you. Lin Qingxue laughed. Why don't I know? How long have I liked you? Chu Yang reached out and hugged Lin Xingxue into his arms again, and said in a warm voice, "I'm not too sure. Only a glance for 10,000 years. So this is considered a confession by you?" Lin Xingxue obediently leaned into Chu Yang's embrace, then wrinkled her cute little nose again. "It feels like if I directly agreed to you like this, I'm rather losing out. So if you say some more good words and coax me, maybe I'll agree once I'm happy. What do you want to hear? I'll listen to whatever you say." Chu Yang pondered a little for a few seconds, looked up at the constantly flickering stars in the sky, and slowly said, "You should know, right, that the universe came from the Big Bang." Lin Xingxue nodded. Know that. So every atom in your body came from exploded stars. The atoms that formed your left hand may have come from a different star than the atoms in your right hand. And the atoms that formed your hair may have come from billions of stars each. Lin Xingxue looked up slightly. "So, you are all my stars." 2 days later, in the laboratory of the Capital University, in the center of the experiment, on a huge working platform, a variety of mechanical tentacles, constantly picking up a variety of parts from the shelves on both sides of the platform, quickly assembled these parts into a 2-meter-high model of an Iron Man. Only at the back of the Steel Man model, there was also a huge transportation circuit pipe inserted. "Xuanwu, conduct a joint adjustment test." Chu Yang began to give orders. "Boss, want some music? I can make him do a disco button." Chu Yang nodded. "Yes, you watch it. It's been 2 days since he was masked inside this lab. It's not like he can't listen to a song. It's kind of relaxing." "Understood." In the next second, a powerful song appeared inside the lab, and along with the start of the song's intro, the left leg of this empty shell of a Steelman model directly started to step forward, and along with the sound of a lyrics came out, the steel mannequin immediately began to jump, and along with the rhythm of the song becoming more and more cheerful, the rhythm of this Steelman jumping also became more and more cheerful. "Come to the left and draw a dragon with me. Draw a rainbow on your right. Let's go." Good lord, what's going on inside this lab? Isn't the rhythm a bit cheerful? How do I feel like it's smashing the wall inside? In a thump, a hammer 80? Outside the lab, some of the General Security Department personnel disguised as laboratory staff, as well as some of the military personnel from the Ministry of War who had been transferred over for security, had stretched their ears. However, because the inside of the lab was fully sealed, apart from Chu Yang, none of them had the authority to enter the lab, so they also had no idea what was happening inside the lab. A song was played. It was only then that this steel man slowly returned back to where it was standing at the very beginning. Xian Wu laughed cheerfully. "Boss, how was it? How was this dance just now?" "Average." Chu Yang nodded his head as he somewhat wanted to laugh. Then he gave his next command. "The overall maneuverability and flexibility is still good. This initial generation mecha, let's call the name White Tiger Mecha. File the model drawings of the White Tiger Type 1. Then build me a 3D model of the White Tiger Type 1 out on the computer. I'll see which color is better on it. White Tiger Type 1 mech. The whole body is made of titanium alloy. This white shaking model, it always looks like, not compelling enough." "Good." Xuanwu returned. In the next moment, the computer not far from the side immediately recorded a 3D stereo image of the White Tiger Type 1. "Look at them all on black." In the next second, the shell of the White Tiger Type 1 mech in the stereo image turned all black. No. It's too black. It doesn't look good." "7 colored? Too flowery. This is even uglier." In the end, the Xuanwu was really tossed out by Chu Yang. This one's aesthetics didn't seem to be good either. It directly selected some anime products from inside the network gallery, the shape of various armor diagrams. "Boss, why don't you take a look at the color of these armors? Which one do you like?" "That's fine." Chu Yang nodded his head and began to carefully pick it out. In the end, he took a fancy to a model of a fire dragon armor. The whole body was red, and some parts of the lines were made up of gold color. "This is it. Send it over for painting." After directly finalizing it, Chu Yang took out his phone from his own body, and after glancing at the time, it was already almost 12 noon. Chu Yang flipped open his circle of friends again. Then he saw a photo that Lin Xingxue had posted in her friend circle 2 hours ago. Today she was wearing a short-sleeved red French dress and was leaning against the sun with her roommate next to the soccer goal frame next to the school playground, and with the caption, "The sun is so nice today. See here." After a slight hesitation for a few seconds, Chu Yang clicked on Lin Xingxue's avatar and sent a message over. "I see that the dress you wore this morning is nice. I want to treat her to a meal. So if it's convenient, you can follow along." Ever since that night at the Mid-Autumn Festival, Lin Xingxue had been avoiding him for the past 2 days, saying something about having to think about it for 2 more days before giving him an answer. All other chats were rebuffed. A few seconds later, Lin Xingxue messaged back. "Skirt, she's not available yay. She's already accompanied her immortal and lovely mistress on a shopping trip. At the same time, at the corner of a certain street in Kyoto, a black van rested. Inside the van, a few of them, their gazes were staring intently at Lin Xingxue, who was accompanying her roommate to buy milk tea on the side of the road. A young man in the passenger seat asked towards a middle-aged man in the main driver, "Captain, do you think we can lure out that Chu Yang after catching that girl?" "Absolutely." The man's eyes were ferocious. That Chu Yang stays inside that lab in their school all day long without coming out. And even when he does come out, he's surrounded by all the people from the General Security Administration guarding him. There's definitely a big problem with him. But then he laughed again. It's not realistic to go directly to the lab to catch him. But that girl is different. I've investigated. Her relationship with Chu Yang is extraordinary. And there are even people from the General Security Administration laying control around her. But at the very least, there's still a chance on her side. As long as I catch her, I have ways to make that Chu Yang compromise. Went out shopping? Chu Yang froze. Alright, then I'll have to eat alone at noon. Xuanwu, ask someone at the door to help me go to the cafeteria to beat a meal over. A cafeteria's fried meat with rotting bamboo will do. After saying that, Chu Yang looked up again and asked, "Is the lithium-air battery ready?" This lithium-air battery technology was something he took directly from inside the treasure house of knowledge. In fact, on the current Earth, it wasn't like there weren't people who were working on projects about lithium-air batteries. But there was also a large portion of people who didn't think that lithium-air batteries were reasonable. Because lithium is an extremely active metal element. It can react with almost all gases in the air except rare gases. Unless, of course, it is possible to isolate the oxygen in the air and build a closed environment where only the oxygen naturally enters the reaction system constructed from the lithium element. And the most excellent way of this conception is to directly use a special micromolecular physical diaphragm in the lithium battery and air contact parts, with this layer of diaphragm to isolate the other elements in the air. But this thing is easy to say. Doing it is very difficult. The current technology on Earth was completely unable to reach this level. And in the treasure trove of knowledge, Chu Yang only slightly inquired and found out the manufacturing technology of the high permeability oxygen molecule separation membrane. However, due to the problem of basic technology, yesterday he had to remodel the instruments inside the laboratory and assembled a set of devices to produce the high permeability oxygen molecular separation membrane by himself. Of course, this technology was difficult, but after the breakthrough, the benefits brought out were also predictable. Compared to the traditional lithium-ion battery, lithium-air batteries do not need to consume cathode reactants at all, and only need to consume oxygen in the air to complete the reaction. And theoretically, the oxygen in the air is almost inexhaustible. So the energy reserve of the lithium-air battery only depends on the weight of the electrode on this side of the lithium metal. In the same volume, the energy reserve of the lithium-air battery will be more than 5 times that of the ordinary lithium battery. And after hearing Chu Yang's question about the lithium-air battery, Xuanwu immediately quickly returned. The lithium-air battery has been encapsulated. Do we need to conduct an energy test now? Go and take a look. Chu Yang nodded. He then walked to the laboratory's instrument that specialized in testing energy strength. A large intelligent mobile forklift was currently working on the lithium-air battery assembly workbench from the side far away. And with the fork at the front end, it quickly forked up a piece of lithium-air battery that had just been encapsulated on the workbench. The total weight is close to 100 kilograms. The shape was also designed as a backpack in order to fit the White Tiger 1 mech. When in use, it was only necessary to install this battery on the back, hardly affecting the flexibility of the White Tiger 1 itself. After placing this battery on the energy detector's detection table, several mechanical arms immediately appeared from above the detection table, pulling a data wire and connecting it to the positive and negative poles of the lithium-air battery. Starting energy detection, along with Chu Yang's words falling, a reaction immediately began to occur within the lithium-air battery, and on top of the display screen next to him, a data box quickly appeared, and the data on it was still rising. Energy density 100 kilowatts, energy density 200 kilowatts, energy density 300 kilowatts. This test consumed a total of close to a minute. Soon, the data inside the data frame was fixed at a stable range. Energy density 13,200 kilowatts. After seeing this energy density, Chu Yang immediately nodded with satisfaction. This measurement is the energy density that every 1 kilogram of lithium can achieve. This level of energy density is already completely comparable to an ordinary fuel automobile. The next thing that remained was the actual test. Although this level of battery installed in the car is absolutely no problem. However, it was used in a mech. Although Chu Yang hadn't designed a corresponding weapon module within the mech, but he had already added the drive module. On the bottom of the mech's feet, there were 2 miniature curvature drive units, which could reach a speed of 100 meters/second with full power exertion. 20 minutes later, Chu Yang got the rotisserie fried meat sent over by the General Security Administration personnel from the doorway, and then nestled inside the lab and ate it with relish. And on the other side, Lin Qingxue and her roommates also came out from a shopping mall, carrying a few handbags of loaded clothes in their hands. Girls, shopping in addition to eat, the rest is to buy. But also at this time, just walked to the side of the road. A black van directly ignored the red light, quickly rushed to the front of Lin Qingxue them several people. After the door opened, a few strong men came down and forcefully grabbed Lin Qingxue inside the van. Ha ha, boss, got it, one of them laughed out loud. Run away according to the original plan. The middle-aged man driving the car also laughed. This time, they had sort of taken a huge risk, snatching someone directly from under the noses of the General Security Administration personnel, but the rewards received were definitely proportional. As long as they escaped Kyoto, they could immediately run back. Crap, something's wrong. On the other side, the faces of several General Security Department personnel who had been keeping an eye on Lin Qingxue in the shadows instantly changed drastically. Quickly notify the General Security Department. Lin Qingxue has been kidnapped, suspected to be the activities of an offshore organization. The few of them were sent over to secretly protect Lin Qingxue. After all, although Chu Yang was not with Lin Qingxue yet, but it was still someone who had a significant relationship with Chu Yang, and Chu Yang was an important scientific researcher who had been named by the top to focus on. If something happened to Lin Qingxue, who knew what kind of things Chu Yang would do? Office of the General Security Administration. Lu Changqing had a good time in the past 2 days. Chu Yang was honestly researching the project in his hands in the laboratory of the capital university, so he just had to send people to guard the surroundings of the capital university. As long as he found one, he would immediately arrest one. He had already uprooted several foreign spy organizations one after another. At this time, the phone he had placed on the table suddenly rang, and after casually connecting the call, the urgent voice of a General Security Administration officer immediately came out of the phone. Administrator, Lin Qingxue has been kidnapped. What? Lu Changqing instantly stood up from his seat in shock. It's only been a couple days since the situation has subsided. Something happened again? According to how important Chu Yang was to Lin Qingxue, if something happened to Lin Qingxue, wouldn't that guy have to blow up? This guy is now the only 2 people in the country who have been awarded the National Scholar Medal. The last one. It was old Mr. Shen. The significance of this is already self-evident. If something goes wrong with Chu Yang, all of them would have to follow the bad luck. Then the expression on his face turned serious. Immediately send a notice to all departments in Kyoto. Now within Kyoto, only allowed to enter, not allowed to leave. When to find Lin Qingxue, only then give me to unseal. Then immediately let the General Security Department at Kyoto University notify Chu Yang, and properly appease his emotions. As for the rest of the other deployments, wait for my orders later. On the road, Li Chen and the 2 roommates next to her instantly panicked as they watched the sudden scene. What's going on? But then she quickly calmed down, took out her own cell phone, and dialed the alarm. Call the police. This matter must be reported to the police immediately. After living for more than 20 years, this was really the first time she had encountered such a thing. The alarm call was quickly connected, and a soft woman's voice came from inside. Hello, alarm center. May I ask how I can help you? Li Qian's voice was a little trembling. I want to call the police. My roommate was kidnapped by a group of unidentified people on the street. The location is in the Chaoyan District's Commerce Building neighborhood. After saying that she carefully recalled what that license plate number looked like, she then continued. It's a black van, and the license plate number on the van, if I'm not mistaken, should be Beijing Axx. The female police officer inside the phone quickly confirmed. Is it confirmed that she was kidnapped? Li Qian quickly nodded. I confirm. Good. The female police officer on the other side of the phone immediately nodded. This young lady, if you have time, can you now come to the police station? We need to record the information you said in detail, and then carefully recalled. Your roommate in the usual there is no offense to anyone. In this way, it is more convenient for us to handle the case of the police department. No problem. We'll be right over. Li Chen nodded her head repeatedly, and after hanging up the phone, she immediately took the other 2 roommates to take a taxi towards the direction of the police station. It was obvious that this kidnapping was definitely premeditated, but she really didn't think. Lin Qingxue usually didn't sin against anyone. How could someone come over and kidnap her so blatantly? And in the Kyoto Police Station's commissioner's office, after receiving the phone call from Lu Changqing of the General Security Department, the Kyoto Police Commissioner wearing a white shirt nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, don't worry. This matter our police department will definitely cooperate fully to find the kidnapper's trail as fast as possible. When the phone hung up, he saw the photo of a paper document sent over by Lu Changqing on his cell phone screen. Lin Qingxue? After seeing the name and photo on the paper, the police commissioner instantly froze. The call he had just received was to go find a girl named Lin Xingxue on this document, and even attached a license plate number for the reason of a kidnapping case, but the exact reason, or anything else, was not mentioned at all. Is this the daughter of any family? The administrator began to secretly ponder, but at his level, basically the families of the top leaders on this side of Kyoto had all met, and even if they hadn't, they probably knew the names, but Lin Xingxue was the first name she had heard. However, he did not think so much. This is the General Administration of Security out, and is Lu Changqing's phone call personally to his cell phone. Without even thinking about it, this Lin Xingxue on the photo must have an extraordinary relationship, or rather, a special identity. In any case, this matter, he absolutely could not slack off. He then tightly clutched the cell phone in his hand and quickly dialed the landline phone in front of him. Get me the person in charge of the traffic police department. I need to talk to him right now. Soon, the phone was connected, and a middle-aged man's voice came from inside. Administrator, what are your instructions? The white-shirt administrator said in a hurry. Old Joe, I'll send a picture to your cell phone right away. From now on, your traffic police department is going to be busy. I don't care if you're looking for it in the big data or setting up a roadblock halfway through the day. Anyway, do whatever it takes to find that girl on the paperwork for me, as well as that car. After saying that, he also highlighted, note that this is a mission sent down from the General Security Administration side, so I have reason to suspect that this incident should have the shadow of an offshore organization. You guys must pay close attention to it. The people on the opposite side may have guns in their hands. Make sure to ensure the safety of that girl in the photo. As for the other personnel, when they encounter force majeure, they can be allowed to shoot on the spot, and for this operation, only success is allowed, not failure. If it's messed up, then you're on your own. Soon, a temporary command headquarters was directly set up on the police department's side. The traffic police department, the information department, and even the SWAT department. The three major departments were jointly working on the case. On the various main roads of Kyoto, countless police cars whistled past. All the police who were on vacation, all returned to their positions. There were even special police who drove explosion-proof armored vehicles. Everyone was loaded and serious. In the sky, also quickly appeared several helicopters, began to carry out a carpet search on the ground. Seeing this scene, it instantly attracted countless people around. Crap, is this a drill? So many police department cars are out? Special police are out. And there are also helicopters. What's going on here? It can't be an offshore organization operating in Kyoto, right? Off the charts. What kind of person is this going to arrest that it's such a big battle? Then very quickly, people noticed some changes around them. At various intersections, more or less 1 or 2 police cars appeared, surrounded by countless gun-toting police officers, as well as special police, all standing at attention. And there were even relevant police department personnel, who began to check the inside of every car on the road one by one. At the same time, inside a certain alley in Kyoto that avoided surveillance cameras, the people who had just kidnapped Lin Xingxue instantly got out of the car, and then changed into a high-end sedan with a blackout curtain. After pushing Lin Xingxue inside the car, these people quickly started the car and ran towards the outskirts of Kyoto. Lin Xingxue's face had turned white. She had lived for nearly 20 years, and this was the first time she had encountered such a thing. She didn't even know what was going on, but she had been inexplicably captured by these people. Calm down, calm down. After continuously giving herself a wave of mental hints, Lin Xingxue then took several quick deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down as her brain began to run at a rapid pace. At the very least one point, they should be in the fleeing stage right now, and it was true that they hadn't sinned against anyone, nor was his family particularly rich. Talking about the level of kidnapping for ransom, that is to say, these people of theirs should have other thoughts in mind when they kidnap themselves. If that was the case, within a short period of time, she shouldn't be harmed in any way. Thinking of all this, Lin Xingxue then quickly opened her mouth and asked, "Who the hell are you guys? Why are you kidnapping me? I shouldn't have sinned against you guys, right?" However, even though she was already giving herself mental hints over and over again, but as she spoke, her voice was still trembling. "It's not true that I've offended you." The man who was driving laughed. "As for the reason why you were kidnapped, if you have the chance later, you can personally ask your boyfriend. If you want to complain, just go and complain to him as well, but don't complain to us. We are also acting on the words of the above." Boyfriend? Lin Xingxue's heart violently trembled. Chu Yang? Why would these people want to threaten Chu Yang by kidnapping themselves? At this time, the young man sitting on the passenger seat of the car suddenly looked at the middle-aged man next to him and said nervously, "Captain, the message from above came over. Let's pay attention to it." Now Kyoto's traffic police, SWAT, and the General Security Department have all been mobilized, so let's pay attention to it. And moreover, Kyoto has already sealed off the city. What are you afraid of? Hasn't this been planned for a long time? The middle-aged man sneered. Then through the rearview mirror of the car, he looked at Lin Xingxue who was sitting in the back row with a shocked look on her face and teased. Little friend, you still don't know what your boyfriend does, do you? Immediately after that, he laughed rather admiringly. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Originally we couldn't be sure of your boyfriend's identity before, but now, I'm completely sure. That little boyfriend of yours is much more than you know. Yo, did you hear that? Because you were kidnapped by us, the entire Kyoto was sealed off. That little boyfriend of yours has a lot of energy. Lin Xingxue was stunned. Kyoto sealed off the city? Even if the kidnapping case was indeed big, it shouldn't reach the point of sealing the city, right? And what exactly were these people threatening Chu Yang for? The 3 years that Chu Yang disappeared, did he really go to cure his illness? But why would he get into trouble with such people? Just now when she was arrested she had seen that in the hands of these people, there were guns. This moment, she suddenly could not see through Chu Yang somewhat. Beijing University Laboratory. Chu Yang was continuing to study the next step of installing the weapon template on top of the White Tiger 1 mech. At that moment, the door of the laboratory was suddenly knocked on. Chu Yang hurriedly put down what he was doing and walked to the door of the laboratory, and after opening the door of the room, he saw those two familiar old acquaintances again. Seeing this, Chu Yang hurriedly asked suspiciously, both of you, looking for me at this time of the day, is there something wrong? Normally, people from the General Security Department would not take the initiative to look for themselves, unless something happened. One of the men glanced at Chu Yang somewhat nervously. Mr. Chu, there is something that we need to inform you about, but I hope that you won't get excited after hearing the news. What happened? Chu Yang's complexion stared. Lin Xingxue has been kidnapped. What? Chu Yang's face instantly sank. When did it happen? Half an hour ago. The man hurriedly said. Our General Security Department's team member who was responsible for protecting her was protecting her in the dark when he accidentally let her be kidnapped by the kidnappers. The man then apologized and lowered his head. I'm really sorry, Mr. Chu, this matter is our dereliction of duty. Is there any news about the person? The emotions on Chu Yang's face gradually eased. The man returned. An abandoned van was found. Now it is presumed that they should have switched vehicles and run away. Then after a slight pause of a few seconds to organize his language, he then looked at Chu Yang and continued, but please rest assured, Kyoto has now been blocked off, and our General Security Department has already joined forces with the police department side to search the whole city. They are absolutely unable to run out of Kyoto. Is it because of me? Chu Yang asked. There's a high probability that it's at the behest of an offshore organization. That's so. Chu Yang lightly sighed, then looked at the several people. Then this matter will trouble you all. If it is found, I hope that you will continue to give me news. After that, Chu Yang then directly returned to the laboratory and tightly locked the door of the laboratory. Outside the door, the personnel of the General Security Department were a little confused. What kind of situation was this? The attitude that Chu Yang had just displayed didn't seem to be anxious. Could it be that he wasn't worried at all? However, what they didn't know was that the next second they returned to the lab. Chu Yang's face was completely gloomy. Couldn't move himself. Those guys actually hit on Lin Xingxue's idea. Damn it. Do you really think that my Chu Yang's people? Is it you guys that can just mess around with them? The next moment, Chu Yang then coldly said, Xuanwu, prepare to assemble the mechs for me. Okay boss. Chu Yang took off the experimental jacket he was wearing. Then he stood on the assembly platform of the mech. One by one, the mechanical arms danced quickly, and all sorts of mecha parts began to cover Chu Yang's body continuously. After the last piece of mask was installed on Chu Yang's face, his entire person was then completely covered by the White Tiger Type 1 mech. However, this time, what was connected to the back of the mech was no longer a huge transportation wire, but a lithium air battery. And in front of Chu Yang's eyes, after being covered by the mask, there was first a darkness, and then a virtual electronic projection screen soon appeared. On it, the overall data of the White Tiger Type 1 mech was monitored, as well as the remaining charge of the lithium air battery. Xuanwu, activating operating system. Operating system activation in progress. Self-test of the mech's internal circuitry in progress. Curvature drive detection complete. Remaining power 99%. Sufficient power. Boss, welcome to use. Accompanied by a series of Xuanwu's voice appearing, the White Tiger Type 1 battle armor that was originally locked was completely unlocked. Chu Yang's bound limbs also began to move freely, and on the screen in front of him, a vast view of the front of the mech also appeared. After moving around a little, After feeling that there wasn't much of a difference from a regular person, Chu Yang then heavily clenched the fist in his hand and coldly said, Xuanwu, give me a big data retrieval of Lin Qingshua's current location within Kyoto. Okay boss. The next second, a huge stream of data appeared on the internet. A few seconds later, Xuanwu replied, Alright boss, the positioning has been found. The vehicle that the boss's wife is traveling in has now appeared on a thoroughfare in the eastern suburbs of Kyoto, and it's currently in a situation where it's traveling at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, roughly 80 kilometers away from your location. Very good. Chu Yang nodded slightly, his eyes gradually turning cold. Aren't you guys looking for me? Then today, I will do as you all wish. Activate the curvature drive. In the next second, Chu Yang, who was wearing a mech, then directly and quickly rose from his original position, directly crashing through the ceiling above the head of the laboratory, and quickly rushed towards the outdoors. And inside the laboratory, the loud noise made by the mech breaking through the ceiling, as well as the various pieces of debris falling on the ground stones, instantly attracted the attention of the people inside the lab. What's the situation? The two DSS officers guarding the outside of the lab were also stunned. In the next second, they saw a mecha with a flaming red body, which was interspersed with a golden sheen, appear. Shit, am I seeing this right? What is this thing? However, just as the two blinked their eyes and tried to see the exact appearance of this mech, Chu Yang had already piloted the mech and disappeared into thin air. The two were confused. Did you see something fly past just now? I saw it. Was it an illusion? There was nothing? Seeing ghosts? However, just as the duo were discussing it, an intercom hanging on their chests let out an urgent voice, emergency. There's a problem in the lab. The expressions on the duo's faces changed instantly, and they quickly rushed towards the lab. In the sky above Kyoto, Chu Yang's expression was a little hard to bear, not because the impact from the mech crashing through the ceiling backfired on him. It was because inside the mech he had also created buffering equipment. As long as it didn't exceed the mech's capacity, close to 99% of the force of the external force would be consumed by the buffering device inside the mech. Mainly, it wasn't his first time to take an airplane, but playing with a mecha. This was definitely the first time. He was a bit afraid of heights, and it was also his first time using a mech. He simply hadn't had the time to become skilled in some of the mech's operations yet. After flying around in the void for a period of time, only then did he gradually become skilled in controlling the mech's flying state, then directly in a straight line direction. With a fast speed, he rushed over towards the direction where Lin Qingxue was, and in the area near Kyoto University. Although these people inside the laboratory didn't see the real mecha figure, there were quite a few of them who had a good look at it. In the sky, a humanoid creature quickly traveled up in the sky. The boys on the street quickly looked up, and then were shocked straight away. Crap, what is this thing? Flying so fast? A girl standing next to him looked up slower, but also saw the figure of Chu Yang piloting the mech, and instantly couldn't help but widen her eyes. Some of them stuttered and spoke. Is this a drone? But it doesn't feel like it. This thing is too small, and the flight speed of the mech was fast. But in a few seconds, the figure of the mech disappeared in front of the eyes of the two, who looked at each other in unison. Baby, that red thing, what is it? I didn't blink right, wife. Did something just fly past up there? It can't be an alien invasion, crikey. Of course, these two people were not the only ones who saw this scene. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the mecha that flew over their heads with a dumbfounded expression. Crap, is this a UFO? How does it fly so fast? Is this the latest technology developed in China? Why do I feel as if there is a person flying in the sky? What the hell is this? Could it be that some big guy has a sky flight that has been discovered? There were even countless people who raised their cell phones and began to shoot this wave of images, which were then quickly sent to the internet. Kyoto Garrison Barracks. Inside a radar detection office, a red alarm suddenly sounded. Alert! Alert! The appearance of an unidentified flying object has been detected in our skies. Alert! Alert! An unidentified flying object has been detected appearing over our side. Almost the next second, inside a large screen in front of the office, a satellite surveillance image appeared. It was precisely the figure of Chu Yang flying rapidly in his mech. The people inside the office who saw the scene had their eyes widened. What is this thing? Good lord! Isn't the speed at which this thing flies flying a bit too fast? Is this a new device researched by the Chinese Academy of Sciences? But we haven't been notified of a test flight either. Then one of them exclaimed. The results have been tested. The flight speed is close to 220 kilometers per hour. This speed did look just average in the air. Civilian airliners were able to reach speeds of 900 kilometers per hour, let alone their military department's fighters, which only flew faster. But this thing in the video footage was just too bizarre. In the next moment, the person in charge of the office then tightened his expression. Whatever it is, prepare to report it. then shoot him down. And inside the lab, two people from the General Security Department knocked on the door of Chu Yang's laboratory in a hurry. Mr. Chu, is something happening? Please reply. But for half a day, no one inside the office replied. Something happened? The hearts of the people suddenly tightened. The two DSS officers and the lead looked at each other, then nodded at the same time. Break the door. In the next second, the duo directly broke through the door of the lab. In an instant, the security alarms inside the lab sounded. However, they couldn't care less, and with a group of people behind them, they quickly rushed into the lab. One after another, they passed through two doors. Only then did they rush inside the lab. However, after seeing what was inside the laboratory, all the people present all froze in place. Countless mechanical arms that had been modified by Chu Yang. The huge mecha installation workbench. There were even two assembled mech shells on the side of the lab. These were the two versions that Chu Yang had created when he initially tested the mechanical flexibility. It was only after being optimized by these two versions that he obtained this White Tiger Type 1 mech that he was wearing. Good lord, what is he researching in here? Isn't this a bit too much? Is this a sci-fi movie? With all the mechs coming out? Everyone present froze. However, in the next second, a General Security Department officer at the head turned his head to look at the crowd in front of him. Gentlemen, I'm sorry, from now on, you can't leave this lab. Right away, we, the General Security Department, will send someone over to take over the lab. Immediately after that, he then looked at his companion next to him and said, call the General Administration right away and inform the administrator that Chu Yang has disappeared. Kyoto Garrison Barracks. Inside the temporarily established wartime command headquarters, the top 10 military department executives looked at the Mets that were still flying fast high in the air with grave expressions. When an information investigator entered, one of the top brass immediately turned his head and asked, how is it? Has the origin of this UFO been ascertained? It hasn't been ascertained yet. That information investigator nervously said, but I've already called with the Chinese Academy of Sciences side. This UFO is not something he researched, and there haven't been any recent flight tests of the new shaped drone. Is there any chance that it's a craft from another country? Someone is already dealing with the neighboring countries, but for specific data, it may take a while. The high-ranking officer's face immediately sank. Then let's ignore it for the time being. Immediately prepare two fighters to chase after it. First confirm if there is anyone inside that craft. If there is no one, directly shoot it down for me. In China, especially still in Kyoto's airspace, such an unidentified flying object had actually appeared. It was fine if it was domestic. Once it was a foreign one that was recording Kyoto's detailed composition data, then it would be a big problem. Understood. A correspondent inside the office then picked up the landline on the table next to him and dialed. This is the temporary command of the Kyoto garrison. An unidentified flying object has been spotted in the sky above Kyoto, and an urgent order has been given to send out fighters to intercept it. Repeat, an unidentified flying object has been detected over Kyoto, ordering the urgent dispatch of fighter jets to intercept. Over. However, this order had just been given. A correspondent from one of the other working departments ran inside the command headquarters, and after giving a military salute to the highest person in charge of it, he immediately reported quickly, Commander, the Chinese Academy of Sciences has called in an emergency, and is now requesting that our department send at least a company of personnel to immediately go to the Kyoto University laboratories to conduct armed guards. What? The commander had a bit of a headache. This UFO over Kyoto hadn't even been taken care of yet, so how come something happened on the side of Kyoto University again? But their military department already had someone defending there. They also knew how important the experimenters inside that lab guarded by Kyoto University were. Now that the Chinese Academy of Sciences had called, something must have gone wrong. He then said seriously, it's approved. Get a team of people over there immediately to take a look. Soon, two state-of-the-art military fighter jets quickly took off from the Kyoto Fighter Airport and quickly tracked over towards Chu Yang's location. And at the same time, inside the laboratory of Kyoto University, the Chinese Academy of Sciences had already come with a group of academicians, and everyone's face was gloomy. Right now, Chu Yang could be said to be the most important scientific researcher in China, and that was not an exaggeration. If something happened to him, this would be a big problem. Wang Weiman looked at the various instruments inside the lab while dialing Chu Yang's phone. In the sky, the Xuanwu inside the mech spoke. Boss, the Dean of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Wang Weiman, called you. Do you want to answer it? Dean Wang? Chu Yang froze for a moment. Switch to autopilot mode. I'll answer the call. In the next moment, the mecha immediately shifted into the autopilot program, still rapidly flying towards Lin Xingshue's location, while Chu Yang answered the call and slowly smiled. Elder Wang, you're calling me at this time. What's the problem? Chu Yang. After seeing that Chu Yang had actually picked up the phone, Wang Weiman immediately let out a sigh of relief. And immediately after that, he began to quickly ask, "Where are you now? What's going on in the lab?" "Staying in the lab for a long time. I'm running outside." Chu Yang slowly smiled. "As for the lab, the mecha was made by me, but it's still in the testing stage. And before, when I accidentally mishandled the operation, I crashed the ceiling." "Testing?" Wang Weiman instantly caught the key point within Chu Yang's sentence. "Chu Yang, tell me, that UFO flying over Kyoto, it was you who researched it, right?" "Well, it was discovered." Chu Yang skimmed his lips. "I'm currently conducting a flight test. Don't think too much. I'll be back later." After that, Chu Yang directly hung up the phone and asked towards Xuanwu. "Xuanwu, how much longer will it take to arrive?" 5 minutes. Full speed ahead." In the next moment, the speed of the mecha began to increase rapidly. But soon, 2 Chinese fighter jets appeared beside Chu Yang. "Master, someone on the 2 fighters in front of us is ready to talk to us. Is it allowed?" "Fighters?" Chu Yang froze for a moment. After casually turning his head to look both ways, he immediately nodded his head and said, "Yes, access it." After waiting for the connection to clear, Chu Yang's ears immediately resounded with the voice sent by the personnel inside the fighter jet. "Warning, this is the Huasha Air Force. Now you have entered our airspace. Please immediately state your identity and land immediately. Otherwise, our warplanes will carry out a shoot-down counterattack. Over." "Is the military so fast?" Chu Yang froze slightly, but right now he didn't have so much time to chat with the people from the military ministry. He hurriedly said, "You guys don't have to follow me and watch. Go back and report. Tell your commander that I'm Chu Yang, and I'm in the middle of a battle armor test." "Chu Yang?" One of the fighter pilots in the lead froze for a moment. They didn't know what exactly Chu Yang's identity was. And inside the laboratory, looking at the phone that was hung up by Chu Yang, Wang Weiman's face instantly changed drastically, and he quickly dialed the hand of the commander of the Kyoto garrison. "Commander Sun, that unidentified flying object in the sky is an academician of our Chinese Academy of Sciences conducting a flight test. You guys haven't done anything about it yet, have you?" "What?" The commander who received the call was speechless. "I just asked you so not to say. My fighters were sent out. If it's fast, right away you'll be able to see that flying object fall from the sky." "No way," Wang Weiman immediately shouted out. "Absolutely not, shoot it down. Our researchers are still inside." And on Chu Yang's side, after speaking to the fighter pilot, the mech's altitude dropped rapidly. That fighter pilot's face changed. Tower. There is an operator present inside the flying object, and he said that he is Chu Yang, whether to proceed with the next eviction. Over. Soon after, the tower returned a message. "This is the tower. 2 of you have worked hard. The identity is confirmed. It's our researchers testing a new type of scientific research. Over." The expressions of the 2 fighter pilots who heard this instantly froze. Our country's new scientific research achievements? When did China actually have this kind of thing? At the same time, accompanied by the rapid landing of the mech, within Chu Yang's field of vision inside the mech, a black sedan that was speeding down the road also appeared. Seeing this, a cold smile instantly appeared on Chu Yang's face. "I have found you." Inside the black sedan, after looking at the surrounding avenue that didn't have many vehicles passing by, and then thinking that as long as they drove to the suburbs, they could immediately be arranged to leave Kyoto by water, the middle-aged man who was sitting in the main driver's seat and driving the car laughed smugly. "Brothers, cheer up. After we finish the job, we'll be able to return to our country right away." These people had been sent to China to hide if they were early, even 10 years ago, responsible for long-term collection of special intelligence, creating law and order chaos, provoking international fishing wheels and so on. And when necessary, they also needed to perform some special assassination missions, every day living in fear and trepidation. But now, after having Lin Qingxue as a bargaining chip, these days of not being able to see the edge of the glance were finally going to come to an end. One might even be able to leap into the middle and upper echelons inside their organization after returning home, enjoying fine wine and luxury cars, and hearing their captain's words. The other people inside the car also laughed in succession. "Finally, we don't have to live this kind of fearful days in China. It hurts." But the smiles on these people's faces hadn't disappeared yet. Suddenly, the young man sitting in the co-pilot's seat quickly looked up, incredulously glanced at the sky above his head, and even his voice began to stutter as he spoke. "Team, Captain, look, what is this thing in the sky?" As soon as the middle-aged man looked up, he immediately saw Chu Yang, who was about to rush towards them, and his pupils instantly contracted violently. "Hell, what the hell is this thing?" After secretly cursing, he then fiercely stepped on the gas pedal under his foot. "Brothers, sit tight. I'm going to accelerate." At this moment, his heart rate reached a peak. He was about to retreat from Kyoto. But what was this thing that came out halfway? It wasn't as if they hadn't researched about China's military technology products. But, who can explain to him? What is this thing flying up in the sky? A drone? Or is it mecha? But in the next moment, he dismissed his second choice. How could this be possible? Not to mention Huaxia, even the top exoskeleton armor of the pretty country could barely perform some simple detection tasks within some special environments. But that thing on top of his head, even if the size is similar to that of a normal person, it can still fly? It was absolutely impossible for such technology to appear in the world. Afterwards, the cell phone of the young man in the passenger seat of the car rang. It was an unfamiliar caller, and the number was a bunch of messy codes. After seeing this number, the young man's face tightened. Captain, this phone, answer or not, take it. The middle-aged man did not hesitate in the slightest. With one of these things flying above his head, the next second the phone rang, using his ass to know who was calling. After the call was connected, Chu Yang then levitated in midair above his head and said in a cold voice through the microphone, "You have been surrounded by me. Everyone get out of the car and hold their heads. Crouch on the ground. If there is any resistance, die." The middle-aged man directly snatched the phone over. "Next hammer. I have hostages in the car. If you have the ability to come down." He then directly hung up the phone fiercely and instantly. The next second he then showed a ruthless face and directly stepped on the gas pedal under his foot, accompanied by the sound of a rumbling car engine. The speed of this black sedan immediately sped up a few more points. Damn it! Chu Yang was somewhat helpless. He now regretted why he didn't configure the weapon module on the mech earlier. This big iron shell without a weapon system, the deterrent effect could be said to have plummeted. However, soon after, Chu Yang snorted coldly. "Xuanwu, go down and meet those people." Without a weapon system, he might not be unable to dry out these people. Soon, when he was approaching a distance of tens of meters from the ground, Chu Yang directly turned off the curvature drive, and his entire body quickly fell to the ground, quickly smashing out a deep pit within a range of 100 meters in front of the black sedan, just like a god of the heavens descending. "Captain, this thing is coming down. What should we do?" The others in the car panicked. If it was a helicopter above their heads, they wouldn't have panicked in the slightest. After all, there were hostages in the car, and they didn't dare to really open fire. However, the unknown was the most terrifying thing. This thing in front of them that they didn't know whether it was a human or a ghost. They were completely confused as to how much danger it could pose. "What are you afraid of?" The middle-aged man cursed angrily. "Watch me smash him." Chu Yang slowly stood up from the ground. He then directly maneuvered the mech and quickly rushed towards the front of this black sedan. Bang! Accompanied by a violent ringing sound, Chu Yang directly rushed to the front of this car, his hands gripping the front position of the car with a death grip. Countless sparks from the friction blossomed under his feet, and the body of the mech was constantly and rapidly falling backwards under the impetus of the car. "Xuanwu, adjust the power of the curvature drive upwards for me." Chu Yang clenched his teeth tightly and quickly strengthened the mecha's propulsion. Lin Xingxue was right inside the car, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at the scene in front of her. What was this thing? Why did it suddenly appear here? A mecha that was about 2 meters tall for a single person was actually able to intercept a vehicle traveling at high speed. If she wasn't kidnapped right now, she must have thought that this was a sci-fi movie being filmed. The middle-aged man in charge of driving the car showed a vicious look. "Doggone it! What the hell is this thing? Shoot me! Shoot me!" Without hesitation, he pulled out a pistol from his main driving position and started to quickly shoot towards the body of the mech Chu Yang was wearing. However, the shell of this mech was specially strengthened by Chu Yang, and unusual bullets were simply impossible to break the defense of the mech shell. Chu Yang directly clenched his teeth fiercely. "Turn up the power to 80% for me. Everyone present today, don't even think of leaving." In the next moment, a more powerful thrust instantly appeared. Chu Yang this finally harnessed the mech and stood firm in place. Immediately after that, Chu Yang's ferocious hammer directly smashed on the location of the engine in front of the automobile. Bang! In an instant, a large deep pit was sunk in the location of the car's hood, and a stream of black smoke came out from it. This black sedan, too, finally lost its power. Damn! The middle-aged man was about to gnaw his own teeth to pieces as he heavily raised his hand and slammed it hard on the steering wheel. What the hell is this thing? Aren't they just kidnapping someone? Is it necessary to create such a thing to intercept them? However, the opportunity to return to the country was right in front of him. No matter who it was, there was no way to stop him from leaving today. Grass! All get out of the car and fuck him up. The middle-aged man kicked the car door open, took the submachine gun placed next to him, and raised his hand to frantically strafe the mecha. Inside the Kyoto police station, in the temporary command room where the traffic police, special police, and other auxiliary police were united, On a large command screen in front of them, a network map suddenly appeared. And on top of the map, there was also a red marker marked. What is this situation? The police commissioner who saw this scene's expression instantly became grave. This was the internal network of their Kyoto police department, with a strong firewall. Why would an icon like this appear now? What kind of person hacked in? Commissioner, the system can't be operated. The information officer in charge quickly tapped the keyboard, but realized that they had completely lost control of the screen. The next moment, a few words quickly appeared on this computer's icon. Lin Xingxue is here. Come quickly. Eastern suburb? The police commissioner's heart trembled, and then he carefully looked at the location on this map. Commissioner, isn't this someone maliciously messing with our site? The other police station executives beside him hurriedly asked. Make a call and have all the police officers who are in the vicinity go over there. The administrator gritted his teeth fiercely. This matter is of great importance. We absolutely cannot let go of any chance. Kyoto University. Several armed helicopters suddenly appeared in the sky on the campus. A green truck carrying soldiers also quickly drove into the campus of Kyoto University. It finally stopped directly around that laboratory of Chuyang. Heavy soldiers surrounded this lab. Crap, what's going on here? Only a few days ago a batch of transportation trucks from the Ministry of the Army came. And this time so many people came directly. What they're holding in their hands should be the newly modified 95 type semi-automatic rifles. Right. So damn handsome? Am I the only one still concerned about that UFO at noon? I think the video that broke out on the internet is too cool. There's one thing. That thing wouldn't be the one that our school's lab researched. Or else so many troopers would have come so suddenly all at once? And on the eastern suburb side. Damn, son of a bitch. Come here if you're capable. The middle-aged man held the submachine gun in his hand and kept blasting away. The other few people beside him also raised the firearms in their hands. And the bullets flew and smashed in front of Chu Yang as if they didn't need money. However, these bullets did not bring any damage to Chu Yang, as far as the shell defense of the White Tiger Type 1 mech was concerned, unless it was an armor-breaking bullet. Otherwise, a simple bullet attack would never be able to break the White Tiger Type 1 mech shell. This level of lethality, to want to fight against a mecha, is simply out of one's depth. After coldly snorting, Chu Yang slowly raised his hand, and the curvature drive device instantly turned on. Set. Under Chu Yang's operation, it was as if the space within a 10-meter radius around him was forbidden. The powerful warp speed force field changed the direction of these bullets coming towards him, directly fixing the bullets in place. What's going on? The expressions on the faces of the group of gun-wielding spies immediately became shocked. This was because they realized that not only could they not pull the trigger with their fingers, even opening their mouths to speak had become difficult. Utilizing the curvature drive device, Chu Yang had already controlled all the space around here. Load the martial arts module. Chu Yang let out a low shout, and the various hydraulic devices inside the mech immediately began to operate rapidly, although he hadn't installed a weapon module on the mech. But how could a Chinese mech not know martial arts? Module loaded successfully. Along with Xuanwu's voice came out. Chu Yang's figure quickly disappeared in place, and under the expressions of the crowd who looked like they had seen a ghost, he directly flashed to one of the spies. Spreading out his right palm, he directly pushed it against this spy's jaw. A palm lifted him up. At the same time, the warp confinement also ended at this moment. However, it was too late for the rest of the people left to make a move on Chu Yang, only to see Chu Yang, who was driving the mech, toppling all the people in front of him to the ground between his rapid movement of his body. Finally, he dashed and rushed to the middle-aged man at the head of the group. Come on, kill me if you can. The middle-aged man who had been released from his confinement burst out, pulling the trigger in his hand like a madman. He didn't even dare to run back to the car to use Lin Xingxue as a hostage threat. He couldn't even think of escaping. This hand of Chu Yang's fixation technique just now was really too evil. He could only do his last resistance here. To die, he had to die with dignity. Chu Yang laughed coldly, directly facing the countless bullets in front of him. He slowly walked in front of the middle-aged man, casually raising his hand. He grabbed the muzzle of the submachine gun in his hand. With a slight force, he twisted it, enhanced by the power of the internal hydraulic system inside the machine. It instantly erupted with thousands of pounds of strength, directly pinching this gun barrel into a flat one. 1,000 times, 10,000 times. None of you should have touched Lin Xingxue. Chu Yang's face was extremely gloomy, and after flattening the gun barrel, he smoothly snatched this gun from the middle-aged man's hands. Both hands continuously exerted force. In the end, he directly pinched this submachine gun into a huge round iron ball. Subsequently, after throwing the iron ball to the side, only then did Chu Yang slowly walk towards the front of this middle-aged man. He easily grabbed the middle-aged man's neck. He slowly grabbed him from the ground, grabbed him like a chicken. Within the mech, Chu Yang's eyes were filled with indifference. There was even a moment He really wanted to do this and directly break this middle-aged man's neck. However, if he really let him die like this, it was really too cheap. They, all of them, would eventually have to accept the sanctions of the law. This was for them. It was more terrifying than death. With a vicious fling, after flinging this middle-aged man out, only then did Chu Yang take one step at a time and walk to the black sedan not far from the side. Lin Qingshue's face had already turned white. After looking at the constantly approaching Chu Yang, her body immediately curled up together, her eyes filled with the color of fear. The scene just now was really too bizarre. Coupled with Chu Yang's means, it made her also not know whether this mech that suddenly appeared before her, in the end, was an enemy or a friend. Chu Yang looked at Lin Qingxue with some heartache. However, at this time, he absolutely could not reveal his identity. With a casual lift of his hand, after moving the dagger that was on one of the spies not far from the side, to his own hand with a warp-speed force field, Chu Yang then directly moved his hand to open the car door. Tenderly holding the hilt of the dagger, he cut the rope binding Lin Qingshue's hands. After doing that, he threw the dagger in his hand to the side. Seeing this scene, Lin Qingshue's heart immediately beat wildly. She felt that inside this mech, there was really someone. After associating it with what these people had said to her in the car earlier, the tears in Lin Qingshue's eyes were about to overflow. Chu Yang! At this moment, the wind seemed to have stood still. Chu Yang was standing inside the mech, looking at Lin Qingshuo who had already cried her eyes out. His chest gripped his heart and generally ached. He knew that a lot of times, if one was a little bit braver, the ending would be very different. He could have taken off his mask, abandoned everything and rushed to Lin Qingshue's face, holding her in his arms, giving her the strongest sense of security when she was in the most pain. It wasn't that he couldn't do it. However, it couldn't be done. From the time he officially became a defense researcher, he didn't just belong to him personally. In front of the principle of confidentiality, the interests of the country are always at the forefront. Without a big family, how can there be a small family? In front of him, there are countless forefathers. Their anonymity, leaving their homes, without seeking fame and fortune, they sacrificed their lives and devoted their lives to scientific research for their country. This is for China's current splendor, cast a solid foundation. The war between countries, there is not the slightest slack to speak of. He could not break this rule. After all, Chu Yang still did not take that step, but in his heart, a ball of angry rage was ignited. What he did now was not enough. Far from enough. This is China. It is the place where the 1.4 billion Chinese people live. She carries the lives and hopes of 1.4 billion people. China's territory. How can we allow foreigners to trample on it? Dignity only exists above the blade. He has to do better. One day, let the Chinese territory never be offended by foreigners. Soon, the sound of police sirens blaring around them appeared in Chu Yang's ears. Countless police cars drove over quickly towards their side, and it was only a few hundred meters away from this black sedan that Lin Qingshuo was sitting in. Seeing this, after Chu Yang glanced down at Lin Qingshuo who was still sitting in the car with a haggard face, he quickly activated the curvature drive and instantly disappeared in place. On the short video software, the video of Chu Yang piloting the mech that appeared in the sky above Kyoto had already begun to spread like crazy on the software, and the variety of comments underneath were rapidly increasing. Good lord, this is the first time I've seen a mysterious video shot with such a clear picture. Give the blogger some credit. Is this real? Is it a new domestic flying machine? Blogger, I still advise you to delete it. Don't get yourself into trouble. Good guy. Is this synthesized by special effects? Really fake? This is absolutely true. I saw this little thing when I was in Kyoto today, and it disappeared in a swoosh. At the same time, inside the General Security Administration, Lu Changqing was sitting in an office, seeing the various images that appeared on the computer screen that captured the mech. His expression was unusually grave. What's the situation? Why haven't these things faded away? After confirming that this mecha was piloted by Chu Yang, Lu Changqing was both happy and headache. The happy one was naturally that Chu Yang had researched another top-notch scientific achievement, but the headache was that it had actually been photographed and posted on the internet, and it had been photographed by more than one person. Wasn't this enhancing the difficulty of their work? Administrator. Because the number of people spreading the word is just too many. It's too late to delete the video now. In that case, it might cause a backlash. One of the technicians said somewhat helplessly. The short video platform spread too fast. In just this small amount of time, it was unknown how many people had seen this video. Lu Changqing's face was serious. Think of a way. Go contact the people in the short video department to reduce the amount of traffic that sends these video accounts, and then immediately arrange for the staff in the network department to start spreading the news on the internet, saying that this video was synthesized by the game's special effects. Also, Connect me to the head of the General Administration of Cultural Development. No matter what methods he uses, find a way to draw traffic towards the entertainment industry segment for me. Do your best to minimize the impact of this matter. Inside Kyoto University, Chu Yang quickly navigated his mech back to the lab's location. However, when landing, it was still a miscalculation of position. After turning off the curvature drive, Chu Yang, who was supposed to fall from the pit that was smashed out before, directly again at a position less than 10 centimeters from this pit, heavily smashed down a pit. Inside the laboratory, rubble fell and smoke was confused. The expressions of the many soldiers who were already on martial law inside the lab were immediately alert. One after another, they grabbed the guns in their hands. Countless blackened muzzles were aimed at the mech's position. After the smoke cleared, Chu Yang immediately waved his hand. After looking at the countless blackened gun muzzles in front of him and having Xuan Wu open his mask, Chu Yang quickly shouted towards the crowd in front of him. Don't make a move! Don't make a move! Our own people! Chu Yang? After Wang Weiman saw Chu Yang behind the mask, he immediately came to his front and nervously said, How is it? Are you alright? It's fine, it's fine. Chu Yang quickly shook his head before he smiled towards Wang Weiman and said, Elder Wang, wait for a while I'll go unlock the mech. After saying that, Chu Yang quickly walked over to the workbench. Fortunately, when Chu Yang smashed down, he didn't damage the lab's wires or anything like that. After he walked onto that huge mecha workbench, countless small mechanical arms quickly appeared, holding all sorts of screwdrivers, and piece by piece, they removed the armor from his body. Seeing this scene, the crowd in front of them was instantly stunned. Originally, they felt that the steel shells of those two test subjects within the lab were already cool and dazzling. Unexpectedly, this mech that Chu Yang was wearing on his body was even cooler. After Chu Yang had unloaded all of his mech, Wang Weiman immediately quickly walked up to him and said with a face full of shock, You researched this? This can only be considered the initial version. Chu Yang nodded and continued to look at Wang Weiman. Elder Wang, I know that you guys must have a lot of doubts right now, but I don't have the time to explain it to you right now. How about I talk to you in detail after this incident is over? Wang Weiman asked, Is that little girl from the Lin family alright? He knew Chu Yang's nature. If there wasn't an urgent problem testing the research results, Chu Yang would have absolutely called in a report like to the top to approve the testing site. Instead of taking such a risk, he would have started the test alone. This was risking his own life. It's fine. Chu Yang shook his head, and after hastily finding his cell phone, he quickly dialed Lin Qingshue's phone. Hey, Qingxue, Kyoto Hospital, a high-rise special ward. Inside the building, countless gun-toting special police stood guarding the side. Chu Yang and Wang Weiman quickly rushed from inside the hospital's elevator to the inside of the building. Academician Wang, Academician Chu. After seeing Chu Yang and his duo, a head of the General Security Department walked up to the duo. Wang Weiman opened his mouth and asked, How is the situation inside? That girl's mood is not too stable. Other than a phone call with Academician Chu in the police car earlier, she hasn't said a single word. The person in charge showed a difficult face, then saw Chu Yang and said somewhat apologetically, Academician Chu, I'm really sorry. In this matter, it's our General Security Department's mistake. I don't blame you guys. Speaking of this, Chu Yang's face sunk slightly. It was that group of people who were too arrogant. He then glanced nervously at the entrance of the ward. Can I go over to see her now? Our psychologist from the General Security Department is inside giving her a case record as well as psychological counseling. You can wait for a moment. At that moment, a woman in a white coat came out from inside the house. After seeing Chu Yang's few people, she quickly walked to the front of the few people. The person in charge hurriedly asked, How is the girl's situation? Are the records done? The female psychologist nodded. Then she looked up at Chu Yang in front of her. Are you her boyfriend? Chu Yang's identity was still in the confidential stage. Even within the General Security Department, other than those responsible for protecting Chu Yang around him, not many people were familiar with Chu Yang's identity. I am. Chu Yang quickly nodded his head. Go and take a look at her. She needs your comfort right now. Chu Yang quickly rushed to the hospital room. Lin Qingxue was curled up on the hospital bed. Her eyes were red. Obviously she had cried. After seeing this scene, Chu Yang's heart ached again. He quickly walked over to her, sat down on the hospital bed, and without saying a word, he directly reached out and wrapped her into his arms. Immediately after, Lin Qingxue cried loudly in his arms. I'm here. Chu Yang gently patted Lin Qingxue's back and said in a warm voice, It's alright. It's alright. It's all in the past. I promise. Nothing like this will happen in the future. After crying for a long time, Lin Qingxue gradually stopped crying. The next moment, her face went cold and she directly pushed Chu Yang in front of her. Chu Yang, aren't you going to say something to me? Lin Qingxue's eyes were still a little red. even bringing along a few drops of crystallized tears. She was not stupid, even thinking clearly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have entered the capital university as the top science student of Xiangnan province. The 3 years that Chu Yang suddenly disappeared. Was it really just to cure a disease? The clothes he was wearing that day, and the medal hanging on his chest that couldn't be found online. There were too many suspicions in all of this. It was just that. She wasn't willing to go into deeper detail. Even if Chu Yang was really lying, she was still willing to choose to believe it. But now, things were already in front of her. She didn't want to escape anymore, nor could she escape anymore. This time it was still only herself who was kidnapped. What if the one who was kidnapped was Chu Yang? How would he be treated? The previous 3 years, in the blank period of their time together, Chu Yang, in the end did some? Why would he offend such a person? Qing Xue, Chu Yang was a bit at a loss for words for a moment. What exactly did those robbers say to her in the car? He then hurriedly explained. Listen to my explanation. This matter is like this. I know, this matter is my fault. If there is no me, you will never be kidnapped by those people. But the last words to the mouth. Chu Yang finally did not say it, and could only painfully clench the fist in his hand. This was a deep sense of powerlessness. From the day he first stepped into the scientific research base, he no longer belonged to his family, much less Lin Qingxue, and only belonged to the nation and the state. Dedication to the country. That was his lifelong belief. In addition to this, there are too many things, are not of their own choosing. At this time, Wang Weiman, who had been listening at the door, suddenly knocked on the door, poked his head out at the door and looked at the two of them and laughed. Both of you. Excuse me. This matter, it's better to let me explain it. Elder Wang? Chu Yang turned his head in surprise. Lin Qingxue also looked curiously at Wang Weiman who had suddenly appeared. Wang Weiman's hand was still holding a confidentiality agreement, and after giving Chu Yang a reassuring expression, he handed the confidentiality agreement in his hand to Lin Qingxue's face, and slowly laughed. You signed this confidentiality agreement first, and after signing it, I will tell you what you want to know. After he finished speaking, he also sighed. Xiao Lin you shouldn't blame Xiao Chu. He had no choice but to have a reason. Lin Qingxue slowly stopped sobbing. After receiving the confidentiality agreement handed over by Wang Weiman, after carefully flipping through the boxes above, she quickly picked up a neutral pen clipped to it and signed her name on it. After seeing Lin Qingxue sign the confidentiality agreement, only then did Wang Weiman slowly smile. Little Lin now what do you want to ask? Ask, I just want to know. What exactly does Chu Yang do? Wang Weiman smiled. He is considered a researcher of our Chinese Academy of Sciences. Right? The mech you saw today, which has a few important sections of data of the code, was written by him, which is also the reason why those people kidnapped it. After saying that, he also apologized and bent slightly towards Lin Qingxue. This matter, it was a mistake in our work. I'm really sorry. So those 3 years before him? That's right. Wang Weiman nodded. He was inside one of the research institutes of the Chinese Academy of Sciences for those 3 years, and because he showed special talent in the field of computers, that's why we took him away. Lin Qingxue glared at Chu Yang with dissatisfaction. Really? The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. Yes, that's it. A computer genius? Barely. This reason, it was better than telling it to the plate. If that's the case, why don't you say so? Lin Qingxue looked at Chu Yang with some puzzlement. Her eyes instantly reddened again. 3 years before that, you didn't send me a single message. Why? Could it be that you can't be contacted after you went to the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Wang Weiman smiled and shook the confidentiality agreement in his hand. Just now, didn't you see the regulations on it? Lin Qingxue's expression stagnated. Alright, Wang Weiman smiled. Little Lin student, after signing the confidentiality agreement, this time, I'm going to trouble you to keep it a secret for our country. You two youngsters continue. Old man, I won't bother. After saying that, Wang Weiman turned around and left. He even thoughtfully closed the door to the room for the two of them. Chu Yang slowly approached towards Lin Qingxue's side. Qingxue, you stand there first. Lin Qingxue glared at Chu Yang. Do you really think that this beauty girl can believe that you are just an ordinary researcher? The person who just left was Wang Weiman. His picture was still hanging on the celebrity-style wall of Jing University, the dean of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. If Chu Yang's identity was just an ordinary researcher, this kind of thing, it wouldn't be the turn of a person of Wang Weiman's level to personally come over and explain to her, right? This. Chu Yang was at a bit of a loss for words all of a sudden. Where did it go wrong just now? But right at this time, Lin Qingxue suddenly laughed. Forget it, I won't tease you. I'm joking. From the very beginning, she was unwilling to speculate on these issues. Now after knowing certain identities of Chu Yang, she would be even less inclined to speculate on these things. What she wanted was Chu Yang's person, not some special identity of his. But immediately after, Lin Qingxue looked up at Chu Yang and smiled. However, I do have a question I want to ask you. Chu Yang nodded. You ask. Aha, aha. Lin Qingxue smiled and cleared her throat. She moved from the bed to next to Chu Yang. Then she raised her right hand as if it was a microphone and interviewed. As a national genius who was specially recruited to the Chinese Academy of Sciences at the age of 16, if you don't stay properly in the Chinese Academy of Sciences, why did you have to suddenly run over to the side of the capital university to Huohuo people? Who did I hokey pokey? A few more black lines appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. Me. Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes. Didn't you confess to me here 2 days ago? Don't you know that girls can be especially insecure sometimes? Especially since her future boyfriend again can't say this, can't say that. Secret this side, secret that side, in case you disappear again at some point. Isn't this delaying people? Chu Yang laughed. So you're agreeing to be my girlfriend? Don't change the topic first. Lin Qingxue's face became serious, but then she couldn't help but laugh again. You first answer me this question properly. Why did you just suddenly think of coming to Beijing University to attend school? Chu Yang sighed. It wasn't a certain person who said that at the age of 18 you can fall in love, so I came over. After saying that, he smiled again. Although it's a year late, but it's not too late. Lin Qingxue giggled. But I didn't say it had to be about falling in love with you either. That's what I thought at the very beginning. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. But then I thought carefully. You're always going to find a boyfriend anyway. If it's not me or some other guy, then I'm definitely not willing. So I came. Count yourself over. Lin Qingxue playfully blanked Chu Yang before asking. But, when will I be able to leave here? Lin Qingxue's eyes showed more than a hint of worry. Chanshan and the girls accompanied me out to go shopping. And now they still don't know how my situation is. And my cell phone can't be used for the time being. After being brought to the hospital by the people from the police department, for the sake of the principle of confidentiality, her cell phone was temporarily taken away. It hasn't been taken to her yet. You don't have to worry about this. Chu Yang spoke. After some more time, the people from the General Security Department outside will be able to leave after they finish handling all the matters. Until then, I will be here to accompany you. As for the cell phone, I'll just shout for them to send it in later. Okay. Lin Qingxue nodded obediently. At this time, Chu Yang suddenly came in front of Lin Qingxue and said with a bad smile, if you feel bored, why don't we come and play a game together? What do you want to play? Lin Qingxue gave Chu Yang a wary look. This one man and one woman sharing a room. What kind of setup do you want to play? Just say play or not. Lin Qingxue nodded. Being idle is also idle. What do you say to play? As a result, in the next second, Chu Yang directly pounced her onto the bed. The tip of the two people's noses touched the tip of their noses. It seemed like they were able to smell the unique scent of both sides. You, what do you want to do? Lin Qingxue's cheeks whooshed red, and her heart pounded wildly. Want? Chu Yang nodded expectantly. Lin Qingxue was confused. What did want mean? Immediately after, Chu Yang then directly leaned down, and when his lips were about to touch Lin Qingxue's lips, even his breathing became a little short of breath. Can I kiss you? No. Lin Qingxue immediately inclined her head and tooted her mouth. You still want to kiss me after pissing me off? And how did I piss you off? You lied to me that you have leukemia. How did you come up with this kind of reason? Cough cough. Chu Yang dryly coughed. At that time, you have asked to this point. I really can't find other better reasons. Next time I won't dare again. You still want to have a next time? Chu Yang quickly shook his head. No more, no more. Just this once. Never again. That's more or less the same. Lin Qingxue smiled with satisfaction and continued. I'll teach you. Chasing a girl is not the way to chase. Just now in this situation. Don't ask. Direct kiss. Hear me. The last word had not been said. Chu Yang leaned down and quickly kissed Lin Qingxue's lips. Liang Long. After some breathlessness, Lin Qingxue only then blushed and pushed Chu Yang away. Rascal. Chu Yang however had an expression of intent. How about it? I didn't kiss the wrong person, right? Kissed the wrong person? I kissed my girlfriend. Chu Yang laughed. Didn't kiss the wrong person. Lin Qingxue's eyes quickly turned a few times. Mr. Chu Yang. Below I announce that you have successfully become Miss Lin Qingxue's internship boyfriend. Why internship? Chu Yang was a bit puzzled. How can I turn regular? Please be licensed. So, Chu Yang smiled in realization, quickly carrying Lin Qingxue on the bed to his side, feeling her body temperature while slowly laughing. This idea of yours coincides with mine. Little friend Lin Qingxue, if you fall in love with me, you have to get married. Lin Qingxue's cheeks reddened again with a brush. Immediately after that, she quickly rushed out of Chu Yang's arms. No, it's too much. I must send a friend circle. She directly ran off the hospital bed. After changing into her shoes, she retrieved her cell phone from the General Security Department personnel at the door and bounced back inside the ward. After opening her cell phone to take a selfie, Lin Qingxue then directly leaned into Chu Yang's arms. Come on, look at the camera and smile. Chu Yang was a little confused, but also did as he was told. Click, accompanied by the sound of the cell phone shutter. The two people once again took a group photo after 3 years. As for the last photo, that was still in the first year of high school. When the school organized an off-campus spring trip, a class took out a group photo. She then directly took the photo and sent a friend circle, first time showing love. Not too skillful. After sending this friend circle, she then looked at Chu Yang expectantly and smiled. Do you want to send one? I've never sent a friend circle before. Chu Yang froze. Ever since he participated in the 1 nanometer lithography program, he had never sent a friend circle. Alright. Lin Qingxue also pretty much understood the nature of Chu Yang's work. Actually, it's fine if you don't post. Chu Yang hesitated for a few seconds. Then he took out his cell phone. Let's take this as the first friend circle I sent after 3 years. After directly copying this photo of Lin Qingxue, Chu Yang then quickly sent out a friend circle as well. From now on, the smoky rain falls in the south of the river. One person holds an umbrella and 2 people walk. Evening. After waiting for the people from the General Security Department to wrap up everything, Chu Yang then left the hospital together with Lin Qingxue. At the entrance of the hospital, Li Chen and the few of them were still waiting at the hospital entrance. After seeing Lin Qingxue and Chu Yang walking out of the hospital arm in arm, Li Chen immediately glanced at Lin Qingxue angrily. Qingxue, good eye you. You this woman who was more interested in sex than friends. We several roommates worried about you for so long at the police station. But you actually showed love to Chu Yang in the hospital? After saying that, Li Chen looked at Chu Yang again. Junior brother. Although our Qingxue is a woman who values her color over her friends, but I warn you, since you're with our Qingxue, you'd better not bully her, or else, the few women in my dormitory aren't something to be messed with. Of course, Chu Yang smiled. It's really hard for a few of you today. It just so happens that it's almost time now. I'll treat you all to dinner in the evening. Li Qian nodded with satisfaction. On the road. After saying that, she quickly walked to Lin Qingxue's front and smiled towards Chu Yang next to her. Now then. For the time being, we will lend your family Qingxue to us. After taking Lin Qingxue from Chu Yang's hands, a few sisters from their dormitory came together and started chatting quietly. Tell us, what exactly happened in the middle of this? Let's gossip about it. More than 9 o'clock in the evening. It was only then that Chu Yang and Lin Qingxue and the few of them returned to the school. Because of the company of Li Qian and the others, Lin Qingxue didn't let him send him back to his dormitory, but went back with Li Qian and the few others. Chu Yang returned to his dormitory. As a result, just after opening the door of the dormitory, Chu Pengfei several people immediately put down all the things in their hands and moved their chairs in rows. Big brother, start the class. Charge whatever you want. Let us study and learn. Chu Yang froze. What are you guys doing? Listening to your lesson. Zhang Mingyang said with a face of worship. How long has it been since the beginning of the school year? You have taken care of our school's most difficult to deal with Lin Daxue. We have been good brothers for so many years. You mustn't teach us the secret? Wang Lei and Zhu Pengfei also echoed, right? Lao San, you don't hide your skills. Our brothers and sisters have not yet gotten off the hook. You must not teach us a couple of hands? Although the matter of Lin Qingxue being kidnapped had been pressed by the top, in addition to the parties involved, it was only some of the people around at the time who saw it, resulting in almost everyone inside the school not knowing about Lin Qingxue being kidnapped. But the friend circle that Chu Yang sent out, they could all see it. This photo inside the small pose posed. Simply don't be too intimate, okay? This is very simple. Chu Yang smiled. He said how he suddenly went to class. So it was because of this. Immediately after that, he continued to look at the 3 people. Actually, there's not much skill. Mainly, relying on the face. Let's be honest. She's just craving for my body. The 3 people instantly rolled their eyes in unison. Get lost. Shameless. He too old 3. Your cheek is too thick. Late at night, after taking a bath, Chu Yang sat next to his desk. After picking up his cell phone, he saw the message Lin Qingxue sent over a few minutes ago. What are you doing? Chu Yang smiled and quickly replied. Just finished my shower. Preparing to study some information. Lin Qingxue's side replied back with a message in seconds. In that case, then you get busy first. I won't bother you. Cheers. After sending this message out, a cheering emoticon was added. Seeing this, Chu Yang immediately smiled and picked up his cell phone to reply. It's fine. I can get back to you. After sending out the message, Chu Yang then opened the computer on his desk. After logging his prestige on, He clicked on the Xuanwu icon on the desktop again. It was because the data code of Xuanwu he had already uploaded to the network. It wasn't something that didn't need any host as a carrier and would always exist on top of the interconnected internet. In short, all the computers in the world could be synthesized to serve as his host, greatly increasing its computing power. Now on his computer, it was just a port of Xuanwu, and in the girls' dormitory. After Lin Qingxue looked at the message that Chu Yang had returned, the corner of her mouth immediately rose slightly. No need. I'll just read a book. After returning a message, she put her cell phone aside. She would not bind Chu Yang in the name of love. With her, he could do anything. It was just that she hoped that he would think of her before doing anything, and that would be enough, because she knew, the boy she had fallen in love with was destined to become a radiant sun in the future. Fortunately, she was his favorite. Take your time are sincere, then take your time. One day, they would nestle on a couch, watching the same book, the same movie. Chu Yang sighed. After looking at the message Lin Qingxue sent over, the corner of his mouth also gently pursed out a smile. No need to linger every day. Keep in touch at all times. I know you won't go. You know I won't change. Each is busy, holding each other. This is the ideal state of love at its best, right? Immediately after, he then directly sent out a command inside the Xuanwu port of his computer. Hack the databases of all the other national intelligence agencies for me. Perhaps Lin Qingxue felt that this matter had already passed. But it hadn't passed in his case. If you moved his people, then you had to take the consequences. He wanted those who wanted to hit Lin Qingxue in the future to understand. His Chu Yang's people wasn't so easy to bully. He wanted to make it so that what happened today would never happen again. P.S. The previous search for military satellite launch schedules has been changed to hacking into the databases of all national intelligence agencies around the world. In the next second after Chu Yang's command was issued, the Xuanwu that existed in the interconnected internet immediately began to reveal his true strength. Inside a certain internet cafe in China, the running speed of the rows of neatly arranged computers suddenly dropped. However, it was only a 0.1 second lag. There was a slight delay. However, it was also the 0.1 second delay. A teenager who was taking yasso and was crunching and killing, immediately started cursing. Crap, what's the situation? Why is it stuck when I zoomed in? Immediately after the next second, his computer screen went directly black. Somewhere inside the darkness of the quilt, the light of a cell phone screen kept flickering, and a shouting sound resounded inside the Bluetooth headset in his ears. But it was also just when he was rewarding himself for being cool. Originally also played a good network suddenly lagged, so that he instantly began to curse. Dog days. This site so suddenly becomes so card. The critical moment you give me on this? But the next second, the expression on his face turned sage. Hey, tasteless. A certain night within the shopping software, a certain handsome man wearing black-rimmed glasses was trying to enter the software at a stuck point to grab his favorite limited edition secondary Yuan wife. As a result, he just entered the website, and his cell phone, which was running especially smoothly, suddenly lagged for a moment. The hand was late for a second. The limited edition wife was directly sold out. His expression was unusually bitter. Kam, what is this called? Lousy, waited for so long. A second is gone. This group of people's hand speed so fast? At the same time, such similar things also kept happening in various regions of the country. Even the servers of certain large network companies were slightly stalled. The arithmetic power was quickly combined by Xuanwu, and on the other side of the ocean, a certain intelligence agency in the pretty country that carried out foreign spying and subversion. An intelligence officer wearing a black suit and tie had just slowly walked inside the office that belonged to him with coffee and breakfast in hand. Inside the intelligence agency, there was a large computer room. Countless computers were arranged in an orderly manner and constantly running inside. Each one of them was superbly configured and running at an extremely fast speed. This was the largest database in Pretty Country. It was also one of the most confidential and important databases in Pretty Country, because inside this, it stored the information of the spies that Pretty Country had dispatched to various countries over the years, as well as some of the subsequent deployment of strategic information. But just at this instant, inside the entire intelligence agency, a sound of a violent alarm suddenly rang out. At this moment, the head of this intelligence agency had only just arrived at his office. He first heard this intense alarm sound. In the next second, the door of his office was directly pushed open quickly by a staff member under him. Boss, it's not good. Our database has been attacked by an unknown hacker, and now the firewall is being destroyed by the other party. It is expected that after a maximum of 10 minutes, the firewall of our data is going to be destroyed, and at that time, all the information within our database will most likely be exposed. What? The head of the intelligence agency's expression immediately sank. The next second he violently slammed the coffee in his hand onto the floor. Quickly, take me there. After rushing out of the office in 3 steps, this person in charge then quickly ran inside the engine room. Immediately after that, he roared directly towards the people inside the server room. Who can tell me what's going on here? Why was our organization's database attacked? And with your level you're still stopping an international hacker's attack? The country took so much money to raise you, just to let you eat dry food? 10 minutes. When has our country's network defense been able to withstand only a 10-minute attack from someone else? One of the blonde men nervously walked up to the person in charge. Boss, the opponent this time is really too powerful, and has used an attack method that we've never seen before. We're in big trouble this time. Wastes. A bunch of wastes. The person in charge began to shout furiously. I don't care what methods you use. You have to defend me. The information inside the database absolutely cannot be discarded. Inside this database was the information of the spies they had sent in and out over the years. Once this database was breached, the spy data inside would flow out. The layout of decades of hard work. It could be shattered overnight. At the same time, inside the chat group of China's Red Guest Alliance, countless diving accounts suddenly emerged. Holy shit, is that great god from our Red Guest Alliance making a move? I just got word that some intelligence agency data in the pretty country has been hacked. I know. That's the Central Intelligence Agency of the beautiful country, right? Good guy. Who's so powerful? I've already sneaked in to watch the battle. If the Central Intelligence Bureau's database is breached, the pretty country will be furious. Isn't there a lot of spy lists in there? Brothers, this is a great opportunity. Should we go online together to do a job? Charge. Get online right away. Wait for me to gather and charge together. I'll carry the flag for the motherland. Brothers, charge. Beijing University Dormitory. Xu Yang was sitting on his desk. Zhang Mingyang and Zhu Pengfei passed by a few people, looking at the various codes that were madly scrolling inside a code-filled data box on Xu Yang's computer. A few people were curious. Old 3, what are you doing? Xu Yang laughed. I'm watching the show. Zhang Mingyang and Zhu Pengfei. Several people curiously looked at it for a few moments, but then they turned their heads and did not look at it anymore, because it was impossible to read. At this time, Xuanwu suddenly sent a message over. Boss, there's another hacking force in the country that has started to be attacking the pretty country's intelligence database. Do you want me to help them mask the IP address? Xu Yang nodded slightly, quickly hitting the keyboard to give the command. Yes. Inside the pretty country's Central Intelligence Bureau, after waiting for the Red Guest Alliance's people to join, the server of the Central Intelligence Bureau instantly fell into a situation where it was surrounded by enemies, and the defense system was about to be paralyzed. Suddenly, one of the main technicians in the server room stood up violently. No, this isn't right. The attacker isn't simply trying to break through our firewall, much less steal our information. He's trying to go directly on the network and expose all the top secret data within our Central Intelligence Bureau. What? Cold sweat instantly broke out on the forehead of the head of the Central Intelligence Agency. If these classified spy data inside the database and some of the strategic plans they had done before were to be leaked, he, the head of the organization, would be held responsible. If he was blamed from above, it would be hard for him not to die. He then frantically roared, quickly, go and unplug the power for me. As the database of a Central Intelligence Agency, it was generally not something that could be shut down easily. And now that the hackers had attacked, regardless of whether the power was turned off or not, if one still wanted to utilize the information inside the database, unless the hacking incident was completely resolved. Otherwise, even if the power supply is cut off, it is only a delaying tactic. But now, he couldn't care less. The internal information of the intelligence agency absolutely could not be exposed to the network and leaked out. However, Xu Yang's speed was not comparable at all. Under Xuanwu's invasion, the firewalls of the world's databases were nothing more than the emperor's new clothes. Wearing it and not wearing it were the same. It would take 10 minutes to break into the Central Intelligence Agency? It wasn't just a matter of lifting a finger. As of now, Xuanwu is invincible in this area of the network. After letting Xuanwu break into the databases of various countries' intelligence agencies, soon Xu Yang knew exactly which country had planned this espionage incident, giving them 10 minutes. It was only because he wanted to see just how good those hacking skills of the pretty country were. By the way, he was just letting them die a little more. Now it seems, it was actually nothing more than that. Destroy, after inputting a command to Xuanwu. The next second, before the people from the Central Intelligence Agency could go and turn off the power, many of the computer mainframes inside their server room immediately began to emit a burst of sparks and white smoke. The internal system of the Central Intelligence Agency, with the last-minute Xuanwu inputting in all sorts of messy garbage data, it directly reached the upper limit of the system's carrying capacity. The system collapsed. At the same time, A large amount of data exposed from the pretty country's Central Intelligence Bureau suddenly appeared on various top social media outlets around the globe. Of course, Chu Yang hadn't gone too far. It had only exposed some relevant data about the spies. As for the other confidential data, he had Xuanwu save it and did not expose it to the internet, just backed up a wave of it himself. When he had time, he would just send it to Wang Weiman's email. Otherwise, the dog is in a hurry. Everyone would have to play through. List of pretty country spies in China. List of pretty country spies in White Bear. Xianwu was still very thoughtful. There was even time to organize the information to be exposed into a single document. Inside the intelligence agencies of the world's countries. Some people immediately laughed in excitement when they saw this detailed data information that had trickled out from the Central Intelligence Agency. Ha 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 ha. Isn't he pretty country boasting of being the world's #1 in science and technology? How is it that the intelligence agency's classified information has been taken by someone else in one fell swoop? There was also someone with a grave expression. Quickly go and compare the information inside our intelligence database. If it matches, immediately order an arrest operation. Chinese Red Guest Alliance. Countless people inside excitedly began to speak up. I'll go. It was actually really breached by us. We can't say it was us. We can only say it was that great God who led us to quack and kill indiscriminately. He was quacking indiscriminately and we were quacking next to him. Yes, yes, yes. That great God is indeed awesome. Probably sensing that we joined. I myself haven't even finished cleaning up the traces of my invasion yet. The great God actually made a move to help me clean it up. Me too. However, isn't this time's matter a bit big? I go? The information of the Central Intelligence Agency has been leaked. I also think that this matter must be kept secret by everyone. This matter must be kept secret by everyone. Don't bring unnecessary trouble to the top. Hacking into the Central Intelligence Bureau was indeed very cool. However, this kind of thing could only be shot in secret. And don't do it if you go out on a limb. That person had directly overturned someone's lair. They were already able to think of it. That great God who led them to Gaga Messi killing. What level of hunting order will face pretty country in the future? If that person does not die. From time to time to give them a bit. The president of the beautiful country. It is estimated that every night will not be able to sleep. Beijing University Dormitory. Zhang Mingyang, who was originally brushing his scarf, suddenly exclaimed, "Crap! You guys go look at the scarf. Big happy event. What the hell?" Zhu Pengfei raised his head. Zhang Mingyang quickly said, "The spy information of the pretty country's Central Intelligence Bureau has been leaked, as well as some strategic plans for Huaxia. I'm laughing my ass off. Which god is this? It's also too awesome. Crap. Really? I'm going to eat melon." Wang Lei was shocked and immediately opened the scarf software. Chu Yang also smiled and opened the scarf's webpage. Underneath the countless hot search messages about the pretty country's Central Intelligence Bureau leaks that were hanging on the scarf's hot search list, large swaths of comments quickly appeared. The people of Xiangnan province send congratulatory messages. Congratulations from the people of Kyoto City. Congratulations from the people of Suzhou province. Damn. I knew there was someone behind the domestic fishing vessel, so it was these guys. In the future, those rumors on the internet must not be believed. It's very likely that it's a diversionary tactic from other countries. So, this is a culture war. We must believe in the country. Do not just believe what others say on the internet. Just flip through a few eyes of the scarf. At this time, Lin Qingshue's side suddenly sent a message over. Chu Yang, are you done with your work? If you're done, you can go look at the hot search on the scarf. The Central Intelligence Agency was subjected to a large number of leaks. I guess their presidential people are all stupid. Ha 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 ha. Finished reading? Chu Yang smiled and returned a message over. Lin Qingshue's side quickly replied back. No, it's just that halfway through, I heard Shanshan and the others discussing this matter. So I went to eat some melon, and found it very interesting. So I told you this news. After replying to this one, she quickly asked, you were busy so quickly? Busy looking up information and still able to return messages in seconds? No, Chu Yang slowly replied back, but it's just that I suddenly missed you. How much? Lin Qingxue inside the dormitory laughed. Chu Yang picked up his cell phone, looking at the chat screen hesitated slightly for a while. A minute later, Lin Qingxue sent another message over. Where is the person? How did this suddenly disappear into thin air? Chu Yang quickly replied back. I'm here. He then smiled and sent a text over. Just now. I've been wondering how to answer this question of yours, but maybe my philology isn't good enough. I really couldn't think of any better adjectives. Sorry, but I did just, literally, think about you for a minute. The next moment, time passed on the cell phone. It is now 1 minute and 1 second. How can this person be like this? Lin Qingxue, who was sitting in the dormitory, was somewhat overwhelmed. Was Chu Yang's head suddenly enlightened? This is also too provocative. Can't help it. Can't help it. Li Qian they have curiously shifted their eyes from the gossip on the scarf to the gossip on Lin Qingxue. What's wrong? What's wrong? What big thing is happening? Nothing. Nothing. Lin Qingxue smiled and shook her head. Li Qian several people rolled their eyes over. The corners of your mouth are going up to the sky. Do you see me believing it? General Security Administration. Lu Chongqing returned inside his office overnight. After sitting on his office, while brewing himself chrysanthemum tea with wolfberry, he looked at a General Security Administration officer following him and asked, "How is it? Did you cross-reference all those message information sent out on the network?" These spy information sent out by Chu Yang was really too important. This was going to be all accurate. It would also be able to get rid of a wave of pests for the country. The staff nodded. Yes, the information has been compared. It's accurate. And we have staff from the General Security Department in every region of the country to keep an eye on them. As long as you give the order, the arrest can be made immediately. Alright, Lu Chongqing nodded, and after making the tea, he sat down on the seat of his desk, looking at the information form on the computer screen. Name, Wu Li. Age, 48. Occupation, cab driver. Number of missions, 4. Name, Zhang Ling. Age, 26. Occupation, kindergarten teacher. Number of missions, 1. Name, Wang Hai. Age, 39. Occupation, Vice General Manager of Paywave Group's scarf operations. Number of missions, 27. Looking at the data of each person above, every time he looked at one, Lu Chongqing's face became ugly, and in the end, his fingers trembled a little in anger. Outrageous, simply heinous. Inside the identities of these spies, they included kindergarten teachers, middle school directors, cab drivers, senior executives of technology companies, as well as leaders of some investment companies. It could be said, in every industry sector in China, there were basically quite a few spies sent over by the pretty country lurking. Especially those with higher statuses, the more times they went on missions. Even some also marked these people through a variety of dirty means, coercion and seduction to pull down for them to do some administrative staff. It is hard to imagine. These people collude together. In the end, how many evil things have done in China? Lu Chongqing slammed the table. Catch. No matter how many individuals are involved behind these people, arrest them all for me. Huaxia Customs. A young man with an oriental face had been diligently working the night shift at the customs transportation plaza. Suddenly, a mediocre watch worn on his hand suddenly vibrated. In the next second, the man quickly ran inside the toilet and pulled out the cell phone he was wearing. After tapping on the Penguin mailbox, a spam email was quickly sent over inside. After quickly clicking on the email and comparing it to some digital gibberish interspersed within the email, the man's face instantly changed drastically. Identity exposed. Quickly go. Almost instantly, the man quickly pushed open the door of the toilet and hurriedly prepared to leave the customs side. At that moment, several police cars quickly drove in front of the man. The officers of the General Security Department, in conjunction with the police officers, stopped in front of the man with guns in unison. "I'm sorry, you're under arrest. Please come with us." Above the sea, countless police department-equipped inspection speedboats quickly departed from the pier and drove in the direction of the open sea. And in the middle of the sea, on a luxury yacht, a certain blonde man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was holding a cup of red wine in his hands, sitting on the board of the yacht with a cozy face, drinking red wine and looking at the moon. He was even accompanied by 2 colorfully dressed young women. The next second, a satellite phone placed on the wine table next to him suddenly rang. After connecting the phone, this blonde man immediately spoke in native Chinese. "Sorry Jess, I have to leave first. I won't go back to my country. Going back would be a death. And there will be no more Agent James in the future. Bye-bye." After saying this, the blonde man then directly hung up the phone in his hand, and then dropped the phone into the sea in a smooth manner. He was a spy leader in China. Of course, not anymore. From the time he was dispatched abroad, he had already prepared for his identity to be exposed. A spy whose identity was exposed, even if he returned home, unless they had made a great contribution. Otherwise, it would be hard to escape death. This has been true since ancient times. In Chinese words, since ancient times, anyone who spies rarely has a good end. Fortunately, he was still in charge of the money bank of the entire intelligence network under him. As long as he leaves China and doesn't return home, taking the money inside the fund bank and living in anonymity for the rest of his life is also enough. Anyway, for these people, everywhere is home, and nowhere is home. They are just rootless duckweed. But the next second, accompanied by the sound of a siren blaring, countless speedboats from the police department and the military department surrounded the luxury yacht and began to continuously talk. "People above, you've been surrounded by us. Please stop moving forward immediately. Please stop moving forward immediately. Pretty country. Inside a certain luxurious office, various documents and papers floated down to the ground, filling the floor with a mess. On the hair of the head of the Central Intelligence Agency standing in front of the desk, drops and drops of black coffee continuously fell to the ground. At this moment, the president of the pretty country was standing in front of him constantly fuming. This is the intelligence agency you managed for me? All of our intelligence agents that we have dispersed for decades have now been exposed. Do you know how many phone calls those asshole members of the parliament have made to me in just this little while in the morning? All these years of hard work, and now it's all for nothing. Do you know how many people in the outside world are now waiting to see what we're up to? You better give me a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Otherwise, I will definitely get you killed. The head of the intelligence agency was somewhat powerless. Your Excellency the President, this matter is something I don't want to see either. But this time, our opponent is just too strong. 10 minutes It was only 10 minutes. Their intelligence agency's network defense firewall had been breached. But would you say that their intelligence firewall was really weak? Hackers from countless countries around the globe had people constantly attacking their network defenses every moment. But in the end, no one from a single country was able to breach their defense. But now, the opponent was simply too perverse. The president of the pretty country's face was incredibly gloomy. This is the explanation you gave me? Where exactly did the opponent come from? Did you find it? Don't tell me that the cyber black-clothed man who ruthlessly punched our pretty country in the face in front of the international community. You guys actually haven't found out his identity until now? Indeed not. The person in charge lowered his head in shame, and immediately afterward he then quickly raised his head again. But I speculate that it's definitely someone from the Chinese side. Last time, those people we sent to Kyoto to complete the mission, all of them didn't come back, and then now right away, the matter of the leaked list of intelligence personnel happened. My premonition tells me that this matter must be the work of the Chinese side, and it's even very likely that it's the young man we're going to deal with who did this. Bastard! The president directly slapped the person in charge hard on the face. You engage in intelligence work just by virtue of your premonition? After saying that, the president of the pretty country sat back down on his seat at his desk. Forget it. I'm tired. Go away. Take your things and leave the Central Intelligence Agency. Someone will be here soon to clean up the mess you've made. Mr. President, please give me another chance. The expression on the person in charge's face changed abruptly. I promise, I will get to the bottom of this. He was in the intelligence business. He didn't know how many people he had offended on a regular basis. Once he unloaded this identity, if those people he had offended knew about it, it wasn't certain if he would survive past tomorrow. The president jerked his head up. Get out! The person in charge took a few deep breaths, and finally clenched the fists in his hands tightly as he violently turned around and left the office. But on the occasion of leaving, his eyes were filled with a gloomy cold color. He was not willing to do so. It was because that young man called Chu Yang had appeared that so many messes had been made in his work. Now he couldn't get better. That young man called Chu Yang, one could definitely not let him get better either. Waiting until he left the presidential palace. After walking to the top of the street, he immediately took out the cell phone in his hand and dialed out a darknet number. I want a reward. $1 million for the life of a Chinese person. Inside China? Yes. Send me the data information. I'll arrange someone for you. But since it's in China, I have to add money. Extra money? The former head of the Central Intelligence Agency was somewhat speechless. It's not just to kill an ordinary Chinese kid. $1 million isn't enough? At this time, a man's cheerful laughter immediately came from inside the phone. $1 million is actually enough. Only, I'm just afraid that you won't be able to pay. After all, the next second, accompanied by the sound of a sharp brake, a gray and black sedan suddenly rushed over from an intersection on the street, directly hitting this former head of the Central Intelligence Agency. In an instant, it sent him flying out a few meters away. The former head of the agency who was knocked out was filled with disbelief. He used all his strength to raise his blood-filled arm, and in his hand, he was still clutching the cell phone he was using to make the call. He held the cell phone with a face full of unwillingness and asked, why? If you don't die, someone can't sleep. At the same time, in front of the pretty country's president's office, a man around 30 years old, wearing a black suit, slowly knocked on the door of the office. Your Excellency the President, I'm the newly arrived head of the Central Intelligence Agency, Capital University Dormitory. After chatting with Chu Yang for a few moments, after glancing at the time on her cell phone, it was almost 11 o'clock. Lin Xingxue immediately smiled and sent a message over. When can I sleep with you? Chu Yang instantly froze. Sleep with you? What does it mean? This is just together. Start chatting about this exciting topic? Hold back. Can't laugh. After taking a deep breath, Chu Yang then quickly said back. Are you sure? Sleeping can, but you have to be responsible. I cannot want money. However, you have to be responsible for a lifetime. Lin Xingxue was a bit confused. Underscore? After quickly sending a few black question marks, Lin Xingxue then quickly sent another message over. Xu Yang, what do you mean? I mean, when can you go to sleep? See, I am getting ready to sleep. Not that I'm going to sleep you. Got it? After sending it, Lin Xingxue couldn't help but laugh again. This was only how long they had been together. The fox's tail can't hide anymore? Immediately after that, she laughed again and sent a message over. It's over. You exposed Xu Yang. Quickly say, are you with me? Is it that you are craving for my body? You're cheap. Xu Yang laughed. To be honest, if I'm in a relationship with you and I don't crave your body, why don't we just worship? Lin Xingxue directly froze when she saw this. Her cheeks swished and reddened. Actually, Xu Yang's words. It seemed like it wasn't unreasonable, but then she quickly shook her head again. Lin Xingxue, what are you thinking? Your thoughts are too impure. Then she said back, then I'll come out at night? Xu Yang's heart surged. Really? I think you want to fart eat. Lin Xingxue cackled as she sat on the chair and quickly returned. This matter will be discussed later. When you serve this palace happily, I will reward you for serving the bed. I obey the decree. The next day, the early morning rising sun was bright and colorful. Wang Weiman just came to his office and brewed himself a cup of wolfberry chrysanthemum tea. After opening his computer, a special email popped up on his desktop's internal mailbox. Seeing this, Wang Weiman immediately had some doubts. This is the mailbox that the internal staff of the Chinese Academy of Sciences use to contact each other. Generally speaking, unless it is the internal research staff of CAS, it will not send documents to himself in this mailbox. However, no one had notified him in advance. In the next second, Wang Weiman put on his presbyopia glasses and opened this mailbox to watch it himself. Pretty country part of the scientific and technological information design diagram, as well as the detailed parameters. After seeing this document, Wang Weiman's pupils instantly contracted violently. Then it quickly turned the page. As a result, he had flipped through the whole thing for most of the day, and had yet to turn to the bottom of this mail. It contained a large amount of pretty country's scientific research weapon design information. Moreover, it wasn't just pretty country's scientific and technological information. Other countries' confidential scientific and technological information. In addition to the ones that existed inside the independent hard disk, the information inside the database, all of them had been organized by him, but Xu Yang didn't look at it either. After getting up in the morning and letting Xuanwu organize it, he sent it over through his internal email. Wang Weiman was shocked. He didn't even need to verify the information inside this email. He was probably able to guess that it should all be real information, because he had once specialized in studying some foreign technological weapons. He was familiar with some of the data inside, but he was curious again. Who in the world had sent this thing out? This was the topmost information of each country. Who was able to hack the world's so many national confidential database information out at the same time? There was no more looking at it. Wang Weiman directly closed the email content, found the mailbox number behind the signer. On it was clearly written Xu Yang's name. After seeing Xu Yang's name, Wang Weiman instantly realized. So it was this kid who sent it over. Then it was alright. But then, he still took out his cell phone and called Xu Yang's number. The call was quickly picked up. Xu Yang, who was accompanying Lin Xingxue to eat breakfast in the cafeteria, answered the call. Elder Wang, is there something you're calling me about? Did you see the email I sent you? Wang Weiman nodded his head repeatedly. Saw it. How did you get this information? I had nothing to do last night, so I casually browsed the internet. The corner of Wang Weiman's mouth twitched. You think the confidential databases of various countries are your backyard, casually strolling around? Immediately afterward, he asked with some curiosity. Then the information of those foreign intelligence officers that was sent out at night was also sent out by you? Xu Yang nodded. Right, anyway, they are all gadgets that are of little use. I thought you guys should use them, so I copied them and sent them to you. Wang Weiman froze again. There was a twitch in his heart. He felt like he couldn't talk to Xu Yang on the phone. This was too damn exciting. You call these defense weapon research data from various countries as nothing useful gadgets? But then he thought of Xu Yang's own strength. Either he was getting a photolithography machine, or making a curvature engine, and even now he had even gotten a mecha out. He then laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, little Chua. Then the old man will thank you for your contribution to the country. But after saying this, Wang Weiman's tone became somewhat more serious. Speaking of which, Xiao Chua, that exoskeleton technology of yours, has it already been put into use? Recently, there have been quite a few high-ranking military officials calling me. wanting to ask for a few sets of the exoskeleton Metshu research to go back from the hands of our Chinese Academy of Sciences. Through satellite reconnaissance technology, the video of Chu Yang packing up those overseas intelligence officers that day could all be clearly recorded. Right now, those bigwigs in the military department. Everyone was very much wanting to get a few sets of the set of Mets that Chu Yang was wearing that day. It's not impossible to use it. Chu Yang glanced at Lin Qingxue, who was sitting across from him taking small bites of dumplings, then returned. But this thing is just a toy for now. It's not the optimal design yet. So if you want it, wait for a while. After I've improved it, I can arrange a time to test the complete data once. And then if they want it again, you can just take it to mass production. Every single part of the current White Tiger Type 1 mech was required to be tailored. The direction of subsequent optimization would be adaptability. Otherwise, this thing would be promoted. Not to mention the promotion of the entire population. Even if one wanted to promote it up within the military department, it would be too troublesome if everyone had to be tailored. Then there was the problem of materials. Earth's current internal materials had not yet found a way to significantly weaken the warp force field, especially when applied to mechs. The speed of 100 meters per second had nearly reached its limit. If it exceeded this speed, the mecha shell would not be able to withstand the reaction force brought about by the change in the warp force field. A toy? Wang Weiman smiled bitterly. Alright, in that case, I'll reply with them and ask them to wait a little longer. Whenever you think it's ready for testing, I'll prepare the venue. And by the way, I'll invite some of the higher-ups of the military department over to observe the testing. Can do. Chu Yang nodded slightly, then hung up the phone. Just now, he raised his head. He saw Lin Qingxue's eyes staring straight at him from across the room. The call from over there? Lin Qingxue asked curiously. Chu Yang nodded. After that, Lin Qingxue didn't ask any more questions, and picked up a dumpling from in front of herself, and handed it to Chu Yang with a smile. Nah, open your mouth. Reward you with a dumpling. Busy man. It's really hard work. Chu Yang naturally would not refuse. In one bite, he ate the dumpling handed over by Lin Qingxue. But the next second, he felt his back go a little cold. It was early in the morning. There were quite a few students eating breakfast inside the cafeteria, and Lin Qingxue was exceptionally eye-catching. Seeing this scene, countless boys looked at Chu Yang, who was sitting opposite Lin Qingxue, in a sly manner. Bastard actually able to eat the dumplings that Goddess Lin hand-fed. F***ck. This guy doesn't have hands? He actually needs the goddess to feed him? I'm different. I have hands. Can't you just go and get a room? Come inside the cafeteria to spread dog food. Really convinced this old six. And in a corner of the cafeteria, Wang Xiaojie and a boy sat at the table. Looking at the two of them, Lin Qingxue and Chu Yang, his eyes were instantly filled with the color of pain. Seeing this, the boy sitting across from him immediately opened his mouth to soothe. Xiaojie, it's okay, that kid who is in love with Lin Qingxue. I investigated it clearly. It's a freshman in our economics and management department. You're a future student council president. I'm a hostile department minister. Can't you still clean up a freshman? Wang Xiaojie directly coldly glared at the boy. Then he sighed softly. Forget it, don't mess around. I will wait for her. As long as I don't get married, I will always wait for her. The boy's expression was a bit hard to bear. For a woman, do you have to be like this? In fact, sometimes, you can also look at the people around you. The people around you? Wang Xiaojie froze for a moment. Who are you talking about? The boy took a deep breath. Xiaojie, I used to be originally not that. Was always into women. Until I met you after I went to college. You were very good. I admired you, and slowly began to care about you. Now in my eyes, I don't think anyone is more important than you. For you, I can even go to death. After saying that, the boy looked at Wang Xiaojie with an expectant face and said, Can you understand what I said? The corner of Wang Xiaojie's mouth twitched. That. I can probably understand everything. Just probably. Not all of it, but, I'm normal. So, the boy was a bit reluctant. Then, can we still be friends later? Let's talk about this later. Wang Xiaojie forced himself to endure the facial twitch. But in the future, beat me to death. I won't even go to the big bathhouse with you to take a bath. Chu Yang sighed. After the dumplings were almost finished, Lin Qingxue immediately looked up with a smile and asked, Is there anything scheduled for this afternoon? Anything? Chu Yang asked. It's not much of a big deal. Lin Qingxue smiled. But I don't have classes this afternoon. And it just so happens that a good movie seems to have come out recently. So I want to call you to go watch a movie together. But then Lin Qingxue added, But if you're busy with things, you don't have to accompany me. In that case, Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds. How many people? Of course it's 2 people. Chu Yang nodded slightly. If it's 2 people, I can go out at 12 noon. Then we can still go for a hot pot together? No problem. After eating breakfast, Lin Qingxue went to class. Chu Yang returned inside the dormitory with the few breakfasts he bought from inside the cafeteria. Pushing open the door of his room, Chu Pengfei and a few of them had also gotten up and were piling up next to the washstand on the balcony to brush their teeth. Chu Yang immediately smiled. Sons, I'm back. Zhang Mingyang quickly finished brushing his teeth and directly replied back. My good eldest son, you're finally back. Chu Yang shook the breakfast in his hand. Zhang Mingyang instantly rushed to Chu Yang. Daddy, I love you the most. This was probably a major reason why boys' dormitories tended to be more amicable than girls' dormitories. Between father and son, where is the overnight enmity? Because they didn't have classes in the morning either. After eating breakfast, Xu Pengfei began to call out to his friends. Hurry up, brothers on the line or not. I'm Yaso Thief. Zhang Mingyang blankly glanced at him. Just your Aso? It's not that I'm bragging. That wave of pushing the high ground last night, if it wasn't for your mistake, wouldn't we have won? Wang Lei nodded approvingly. Right, how much credit I got for that last game last night. The troop line operation was so good, but the result was still a loss. Boss, you definitely took the blame. After saying that, Wang Lei asked Chu Yang again. Lao San, how about it? Do you want to come and play 2 games with us? You guys play. Chu Yang smiled faintly. I'm not very good at this game, so I won't pit you guys. He then opened the laptop on his desk as well. People were all group animals. If it wasn't a non-essential situation, he didn't want to run inside the lab every day. After opening the computer, he directly opened a diagram building software to prepare for the next stage of the mecha structure design. It was close to noon. After the set alarm clock rang, Chu Yang rubbed his somewhat tired eyes. He saved the design of the preliminary framework of the mecha structure design. After closing the computer, he then directly got up and left the dormitory. After waiting for a few minutes at the entrance of the boys' dormitory, Lin Qingxue, who had changed into another set of pretty little dresses, bounced up to him and looked up with a smile. Alright, let's go outside to eat lunch. Chu Yang nodded slightly. Then he directly stopped a cab at the school's entrance and headed directly to the center of Kyoto. Lin Qingxue bought the ticket first. Chu Yang brought her inside a hot pot restaurant. After sitting down, Lin Qingxue called out to the waiter and prepared to order. She casually ordered some fatty beef and other hot pot dishes. Waiting for the waiter to leave, Lin Qingxue immediately inclined her head to look at the departing waiter again inside. That young lady's lipstick is so pretty. Aren't they all red? Chu Yang was a bit curious. I've actually never been able to figure out how you girls are able to recognize so many color numbers. What orange red? Anti-red? Tomato red? Nice guy. In his eyes, aren't they all one color? Then I don't know how you boys can recognize so many Ottomans either. Lin Qingxue laughed. Why don't I quiz you and guess what color lipstick I'm wearing today? Can't guess. Chu Yang directly gave up. Let him guess this. He might as well go study next. Silly. Lin Qingxue giggled. That young lady and I are wearing a color of lipstick, okay? Both are Dior 999s. Let me tell you, this color numbers is very hot right now. Speaking of cosmetics, she was still headstrong. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. This you can also tell? Lin Qingxue nodded her head proudly. If you don't believe me, wait for her to come over and serve the food. We'll know if we ask. Soon, that waitress lady sent over a few pots of fatty beef rolls. When she put the ingredients and was about to leave, Lin Qingxue called out to her and asked, Miss, is this lipstick of yours a Dior 999? Yes, it's Dior 999. The waitress nodded. Lin Qingxue immediately looked at Chu Yang triumphantly and smiled. Isn't it? I told you it was. You still don't believe me. Chu Yang looked up at that young lady, then looked at Lin Qingxue in front of him and said doubtfully, but it's not right. Her color is a little darker. The color of the lipstick on your mouth seems to be a little lighter. Hearing this, Lin Qingxue directly rewarded Chu Yang with a blank stare. Then who got the color off? Just now when they were in the cab. They didn't know who was being dishonest. This. Chu Yang hesitated for a few seconds and immediately nodded with a doting smile. I got it. Waitress, both of you. I'm just delivering a dish to you. There's no need to be like this. After the waitress left, Lin Qingxue instantly couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha. Chu Yang, you're too bad. What's wrong with me? Chu Yang felt a little confused. The eyes of that young lady just now. She hated it so much that she wanted to tear the two of us alive. Doesn't she have a boyfriend? Chu Yang asked rhetorically. Lin Qingxue. Hopeless. This man was hopeless. After the two finished eating the hot pot, Lin Qingxue then brought Chu Yang to the nearby movie theater. Just after stepping into the movie theater, the expression of Chu Yang's expression became somewhat nostalgic. This was still the first time he appeared in a movie theater after leaving for 3 years. Moreover, there was Lin Qingxue standing next to him. How's it going? Hasn't it been a long time since you came over? Lin Qingxue smiled and inclined her head to look at Chu Yang. Yeah. Chu Yang rather sighed. I remember the last time I came over was when we were in high school, right? A long time ago. At that time, they were still in their freshman year of high school, rising to their sophomore year of high school that summer vacation. Together with a few friends who played well in high school, they had come to the movie theater during the vacation. It was also during that summer vacation that he got a treasure trove of eternal knowledge, then joined the Chinese Academy of Sciences and started a 3-year scientific research journey in manhwa. Thinking back now, had he known that time back then? It was the last time he watched a movie with Lin Qingxue after those 3 years. He should have dressed a little more handsomely that day, just in time. Let's relive it then. Lin Qingxue laughed, holding Chu Yang's hand, and quickly walked over in the direction of ticket collection. The luckiest thing was probably 3 years ago she used to sit inside the same classroom with Chu Yang, shoulder to shoulder, envisioning what the future would be like after the college entrance exam. And now, he and she are still shoulder to shoulder together towards their future. Belong to their future, even though there were 3 whole years between them. But in the future, they would have another 3 years, 13 years, even 30 years. And, in the future, they would all be holding hands, facing the future that belonged to them together, because they came to the movie theater relatively early as well. After sitting on the small sofa in the waiting hall, Lin Qingxue nestled in Chu Yang's arms, smiling and looking up towards him. She asked, Chu Yang, did you fall in love with me 3 years ago? Sort of. Chu Yang smiled. Lin Qingxue pouted. What do you mean by sort of? This is too perfunctory of you. Chu Yang slowly shook his head. Because at that time, I actually fell in love at first sight. Lin Qingxue continued to ask. Then why didn't you tell me at that time? What if we don't even have friends to be friends with by then? I would have definitely said yes. Lin Qingxue laughed, then wrinkled her cute little nose again and glared at Chu Yang. However, love at first sight can generally be love at first sight. So are you admitting that you had thoughts about me when you saw me for the first time? What kind of crooked reasoning is this? Chu Yang rubbed Lin Qingxue's soft hair, warmly laughed. Love at first sight, in my opinion, that is the soul recognizes the other party. So it is the soul attracts each other. The thoughts are of the same frequency. In physics words, that is quantum entanglement. What quantum entanglement? Lin Qingxue was a bit puzzled, but she didn't open her mouth to ask more. She just hugged Chu Yang tightly with both hands and snickered. You're so good at talking. Why don't you go and publish a book? Chu Yang thought seriously for a few seconds. If there is time in the future, it is not impossible to consider the matter of publishing a book. Lin Qingxue froze. I just casually said that. And you're really serious about it? You really want to publish a book? But then, she couldn't help but laugh again. Original. I was also once a secret in your heart. Chu Yang slightly lowered his head. What are you laughing at? Just want to laugh. Lin Qingxue made a face at him, and immediately afterward, she said with some curiosity, however, how did you fall in love with me again? Lin Qingxue continued slowly. I'm bad-tempered and petty, possessive, and extremely verbal. Let me tell you, I really super like to be jealous, but in the future if I'm jealous, I'm definitely too embarrassed to bother you with this kind of thing again. I'll be all alone in my jealousy and be pissed off half to death, but I'm really so petty. You're mine. No one else is allowed to like you. Although she was really pretty, but Chu Yang is also not bad. And the future of him will be more and more excellent. There was even the possibility that he would meet someone better than her. At that time, between the two of them, what will happen? Thinking about this, the long eyelashes on Lin Qingxue's eyes fluttered slightly. Such a me. Will you still like it? Chu Yang was really too excellent. Excellent to the point that the flashes of light on her body, in front of him all turned dull and dull. Of course I will, Chu Yang replied without hesitation. What about the reason? Lin Qingxue continued to ask. What the heart decides, the mouth can't answer. Chu Yang tenderly glanced at Lin Qingxue. Of course, if you want to hear it, you can also have reasons. For example, you're smart, you're pure, kind, cute, etc. However, I've just thought of all the words used for praise, and these simple words don't completely summarize my reasons for being with you, but I also know the main reason, and that's probably that you fit my funk wholeheartedly, so you can also understand it as being my selfishness. Wanting to keep you by my side due to my own selfish desires, so you don't have to feel that my love is a burden to you, or even grateful for it. The person I love is you and only you. So in front of me, you don't have to grow up if you don't want to, and you don't have to initiate if you don't want to. It's okay to be nervous and shy, and it's not a problem to be tongue-tied. Anyway, I'm responsible for understanding you. Lin Qingxue's heart instantly thumped wildly. My goodness, what was this man talking about? It's really needy to death. Okay. If it wasn't for the fact that she and Chu Yang were in the same high school, if she didn't know that this guy was in love for the first time, I almost thought he was a battle-hardened sea king. Which girl can handle this? After taking a deep breath, she then looked at Chu Yang with a smile and asked, "So, how long will you like me?" Chu Yang raised his head slightly and after thinking for a few seconds, he replied, "If you're willing to keep listening to me talk about this nonsense, I'll keep liking you." After saying that, Chu Yang looked down again and asked in return, "What about you? How long will you like me?" Lin Xingxue nestled in Chu Yang's embrace, shook her cute little head, and after blinking her eyes, she raised her head and said, "This answer is too long. To put it simply, I'll just ask you how long you'll be able to live." After saying that, Lin Xingxue shrank towards Chu Yang's arms again. "Mr. Chu do you know that the time spent with you? How long is not enough?" Chu Yang couldn't help but smile. "That I'll probably be able to live for a long time. Then you'll wait slowly." Lin Xingxue playfully laughed. "I'm telling you, in the future you're not allowed to be too nice to other girls. I'll be jealous. I'll stop my feet, and I'll also rely on rolling on the ground for you to hug me. Let's see what you'll do then." Chu Yang smiled dotingly. "I can promise you, but you also have to promise me one thing." "What is it?" Chu Yang tightly embraced Lin Xingxue in front of him. "In the future, you are angry, jealous, don't push me out. More don't I say how you say nothing. Not allowed to hold anything in the heart of a person secretly sulking. More not allowed to secretly in the heart of the minus me. Your heart loaded with the next one I'm good. Don't allow any other unhappy things loaded in it. Is that all?" Lin Xingxue raised her small head. "Just this, I promise." Lin Xingxue immediately laughed and directly jumped in front of Chu Yang's body. Her chest tightly pressed against his chest and came to his ear. "Listen to it and see if you can hear my heartbeat." This. Chu Yang instantly froze, smelling the virginal fragrance that Lin Xingxue carried on her body, as well as the soft part of her chest. The qi and blood in her body instantly and unconsciously began to surge up. Even her body was a little stiff. This suddenly came. Wasn't it a little too exciting? In the end, he was only a teenager close to 20 years old, which could not stand this all of a sudden. Chu Yang was somewhat at a loss as to where to even place his hands. At this time, Lin Xingxue again gently puffed out a mouthful of hot air in his ear. "Is it because my soundproofing effect is too good? Otherwise you would definitely be able to hear my thumping heartbeat, even if it is separated by 3,000 rivers and 600 trees." Chu Yang's body suddenly softened, and gently stroked Lin Xingxue's long, silky hair with his hand. "Dear Ms. Lin, just forgot to tell you. Thank God let me meet you. I wish the person who accompanies you. I wish that the person who accompanies you will always be me." The two of them nestled on the sofa of the movie theater like this for some time. After waiting for the time to approach, Lin Xingxue then reluctantly lifted her head from Chu Yang's arms and looked at him crisply and smiled. "All right, the time is almost here. Let's check the ticket and enter." Chu Yang nodded slightly, gently holding Lin Xingxue's hand. After picking up the movie ticket from the cinema's electronic ticket counter, Lin Xingxue then pointed to the small snack vending place not far from the side and laughed. "Chu Yang, I want to bring some popcorn just to go. I'll tell you I've heard Shanshan and the others say that the movie we watched is particularly good. The rating on the network is particularly high." Chu Yan looked down at the movie ticket in his hand. It was a romance movie. In his impression, domestic romance tickets seemed to be just like this. However, looking at Lin Xingxue's giddy expression, he didn't say anything more and hurriedly smiled. "All right, I'll take you to buy popcorn." After coming to the window selling popcorn, Chu Yang again inclined his head to look at Lin Xingxue. "Can I drink ice today?" Lin Xingxue was a bit unsure. "Yes, why?" Chu Yang nodded his head with a smile. "Nothing, I'm just casually asking." With that, he looked up at the waiter selling popcorn and smiled. "We want 2 glasses of iced cola and a large bucket of popcorn. That's a total of $54. The waiter nodded slightly and started to prepare to fill the popcorn for Chu Yang and the others. Chu Yang suddenly laughed and glanced at Lin Xingxue next to him. "If the money isn't enough, can we put her up against working here?" Hearing this, the waiter in charge of serving the popcorn immediately couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xingxue, on the other hand, directly rolled her eyes towards Chu Yang, and skillfully went up and pinched Chu Yang's waist, making a 180-degree rotation. "You tell me again?" hissed Chu Yang, directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Then he smiled and looked at the waiter and laughed. "Cough cough. I'm just kidding. You continue. You continue." Waiter. After getting the popcorn and ice coke, the two slowly walked inside the movie screening hall. Perhaps it was because the rating was really good. The inside of the movie was already filled with quite a few people even before the lights went black. Chu Yang brought Lin Xingxue to the couple's seat in the last row. Soon, the movie opened. Accompanied by the appearance of the familiar dragon logo, the movie immediately entered the main topic. It was sort of a standard youthful love story. It was about the love of high school ignorance, as well as the bombast of college. As soon as the movie started, Lin Qingxue was already mesmerized. At this time, Xu Yang had just put his hand inside the popcorn bucket, and Lin Qingxue's hand was placed inside the popcorn bucket in a second. Without realizing it, the two people's hands touched each other. Then, Lin Qingxue laughed badly and snatched one of the popcorns held in Xu Yang's hand. Xu Yang immediately turned his head. You snatched the one in my hand too. Lin Qingxue immediately made a face towards Xu Yang. Slightly, the popcorn in someone else's hand tastes better. Are you sure? Xu Yang smiled playfully. What do you want? Lin Qingxue gave Xu Yang a stubborn look. Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you. Xu Yang smiled even more. Really not afraid? Not afraid. Lin Qingxue still had a stiff upper lip. Then you wait. Xu Yang put down the popcorn in his hand and slowly started to lean over towards Lin Qingxue's side. Because it was a couple seat, there was no interval between the two seats. Looking at the suddenly approaching Xu Yang, Lin Qingxue directly covered her mouth in fear, and her entire body curled up into the chair. You, don't mess around. Xu Yang laughed badly. You don't really think that you came to the movie theater to watch a movie, right? Don't mess around. There's surveillance. Xu Yang directly stepped forward, set aside Lin Qingxue's hand and quickly kissed it. It's okay, normally it won't be watched. Only after half a minute did Lin Qingxue blush and push away Xu Yang in front of her. Then stuttering, she stared at Xu Yang and said, You, where did you just put your hand? If it wasn't for the fact that the movie theater was rather dark, it was all able to see that her face was already so red that it was dripping blood. Xu Yang dryly coughed. Cough. This hand of mine, I have to put it somewhere, right? Rascal. Lin Qingxue secretly spat at Xu Yang, then continued to blank him and slowly asked, You bad egg. Still saying that you're not craving for my body, and just asked me if I can drink ice. Just tell me if you're not plotting against me today. I have always been plotting against you. Xu Yang did not hide it in the slightest, slowly laughed. I have never said that I have no desire for you. From your hair to your fingertips, I want to have all of them. Love is never a shrine. Rather, it is a 10-mile Yangzhou with endless lights. Too lazy to care about you. Watch the movie. Lin Qingxue directly blanked Xu Yang, but the next second, her soft white little hand, it was still like a small snake holding onto Xu Yang's fingertips. There weren't any other hiccups that happened in the middle, but it was at the end. The director directly came with a wave of plot killing, ruthlessly inciting a wave of emotion. It made Lin Qingxue's tears flow down. Seeing this, Xu Yang hurriedly pulled out the remaining tissue paper that he took away when he ate hot pot at noon, and looked at Lin Qingxue and laughed helplessly. Come over here. Look at you crying like this. I'll wipe your tears. You're actually still laughing. Lin Qingxue's eyes were tearing up. It's really touching. After saying that, Lin Qingxue glanced at Xu Yang again. You just said so many love words. Where are your sweet words? Where are they running off to now? I'm crying. Even if you don't coax me, you're actually gloating on the side. Simply too much. Xu Yang froze. Does this still need to be coaxed? After slightly hesitating for a few seconds, Xu Yang then asked with some uncertainty, Heart liver, come here, I'll help you lick your tears clean? Lin Qingxue's tears instantly stopped. Looking at Xu Yang with an expression of having seen a ghost, she asked, What did you just say? Heart, come here, I'll help you lick your tears clean? Put. Lin Qingxue instantly covered her mouth, but she still couldn't help but laugh out loud, then quickly came over to Xu Yang's face. Xu Yang, has anyone ever told you? Sometimes, you're really funny. Ha. Heart and liver? How on earth did Xu Yang think of this sentence? She really couldn't help it. Ha. The plot kill ended and the movie came to an end. The white lights of the movie screening hall turned on. Countless people stood up from their seats and quickly left the screening hall. Xu Yang also held Lin Qingxue's hand. His other hand was gently rubbing her little head. Alright, the movie is over. What do you want to eat? I'll take you to eat something delicious. Why do you suddenly want to buy food? Lin Qingxue looked up curiously. Xu Yang continued to laugh. Even if it's a reward for not crying after you cried for a while. You treat me like a 3-year-old child? No? Lin Qingxue pondered a little for a few seconds. Then I want to eat an ice candy gourd. And I want to eat 2 of them. As long as you want to eat, I'll buy you both bundles. After leaving the movie theater, the two walked out onto the street. After glancing towards the surroundings, they soon found a vendor carrying ice candy gourds and hawking them around on the opposite side of the road. But the road was filled with traffic. Seeing this, Xu Yang immediately rubbed Lin Qingxue's hair. Be good and wait here. I'll go and buy you ice candy gourds. Good. Lin Qingxue nodded her head obediently. Xu Yang quickly crossed the road and after walking to the front of this peddler, he immediately smiled. Master, Please pick me 2 of the biggest and most delicious ice candy gourds you have here. The peddler immediately smiled. Little brother, let me tell you, the ice candy gourds I have here, each one is big and delicious. Wait, I'll pick the 2 biggest ones for you. With that, he began to carefully pick them out. While picking, he glanced at Lin Qingxue, who was waiting nicely across the road, and hurriedly looked at Chu Yang and smiled. Buying ice candy gourds to coax your girlfriend. Right, Chu Yang nodded slightly. Girls, the more they are coaxed, the cuter they get. When the master took the 2 ice candy gourds and wrapped them, he handed them to Chu Yang. Thank you. After Chu Yang paid the money and thanked him, he took the ice candy gourds and crossed the road again, quickly returning to Lin Qingxue's front. What were you just muttering about with master? Lin Qingxue asked with a curious smile. I said that my little greedy cat wants to eat ice candy gourds. You're the little greedy cat. Lin Qingxue directly blanked Chu Yang. Then she laughed. Alright, so are we going back to school now? Chu Yang laughed. Come out at noon. Watch a movie and go back? Then what else? Lin Qingxue asked back. Just stroll around again. That's fine. Strolling until 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. Eating all kinds of snacks in the small half of Kyoto City. Lin Qingxue stood on the side of the road, looked at Chu Yang and asked, is it possible to go back now? Chu Yang glanced at the time on his cell phone, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he then said with some reluctance, well, it's really late too. Then I'll stop a cab. Lin Qingxue smiled and started waving to stop the cab on the side of the road. Chu Yang always felt that something was missing. Is this going straight back? Lin Qingxue was stunned. Her face instantly flushed. This big night not going back. What else do you want? I still have classes tomorrow morning. This. Chu Yang froze for a moment. Then he explained. I mean, do you want to go and bring some more food for your roommate? Lin Qingxue shook her head. No more. If we go buy more, we won't be able to return to the dorm tonight. As they spoke, the cab came over. And coincidentally, it was still the same cab driver from when they came. Yo ho, it's you two again. It's not coincidental, isn't it? The driver master looked at the two Chu Yang and Lin Qingxue and smiled. Going back to school? Right. Lin Qingxue nodded slightly. Get in. The two of them, Lin Qingxue and Chu Yang, instantly got into the cab. Lin Qingxue directly opened her mouth and said, Master, we're closed at 12. Please drive faster. Chu Yang quickly rebuffed. Safety is the priority. It's okay to slow down a bit. What do you want to do? Lin Qingxue directly blushed and blanked him. The driver laughed. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Master, I drove in the army back then. My driving skills are excellent. After laughing he nodded again. But the young man is right. Safety first. After saying that, he then directly stepped on the cab's gas hard. By the time Lin Qingxue was sent to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, because it was already exceptionally late, there were only a few scattered couples around who were still walking slowly under the night color. Chu Yang had been silently calculating something in his heart. Looking at Chu Yang, who was obviously a little absent-minded next to him, Lin Qingxue immediately asked curiously, What's wrong? Looking at you like this, are you unhappy? At this time, Chu Yang suddenly looked up. Speeding, that driver is definitely speeding. It was supposed to be a 40-minute drive. He drove 20 minutes hard to the school entrance. Definitely speeding. Lin Qingxue first froze for a moment. Then immediately afterward, she couldn't help but laugh. Don't tell me that you've been counting this from the school entrance all the way to our dormitory here? Chu Yang asked back. Or else what? You come with me. Lin Qingxue instantly laughed, holding Chu Yang's hand and quickly ran to a dark corner next to the dormitory. What are you doing? Trying to molest me? Chu Yang looked at the dark location around him. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but smile. Or else, Chu Yang looked around and directly spread his hands. If you molest me, then hurry up. Lin Qingxue quickly came up to Chu Yang, stood on her tiptoes and kissed him hard on his forehead, then rubbed Chu Yang's cheeks. Don't be unhappy. Chu Yang smiled and pointed to his lips. Here too. No way. Lin Qingxue shook her head violently. The doctor said that goodnight can only be kissed on the forehead, or else children will easily grow cavities. After saying that, Lin Qingxue then quickly turned around. I'm going back to the dormitory. Bye. Chu Yang stood in place for a long time before he returned to his senses. Looking at Lin Qingxue, who stood at the dormitory entrance and quickly waved at him, a smirk gradually grew in his eyes. My lovely Miss Lin, I will be as loyal to my feelings for you as I am to my country. The next day, inside the laboratory, it was close to noon when Chu Yang was able to design the complete preliminary design. It was directly transmitted to the lab's large screen. Xuanwu, create a 3D construction model of the design drawings for me. The next second, a 3D model of the second generation mech appeared on a large screen in front of Chu Yang. Appearance. The mech's appearance was a bit more bloated and taller than the generations. However, Some parts adaptation devices had been added internally, which could automatically adjust the mech's internal structure along with the user's height and body type, completely fitting the user's body shape, simulate the data situation obtained from the last actual battle, and make a comparison with the data model of the generation. Chu Yang began to prepare for the data test. Soon, a 3D model of the first generation mech appeared on the large screen, accompanied by a series of electronic data analysis and comparison at the bottom of the right side of the screen. Soon, Xuanwu's side gave the final test result. White Tiger Type 1 mech, with a matching height of 183 centimeters. Privately built mech for you, boss. Mecha weight 770 kilograms. External removable lithium-air battery 100 kilograms. Total weight 870 kilograms. Full working time 4 hours. Over 1.5 tons of strength in both arms. Flying speed 100 m/sec. White Tiger Type 2 mech, with a height of 1.7 m to 2.0 m, can accommodate users of 1.6 m to 2.10 m height downwards or upwards when adapted. Total weight of the mech is 890 kilograms, with an external removable lithium-air battery of 100 kilograms, for a total weight of 990 kilograms. Full working time of 2 hours. Over 1.7 tons of strength in both arms. Flight speed of 100 m/sec. Comprehensive data comparison. The Type 1 mech has a greater range, though the arm strength is slightly weakened. Type 2 mecha has nearly 20% improvement in defensibility and strength, as well as adaptability, but accordingly, the curvature drive flight energy consumption increases by 30%, battery life is weakened by 50%, and mecha flexibility is weakened by 40%. This data, it's still a bit weak. After seeing the results of the data given by Xuanwu, Chu Yang slightly frowned. The range was directly reduced by 2 hours, although the strength and defense had been increased. However, because of the increase in overall weight, the energy consumption of the curvature drive, and the increase in energy consumption of other actions was inevitable. And there was another major flaw. That would be the mech's flexibility. Because of the increased size of the mech due to the internal addition of the adaptation device, it was normal for the flexibility to weaken, but he hadn't expected that it had actually weakened by nearly 40%. This was not in line with the hopes he had in his mind for the second generation mech. Chu Yang began to ponder. Start with the materials? Weakening the weight and size of the mech while ensuring its defense? But for now, what he was using was already the world's top titanium alloy plus special composite metal fusion casting of top metal materials. However, just as Chu Yan was standing inside the laboratory pondering, in his ear suddenly came Xuanwu's voice again. Boss, Lin Qingxue sent a message over. Chu Yang slightly raised his head. After temporarily casting the thoughts in his mind aside, he went to the nearby lab table and picked up his cell phone. After scratching open the cell phone screen, he saw the message sent over by Lin Qingxue. What are you doing? Chu Yang smiled and replied. Laboratory. Researching information. After Lin Qingxue signed the non-disclosure agreement, he had a showdown with Lin Qingxue, and he was currently relying on the strength of the computer to work for the Chinese Academy of Sciences in the laboratory of the Beijing University. Okay. Lin Qingxue slowly sent a message back. I wanted to ask you if you have time to eat together at noon, but if you're busy, then forget it. However, after sending this message, Lin Qingxue, who was in the dormitory, suddenly laughed again. However, I can come over later to deliver your meal. Delivering food? Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds. The school flower delivering food. It did sound quite cool, but then he quickly smiled and replied. The lab is in a state of secrecy. If family members, they can come in after registering their information, but they won't be able to go to the secrecy area. Lin Qingxue, I don't count as a family member. Chu Yang, the family members I'm talking about are the kind of family members that are protected by the law. After sending this message, Chu Yang then smiled and returned another sentence. But you don't have to be anxious. Sooner or later, you'll be a person on the account book. Cut. Seeing this message sent over by Chu Yang, Lin Qingxue's cheeks immediately whooshed red. Quietly spitting darkly at the side of her mouth, she quickly returned. Who promised to marry you? Shameless. After saying that, she seemed to suddenly remember something, suddenly clenched her teeth and sent another message over. It's all because of you. Originally yesterday said that I would come back after watching the movie, but as a result, you had to wait until the evening to come back. When I went out with Chanxian and the girls to clip dolls before, I clipped a Pikachu doll that was especially cute. And yesterday I had planned to wash it and sunbathe it. As a result, I came back too late last night and forgot. When I went to collect the Pikachu this morning, the Pikachu was carried away by no one. You have to give me a new one. Pikachu was carried away? Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh and quickly replied back. Okay. I promise to compensate you for a thief racing cool Pikachu. Inside the laboratory, Chu Yang looked at the chat screen with Lin Qingxue and slightly rubbed his chin. Pikachu? What's so fun about this ragdoll? Let's play. Then let's play one that has some weight to it. Chu Yang looked inside the lab again, next to a pile of previously discarded metal materials. Consider it a change of brain. Thinking of this, Chu Yang then directly said to Xuanwu, Xuanwu, make me a three-dimensional model drawing of Pikachu. I want to put together a steel Pikachu out. 2 hours later, midway through, he had someone bring himself a lunch. After eating lunch, after perfecting the overall design drawing of Pikachu, Chu Yang then tapped away inside the lab. Various mechanical arms were beside him to assist and cooperate. After using not much time, a white Pikachu that was 40 centimeters tall in size and exuded a metallic luster appeared in front of Chu Yang's eyes. Xuanwu, make it move. In the next second, the white Pikachu on the table began to slowly move. Scream twice? A Pikachu's original voice immediately came from within. Pika, Pika, Pikachu. Seeing this, Chu Yang's eyes immediately had more than a touch of laughter. Being able to move, being able to scream, and then a Pikachu color. Isn't this more fun than that whatever furry toy? However, just after staring at this Pikachu for a few seconds, Chu Yang felt as if something was missing again. Even the steel model of Pikachu had been made. Should we no longer add something? Chu Yang faintly pondered for a few seconds. He had made it this far. Then, add a little more. Just add a little bit. He then turned his gaze to the diorama that displayed the 3D diorama of Pikachu next to him. Xuanwu, here, take apart this Pikachu diorama for me. Start by shrinking the lithium-air battery to use as the drive core, and then the curvature drive for the shrunken form? For the weapon system, let's have some electromagnetic cannons. Chu Yang also knew a little bit about the theory of electromagnetic cannons. It shouldn't be difficult to make a gadget out of it. This is all Pikachu. Isn't it normal to be able to discharge electricity to attack? Although it can't electrocute people, the power of the bullets ejected from the electromagnetic cannon was not low either. What else can be added? After looking at the Pikachu that was almost a circle in size, Chu Yang began to rub his chin and slowly consider. Like the kidnapping situation that Lin Qingxue encountered last time, those kidnappers had guns in their hands. Even though his previous wave of operations had almost made all of the domestic overseas intelligence officers disappear, but there was no guarantee that foreign countries would send people in again at some point. If it was just a Pikachu look-alike, the attack power would be enough, but the ability to block bullets was probably bad enough. The curvature drive thing is still a bit energy intensive. In case the lithium-air battery inside the Pikachu died, it wouldn't be able to form a defense off. After pondering for a few seconds, Chu Yang then slapped his thigh violently. That's it. Refer to Transformers. Isn't the Autobot in Transformers able to turn from a car into a robot? Then it makes sense that my yellow-skinned rat would be able to turn into a mecha as well. Thinking of this, Chu Yang immediately started redesigning the internal structure of Pikachu. It didn't need to have too much offensive power either. Those hydraulic thrust system modules that increase the strength of the mech's arms, just get rid of them. Mainly enhance the defense of the mech. Once Lin Qingxue really had an accident and hid in the tin shell, it would only take 10 minutes at most before he was able to pilot the mech and rush to her side. That's right. Just do it. Chu Yang smiled and accelerated the speed of constructing the design drawings in his hands. Towards evening, the second generation of Pikachu 3D modeling design drawings were finally made by him. The body size had increased slightly. It was only 60 centimeters. The internal morphing function had been added, allowing it to transform from a Pikachu into a thin, light, and convenient fit mech. Then there was the curvature drive under the feet. As for the electromagnetic cannon system, it was set by Chu Yang in the position of both palms, and could fire steel balls with a diameter of 1 centimeter, which could theoretically be used as a pistol at all. But the curvature drive device and the electronic cannon system, the permission to use these two systems was changed from automatic to passive, and it was intelligently controlled by Xuanwu, so that there would be no possibility of accidental injury. After getting the design drawings right, Chu Yang then gave a direct order. Xuanwu, start preparing the manufacturing parts to start assembling them. At this time, Xuanwu's voice suddenly appeared in his ears. Boss, are you sure that this is a Pikachu to be given to the boss's wife? You still know about the boss's wife? Chu Yang was a little surprised. My database has been learning from the internet, and according to you humans, I should call Lin Qingxue the boss's wife. The little thing is quite smart. Chu Yang smiled. Then he continued to ask, is there anything wrong with me giving this Pikachu? First of all, I also feel that a steel Pikachu is much cooler than a furry Pikachu. Xuanwu silently replied. However, according to the results measured by the system, this Pikachu was manufactured, together with the internal downsized lithium-air batteries. If you want to achieve the desired effect, the total weight added up will have to reach 150 kilograms. If this thing is given to a girl, it won't be able to hold it. Xu Yang. This little thing seems to be right. Was he not getting high? However, such a yellow-skinned rat was just too cool, alright. Is there a solution? Xu Yang asked. You can use nanotechnology. Use special materials to make nanoparticles, while retaining the original effect, drastically reduce the weight of its use, or even repurchase another Pikachu plush toy, directly store the nanoparticles inside the Pikachu, and utilize the nanoparticles at the moment of necessity, to form a steel Pikachu. Xu Yang froze. Nanomaterials. Right. He could totally use nanomaterials to make Pikachu, and it wasn't just Pikachu. Even if it was a second-generation mecha, it was perfectly possible to use nanotechnology to make a mecha. Not only can it fit perfectly to the body and maximize one's flexibility, but it can even change its form at will under the control of the system. Simply cool. However, thinking about this, Xu Yang immediately had a few more black lines on his forehead. Why didn't you give me this advice just now when there was a problem with the design of the mech? You didn't ask. Xu Yang was somewhat helpless. It was great. He was surprisingly powerless to refute these words. However, at this time, Xuanwu immediately added. However, the current nanotechnology in the world is not particularly mature, so if the boss wants to use nanotechnology to make Pikachu, he will first have to face several problems. First is the problem of nanomaterials. When making materials close to the nano level, the nature of the material will be different from the macro material, just like copper is conductive under the macro. But when it comes to the nanoscale, the conductive property of copper may hour, and magnetic material. If making an electromagnetic cannon, at the nano size, the magnetism of the magnetic material will reach thousands of times of the macro state. The second is agglomeration. According to the current research information, due to the small particle size of nanoparticles and the high activity of the surface, agglomeration will easily occur, seriously hindering the application of nanopowders and the production of corresponding nanomaterials. If the boss wants to use nanotechnology, the first problem is to solve these two difficulties. Is this to appear that you are knowledgeable? The corner of Xu Yang's mouth twitched. Did he count this as being taught a lesson by the AI? But then he laughed. The technologies that couldn't be solved on Earth at the moment didn't mean that there weren't any relevant technologies inside the eternal knowledge treasure trove. He wasn't afraid of reading books. He was the least afraid of it. He even thought of the mecha transformation in the future. As long as you wear specific clothes to achieve the effect of shock absorption and pressure relief, then inside the suit, according to the distribution of human bones and nerves, lay a good control system, and set up a good nanoskeleton. Finally, then use a belt, or a watch with a larger volume or something like that, to put the nanomaterials inside the box. At the time of use, release the nanoparticles inside. These nanoparticles could then quickly form bionic muscle tissue, eventually spreading the mech all over the body. This would not only maintain the strength of the original mech, but also greatly enhance the flexibility of the mech. Two birds with one stone. Late at night, Xu Yang's conscious body appeared within the eternal knowledge treasury. In front of him, there were also a dozen or so thick books of information. Nanoparticle preparation and application technology, nanoparticle stowage and storage technology, and neural command control system. In the next few days, he was going to be dead set on these books. In fact, after switching his thoughts to this aspect of nanomechs, his thoughts had become more open. It was just like the Iron Man in the movie and TV series. Iron Man's energy reserves this piece of nothing to say. For the time being, to the Earth's technology simply cannot meet this requirement. But the nano battle armor did have redeeming qualities. A single nano organizer attached to the chest could store the nanoparticles needed for the entire battle armor. It was lightweight and fierce. The probability of which relied on was also the phenomenon of nanoparticle deterioration. As long as the right material was found, the strength of the nanoscale material might have to far exceed the strength of the mixed metal material he was currently using. Then the agglomeration phenomenon of nanoparticles would be solved. Together with the innovative nanoparticle control technology, an effective nano control system would be formed. Nanoscale battle armor. It was still very promising to be manufactured. 5 days later, Xu Yang was sitting inside the laboratory. In front of him was also the yellow-skinned rat with a metallic luster emanating from its body. The mold was similar to the one he had made before. It could make sounds and move, but the weight was very light and could be held in the hand at will. And under the appearance of this steel Pikachu, he also, according to the skeletal structure of Pikachu, all laid with nano-level materials constructed skeleton. If in the case of no need, these nanoparticles would all be hidden under Pikachu's steel shell. And, inside Pikachu's body, he was also going to place a nano-organizer. Inside it was stored enough nanomaterials to build out an entire battle armor. The pink-colored kind. Once it was officially activated, the nanomaterials linked with each other. immediately catalyzing the movement of nanoparticles at an extremely fast speed, converging around the nanoskeleton and eventually covering the entire body of Pikachu. Moreover, the lithium-air battery composed in the nanostate, the power storage energy was also greatly improved, although it hadn't been tested in actual combat, but the data calculated by Xuanwu, in the case of full power on, it could completely last for 8 hours of endurance. This could definitely be adapted to most battle environments, as long as the enemy did not launch large-yield missiles or even nuclear bombs on the battlefield, almost equal to invincibility. Soon, after placing the last nano-organizer inside Pikachu's body, a plain and simple steel Pikachu was made. Xuanwu, conduct the nano coverage test first. Chu Yang's command was given. In the next second, Pikachu's originally dark eyes suddenly turned a light red color, and countless pink nano-robots began to spread all over the surface of Pikachu's circumference, almost instantly, letting this Pikachu complete its transformation. Take 2 steps. Chu Yang's words fell. Before his eyes the pink-colored Pikachu walked realistically on the laboratory's experimental table. 100,000 volts. Chu Yang continued with the next stage of testing. The next second, Pikachu's tail then arched high, emitting a purple current that quickly struck the floor of the lab. Bang! Accompanied by a puff of smoke and dust in all directions. One of the hard floor tiles in the lab directly shattered in all directions. This was also considered a true discharge attack. In the electric current released, the concept of an electromagnetic cannon was borrowed, and what was still ejected was a projectile. However, it was a projectile composed of countless electrically charged nanobots. After mixing these nanobots, along with the electromagnetic force field effect, the current damage formed could completely reach the level of 100,000 volts. However, these were all disposable nanobots. Chu Yang had prepared a total of 100 copies of the nanobots needed for 100,000 volt. It was enough for Pikachu to release 100,000 volts 100 times in a row. But soon, he let out a light sigh. The only thing that was a bit unfortunate was the attack of 100,000 volts. Always feel that the power is still not enough. After all, a random lightning strike came down. The strength of the force would be more than 100 million volts. It was still not enough firepower. Immediately after, Xuanwu let out a voice of congratulations in Chu Yang's ear. Boss, it's worthy of you, actually solving the problem of nanotechnology so quickly. Chu Yang casually smiled and waved his hand. Low key, these are all small technologies, not worth mentioning. After saying this, Chu Yang picked up his cell phone and dialed Wang Weiman's number. Elder Wang, my side of the battle armor is almost perfected. If you have the time, you can come over later to take a look, and then set a time when you can conduct the performance test of the mech. What? Finished? Wang Weiman on the other end of the phone immediately became excited. You finished upgrading the second generation mech? The exoskeleton's mecha technology was originally difficult to research. Otherwise, the world would have already seen exoskeleton mechas that could truly be put into use on the battlefield. But before, Chu Yang had made a perfect exoskeleton mecha in a short period of time. Even so, now, in just less than a week's time, he had actually completed the technical upgrade? Are you kidding me? That's right. Chu Yang nodded slightly. If you're free, you can come over in the afternoon. No problem. I'll be right there. Wang Weiman directly hung up the phone and quickly rushed towards the outside of the office. Immediately arrange a car for me. I want to make a trip to the laboratory of Beijing University. Waiting to arrive at the destination, Wang Weiman looked at the steel Pikachu laid out in front of him, and his slightly cloudy eyes immediately widened. Xiao Chua, you're not going to tell me that this is the technology you researched for the second generation mecha, are you? This gadget can turn into a mecha? Right. Chu Yang nodded slightly and casually raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Xian Wu, Pikachu transform. Okay boss. Xuanwu's empty voice appeared in the ears of the two. Immediately afterward, Pikachu's circumference then began to change again. After that, Chu Yang simultaneously demonstrated Pikachu's flying ability, attacking ability and so on for Wang Weiman, all the way to the end. Looking at the yellow-skinned rat that had turned into a steel Pikachu again, Wang Weiman immediately asked in shock, "You found the nanomolecule superpolymerization chain?" As the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, although he didn't know all the various scientific research directions, but it was all sort of slightly known. It was a fact that nanobots moved slowly, not to mention the fact that so many nanobots converged into a true nanomecha in this Pikachu, even a mecha that completely fit the skeletal musculature. Unless Chu Yang was able to find or synthesize special molecular polymerization chains, combining thousands of nanomachines together through the supramolecular bonds in them. Each nanomachine was capable of producing a linear telescopic movement of about 1 nanometer. The accumulation of fewer nanomachines becomes more Tens of thousands of small nanomachine motions can be integrated so that the polymerized chain, like a muscle tissue, produces a contraction and expansion of 10 micrometers, completely forming a mimetic muscle cell tissue. The strength of the synthesized muscle cell tissue would be hundreds or thousands of times stronger than that of a normal human being. It could completely meet the strength requirements for mech use. Chu Yang nodded silently. The difficulty of an exoskeleton mecha was only in the material, drive, and overall structural design. The nano battle armor, on the other hand, was completely capable of solving these three problems. In terms of materials, the strength of nano-level materials far exceeded that of unusual metal materials. Driving this piece, lithium-air batteries are still competent enough. Then there was the structural design. Abandoning all the original complex mechanical structure, directly using nanomolecules to form a nanomech that covers the entire body. Not only can the problem of structural design be solved, even private customization of customized battle armor had become particularly simple. As long as enough parts of nanobots were made, different types of nano battle armor could be made infinitely. And in the later stages of battle, even if the nano battle armor suffered from wear and tear, or insufficient energy, directly jumped into the same parts, or exclusive energy supply, nanobots converged into a big bath tube inside a bath. Under the control of Xuanwu, it was very easy to make the nano battle armor as good as new. After receiving Chu Yang's affirmation, Wang Weimin immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. The nanomecha technology that Chu Yang had researched was already enough to make several different fields blossom into a new glory. The energy field's range problem, the super polymerized chain technology in the field of nanomaterials. There was even the nano-electromagnetic cannon that Chu Yang had produced. If this thing was enlarged, with a super doubled quantity, it could completely form, on a large scale, a mega minefield. If this was utilized on the battlefield, one would die. But after being shocked, Wang Weimin was a bit curious. But why did you use a Pikachu as a model? Can this thing be worn on a human body? Although it wasn't like Steel Pikachu couldn't appear in the lab. However, it was also really hard to combine such a cute gadget with a big killer on the battlefield. This one is a special customized version. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Sent it to my girlfriend. The other versions are on me. While saying that, Chu Yang started to take off his clothes. Wang Weimin hastily stopped it and gave Chu Yang a wary look with his eyes. Hey, little Chu what are you doing? My old Wang is a decent person. You don't mess around. Don't eat this set of yours. What is your old man thinking? Chu Yang laughed helplessly, and after taking off the experimental clothing on his body, a triangular nano-organizer appeared right in front of his chest. After lightly pressing the button in the center of the organizer, all sorts of nano-robots began to madly surge out of the nano-organizer, and soon spread directly over Chu Yang's entire body, eventually forming a layer of nano-battle armor that emitted a metallic luster. In the next second, the nano-armor on Chu Yang's head disappeared, revealing his original appearance. He slightly raised his head and looked at Wang Weimin. Inside these nano-robots, I also implanted some biological nano-robots, which can directly decode the information passed out by the human body's neurons by communicating with the bioelectricity in the body, allowing the maneuverability of the nano-battle armor to be further enhanced. While saying that, in Chu Yang's hand directly, a long sword was quickly formed from various nanoparticles. It quickly turned into a firearm again. In the end, an aperture was directly formed in Chu Yang's palm. Chu Yang explained, this is a laser transmitter, but its current power isn't particularly great. It can only send out laser beams that are within a distance of 50 meters and have a heat level of around 20,000 degrees. Saying that, Chu Yang looked directly at Wang Weimin and laughed. I'll give you a demonstration. The next second, the nanoparticles covered Chu Yang's head again. A positioning coordinate quickly appeared in front of his eyes. After the system automatically aimed, it quickly shot out a cannon, hitting directly on top of a pile of scrap iron 20 meters away. In just an instant, the iron directly melted into a red liquid. After testing the effect of the laser cannon, Chu Yang then unloaded the helmet part of the nanobot again, and looked at Wang Weimin and smiled. The laboratory is just a little bit bigger, so for the time being, we can only simply test the performance of the individual nano battle armor. Most of the other data still needs to be tested in a wider area before the full performance of this nano battle armor can be brought out in full. Wang Weimin was already shocked beyond words. The other exoskeleton mecha technologies in the world were currently stuck in the area of alloy materials, as well as plus weapon module systems. How did it come to Chu Yang? Not to mention directly getting out the nanomaterials to make the battle armor. What is the matter with this laser cannon? However, after being shocked, he vaguely began to get excited again. Where do you plan to test? Do you have a preferred place? Or should I find a place for you? You decide the location. Chu Yang completely recycled the nano battle armor. and after slightly contemplating for a few seconds, he slowly opened his mouth. However, I only have one request. You say? Wang Weiman nodded slightly. Chu Yang let out a long sigh of relief. I wish to invite some of the General Hospital of the Ministry of the Army, those soldiers who are disabled due to injuries and illnesses, to come and visit. From his original intention of researching and designing the nanomech, it was not to make a great killing machine that would kill in the battlefield. Rather, it was for those soldiers whose legs were amputated due to injuries to be able to stand up like normal people, so that they could stand up and live in a dignified manner. For those little girls who have lost an arm because of their father's military service, to have a physically fit father again, so that she can straddle her father's strong arms and sing with silver bells. It is also for those at home looking forward to the children of the garrison to return home safely to the old man, to be able to watch their children disarmed, safe and sound return. If you are poor, you can do good to yourself, but if you are rich, you can do good to the world. He cannot do the saint like saving the dawn, save the people, nor can he do to stop the war, the world nuclear peace, but he also hoped to be able to do something for this group of lovely people where he could. I wish to use my youth to protect the flourishing China. That is your oath. As for me, thinking of this, Chu Yang suddenly smiled happily. You guys guard China. I'll guard you. It was nearing evening. The slightly hot summer wind blew the leaves of the camphor tree in front of the dormitory. Chu Yang held a mechanically assembled yellow Pikachu in his hand and stood quietly at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Soon, Lin Xingxue inside the girls' dormitory rushed out from the dormitory, and after looking around a few times at the doorway, she saw Chu Yang standing not far away, and quickly ran in front of him. After seeing the mechanical Pikachu held in Chu Yang's hand, Lin Xingxue's expression immediately became curious. What is this thing? Chu Yang slightly raised his hand and handed the Pikachu in his hand to Lin Xingxue. Didn't you say before that you wanted me to compensate you for a Pikachu? I thought about going somewhere else to buy one as if it wasn't particularly original. So I looked for some materials inside the lab and made a Pikachu myself. After saying that, Chu Yang also laughed. And this little thing is also able to walk around like a mechanical dog and make the original sound of Pikachu. After saying that, Chu Yang placed the Pikachu in his hand on the ground. Directly using his voice, he commanded, "Forward." The Pikachu that was placed safely on the ground by Chu Yang immediately took 2 steps forward. Backward. Pikachu immediately took a few more steps backwards. Spin in place. Pikachu instantly began to spin in place, even as its tail wagged. Finally, it slowly walked in front of Lin Xingxue, slightly raised its head, and called out with a smile, "Pikapi." Seeing this scene, Lin Xingxue's heart almost melted. Although the mechanical Pikachu looked somewhat Polytechnic style, it couldn't resist it shouting at you to be cute. Soon, this shouting also attracted the attention of many people around. Look, this Pikachu, it actually still screams at. Look at its tail moving. So cute. Come on. A mechanically assembled Pikachu is so cool. Countless girls began to look at Pikachu with glowing eyes. What's more, there were a few girls who started whispering, "Baby, isn't your boyfriend a graduate student at the Intelligence College of Beijing University? Why don't you let him make you a little thing like this? It's really cute." A certain girl who heard this immediately vetoed the decision. "You guys forget about it. Sister, it's hard for me to find a boyfriend. I don't want to force him to die." Although as far as she knew, the current technology was indeed able to make this kind of effect, but let her boyfriend do it. It was probably bad enough. Lin Xingxue quickly squatted to the ground and carried this Pikachu into her arms. The weight wasn't particularly heavy. It should have been mixed with some other materials, but the appearance did look the same as a tin can. After holding the Pikachu in her hands, Lin Xingxue then immediately looked at Chu Yang with a playful smile. It suddenly occurred to me that in the future, if the two of us live together, isn't it true that if any electrical appliance breaks down in the house, we don't have to buy it? In terms of Chu Yang's skill, she estimated that if the two of them lived together in the future, if anything broke down in the house, they wouldn't have to call for a maintenance person to come to the house. Chu Yang would be able to take care of it all by himself. Chu Yang seriously thought about this issue, and after a few seconds, he then heavily nodded. "I think this is very possible." After saying that, he then raised his hand and rubbed Lin Xingxue's small head. "Alright, go back to the dormitory first and put Pikachu down, and accompany you to dinner at night." "Good." Lin Xingxue immediately smiled. "Wait for me." After kissing the side of Chu Yang's cheek, she then held this mechanical Pikachu and quickly walked towards the upstairs of the girls' dormitory. And after looking at Lin Xingxue's appearance as she bounced away, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth gradually revealed a smile. The nanoparticles inside Pikachu would run out from time to time, coming to him to replace the nanoparticles and replenish their energy. There would even be biological nanobots that would appear inside her blood vessels, relying on her bioelectric current to maintain her energy. As soon as it detected an urgent life-saving command from within Lin Qingshua's brain, it would immediately activate Pikachu's nano battle armor form, quickly appearing at Lin Qingshua's side based on the nanobot's positioning. In this way, Lin Qingshua's personal security was able to be increased a bit. After putting Pikachu away, Lin Qingxue then quickly ran out from inside the dormitory again, directly holding onto Chu Yang's arm, laughing, Let's go eat something delicious. Chu Yang let out a light laugh. Taking Lin Qingxue with him, he slowly walked to the school cafeteria, casually ordering 2 portions of boiled rice. The two sat down at the cafeteria table. Lin Qingxue chucked a piece of braised pork ribs from her own bowl and put it into Chu Yang's bowl. As a result, the next second, Chu Yang put an oversized piece of braised pork from his own bowl into Lin Qingshue's bowl. Seeing this, Lin Qingxue immediately pointed towards Chu Yang's back. Look there! Chu Yang subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. Lin Qingxue immediately smartly chucked the piece of braised pork in her bowl back into Chu Yang's bowl. When Chu turned his head back, he looked at the piece of braised pork that had reappeared inside the bowl, and immediately laughed as he used his chopsticks to clip it up. Lin Qingxue immediately covered the rice bowl in her hand. You're not allowed to clip it to me anymore. If you give it to me again, I'll get angry. Such a big piece of braised meat. So greasy. Chu Yang silently laughed. What kind of expression is this? Don't flatter yourself. I was just planning to eat it. Lin Qingxue, Humph. Badass. Eat it yourself, you didn't say so earlier. After not very pleasantly blanking Chu Yang, she then skimmed her mouth and said, Too lazy to care about you. Eat. Saying that, she snickered again and chucked away a smaller piece of braised pork from Chu Yang's bowl. She even deliberately made a face towards him. If you don't give it to me, I have to eat it. Slightly. The next day, in the morning, an armed helicopter hovered over the laboratory of the capital university. Seeing this scene, some of the surrounding students who were practicing in the morning had their eyes towards the direction of the armed helicopter. Let's go! How come there's another helicopter gunship? Our school has been quite lively lately. I heard that our school has a joint laboratory with the Ministry of the Army. I once accidentally went over there. The result is not close to it. Was a few men in black suits to block. Which one of our school's great bulls has researched something extraordinary again? Of course, chatting was chatting. The students of the capital university had almost all gotten used to this kind of scene. After all, it came every other day. It was hard not to get used to it. Soon, after the helicopter landed on a huge flat bottom inside the lab, Wang Weiman then quickly walked down from the helicopter and looked at Chu Yang, who was waiting beside him, and smiled. Little Chu, everything is ready, right? The location of the test has already been set. It's at the special training base of the Kyoto barracks. Inside it can simulate all the environments in wartime. It should be able to completely bring the performance of the mech to the extreme. Chu Yang nodded his head slightly. Then he got on the helicopter with Wang Weiman. It flew for almost an hour. The sun in midair had long been high in the sky. Below Chu Yang's helicopter, a huge special training square of the military department had also appeared. In the center of the square, countless experts in the military industry of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, as well as researchers within the military department and some senior generals, had already gathered. Of course, there were also quite a few disabled veterans from the General Hospital of the Military Ministry who had been invited over to participate in the observation. In front of them, there were all kinds of obstacles around, as well as a few scrapped and retired tanks, and all kinds of bazookas, mortars and other hot weapons. Some of the researchers from the military department had gotten together, and were currently piling up and discussing. I heard that the one who researched the exoskeleton technology this time is a young man of less than 20 years old. Do you guys think it's true or not? I don't know if it's true or not, but as long as he really researched the exoskeleton technology, I'm convinced. This gesture is still very big. Actually came to so many leaders of the military department. It seems that the upper face of this matter is still very important. Just don't know how the specific test effect. There was no lack of somewhat skeptical voices in the crowd, but this is also very normal. The Armed Research Department of the Ministry of the Army, and the Chinese Academy of Sciences, although at the same time under the management of the Ministry of Science and Technology. However, what the Armed Research Department researched was more about the transformation of the weapons used by the military department. Exoskeleton technology was also the object of their focused research. They had researched exoskeleton technology for more than 10 years, investing tens of billions of dollars into it, and hadn't seen much success. As a result, now, a brat less than 20 years old actually researched it. Wasn't this hitting their Armed Research Department in the face? High in the sky, Wang Weiman was sitting right next to Chu Yang and carefully instructed. Little Chu, this test is roughly divided into 3 parts. The first is to test the mech's fastest hourly speed. Then it's the strength of the mech's arms as well as the combined attacking power. And in the last words, It's the mech's defense ability. This we have already prepared a 1-to-1 bionic human model. When the time comes, as long as we let the bionic human wear the nano mech that you have researched, we will be able to conduct the final defense test. After saying that, Wang Weiman then continued. If you're okay with it, you can arrange for the helicopter to descend. Yes, Chu Yang nodded slightly, but then he looked at Wang Weiman again and said, however, Elder Wang, I won't go down with the helicopter. Have someone open the hatch. I'll just go down directly from here. Are you sure? Wang Weiman froze. The helicopter's current distance from the ground wasn't very high, just 100 meters, but it was still 100 meters high. If a normal person jumped down, it was estimated that they would only be left with a ball of broken mud, even if Chu Yang was able to wear a nanomech. However, the danger was still great. Next to him, the special brigade captain of the Kyoto barracks also glanced at Chu Yang in surprise. They were also clear internally. What was it that Chu Yang had come over to test? They had even obtained a portion of the video of Chu Yang when he tested the Generation White Tiger mecha. However, this was after all 100 meters in the air. Once the mech made any mistakes midway, the faults that would result from this would be irreparable. It's fine. Chu Yang smiled faintly. For me, from the moment I stepped into this training base, the testing of the nano mech has already begun. After saying that, Chu Yang glanced at the man next to him again. Senior Captain, please open the helicopter hatch for me. The man hesitated for a few seconds, but in the end, he helped Chu Yang open the hatch, nervously urging, pay attention to safety. Chu Yang laughed lightly, see you down there. After saying that, he got up from where he was sitting and slowly walked next to the hatch. A gust of wind whistled past. The entire cabin then resounded with violent wind sounds. Outside the helicopter, there was a lush grass below that was being blown around by the breeze. Chu Yang glanced down again at the others on the ground who were as if they were the size of ants. After letting out a light laugh, he then under the nervous and shocked gazes of Wang Weiman and the special brigade commander, without hesitation, he took a step out and jumped up from the helicopter at a rapid pace. I'll go. You guys look above the helicopter. Someone jumped down. Also at the moment when Chu Yang jumped down, a group of researchers from the Armed Research Institute of those military ministries, as well as some of the senior generals of the military ministries, raised their heads to look at the sky. Mid-air, after Chu Yang jumped down from the helicopter, he directly dropped downwards at a rapid speed. Seeing this scene, the many researchers on the ground were instantly shocked. This distance is at least 100 meters. Right, and he just jumped straight down like this? What's the situation? Jumping down so directly, don't want to die? Was there an accident? A few military generals even changed their faces drastically. To know, on the armed helicopter, non-accidental circumstances, it was almost impossible to drop someone down. Immediately followed by the next second, they saw Chu Yang's body begin to be quickly covered with a layer of nano battle armor. Under the sun's irradiation, a shimmering metallic light was emitted all over his body. At a height of 100 meters, he fell into the air. What is this? What is this thing that instantly covers the entire body? What on earth has this guy created? The surrounding crowd was instantly shocked. Some of the higher-ups of the military department were even staring in disbelief. Looking at the appearance, this person should be the legendary Chu Yang. But what was he doing now? Was he out of his mind? Even if he was wearing a mech, he couldn't jump down directly from 100 meters in the air. Chu Yang's identity was clear to them. The only scientific researcher in China in the past 100 years who had achieved the order of the State Scholar. And still so young. If something happened to Chu Yang under their noses, then things could get serious. Thinking of this, a huffy look even appeared in the eyes of a few people. What was the situation with the special brigade captain on the helicopter? This kind of thing actually didn't report it and let Chu Yang jump down so directly. A matter where human lives were at stake. Think this was a joke? However, there was no waiting for the crowd to be shocked for long. The moment Chu Yang was seen jumping off the airplane, almost instantly, he directly cut through the high altitude and quickly landed on the ground without any pause. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the smoke and dust in the sky quickly tumbled before the eyes of the crowd. The entire training ground shook violently along with it. Silence. In an instant, the entire arena fell silent. Countless people held their breath, not even daring to utter a single breath. The hearts of a large number of military department executives were in their throats. What is this? Actually making such a big commotion? How did this suddenly stop moving? It can't be that something happened, right? In shock, the surrounding group of researchers, along with the senior generals of the military ministry, all looked their own gazes towards the center of the smoke and dust-filled area. Amidst the dust, Chu Yang's figure loomed in front of their eyes. On his body, he was wearing flame-red nano battle armor. With one hand on the ground, he smoothly crouched above the ground in a semi-crouching position, and at his feet, On the old concrete floor of the training ground, the ground had cracked layer by layer, and even sunk downwards for a few points, obviously suffering from a not-so-small impact. In the next moment, the many generals and researchers from the military department quickly rushed to Chu Yang's side regardless. The expressions on their faces constantly switched between the two emotions of shock and anxiety. What was shocking was that Chu Yang actually did jump straight down just like that. What was anxious was, if something happened to Chu Yang because of this, their sins would be great. One of the 50-year-olds even quickly shouted, "Immediately notify the emergency rescue team to come over. We must make sure that academician Chu's life is not in danger." However, it was also right after these words were uttered. Only then did Chu Yang, who was originally half squatting on the ground, slowly stand up, and after taking a steady deep breath, he slowly walked in front of the crowd. With every step, the sound of metal hitting the ground would appear on the ground. It was only until he walked in front of the crowd that Chu Yang took control of the nano battle armor and removed the nano hood on his face. "Sorry everyone, I've made you all worry." Although he had piloted a mech to fly fast before. However, leaping down from a height of over 100 meters was the first time he had experienced it. This feeling was just too damn exciting. Seeing this scene, almost instantly, the countless researchers around him turned their gazes to the nano battle armor that Chu Yang was wearing, and their eyes were filled with an unbelievable expression. Is this really something that the current technology can do? It actually didn't do anything at all? My goodness. I didn't see it wrong. The few senior generals from the military department were also stunned. However, in the next second, ecstasy began to rise in their eyes. Not to mention anything else, just the impact resistance that this battle armor was currently displaying. It was already extremely tough. To know, at a height of 100 meters, even the most elite soldiers of the special forces, equipped with the best parachuting tools, if the timing of the opening of the parachute was not right, it was all to perish on the spot. Chu Yang appeared in this scene. Although the initial start, jumping straight down, was thrilling, however, the current result did make them a bit overjoyed. Immediately after that, among the many military generals, the leader of the many military generals, a senior military general whose age was close to 50 years old, immediately quickly walked over to Chu Yang. He had just reached out his hand intending to shake Chu Yang's hand. However, after seeing Chu Yang's arm covered with nano battle armor, he hesitated slightly. It was only until he saw the nanoparticles in Chu Yang's hands fade away. Only then did he smile and came up to Chu Yang. His hands clasped his palms tightly. "Hello General Engineer Chu. I am the resident in charge of the Kyoto barracks. You can just call me Yang Xinghua." Chu Yang looked at his shoulder badge, nodded his head and smiled. "Hello Commander Yang. The preparations for this test have been hard on you guys. Wait for Elder Wang and the others to come over. I'll come back together and introduce the specific data of this nano battle armor in detail for you guys. When the data is introduced, then we'll come back for the actual test." Chief Engineer Chu was polite. Yang Xinghua nodded slightly. "Then we'll wait and see." And amongst these researchers, after the shock and excitement gradually calmed down, they then looked unexpectedly at Chu Yang, who had removed his neck helmet. Actually so young? Is this that youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Chu Yang's identity, they had only been notified today when it came to the project in question. For Chu Yang's real appearance, it was the first time they had seen it. They had originally envisioned age even if he was younger. As an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he should also be in his 40s. Unexpectedly, what appeared in front of them was actually a young man who looked less than 20 years old. Young was just too much. However, there were also some researchers who, after carefully seeing the battle armor that Chu Yang was wearing, their eyes went red. Other than that, I, Old Yi, am convinced that as long as I am allowed to study and research this mech, I am willing to die. Among them, the ones who had been around for a long time, basically started researching China's own exoskeleton armor technology when the exoskeleton armor project was set up, but they had been suffering from technical bottlenecks. There were no decent research results, and now there was actually a complete mech appearing in front of them. How could this not make them excited? There were also people who began to fall silent. The questions, doubts, and even a few unconvincing little thoughts that they had just had before Chu Yang came, were all received deep inside. Even after the silence, they were also a little relieved. It didn't matter if the technology of this exoskeleton mecha was researched by their military department Armed Research Institute, or by someone from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It also didn't matter whether the researchers were old academicians who were old, or whether it was a young scientific researcher. As long as the mature exoskeleton armor could be researched, even if they die, can also be considered to rest in peace, because from that moment on, China will have one more national defense weapon that will shine for the national defense cause. This would also achieve the ultimate goal and ideal of their scientific research over the years. Of course, while these people were shocked, On the other side, among the group of injured and sick soldiers who were invited to come over after signing the confidentiality agreement from the General Hospital of the Ministry of the Army, Chu Yan was the first one to chat with him in the hospital room. The young man who had initially chatted with Chu Yang in the hospital room, looking at Chu Yang inside the mech, his body immediately trembled with excitement. It's actually him. He naturally remembered Chu Yang's face, that person who had made a bold statement at the General Hospital of the Ministry of the Army back then, saying that within a year, let them people be able to live like normal people. The young man who had returned to his original unit to continue fighting in a dignified manner. Originally, he thought that Chu Yan was just joking, but he didn't expect it. He was actually able to see such a technology emerge. He didn't understand scientific research, but he was also able to think that such a precise mecha could be produced. Chu Yang might not be able to produce it. A bionic prosthetic limb that could truly allow them to resume their normal lives. Soon, the helicopter that Wang Weiman and the others were traveling in also quickly stopped at a tarmac not far away. After quickly walking in front of the crowd, looking at Chu Yang who was wrapped inside the mecha, Wang Weiman immediately looked at Chu Yang in shock. Little Chua, don't do that next time. It's scaring the old man to death. Having watched with his own eyes as Chu Yang jumped directly from a height of 100 meters, if he didn't have confidence in Chu Yang's skills, just now when he was in the helicopter, he probably would have been scared out of his back. Aren't I fine? Chu Yang smiled faintly. Then he turned around, looked at the crowd of curious researchers as well as military generals around him, and slowly began to explain some of the battle armor's parameters for doing battle. Since everyone is here, let me first introduce the specific data of the mech to everyone. This mech is a second-generation White Tiger mech. The mech itself uses nanotechnology. When the mech is activated, it can complete full body coverage in just 3 seconds. The battery used is also the latest type of lithium-air battery. In the unusual state, the power and storage capacity of the lithium-air battery exceeds that of the unusual lithium batteries currently on the market by several times. And in the nano state, the efficacy of the lithium-air battery has been further expanded. Under the standard state, the White Tiger Type 2 mech's fully loaded working time can reach a period of 8 hours, with the strength of both arms reaching 1.8 tons, and under the condition of turning on the curvature mode, the fully loaded working time will be 4 hours, but generally speaking, the curvature drive doesn't need to be turned on all the time. Additionally, the White Tiger Type 2 mech is equipped with a nanoparticle hyperlink program, which can subsequently accommodate a variety of nanoscale weapon materials. Currently available weapon modules. The first is the battle knife mode that comes with the mech and allows for close-quarter mixed martial arts. The second is the laser cannon mode which can release a 20,000 degrees Celsius super high temperature laser cannon within a range of 50 meters. The last one is the electromagnetic cannon mode which can release an electric minefield of close to 100,000 volts within a range of 100 meters. Moreover, the central control system inside the armor can be linked to the global satellite band, along with the remote control combat panel, which can be used to control the normal startup and shutdown of the mech, as well as the self-destruct procedure in the most dangerous moments. In non-essential situations, the crowd just silently stood beside Chu Yang, listening to his description of the mech's data, until all the data explanation was completed. Yang Xinghua, who was the head of an army, immediately stared in shock, incredulously opened his mouth, but was unable to speak. He was also aware of the exoskeleton research within the military department. Even the Armed Forces Research Institute of the Ministry of War had researched some good technologies to perfect the ministry's own exoskeleton armor. However, the exoskeleton armor that they had researched, compared to the nano battle armor that Chu Yang was wearing, it was simply a heaven and a earth. Plus, he was a real combatant. He also came from a special warfare background. He was able to achieve his current position, all by relying on him to do it punch by punch, gun by gun. Naturally, he knew the changing and dangerous environment of the battlefield. Even more, he knew how much help having excellent armed equipment could bring to the warriors on the battlefield. It was no exaggeration to say, this nano battle armor that Chu Yang was wearing was simply an absolute killing weapon. It was completely possible to achieve the point where a single person could become an army. The researchers of the Armed Research Institute were similarly in shock. Lithium-air batteries. This kind of energy battery that was still in the envisioning stage in the energy field of various countries was actually made by Chu Yang, and it was also made at the nano level. The standard endurance of 8 hours, coupled with the almost perverted data of the mech, the role of Chu Yang's nano battle armor on the battlefield. It even surpassed the combined effect of 10 top domestic tanks, appearing on the battlefield at the same time. After all, tanks were bulky, and this nano battle armor of Chu Yang's could all be manipulated by a single person. 1.8 tons of strength in one arm. A single punch could almost kill an elephant. The combined strength of both arms could certainly also produce the effect of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2. Except for tanks and other heavy armor. What would be able to block his punch? Not to mention the defensive power that the mech had just shown, as well as the laser cannons and various specific attacks described by Chu Yang. No kidding. For this thing to be worn to the battlefield, it was simply cheating. Thinking about all this, one of the surrounding researchers even became short of breath. One of the leading researchers couldn't hold back and rushed to Chu Yang's face. Academician Chu, is all that you said true? You have to know. This can be a matter of military security. You can't easily joke with us. Chu Yang nodded his head and smiled. Didn't you guys already see the initial effect just now? After saying that, he then glanced at Yang Xinghua again. If you all don't believe me, then let's use actual tests to test these data I just mentioned. The words fell. The flame-red nano battle armor then directly spread over Chu Yang's entire body again, under the illumination of the sunlight. Above that flame-red battle armor, the blue area of the pupil area reflected a glittering blue light. In front of Chu Yang's eyes, 3 different areas had been planned out. The first area was a simple speed measurement area, with a length of close to a kilometer, used to test Chu Yang's final hourly speed. The second area was the strength area. There was a military jeep with a total weight of about 3 tons, used to test the arm strength of the mech. The last area was a special operations simulation of an abandoned urban area that could be used to test the mech's agility. Along with that, a group of researchers from the Armed Research Institute installed portable induction testing instruments at various locations on Chu Yang's body. Almost instantly, Chu Yang's figure disappeared into thin air. There were several military drones in the sky that were shooting overhead, transmitting all the test images to the computers of these researchers of the Armed Research Institute. The various data on it was also quickly displayed on the side. Speed, 360 kilometers per hour. Left arm strength, 1. 84 tons. Right arm strength, 1. 85 tons. In addition to that, some of the ones that the testing instruments couldn't test out, including the attack power caused by the mech and so on, as well as the specific agility and so on, they were also quickly transmitted to the crowd through the images taken by the drone. After the jeep a kilometer away was lifted and thrown a few meters away by Chu Yang, almost instantaneously, accompanied by the appearance of a white laser beam, the jeep that had been thrown up was cut in half by Chu Yang. It swiftly fell to the ground. Immediately after, Chu Yang's figure appeared in the abandoned city center. The figure kept on prancing around and eventually passed through a chaotic urban area, appearing on top of a certain huge chimney within the urban area. The entire test area was nearly 3 kilometers. Chu Yang had only used less than a minute to end the entire test. Seeing such data, these researchers present directly stood still, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Listening to Chu Yang's explanation was one thing, but watching Chu Yang actually operate it was another matter. 360 kilometers per hour. This was already close to the speed of the fastest high-speed train in China. Under such an impact, not to mention the mech that Chu Yang had researched and the other weapon modules, just a simple collision, it would probably be able to knock someone to death. Moreover, the endurance of this mech was actually able to reach 4 hours at this speed. This is 4 hours of continuous endurance. In the case of special operations, continuing to fight at such a high speed, the significance behind this is simply unimaginable. Moreover, the flexibility of this mech was incomparable to all the exoskeleton mechs in the world. A completely anthropomorphic movement. When the nano battle armor was worn on Chu Yang's body, it was actually the same as if he wasn't wearing any exoskeleton equipment. And even the speed of running while simply wearing the mech reached a staggering 15 meters per second. This was already far beyond the fastest speed of a human running up. Not to mention the super strong defense that the nano battle armor itself carried. These points were combined together. If this nano battle armor was placed on the battlefield, it would definitely be the world's unparalleled super killer. Waiting until Chu Yang ended the test. After returning to the crowd, he slowly recycled all the nanoparticles on his body into the nano organizer in front of his chest and looked at the crowd in front of him and said, "Gentlemen, are you satisfied with the results of such a test?" Satisfied, satisfied. An old man at the head of the Armed Research Institute of the Ministry of the Army immediately nodded heavily and quickly rushed to Chu Yang. "How is it, Academician Chu? Your research at the Chinese Academy of Sciences is also research, and coming to the Armed Research Institute is also research. Have you come to our Armed Research Institute to develop? If you are willing to do so, I can immediately arrange for you to be given the title of Deputy Director of the Armed Research Institute. If you don't think it's possible, old man, I'll directly step down and let you be the director of this institute." The Armed Forces Research Institute was not a simple institute. It was a scientific research organization parallel to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Below the Armed Research Institute, there were nearly 1,000 other weapons research and transformation organizations. The identity of the director of the institute was on the same level as the director of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Hearing this, Wang Weiman was instantly unhappy. Surname He, you're not being fair. I'm bringing our Chinese Academy of Sciences people over to test. You're directly resting here with me to snatch people. I'm telling you, there's no door. Special grandmother, Chu Yang back then, but he single-handedly unearthed. It was not easy to bring into the current mold. You actually want to come over and pick my peaches? Old Wang, don't be anxious first. The director of the Armed Research Institute laughed. No matter what you say, we also need to see what Xiao Chu means. Xiao Chu. There is absolutely no falsehood in what I just said. As long as you are willing to come over and want me to be the director of this research institute, I can let you have it too. What Chu Yang had just shown could be more than just mecha technology. Lithium air batteries, nanotechnology, laser cannons. There was even an electromagnetic cannon. To take out one of these things individually was already a very good achievement. And Chu Yang had not only researched and produced all of these things intact, but also fused them on top of the mecha. He even knew about it. The curvature drive device that the Chinese Academy of Sciences had researched was also researched by Chu Yang. It could be said without exaggeration, Chu Yang was simply born to be a genius in researching high-tech weapons. This kind of good seedling, he must dig over. Wang Weiman laughed coldly. Then let's see if you can talk your way out of this or not. He was still confident about that. If Chu Yang was able to attract over with the position of the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, how could he still stand here and talk blindly to an old man like you? The old man had long gone home to retire. But this kid has to stay in the laboratory of Kyoto University. You want him to go to the military? You're afraid you want to eat shit. Chu Yang smiled awkwardly and slowly said towards the director of the Armed Forces Research Institute. Director He, thank you for your generosity. I don't have the idea of changing my working environment for the time being. If I have the idea when I have the idea, I will surely apply to you at the first time. Really no idea? Director He was a bit reluctant. The position of Director as long as you want it, I'll give it to you right away. The administrative level of the director of the Armed Research Institute was the highest administrative level that an ordinary person could reach. Chu Yang was able to reach this position at the age of 20. He actually didn't want it? Chu Yang slightly owed his body. Thank you for your old man's favor. After saying that, Chu Yang glanced at Wang Weiman again and slowly said, Elder Wang, next, please trouble a few troop brothers to bring over the things I brought from the lab. Wang Weiman nodded repeatedly. Good. Before Chu Yang boarded the airplane, he did take 2 large boxes and brought them to the helicopter. The surrounding crowd was puzzled. Did this bring other things over for testing? Chu Yang shook his head slightly, then glanced at the several wounded soldiers invited from the General Hospital of the Military Ministry sitting in wheelchairs not far from the side. Compared to the mech, this is what I, today, really want to show. After saying that, and after a slight pause, Chu Yang then continued, or rather, my original intention of researching the nano battle armor was for them. When he was a child and didn't know any better, he was still thinking, why did those strong and sturdy soldiers die in battle? It wasn't until now that he gradually figured it out. Behind them was peace. In front of them was war. They are willing to dedicate themselves just to guard the lights of 10,000 families. With one family not round 10,000 families reunion. Now, what he himself can do, then only within his own ability. Let the living more born. Survivors more survive. What is it? The people present were instantly puzzled. Soon, a few special forces soldiers came from inside the helicopter, brought over the 2 large boxes that Chu Yang had brought with him. After Chu Yang went forward and opened one of the boxes, he took out a special prosthetic limb that was one person's arm long, constructed from all kinds of precision equipment, and exuded a silver-white luster all over its body. After displaying this prosthetic limb in front of the crowd, Chu Yang slowly explained, this is a prosthetic limb that I have created. In the connecting part of the prosthetic limb I have researched the use of biological nanomaterials. It is the same kind of technology that is used in the nano battle armor. It can be perfectly adapted to the injured person's lost parts. After saying that, Chu Yang slowly walked over to the young man that he had chatted with in the hospital before, smiled and sent out an invitation. This is one that I have specially built for you. Want to come and try it out? The young man was a little overwhelmed. Specially for me? In his eyes, disbelief and anticipation flickered alternately. Can I? Of course. Chu Yang slowly nodded his head, and then directly half squatted in front of the young man, and after lifting up one of the empty trouser tubes on his feet, this prosthetic limb was directly connected to the location where the young man's feet were amputated. The various nanobots at the joint of the prosthetic limb immediately moved quickly, accompanied by a weak electric current invading his body. His right leg, which had already lost its sensation, and the calf area, gradually gained a few more sensations. Alright, stand up and try. Chu Yang got up and patted his shoulder encouragingly. The young man immediately nodded his head heavily, and with a face full of excitement, he used his hands to support the armrests of the wheelchair, and stood up from the wheelchair with some difficulty, but perhaps it had been too long since he had used his legs to walk together. Just as he stood up, his left foot instantly softened and he almost fell to the ground. Chu Yang hurriedly walked to his side and quickly helped him up. His eyes encouragingly said, "At first you might not be able to get used to it. Take 2 more steps. 2 more steps and you might get used to it." The young man choked back a smile, and hot tears could not stop flowing from his eyes. Under Chu Yang's assistance, although the first 2 steps were still a bit uncomfortable, however, along with the distance walked, the control of the mechanical prosthetic limb on his right leg became more and more skillful. He soon detached himself directly from Chu Yang's hands. 1 step, 2 steps, until finally he began to run wildly with reckless abandon. While doing so, he raised his head and shouted again, "Ha ha 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 ha, I'm standing up again. Mom and Dad, the country hasn't forgotten us, and the people haven't forgotten us. Your son is standing up again. Comrades, I'm standing up again. Did you all see? Our sacrifice was not in vain. There are still people who are still watching over us. While we are protecting them, they are also doing everything they can to protect us. You all see." Running, the hot tears in his eyes couldn't stop flowing down. "Class leader, class vice, and Xiao Luzi, did you all see it in the sky? They are also trying to do everything they can to protect us all." Seeing this scene, everyone present was moved. A few senior generals from the military department rushed to Chu Yang with an arrow step. "Academician Chu, this prosthetic limb, can it be popularized in the entire army?" Even if they were not engaged in scientific research, but after seeing the performance of this prosthetic limb, they also understood the significance that this prosthetic limb represented. The other prosthetics on the market, even if it was the most advanced prosthetic limb, in the end, it still couldn't do what Chu Yang had researched this prosthetic limb to do, like a finger. Within the entire army, I don't know how many military kings and elites, all because of various war accidents, resulting in physical disabilities, and had to be forced to retire, regretting the end. Once this prosthetic limb made by Chu Yang could be promoted throughout the army, those elites who were discharged due to disability, would they no longer have to bid farewell to their beloved military career with reluctance? Wouldn't many ordinary soldiers who were injured in the course of their duties also have the hope of living like normal people in the future? Of course. Chu Yang nodded slightly. The technology of these prosthetic limbs comes from the fusion of the technology of the first generation mech and the second generation mech, and I have divided these prosthetic limbs into 2 different versions. The one used by that little brother just now is a biological prosthetic limb that combines nanotechnology. Not only can it directly receive messages from the human body's bioelectrical waves and make the appropriate movements, but it also possesses some of the mech's power, which can greatly enhance the user's strength. Of course, this one has a slightly higher cost. Other than that, there is another version. Although it can't enhance the user's strength, however, it can also allow the user to return to a normal person's life. At a minimum, it can satisfy the use of equivalent human limbs, more than 95% of the needs. Hearing Chu Yang's words, the crowd of military generals present fell silent. Immediately after, with Yang Xinghua as the leader, all the soldiers present instantly straightened their chests. "Everyone, salute!" With reddened eyes, Yang Xinghua saluted a standard military salute towards Chu Yang, along with all the surrounding soldiers. With solemn eyes, they all saluted the most sincere military salute towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang hurriedly stood to the side. "Commander Yang, what are you guys doing? I can't afford this." "You can afford it," Yang Xinghua said in a deep voice. "Academician Chu, this is my way of thanking you on behalf of all the generals and soldiers of the entire army for what you have done for them. This military salute. You can afford it." If this prosthetic limb researched by Chu Yang could be promoted throughout the entire army, that would be solving a great piece of heartache for their military department. Everyone in their military department, all of them would have to miss this favor from Chu Yang. Soon, the young man who had run a few laps in the playground quickly walked to Chu Yang's front. His eyes were slightly red. Straightening his chest, he saluted towards Chu Yang. Finally, after putting his hands down, only then did he choke a little and said, "Academician Chu, I'm really very grateful to you. I truly didn't think that I would actually have another day to be able to stand up and run so painfully on the playground." Chu Yang smiled and shook his head. "There is no need to thank me. I am just doing what a national defense researcher should do." After saying that, he smiled again. "Speaking of which, I forgot to ask you your name last time. What's your name?" The young man straightened his chest. "Report, my name is Yang Changjun." Yang Changjun. Chu Yang pondered slightly. "Nice name. I'll remember your name." Yang Changjun looked up at Chu Yang again. Academician Chu, I'm able to ask, that mech you just demonstrated, was it also promoted in the military department? He had also seen the power of the mech that Chu Yang had just demonstrated. Of course, Chu Yang smiled. Why, do you want it? If you want it, you can fight for it yourself at that time. The cost of nano battle armor was indeed not low. It was not possible for everyone to have it even if it was promoted throughout the entire army. No, Yang Chengjun choked and shook his head. Don't want it? Neither. I want it. Yang Chengjun shook his head faster. Gradually, his voice trembled as he spoke. It's just that flesh and blood is too fragile on the battlefield. The squad leader is gone. The squad lieutenant is also dead. And the best brother, Xiao Lu, was sacrificed on the day his little daughter was born. He struggled to make himself laugh. If I had owned the mech earlier, maybe on my annual vacation, I could have bought less cigarettes and wine to go to their mausoleums. In that case, wouldn't I have been able to save a little bit more money? Don't you think so? Yang Chengjun tried hard to joke, but the tears in the corners of his mouth and the twitching couldn't hide the pain in his heart. He missed them, and didn't want anyone else to leave. Chu Yang stood right in front of Yang Chengjun, raising his hand. He seemed to want to comfort him, but as the words reached his mouth, he hesitated. Leaving home is still a teenager. Returning is already a body that serves the country. Such things, in many unknown corners, happen too much. After a heavy sigh, Chu Yang's hand, then gently put on Yang Chengjun's shoulder. Live well with their hope. As long as we remember, they will always live. After returning to the school, Chu Yang's mood was still a little low. However, when he pushed open the door of the dormitory, he looked at Zhang Mingyang sitting in his own chair with a face full of hard feelings, with a look of lifelessness as he was rapidly tapping words on his cell phone. Upon seeing Chu Yang return, he immediately inclined his head to look at Chu Yang, barely revealing a smile on his face. Old 3 is back. Old Zhang. What's wrong with you? Chu Yang glanced at Zhang Mingyang suspiciously. This little face was white. Did you reward yourself excessively last night? Hey, don't mention it. Wang Lei, who was sitting on the other side, immediately returned. Old Zhang ate the wrong medicine, and is preparing to apply with the counselor to give us the whole dormitory to bail out of graduate school. But you're all bachelor's and master's degree. There's nothing to bail out of graduate school. Graduate school? Chu Yang twitched the corner of his mouth. Old Zhang, what kind of medicine did you take? Zhang Mingyang lifelessly said. This is not this morning when I woke up feeling uncomfortable. It should be a cold. I'm ready to eat some Lianhua Qingdian capsule. The result. The more he said the more sad, the result of sleeping too confused. I damn to eat into the amoxicillin capsule, said Zhang Mingyang also made a 8 gesture. 8 the whole 8 tablets. I felt uncomfortable when I came back after the class. I especially want to sleep now. And I'm nauseous. Especially want to vomit. But I don't dare to sleep. And I don't dare to Baidu. In case Baidu says I'm going to die, what to do? At this time, Zhang Mingyang's cell phone came from the counselor's voice. Zhang Mingyang, what kind of medicine are you eating wrong? The infirmary to see if you wait in the dormitory. I'm not in the school right now. Right away I'll drive over to find you. Zhang Mingyang raised his cell phone and said back. Don't worry, guide. My parents are very enlightened and not unreasonable people. In case I die, they won't come to the school to find trouble with the school. I have only one hope. Let my roommates all bail out. Amoxicillin? A few more black lines appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. Old Zhang, are you really confused with a cold and fever? Amoxicillin is an anti-inflammatory drug. Eat a lot of sleepy and nausea that is normal, but also cannot die. Sleep on a good. Zhang Mingyang froze. Really fake. I read less. You do not lie to me. Don't lie to you. Chu Yang nodded his head heavily. Crap. Zhang Mingyang immediately stood up anxiously from his own chair. Then aren't you guys hopeless in your graduate school? Then quickly wanted to withdraw the message he had sent out. I've written a fucking will for my mom and sent it over. Quickly withdraw it. Quickly withdraw it. The result was a handshake. Withdrawal clicked into deletion. Seeing this scene, he directly sat back to his seat with 2 eyes in a daze. It's over. Your graduate school is over. I'm also over. He had written a 500-word will. It can't be undone. The idea of giving his roommate graduate school is also out of the question. He suddenly felt that his life was a bit dark and lightless now. I don't love it anymore. Destroy it. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth were twitching again. This Beijing University students, there are also so middle-aged? However, Zhang Mingyang's mentality was still very good. After realizing that the message could not be withdrawn, quickly sent a few messages to the counselor and his mom to explain. Then directly lay flat. Brothers, nothing to say. In order to celebrate my aftermath of the robbery, but also regret that you did not succeed in graduate school. First wait for me to sleep. When I wake up, please go to Beijing University next to that big bathtub to take a bath. Pressure shock. A bath? Chu Yang and Wang Lei froze for a moment. Both of them were Southerners. And the dormitories they were assigned to had independent bathrooms. This really didn't go to experience the feeling of taking a bath. Zhu Pengfei, who was lying on the bed ready to fall asleep, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up straight from the bed, his eyes glowing, and said, "Old Zhang, I won't be sleepy if you talk about this. Boss, are we rubbing with milk, vinegar, or red wine?" Zhang Mingyang quietly said, "Boss, you shouldn't care about the matter of me taking the wrong medicine? I've already checked for you. Can't die." "Then you didn't say it earlier?" Zhang Mingyang gave Zhu Pengfei a blank look. He. This is not something I just played the game and forgot about." Zhu Pengfei awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "First of all, milk rub, vinegar rub, or red wine rub?" "Both." Zhang Mingyang laughed, and then quickly climbed to his dormitory bed. 7 o'clock in the evening, call me. Just this afternoon, no class. I first sleep well. When I wake up from sleep, we go together to rub a bath. Rubbed and then come out to eat a small barbecue. Perfect. But not long after lying down, Zhang Mingyang's cell phone started ringing frantically. Picking up the phone, he took a look. The note said Mom. After the corner of his mouth twitched, he then directly hung up the phone and quickly turned off the power to the phone. Anyway, it was already socially dead. As long as Lao Zi wasn't embarrassed, the ones who were embarrassed were the others. It was more than 6 o'clock in the evening. Not even needing Chu Yang and the others to shout, Zhang Mingyang himself alone jumped up from the bed with vigor, looking at Chu Yang, who was reading a book, and Zhu Pengfei, who was playing a game. The two of them laughed. "Brothers, ready or not? Pack up. We can leave. Wait for me to finish this game." Zhu Pengfei had also did not return. "See my Yaso Gagames kill. Ha 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 ha." Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds and also nodded silently. Come to the capital of Beijing is not a short time. Go to experience the feeling of rubbing in Kyoto is also not bad. Zhang Mingyang was also quite familiar with the bathhouses next to Kyoto. After the time was almost up, he took Chu Yang and brought them to a big bathhouse near Kyoto University. Wang Lei stood by the side and was a bit curious. "Old Zhang, what do you think is the process of this bath?" Zhang Mingyang laughed. "Steps are simple. You come to soak more than a few times to estimate the proficiency. First take the card red card, blue card or something. After taking the card, the first cannot be soaked. There is an attendant back to you to send a piece of pancreas. This is our old Kyoto people shouting. That is, the soap. A small pieces of soap. Speak a little. First get some shampoo cream, and then use the soap to rub the back. Clean, and then start to soak. Soak comfortably. You can find someone to rub the back, and not expensive. A person of 40-50 things, depending on what you choose to rub the object. The old king I can tell you. This thing I guarantee you rub once on the addiction." Wang Lei seemed to understand, nodded. After arriving at the bathhouse, a puff of hot air appeared in front of the crowd. After paying money first, taking a license plate, and depositing good clothes, everyone got a thumb-sized piece of soap in their hands. Chu Yang looked at Zhu Pengfei next to him and asked, "Boss, isn't this soap a bit small? How can this be used?" It was really the first time he had scrubbed with this since he was a child. "Normal." Zhu Pengfei nodded his head calmly. "If this thing is too big, you'll just take it home and use it directly after you finish taking a bath later. And the boss is quite a loss." And, said here, Zhu Pengfei looked at the white and tender Chu Yang in front of him, suddenly laughed badly. "This thing he is small, easy to fall. Snapped off it. He is good to find a friend in the bathhouse." Looking for friends? Chu Yang froze for a moment. Although this sounded fine, but it always felt as if, where was it a bit wrong? Zhu Pengfei patted Chu Yang's shoulder. "Lao San, what kind of eyes are you looking at me with? Don't worry, brother, I won't let you pick up soap for me." Chu Yang's figure subconsciously fell back a step. Go. "Boss, for the time being you don't touch me. I'm afraid I'm in danger." "Pick up soap? Do you really think I don't understand?" Zhu Pengfei. Several people immediately laughed. But laughing, the expression on several people's faces froze. In front of them, several boys walked head-on. The leader of the group was Chu Yang's first love rival Wang Xiujia. Next to him were several other boys. Soon after, the few people who had walked head-on had looked towards Chu Yang's side. After all, the matter of Chu Yang and Lin Qingxue being together wasn't really big news in Beijing University. Especially, they were also all more familiar with Wang Xiujia, and knew the ways of this themselves. In the next moment, this damned competitive spirit of men suddenly rose. These people had glanced down at Chu Yang's several people, then glanced down at themselves, and inexplicably, the speed of their feet accelerated by a few points. The only one was a white and tender boy next to Wang Xiujia. The footsteps were slower than one step. As he swept past Chu Yang's side, his eyes also took on a trace of inexplicable color in his eyes. Xu Yang suddenly felt a tingle and inclined his head to look at Zhang Mingyang next to him. Who is that guy next to Wang Xiujia now? Why do I feel a little weird? Could it be the aftermath of Zhu Pengfei's joke just now? How did he feel that the man was a bit off? Zhang Mingyang glanced back at the boy and then spoke. He's Wang Xiujia's #1 lapdog. He's almost inseparable from Wang Xiujia every day. And he's also the minister of our hostel department. Zhang Mingyang looked up and asked. Lao San, what are you asking him for? Nothing, I just casually asked. Xu Yang casually shook his head. After going with Zhang Mingyang and the few of them to get disposable bath towels, they too followed Wang Xiujia's direction and went to the shower room to take a bath. What a coincidence. Standing next to Xu Yang was the hostel minister next to Wang Xiujia. He had just turned on the faucet to start showering, squeezing on the shampoo. Just after rubbing not more than a few times, a small soap slid over next to him. Xu Yang froze for a moment. In the next second, that minister of the hostel department walked behind Xu Yang and said with an odd look in his eyes, "This brother, I'm sorry, I dropped my soap. Can I trouble you to help me pick up my soap?" Xu Yang's back went cold. Without even flushing his head, he directly left the shower room. You go in and pick it up yourself. It was not known why. He always felt that there was something wrong with this person's eyes. The hostel minister was a little disappointed, but he also walked inside Xu Yang's shower room and picked up the piece of soap on the floor. By the time he returned to his own shower room, this time, the foam on Xu Yang's head was finally rinsed clean. Immediately afterward, he heard the voice of the hostel minister next to him. "Xiujia, I dropped my soap. Pick it up for me." Xu Yang looked down at the small bar of soap in his hand that he was going to use to wipe his body. Was this thing so easy to drop? As a result, the next second, he heard Wang Xiujia's almost growling voice, "It's fine for me to pick it up for you. Don't come over. Finally, when the 4 people in the dormitory had finished showering, they went to the big bathhouse to take a bath. There was one thing to say, the soaking bath was indeed quite comfortable. Just after getting in, the whole person felt relaxed. "Do you want some water?" Zhang Mingyang came to the front of the few people. "I feel like I can soak in here for a while before going for a back rub." Xu Pengfei smiled and came up next to Zhang Mingyang. "Old Zhang, water is not necessary. Do you know what I like to drink?" "Drink what?" Zhang Mingyang froze for a moment. Xu Pengfei laughed. "Of course it's pampering you." Zhang Mingyang. God, what did he hear? Shouldn't he go wash his ears later? After taking a deep breath, Zhang Mingyang immediately said with a trembling voice, "Boss, don't mess around in this bathhouse. I'm afraid." "Meaning it's fine in the dormitory?" Xu Pengfei laughed badly. "Fuck off." Zhang Mingyang directly cupped a handful of water and splashed it on Xu Pengfei's face. Xu Pengfei ran to Wang Lei's side again. "Old Wang, do you often drink carbonated drinks?" Wang Lei also froze for a moment. "How else would you look good and bubbly?" Crap, Wang Lei was instantly like an enemy, looking at Xu Pengfei in a defensive position. "Boss, we're good brothers in a dormitory. I'm warning you, don't mess around. If you really have a need for this, I can help you find one." Xu Pengfei immediately laughed out loud and turned to Xu Yang again. As a result, before he could speak, Xu Yang silently said, "Boss, are you a scumbag?" "For what?" Xu Pengfei was puzzled. "Why else are you dirt poor?" Crap, immediately, Xu Pengfei quickly rushed in front of Xu Yang, crazily splashing water on Xu Yang. "Lao San, you're out of your element. No personal attacks. Little master, I'm known as the pure love male god. How can I be a scum man?" Xu Yang's several faces were full of disbelief. After saying that, he laughed awkwardly a few times. "I'm not recently looked on a young lady in our school. Ready to go to tease a little. Online learned a few love words. Intend to first try the effect on you guys." Xu Pengfei asked doubtfully again. "How is it? Not too good?" The corner of Zhang Mingyang's mouth twitched. "It's a bit earthy." Wang Lei weakly chimed in. "A bit greasy." Xu Yang's face was bland. "Don't look at me. I rely on my face to eat. I don't know how to speak love words. Go to hell." Xu Pengfei's trio splashed water on Xu Yang's body at the same time. "We're still good friends if we don't pretend to be a good friend, Lao San." It was until 9 o'clock in the evening. Only then did Xu Yang and the 4 of them come out of the big bathhouse in comfort. Xu Pengfei had a satisfied face. "It's been a long time since I've taken a bath. This side of the teacher's back rubbing technique you can come more often in the future. Next time you please?" "No problem." Xu Pengfei immediately laughed out loud. Wang Lei slowly laughed. "Comfortable is quite comfortable, but just a little hungry. Find a place to eat." They could have all come over on an empty stomach to take a bath. As a result, the whole thing was over 9 o'clock now, and their stomachs had long been wailing. Xu Yang smiled. "Let's go then. I'll treat you today. Lao San atmosphere. Then I won't be polite. Recently my waist is not working. I need to eat more oysters to make up for it. Don't be heartbroken when it happens, Lao San." Zhu Pengfei's trio immediately laughed out loud. Eat openly. Xu Yang didn't think anything of it. He didn't have much of a concept of money. The scientific research bonus lying in his bank card was at least around $10 million. As for the scientific research funds that had passed through his hands, they were counted in tens of billions. However, just as a few people were discussing where they planned to go for a barbecue in the evening to properly slaughter Xu Yang, a cold wind suddenly blew in the sky. The cell phone on Xu Yang's body dinged. A glance at the memo. It was after Wang Weiman called. Xu Yang slightly frowned, then he quickly connected the call. Elder Wang. This is Xu Yang. Is there something wrong? Normally, Wang Weiman wouldn't take the initiative to call himself. Not to mention that it was now past 9 o'clock in the middle of the night. Wang Weiman's voice was a little heavy. Xiao Chu. I'm really sorry to bother you this late, but there is a very urgent matter that needs your assistance right now. Speaking of this, after a slight pause, only then did Wang Weiman continue to ask, how many sets of nano battle armor are available in your lab in total? 9 sets. Xu Yang nodded slightly. Good. Wang Weiman suddenly let out a sigh of relief, and immediately after that, he quickly said, in half an hour, there will be people from the military department who will drive a helicopter over to pick you up and take you to the military department's command headquarters, and bring all 9 sets of nano battle armor with you. This side of the military headquarters. You come over first. I'm not at liberty to disclose the specifics over the phone right now. Wang Weiman spoke in a grave tone. It even brought with it a strong sense of powerlessness. Half an hour later, Xu Yang brought the 9 sets of nano storage boxes of nano battle armor that he had taken out from the lab, boarded the helicopter of the military ministry, and in the darkness of the night, quickly traveled to the military ministry's camp in Kyoto. During the flight, Xu Yang curiously glanced at a young soldier sitting next to him. What's going on that's actually so urgent? It was even if he was called over overnight, he actually had to bring along 9 sets of nano battle armor? Was it about to go into actual combat now? However, the people from the military department had never used the nano battle armor at all. If they needed to go into actual combat, shouldn't they also familiarize themselves with the performance of the mechs before using them in actual combat? The soldier sitting next to Xu Yang shook his head. Not quite sure. Our task is only responsible for transporting you there. We don't know the rest. Xu Yang frowned slightly, but did not say anything else. More than an hour later, Xu Yang arrived at the Kyoto Garrison military headquarters. However, this time it wasn't at the training playground anymore, but after going through layers of scrutiny, he was brought to a command center of the military headquarters. Seeing this, Xu Yang frowned even more tightly. The command center. Also, isn't it usually opened for use during drills, or during wartime? And even if there was really a battle conflict, he shouldn't have been brought here. After entering the door, Xu Yang saw a group of old acquaintances. Of course there were also some unfamiliar faces. Some of them were even wearing lab coats, obviously picked up directly from the lab in an emergency. The leader of the group of military department executives were sitting upright, their eyes filled with a heavy look. What was going on here? And seeing Xu Yang walk in, Yang Xinghua immediately stood up from his position, and there was no more hush-hush politeness, directly bringing Xu Yang to the front of the command center, instructing the soldiers next to him to project a screen onto the large screen of the command center. Academician Xu, you should first take a look at this video. In an instant, a scene of a tropical rainforest appeared on the large screen of the command center. The surrounding dense growth of trees towered into the clouds, and in the center of the screen, several dogs wearing steel armor appeared. That's right, dogs, covered in steel. They were also 2 to 3 times larger than ordinary dogs. Fierce fangs were exposed in the air. Sticky saliva continuously fell out of their mouths. And, when the saliva fell on the ground, it would all emit nuisance smoke. It was clearly filled with intense corrosiveness. What is this? Xu Yang's expression instantly condensed. It was simply impossible for such a large dog to appear on Earth. And looking at the appearance of these dogs, one could even vaguely tell the original wolf dog's appearance. It was only that the body size was even more enormous. The areas that weren't covered by steel, the hair had turned black, as if it was a sharp steel needle, especially their eyes. No emotion could be seen in the scarlet eyes. There was only a mad intent to kill and plunder. This is the reason why we urgently sought you over this time. Yang Xinghua immediately said quickly. This is the image that was passed over from our border an hour ago. The location is in the guarded defense area of one of our special forces stationed at the border. Just an hour ago, when our troopers were on their normal patrol, they discovered these strange hounds rushing over from the border. We speculated that this should be a mutated creature made by some criminal syndicate at the border. However, this mutated creature is just too bizarre. Not only can they not be killed with a gun, but even with fire, not even a single hair on their body can be burned off. For this reason, we've already sacrificed a full special squad. Chu Yang listened to Yang Xinghua's narration while looking at the various images on the screen. Suddenly, his heartbeat speed sped up violently. Various thoughts flashed rapidly in his mind. Gene fusion, or gene leap, or rather, a super god gene? It was also the first time he had seen such a creature. But don't forget, he had seen the various gene technologies inside the treasury of eternal knowledge. These hounds in the picture had clearly undergone artificial genetic modification, and they had fused the genetic characteristics of quite a few creatures. In the picture, the bullet shots actually injured these mutated hounds, but their flesh and blood would soon recover and heal, and the strength is surprisingly great. With one claw, even a large tree in the rainforest that was hugged by two people would have to be cut down to a section. This is no longer caused by simple genetic evolution. Is someone, artificial intervention in the body of these mutant hound gene chain mutation evolution, and even inserted other gene fragments into it. The technical difficulty of such a transformation. It was already no less than creating the cosmic super warriors described inside the treasury of eternal knowledge. But according to his understanding, there was currently no such powerful genetic coding technology in the world. Even if there is, each country is well hidden. They wouldn't be able to directly release a few genetically modified mutant hounds to break into the border of China. However, the current state of affairs was urgent. It was also too late for Chu Yang to ponder more. Chu Yang quickly asked, "What do you need me to do now?" An existence of such a level was indeed not something that an ordinary person could be an enemy of. Not even special forces. This was because they had already exceeded the realm of ordinary beings. Right now, there are still more than a dozen special forces fighting these mutant hounds in the rainforest. Otherwise, once these mutant hounds break through the border blockade line and intrude into the living areas of ordinary people, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Xinghua said with a serious face, "So we now need to send out our fighters and send the nano battle armor to the special forces over there, so that they can use the nano battle armor and stop these guys from advancing." Yes, Chu Yang nodded without any hesitation. However, since they are not skilled with the nano battle armor yet, I need to remotely manipulate these nano battle armors and attach them to our soldiers to fight. Moreover, after this incident is over, I hope to get a complete corpse of those mutated hounds in the picture. I need to conduct research on their genetic sequences. Chu Yang's face, for the first time, he revealed a grave expression. The bodies of these mutated hounds. There must be some unknown secrets hidden. This thing was originally brought over for your Chinese Academy of Sciences and our Armed Research Institute of the Ministry of the Army to study together. Yang Xinghua slowly said, "If I can really kill these mutant hounds, I will definitely personally send a corpse of a mutant hound to your lab for you to study." "That's fine." Chu Yang nodded heavily. "How long will it take for the mecha to be delivered?" "The fighters can take off at any time, and under ideal circumstances, they will be able to reach the border battlefield in 50 minutes at the soonest." Yang Xinghua gritted his teeth fiercely. In order to save the other civilians at the border, as well as those surviving special forces fighters, they had already used the most advanced fighters in the country at the moment, and had issued an early order for the entire airspace to be banned. It was to ensure that the fighter jets reached the border zone at the fastest speed. Chu Yang nodded. On the large screen in the command center, there was still a continuous stream of images of these special forces in the border zone fighting with guns and those few mutant hounds. Chu Yang sat down on one of the seats. After taking a deep breath, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lin Xingxue. "There's an urgent mission in the institution, so I won't be returning to school tonight. I probably won't be able to come back to have breakfast with you tomorrow morning either. Be good. When I'm done, I'll bring you the last time that strawberry cake that you especially wanted to eat back for you to eat. Okay, soon." Lin Xingxue, who was in the girls' dormitory, received the message. After seeing the text on it, a playful smile immediately appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. Replying, she said, "Granted." After pondering for a few seconds, she then quickly replied a few more sentences. "If you're too busy, dinner can be any time. Anyway, I just want to have dinner with you, either early or late, as long as it's you. You're busy." No need to reply to the message. After putting down the cell phone, Lin Xingxue then smiled. Love or no love can actually be reflected in the details. Everything was accounted for, everything was responded to, and everything was settled. This was enough. Half an hour later, in the tropical rainforest at the border, countless special forces soldiers dressed in camouflage and wearing night vision devices on their heads were ambushing the various exchanges in the forest. Some of them even had rocket launchers already carried on their bodies. "Captain, what's the situation now? When will the top come over to support us? This ghost thing is just too weird." A member of the team was lying down in a pile of grass made of fallen leaves somewhere in the jungle, wearing a night vision device on his head, with a heavy sniper scope loaded with armor-breaking bullets in his hand, aiming at the several mutant hounds in their encirclement at all times. "Soon, A man's calm voice came from inside his headset. We still need to hold out for 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, the military department side will transfer the most advanced equipment in the country at the moment over to assist us in destroying these bastard things. Brothers, under our feet is the front line. Behind us are the people of the motherland. The place where the lights of 10,000 families are flickering. We must hold on to these 20 minutes. We absolutely cannot let these things break through our blockade circle. Better to die 10 steps forward than live half a step back. Even if we're down to our last man back there, you all have to firmly block these things for me. Can everyone do it? In an instant, low voices of men and women resounded inside all corners of the encirclement. Roger. Understood. Never take half a step back. A fierce look flashed in everyone's eyes. From the moment they became soldiers, especially after entering the special military camp, they had long been prepared for sacrifice. Today, for the motherland, fight for the people. Although 9 deaths, it's still not regret. However, just when they were exchanging information, the noses of the several mutant hounds that were originally piled up and gathered together moved slightly, and after smelling the odor of a living person, their eyes instantly released a ferocious light. With a frantic growl, these several mutant hounds then quickly charged towards the position of one of the people in the encirclement. Give me a hit. An order was given. In an instant, countless muzzle fire tongues erupted. Bullets frantically struck the heads and necks of these mutated hounds. But the next second, these bullets were either blocked by the steel armor on these hounds, either they were directly deflected by the black fur on their bodies. The bullets were fired. It was also just merely blocking their advance. At this moment, boom sound, a huge fire snake appeared. A well-weighted rocket was directly ejected from the bazooka and exploded onto the body of one of the mutant hounds, and the strong explosive impact directly blew the mutant hound out. The steel armor on its body was blown into pieces. Even the black and oily fur turned a few degrees more wretched. Some places were even blown away from the skin and flesh. However, very quickly, the injured parts of this mutant hound's body began to recover quickly. It's injured. The captain's urgent voice immediately came from the headset. It's having an effect. Keep going. Keep hitting the head. If one doesn't work, then 2. The dog's day must get 1 kill today. The next second, another rocket was fired, accompanied by an agonizing wail. The hound was instantly blown away again. By the time it climbed up again, the breath on its body rapidly weakened. Even the speed of self-healing had slowed down. This time, the other few hounds also quickly stopped themselves, and their eyes vigilantly began to look at the crowd hiding around them. Immediately afterward, another low shot was fired. An armor-breaking bullet quickly flew out from the sniper rifle. After hitting the already injured mutant hound's head, the armor-piercing bullet finally took advantage of the time before the epidermis of its head was repaired and shot directly into the mutant hound's head. Bang! The sound. The armor-piercing bullet instantly pierced through the head of this injured mutant hound. Oh, came a sad cry. This mutant hound smashed heavily onto the ground, and after struggling on the ground for a long time, it finally slowly stopped moving. Success! The crowd present instantly rejoiced. Well done. The atmosphere in the team gradually relaxed for a few minutes, and some people even started to breathe a sigh of relief. This thing doesn't look undefeatable. I said at the very beginning, if it can't be beaten, then it's just a lack of firepower. Hit it a few more times, and it will always be able to be beaten to death. The words just fell. In the headset, someone suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Look! The crowd's line of sight immediately shifted, only to see that the several mutant hounds immediately piled up and rushed to the side of the dead mutant hound, frantically tearing up the flesh and blood on its body. Soon, apart from the puddle of blood on the ground, which proved the existence of that mutant hound, the rest of that mutant hound's body parts were all eaten by the other several mutant hounds. Immediately after that, the aura of these several mutant hounds that ate the corpses of their own kind began to rapidly rise. Even their body shape seemed to have grown a few points larger. Immediately after, they then looked intently at the group of special forces in front of them. The eyes were filled with ferocious and violent intentions. Quiet. The jungle was instantly quiet. Everyone held their breath and stared. Their limbs were stiff as they looked at the scene in front of them, eyes filled with disbelief. This was evolution? Captain, how long will it take for the support to come over? After the crowd reacted, they all began to shout inside the dialogue channel. Originally, the primary mutation of these Lie hounds was hard enough for them to deal with. They didn't expect that these things would actually be able to evolve after eating their own companions. The captain of the special brigade glanced at the time of the tactical watch on his hand. 5 minutes. No matter what, the big guys must hold out for me for the last 5 minutes. Even if we die, we absolutely cannot let these monsters leave this jungle. Roger, Roger, Roger. At this moment, a look of determination appeared on everyone's faces. Immediately afterward, the special brigade leader changed his call channel to the rear commands channel. This is Cheetah Commando Squad 1. This is Captain Shinyu. The monster is now mutating. The specifics are currently unknown. The personnel of my team would like to vow to defend our motherland's borders to the death. If we are unfortunate enough to die, I hope the commanding officer can inform our families that everything is fine. Cheetahs, fight to the death. In the middle of Kyoto, inside the command room where the border command center's screen was transmitted synchronously, the eyes of a group of military commanders were red, viciously clenching the fists in their hands. Chu Yang did not say a word, only his eyes were slightly red, and he inexplicably held a mouthful of anger in his heart. Not enough. What he had done was not enough. If he had been able to research enough defense weapons, researching even more advanced technological products, perhaps today's result would not have been so. Within the jungle, Qin Yu, the captain of the Cheetah Commando team, reached out and took out a photo from his combat uniform. On it was a picture of him, his wife, and his 3-year-old little daughter. After fondly rubbing the surface of the photo slightly with his combat-gloved palm, he then quickly retracted the photo back to his chest, and the eyes that looked ahead gradually became firm, and the hand that gripped the firearm clenched hard and iron, no longer thinking about the support things. Instead, his eyes were determined as he looked at the surrounding group of squad members. Everyone, I'm really sorry. Today it's me, Qin Yu, who has broken his word and failed to take you out of here. Let's be brothers again in the next life. After saying that, he then directly stood up from the prostrate ground and hissed, Cheetah, never say die. Fight to the death. Never retreat. Seeing this, the rest of the people also rushed out of the bunker one after another, raising the guns in their hands to quickly launch an attack. At this moment, in all of their minds, the oath they swore before enlisting emerged almost simultaneously. I am a citizen of Huaxia, and military service in accordance with the law is an honorable obligation I should fulfill. And in order to take up the sacred duty of a revolutionary soldier, I swear to be loyal to the motherland, to be loyal to the people, to defend the territory of the motherland and the security of the country, and to safeguard the lives of the people. Their purpose in coming here was not originally to wait for rescue. Their mission was to defend their country. 5 minutes. They had to use their own flesh and blood to give the people behind them. Another 5 minutes. Inside the Kyoto Combat Command Room, Xu Yang had already sat on a computer with a serious expression, which showed that the nano battle armor had already been sent to the border area. After looking at the 9 special team members who had already changed into the nano battle armor, he immediately gritted his teeth and quickly maneuvered on the computer. Quickly, hurry up! As long as the nano battle armor could arrive, it would be able to save these people. They, all of them, were good. Very quickly, 9 special team members, dressed in nano battle armor, under Chu Yang's control, they quickly rushed out from the border military headquarters. At the same time, in the ears of the Cheetah Squad crowd in the jungle, Chu Yang's low voice also appeared. This is Kyoto Command, calling Cheetah Commando Squad 1. Repeat, this is Kyoto Command, calling Cheetah Commando Squad 1. All squad members, please protect yourselves. Support is on its way, expected to arrive within a minute. We're with you. Kyoto Command is here to greet the heroes in triumph. Support has arrived. Support has arrived. Ha ha ha. Brothers, hold on for the last minute. The Cheetah Commando Squad members shouted wildly. Tay Grandma, aren't you a bully? Come over here. Let's see if I get you or not and be done with it. A stocky man with an RPG on his shoulder quickly pulled the trigger on the RPG in his hand. The guns in the hands of the others also spilled out as quickly as the bullets didn't need any money. There was even a Gatling. With crimson sparks, they madly swept up towards the mutated hounds. The mutant hounds were instantly enraged. Their ferocious eyes looked at everyone in front of them recklessly, and after growling, they quickly launched a charge. The nearly 2-meter-tall bodies leapt up, quickly rushing to one of the team members. He opened his sharp and blood-filled fangs and was ready to start tearing up. However, it was also right in the nick of time. 9 sets of nano battle armors of different colors quickly hovered above the heads of the crowd. Turn on night vision assist system. Laser cannons activated. Target has been positioned. Xu Yang manipulated the 9 sets of mechs in the air, and his eyes gradually became cold and ferocious. Damn beasts, let you all come and let me test the mech's latest practical combat ability. Laser cannons, fire. Under Chu Yang's control, the palm of one of the mechs was quickly aimed at the leaping mutant hound. An intense laser instantly emitted from the mecha's palm. The scorching heat instantly sent the mutant hound flying out. But that wasn't enough. The next second after that hound fell to the ground, it quickly climbed up from the ground. On the part of its body that was pierced by the laser, all sorts of fresh flesh and blood began to grow and converge crazily. Xu Yang laughed coldly, starting to maneuver the other mechs. He blocked in front of the crowd of cheetah commandos and quickly attacked in front of those individual mutant hounds. I'll see how many times you guys can heal. Since you have stepped into my Chinese border, then stay here forever. Those who violate my huaxiao will be executed. Seeing this scene, the cheetah commando squad members standing at the back were dumbfounded. What is this? My dear mother, this isn't a movie, is it? The mechs are all out? What is this? Some people didn't even pay attention and even spoke their native language. Isn't this sci-fi style a bit too serious? They weren't dreaming, were they? Chu Yang was still seriously manipulating the mech. His hand speed was incomparably fast. With coldness in his eyes, he transmitted a battle command to Xuanwu, who then coordinated all the mechs and began to frantically launch a counterattack. Some mechs began to condense nano-long swords. There were also mechs that used both hands and fired all sorts of hot laser cannons frantically. There were also those that directly went for it. Fist to fist. These mutant hounds were knocked to the ground. Next was the hunting moment. These mutant hounds were also shocked by the mechs in front of them, but in their minds, only one thought existed, and that was to tear them apart. The claws of some of the mutated hounds scratched the surface of the nanofighters fiercely. They even scratched out bursts of sparks on the surface of the mech. However, it didn't cause much damage to the mech itself. As for was their sharp fangs, in front of the flexible and maneuverable mech, there was no use for them at all. Laughing to death, it simply couldn't bite. The cheetah commandos had already left the battle area and were just watching the battle from afar. A man came up next to Chinyu, his eyes filled with astonishment. Boss, what exactly are these mechs from? They had seen the ferocity of those mutated hounds just now, but when these sets of mechs appeared, it was directly as if they had turned into a shutdown. Those mutant hounds that were incredibly ferocious in front of them looked as if they had turned a few points more docile in front of the mechs. I'm not too sure. It should be the result of our country's latest scientific research. Chinyu's expression was a little excited, and even rubbed his hands together and laughed. If you have the opportunity, you must get a few sets of these mechs to come over. This defense power, and this comprehensive attack power, simply too fierce. And on the other side, as the only combat medic in the assault squad, his expression was a bit gloomy. Now I'm even more curious. Where exactly did those mutated hounds come from? These hounds are obviously being controlled by something, and I'm certain that it's not man-made. Several people from the assault squad turned their gazes to the medical personnel who spoke. Tell me, how did you see it? My ancestor came from a veterinarian. Aren't you guys well aware of that? The medical personnel reluctantly smiled. Then soon after, he said with a serious expression, these mutated hounds no longer have any emotion inside their eyes, just like tireless killing machines. And just now, you guys have also seen that they actually eat each other's kind. This is very abnormal. There is only killing and devouring inside their eyes. Even if a human were to be tamed, it would be impossible to tame these things to the point where they don't have the slightest bit of emotion. I'm guessing that this should be something that some biological laboratory has come up with. And they've also incorporated some strange gene fragments from it. Speaking of this medical personnel's eyes became more and more gloomy. They're evolving. If they are allowed to get enough food, perhaps they can evolve indefinitely. If nothing else, those who created these guys should be pretty much dead as well. Otherwise, it's impossible for these guys to just barge right up to our Chinese border. After saying that, he then laughed to himself. Humans might, after all, die by their own hands. These few monsters were already a warning. Things like genetic modification were originally filled with all sorts of uncontrollability. Who knows the back? There will be someone else, creating even more terrifying creatures. And hearing this from the medical staff, the people present also fell silent. However, soon after, Chinyu, who was the captain, brought up his breath again. Goons, see those mechs in front? Wait until this time is over. I'll get you all a mech like that, so that we cheetahs can grow bigger and stronger. Who cares what kind of messed up creatures we have at that time? Come one, I'll kill one. If a pair comes, I'll kill a pair. A team member next to him was a bit unconvinced. Captain, can you really get it over here? This thing doesn't look too good. Chinyu, you're a professional at tearing me down? Looks like it's still not hard enough. Go back at night and do a weighted 5-kilometer cross-country run again. On the other side, even if the mutated hound becomes bigger and stronger, it's still essentially a hound. Apart from simple biting movements and claw attacks, there were no other attacks. They couldn't even bring themselves to spit the fishy and corrosive phlegm from their mouths onto the surface of the nano battle armor. However, in 3 minutes' time, Chu Yang controlled the 9 nano battle armors to quickly kill these mutated hounds on the ground. Seeing this scene, the large crowd within the command center of the Kyoto military headquarters let out a sigh of relief. Chu Yang's eyes also gradually revealed a smirk. This mutated hound looked bizarre, but they were not incomparably strong. According to his speculation, the life force within their bodies should be extremely vigorous. thus causing the various cells within their bodies to be strengthened. And the cells themselves came with a recovery ability that was also strengthened along with it, which was why it made them look like they had superb self-healing abilities. However, there was ultimately a time when the life force came to an end. When the life force in their body was exhausted, that was when they fell to the ground. This was somewhat similar to the adrenaline in the human body. The adrenaline in a person's body would usually balance within a stable figure. But once this time, someone forcibly injected a large amount of adrenaline into a person's body. It can make the heart beat wildly, the blood flow speed up, and greatly shield the pain, reduce fear, at the same time increase the feeling of exhilaration. Strength and reaction will also surge several times than usual. To put it simply, if the average person were to take an overdose of adrenaline, there's a good chance that the following scenario would occur. A 3-year-old child beating boxing champion Tyson, Lin Dayu pulling Lu Jishan upside down, as well as Scud Moon catching up with Swallow who is leaving in a car. Of course, there are side effects. When the effect of the adrenaline wears off, or at the beginning of the shot of adrenaline, immediately the blood vessels will blow up and the heart will stop pacing, eventually leading to death. And these mutant hounds, it was probably because of some reason that inside his gene chains that drastically increased his vitality appeared. It was also the appearance of these gene chains that formally increased the various data of their bodies at the same time. The only thing that made him a bit puzzled was, why was the genetic evolution speed of these hounds so fast? So fast that it had already exceeded the evolutionary speed of all creatures on Earth. Even the most special technology could not make the speed of evolution become so rapid, unless this gene fragment programmed inside the gene chain of these hounds. It did not come from the Earth. Thinking of this, Chu Yang's back immediately quickly broke out into a cold sweat. Alien creatures? He did not rule out such a possibility. Otherwise, what could be the explanation for the treasure trove of eternal knowledge he possessed? After thinking about all this, Chu Yang directly input the program. After letting Xuanwu send the special soldiers inside the mech back to the military base at the border, he then quickly inclined his head and looked at Yang Xinghua. Commander Yang, the bodies of these hounds, roughly how long will it take to send them to Kyoto? Yang Xinghua pondered for a few seconds. If you need it, I can have them sent over overnight, but the size of these mutated hounds is too large. The fighter jets definitely won't be able to send them, and the earliest they can arrive is tomorrow morning. However, when he said this, Yang Xinghua changed his words again. But if the samples are in small pieces, in about an hour and a half, they will be able to have their fighter pilots bring them back. We'll immediately have our professionals test the genetic changes within these mutant hounds. Their military department, after discovering these mutant hounds, immediately, they summoned all the experts in the field of biology within the military department. It was just waiting to be studied overnight. That's so. Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds. If it's testing the genetic coding, roughly how long will it take? A scientific researcher next to Yang Xinghua nodded. If it's fast, it might be around 3 days. If it's slow, within 10 days. The procedure for genetic coding testing was very tedious. This data was still something that they had worked overtime in the lab to reach. Good. Then I'll wait for your news. Chu Yang nodded heavily. Currently, he hadn't systematically studied about biogenetic issues. Professional things, just leave it to the professionals. Chu Yang looked at Yang Xinghua and continued. As for the complete corpse of the mutant hound, if we wait until it is transported over, we will have to trouble Commander Yang to send a copy inside my laboratory at Beijing University. No problem. Yang Xinghua naturally did not have any problems. This was originally promised beforehand. Immediately after slightly contemplating for a few seconds, Chu Yang spoke again. Moreover, if possible, I suggest that we immediately send people to clean up the battlefield, and carry out all the crushed meat that fell off of all the mutated hounds present, and even all the blood tissue samples from the tropical rainforest. And no person or animal should be allowed to come into direct contact with any of the flesh and blood of these mutant hounds. I suspect these hound biological organizations may also have the ability to mutate other creatures. The moment Chu Yang's words came out, the group of biological research scholars present were first startled. Then they agreed with serious faces. Yes, I think we should do the same. This is a very good suggestion. We must not let the biological cell tissues of these mutated hounds leak out. It makes sense. Those samples must not be leaked out. They couldn't figure out the reason for the mutation of these hounds now. However, if there were still mutated cells with super infectious properties, or even viruses present inside their flesh and blood tissues, after letting the other animals in the rainforest take it, it might not necessarily not produce a second mutated creature. If that's really the case, this would surely be another new trouble. Around 1 in the morning, Chu Yang finally came out from inside the military department. Of course, he couldn't go back to school at this point, nor did he stay inside the guest house of the military department. He rushed back to the neighborhood of the school late at night. He found a comfortable hotel. After simply washing up, looking at the message on his cell phone that Lin Qingxue had sent over to say goodnight more than an hour ago, simply returned a back to the school neighborhood, opened a room to rest, and then after the goodnight message passed, Chu Yang then lay by himself inside the hotel room with a heavy heart and pondered. He needed to be alone to think it over. This thing that happened today, it seemed to be a simple animal gene mutation incident. Yet, for him who possessed a treasure trove of eternal knowledge, he wanted more, and after this thought was opened, it could never be turned off again. Where did this treasure trove of eternal knowledge that he possessed come from? Is it a product of an alien super civilization? Or is it a product of the Earth's own super age civilization? And in this world, are there really aliens? Ancient Chinese myths, is it a myth described by human beings? Or is it a real history left over from ancient times? The Mayan frescoes of astronauts in space, are they actually prophecies? Or just records? The legendary civilization of Atlantis, was it a legend? Or did it really exist right there at the bottom of the sea? The world that was originally incomparably clear in front of him was, at this moment, shrouded in a thick layer of fog. Even Chu Yang was a little trembling, and a chill ran down his back. He curled up powerlessly on the bed of the hotel room, breathing in sharply all the oxygen he could draw in front of him, his eyes full of fear. This was also the first time he felt fear, and it was an extremely intense fear. If all of this was real, then why hadn't humans discovered aliens by now? And for what reason had those super civilizations that existed on Earth disappeared? And he who possessed a treasure trove of eternal knowledge, what role did he play in this? The successor of the civilization? Or the hands of those super civilizations hidden behind the curtain? Pawns? And what was his purpose for? In the final analysis, he himself was nothing more than a mere mortal. At the very least right now, his heart was not yet strong enough to accept these setting times all at once. However, just at this time, several cell phone notifications sounded one after another. Chu Yang slightly inclined his head. After picking up his cell phone and glancing at it, it was discovered that it was a message sent by Lin Qingxue. Resting so late? Did you encounter something? Answer the phone. After seeing these messages, Chu Yang took a deep breath before picking up his cell phone with some trembling, intending to reply to the message. As a result, the next second, Lin Qingxue's phone call came over. After forcibly restraining his trembling fingers, he continuously took a few deep breaths again. He even ran to the bathroom. With the faucet splashed a few handfuls of cold water on his face, letting himself slightly awake for a moment. Only then did Chu Yang return to the room, connecting the phone in a normal tone. Soon, Lin Qingxue's crisp voice came from inside the phone. Chu Yang, are you asleep? Chu Yang reluctantly smiled. No, why? Didn't you go to sleep before? Woke up so soon? Lin Qingxue slowly replied. Didn't fall asleep. Chu Yang smiled. Did you miss me? A little bit. Lin Qingxue slowly said. I just saw the message you sent over. Are you unhappy? Girls were very perceptive. Looking at the content of the message sent by Chu Yang, she probably just felt that Chu Yang should have encountered something. The mood was particularly low. Chu Yang smiled and asked, why do you say that? Maybe it's a heart-to-heart. Anyway, I just knew that you were unhappy. So you called? I was afraid that you had something in your heart but couldn't find anyone to say it to. Lin Qingxue slowly said. After a few seconds of silence, she then continued. I'm coming over to find you now. Don't hold back anything you're unhappy about alone. You can talk to me. Don't be unhappy alone, okay? Isn't it already gated? Chu Yang asked. Lin Qingxue playfully laughed. A small doorbell. How can it stop this beautiful maiden from seeing her man? Hanging up the phone call to Chu Yang, Lin Qingxue then quickly climbed up from her own bed, carefully walking to the ground. Quietly, she opened the door of her closet, picking out a set of casual clothes from it and changing the pajamas on her body. Lin Qingxue intended to open the dormitory door and leave. At this time, a bright light from a cell phone screen flashed out from the bed nest opposite Lin Qingxue's bed. Li Qian poked her head out of the comforter and curiously glanced down at Lin Qingxue, who had changed her clothes on the ground. Qingxue, it's so late. Where else are you going? This actually even changed her clothes. What's the situation? Qian, you're still up? Lin Qingxue hesitated for a moment, and then immediately came up to Li Qian, and nervously whispered, now it's time for you to dedicate yourself to your sisters. What do you want? Li Qian asked vigilantly. I have something to go out for a while. To find Chu Yang? Li Qian instantly reacted. Lin Qingxue nodded silently. Sister, I won't be sleepy if you say so. Li Qian's eyes lit up, quickly climbed down from her own bed and whispered, you're not going to sneak into the boys' dormitory, are you? So exciting? What are you thinking inside this head? Lin Qingxue helplessly whitened Li Qian in the darkness. Chu Yang wasn't in the dormitory tonight. He opened a hotel outside, I think. I'm going to go over and find him. Li Qian laughed evilly. What? Our Lin big schoolgirl can't stand the loneliness. Want to go out and give it for nothing? What are you thinking blindly about? Lin Qingxue blushed a little. What is this little girl thinking inside her head? Such unhealthy thoughts. Li Qian teasingly nodded her head repeatedly. I understand. Covering the quilt pure chatting. Immediately after she looked at Lin Qingxue and asked, tell me, what's the plan? Roll over the window ah. Lin Qingxue laughed. When their dormitory had gone out shopping as a group before, because they came back late, they missed the door closing time. It wasn't as if they didn't find fellow classmates to quietly open the hall window of the girls' dormitory for them, and then turn the window to sneak in. Lin Qingxue continued to whisper to Li Qian, wait, let's quietly touch down. After confirming that the hostess aunt is asleep, I'll flip the window to go out. You're responsible for helping me to close the window on me. Okay, Li Qian nodded without hesitation, and then continued to laugh, but say yes. You too, must pay attention to safety ah. I do not want to be your child's godmother a year later. Go. Soon, the sneaky duo arrived downstairs in the girls' dormitory. First, they opened the iron door that separated the floors leading to the dormitory. The duo then quickly arrived at the location of the hall on the first floor of the dormitory. The usual resting place of the hostess aunt was inside a small room on the first floor of the dormitory. But right now, the lights in the room she lived in had already gone out. The moonlight spilling onto the ground could still be vaguely seen outside. The two of them, Lin Qingxue and Li Qian, quickly ran to the window against the wall in the first floor hall. The two of them combined their efforts. After carefully opening the window, Lin Qingxue then directly and nimbly flipped the window from the ground to the edge of the window and turned her head to look at Li Qian and said, I'll leave first then. Remember to lock the window. Okay, Li Qian gave her a no-problem gesture. The next second, Lin Qingxue then quickly flipped over the window and landed on the ground. But there was no telling who it was. It actually left a finished Coke can thrown by the window. Lin Qingxue's kick went down. It directly guessed the Coke can and made a crackling sound. In an instant, light suddenly lit up inside the room where the hostess aunt was resting. Which dormitory brat is this again? Turning windows for me all day long to escape the door? Lin Qingxue, who had just landed on the ground, changed her face. Li Qian immediately called out, Sisters, run, be careful yourself. Lin Qingxue looked back at Li Qian, then quickly ran out towards the front. Li Qian violently closed the window, took a look at the silhouette swaying inside the room. Realizing that the hostess aunt hadn't come out yet, she immediately scurried back inside the building. There was a scare. There was no danger. Half an hour later, Lin Qingxue knocked on the door of the hotel room where Chu Yang was staying. Seeing Lin Qingxue who was standing at the doorway in a playful manner, Chu Yang immediately asked curiously, how did you come out? And really let her out? Don't you know that the windows in the hall on the first floor of our girls' dormitory can be opened from the inside? Lin Qingxue smiled playfully. I came out by flipping the window, because she came in such a hurry. Lin Qingxue, who was wearing a casual summer dress, still had a pair of pink flip-flops on her feet. The white and tender toes moved one by one as she spoke. It looked very cute. After saying that, Lin Qingxue looked at Chu Yang again with a smile and said, Mr. Chu, I came all the way over here. You won't even let me in the door, right? Lin Qingxue also playfully raised her eyebrows at him. Don't worry sister won't eat you. Chu Yang gave way. When Lin Qingxue entered, she directly scurried to the bed in the room, lifting the quilt on top, patting the empty space beside the bed. Then looking at Chu Yang with a face full of anticipation, she beckoned, come over here, accompany sister to nag and relieve yourself. Chu Yang's slightly heavy face slowly revealed a smile. After hiding his own emotions steadily, he then smiled and walked over to lie down on Lin Qingxue's side. Running to my side so late in the night? Aren't you afraid that I'll be beastly at night and do that to you? Come on. I'm not afraid of you. Lin Qingxue raised her eyebrows at Chu Yang without the slightest bit of cowardice. Chu Yang stared tightly at Lin Qingxue. Staring at Lin Qingxue, she blushed a little. You don't keep looking at me. Although the mouth was hard. However, to say that it wasn't flustered, it was simply impossible. Okay? Chu Yang's eyes were slightly complicated, and he quickly opened his arms towards her. Give me a hug first. Lin Qingxue was stunned for a few seconds. Looking into Chu Yang's flickering eyes, her heart immediately felt some heartache. Although Chu Yang had hidden his own emotions very well, however, she still saw it. Before, what a proud person in his eyes was always a confident and flamboyant look. But now, muddy and dull, disheveled and dejected. Even if Chu Yang's face was still more or less filled with a few smiles now, his eyes inexplicably lacked a touch of the original luster. Lin Qingxue reached out and hugged Chu Yang. Then she saw Chu Yang's shaking head, constantly drilling over to her arms as if he was a kitten looking for a bed. Lin Xingxue didn't say anything either, just quietly purring his lush hair. As far as the amount of hair was concerned, this little feature of Chu Yang, it wasn't too much like a researcher of Hua scientific research. A long time. When Chu Yang raised his head, she then looked at Chu Yan with a concerned face and asked, "Tell me, did you encounter something? That's why you're unhappy, ah?" Chu Yang shook his head. "Can't say?" Chu Yang nodded slightly. "Alright." Lin Xingxue took a deep breath, then naturally lay down on Chu Yang's lap. Looking up at him in front of her, he laughed. "Since I can't say it, then I won't say it." But the next moment, she heard the sound of Chu Yang's stomach gurgling. "Are you hungry?" Lin Xingxue's face became a little odd. Chu Yang paused for a few seconds, then suddenly couldn't help but laugh. "It's a bit." From the beginning of the night, first he took a bath, then he went to the military command center. Now it was back next to the school. So far, he hadn't even eaten anything yet. It was fine if Lin Xingxue didn't mention it. Once he mentioned it, he really did feel a bit hungry. Lin Xingxue suddenly laughed badly and came to Chu Yang's ear and gently let out a mouthful of hot air. "So, do you want to have a snack at night? Didn't you say before that you don't want to eat late night snacks? It's easy to gain weight?" Chu Yang's heart rate slightly accelerated. "I'll order it for you to eat, ah." Lin Xingxue grunted and lay down in Chu Yang's arms again. "Then do you want to eat it?" Lin Xingxue smiled. "If you invite me, I can barely help you eat a little bit." She also emphasized emphatically. "I'll just have a shallow taste. Just a little bit. Better not." Chu Yang laughed evilly. "By the time you gain weight, then isn't this pot being carried by me? Then how about this? How? You go find a coin. Flip a coin to decide whether to eat a snack or not. Heads yes, tails no? Nope nope nope." Lin Xingxue obediently climbed into Chu Yang's arms, expectantly wrapped her arms around his neck and laughed. "If the coin falls and breaks, you won't have a midnight snack tonight. Okay, then it's better to forget about it." Chu Yang feigned a lost sigh, and then proceeded to hug Lin Xingxue and laughed. "No need to flip the coin. Later on, I'll trouble the lovely MS Lin to help me share a little bit of the snack. Just a little bit, ah. You're the one who invited me. It's not like I intentionally wanted to eat it." "Yes yes yes." Chu Yang nodded with a smile. There didn't seem to be any particular reason, but since Lin Xingxue appeared, his mood seemed to have improved a lot. Soon, Lin Xingxue ordered the takeout. It would take half an hour because of the delivery time as well. Lin Xingxue then shook the cell phone in her hand, looked up at Chu Yang and asked, "Waiting for the takeout will also take some time. Do you want to watch some TV?" Saying that, she also smiled smugly. "Let me tell you, I recently discovered a particularly good-looking TV series." Chu Yang nodded slightly. Lin Xingxue immediately adjusted her posture in Chu Yang's arms. After changing to a more comfortable position and continuing to nestle in his arms, she clicked on a romantic drama that she was chasing and watched it quietly. Chu Yang also did not say anything. Just like this, he hugged Lin Xingxue and accompanied him on the bed to watch the drama. The night was quiet. The inside of the room was also quiet. In addition to the sound of the cell phone player, there was only Lin Xingxue's laughter when she saw funny clips, and she had a characteristic of watching dramas, especially when she was in Chu Yang's arms. She liked to move around when she laughed. A burst of milky scent of shower gel came out from her body, constantly stimulating Chu Yang's nostrils, making him a bit apathetic all of a sudden. Watching TV doesn't exist. With a beautiful woman in her arms, it's simply impossible to watch it. Okay. It didn't take long. Lin Xingxue suddenly paused. "Well, how can I say that I'm also almost 20 years old?" Lin Xingxue instantly understood in seconds. The scarlet color on her face instantly reddened to the back of her ears. She slightly raised her head before realizing that Chu Yang beside her was breathing a little sharply, and her face was also flushed. Seeing this scene, at that moment, Lin Xingxue didn't know that she suddenly came to have courage, glanced at the male and female main characters of the TV series that were kissing on her cell phone, and suddenly kissed the side of Chu Yang's jaw in a slapdash manner. Then, she was directly rolled over and pressed onto the bed by Chu Yang. Chu Yang's breathing was a bit rapid, and his eyes were covered with blood. Lin Xingxue's heart thumped wildly. The moment Chu Yang rolled over, she already had a premonition of what would happen next. There was some anticipation, but there was also panic. It even brought along with it a few points of resistance, as well as a few indescribable other feelings. But the next second, Chu Yang restrained and her lips gently kissed after. Then he attached himself to her ear and whispered, "I admit, right now I'm very tempted." Immediately after taking a deep breath, Chu Yang then quickly sat up from the bed again. His eyes gradually became gentle. "I'm not a righteous man, and I also have a very strong desire to get possession in my heart, but my liking for you is spreading to the depths of my heart, so I know that now is not a particularly appropriate time, because I'm afraid of later if we're separated. Sure, I'm just saying if, if we get separated. In which case I'll be able to return you to your mom and dad in one piece. You have to know that you're my favorite person. But, you are also the heart and soul in the hands of your mom and dad. Saying that, Chu Yang took a long breath and slowly wrapped Lin Qingxue into his arms. Wait until we both graduate in the future. I will definitely go to your home to meet your parents. Wait until my uncles and aunts have all agreed to the two of us, so that they can rest assured that they'll leave you in my hands. At that time, only then will I be able to do intimate things like that with you. To love was to be wanton, and to love was to be restrained. He wasn't able to say that this statement was all true, but to him, it was. When he wasn't sure if he would be able to give Lin Qingxue the future she wanted, he wasn't able to make all the decisions based on his own desires. He had to take responsibility for his own life, as well as Lin Qingxue's. Lin Qingxue visibly froze. Her good-looking eyes blinked and twinkled, fluttering the slender lashes between her eyebrows. Suddenly, her body, which was originally a little stiff just now, also gradually relaxed, leaning against Chu Yang's chest with a smile on her face. Nor did she speak, just stayed quiet like this. Chu Yang looked down at her, suddenly not speaking. What are you thinking about? Thinking about our future. Lin Qingxue quirkily turned her pretty eyes, full of anticipation, thinking about how our home will look like in the future. There's a sofa and carpet that we picked out together, as well as an open-air balcony where we can blow in the wind. And on it, we can even put pots and pots of flowers and plants that you and I planted with our own hands. Lin Qingxue slowly narrated. Inside the kitchen there's the soup I made for you that's gurgling, and maybe we can even adopt a stray kitten together. When it gets dark, I'll stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows inside the house and look out the window at the city lights of the traffic. When the door slammed, you smiled towards the house and said I'm home. I ran over and hugged you, and the kitten crept to your feet. The cat belongs to you. The starry moonlit night outside the house also belongs to you. And I also belong to you. After saying all this, Lin Qingxue then slowly looked up at Chu Yang and smiled. Do you think that we will have such a future? Chu Yang said without thinking. Of course, we will definitely love each other until we are 80 years old. What? Are we going to fight at the age of 81? Chu Yang instantly shook his head and laughed. Suddenly I want to take a look after 60 years, to see if it's still with you, to see the answer, to see how many children we'll have by then, whether we'll go to square dance together. And wait until my grandchildren ask me how I chased after you back then. I'll definitely tell them no. It's your grandma that chased after me first, when she was younger, was even cuter than you guys. Chu Yang's voice changed again. If the few little ones don't want to brush their teeth at that time, I'll tell them that if you guys don't brush your teeth in the future, you'll become a deflated old lady just like your grandma. You human. Lin Qingxue unhappily made a scene in Chu Yang's arms. You're the deflated old lady. You're the aging toothless old man. As a result, in the next second, she was directly rolled over and pressed down by Chu Yang. Lin Qingxue suddenly stopped making noise. Chu Yang looked down at the stunningly beautiful face in front of him. At that moment, one could really hear the sound of the heartbeat. Chu Yang infinitely tenderly cupped her fair cheeks and gently scraped her cute little nose. Be good. Don't make a scene. I want it. Lin Qingxue was still unconvinced. Chu Yang laughed. Don't be tough. Even if you have a hard mouth, it's still soft when you kiss. How soft? Chu Yang pondered slightly for a few seconds. I didn't pay attention when I kissed just now. Try again to feel the sensation? Saying that, before Lin Qingxue could react, Chu Yang then lowered his head and kissed. For a long time, when the kiss was a bit breathless, only then did Chu Yang raise his head slightly, and with eyes full of tenderness, he glanced at Lin Qingxue in front of him, who had a contented smile on her face, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose up. Perhaps it was because he had met a lovely person. Suddenly it felt like life wasn't tough all of a sudden. Evening breeze or cool breeze, as long as one thought of her, they were all able to hold back their laughter. He didn't know exactly what he would face in the future. Maybe even stranger creatures would appear in the next second. Or maybe the Chinese myths were true. Atlantis was a real thing. And even the Mayan prophecies were nothing more than historical records. Even more so, there might be remnants of other transcendent civilizations on Earth. But, so what? The best thing in the world is to see the smile of someone in front of you. And the even better thing, it was probably because her smile was due to herself. Though the unknown is always scary, you have to have the courage to go on. They still had a long time to get through. No matter what happened in the future, he would guard that smile well until forever. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly felt enlightened. Even his mood followed suit and relaxed a few points. And looking at Chu Yang, whose expression was constantly changing, Lin Qingxue, who was lying on the bed, suddenly laughed, gradually sat up and looked at Chu Yang with a face full of provocation. That's it, huh? Game rookies probably all have a common problem. Rookie and love to play. And Lin Qingxue? should be considered the best of them, because it wasn't early anymore. So the only takeaways that could be ordered now were spicy hot and barbecue. Fearing that Chu Yang was really hungry, Lin Xingxue ordered some of both types of food. So, waiting for the barbecue and spicy hot pot to be sent over 10 minutes later, Chu Yang could only endure the feeling of scorching hotness at the corner of his mouth while slowly eating the barbecue and spicy hot. And with every bite, he had to draw in a breath of cool air. Seeing this scene, Lin Xingxue, who was sitting next to him, instantly couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, you just deserve it. Who can you blame then? Chu Yang helplessly touched the corner of his mouth. This girl was really ruthless. It wasn't just that she kissed for a little bit longer, and then she bit her own lips. Obviously she was the one who provoked it first. As a result, the one who was hurt in the end was herself. Who can I find to justify this? Slippery. Lin Xingxue quietly spat out her tongue towards Chu Yang. If you have the ability to continue another 5 minutes of it, see who can't stand it first. 5 minutes. Chu Yang considered his current lung capacity and looked up. Everyone is a bit tired tonight. Why don't we install it? Let's try a 5-second one first. Lin Xingxue, _ this thing can still come in installments? Chu Yang continued to laugh. You know what a good saying is? What saying? Lin Xingxue looked up in confusion. I like that it's not life that presses you down. Then what is it? It's me. In an instant, Lin Xingxue's cheeks then quickly flushed. Rascal you. If a man isn't bad, women don't love him. Chu Yang laughed evilly, saying that he also intended to take out his own cell phone. I'll change the note for you on my cell phone later. What do you want to change it to? Lin Xingxue's eyes grew wary. Persimmon in September. What does that mean? Lin Xingxue got puzzled. Soft and sticky. You. Lin Xingxue glared at Chu Yang in shame and anger. Huffing and puffing, she pulled out her cell phone. Then I want to change it too. What do you want to change it to? Persimmon in August. Lin Xingxue smiled smugly. Yellow and astringent. The two fought as they ate. It was only after the night was already late that the two of them brushed their teeth and washed their hands together again inside the hotel's bathroom, and lay down on the bed prettily. Chu Yang turned off the bedside light and hugged Lin Xingxue to sleep. Lin Xingxue slightly raised her head and murmured in a low voice in Chu Yang's ear. Mr. Chu, good night nah. Chu Yang smiled lightly. Is that all? Lin Xingxue opened her eyes. Then what else do you want? Want? I mean, a kiss before you say it. What do you mean? Lin Xingxue was still a bit puzzled. Chu Yang lowered his head and kissed her gently on her forehead. My lovely Miss Lin. Good night. Lin Xingxue instantly smiled with her eyebrows. Squeezing into Chu Yang's chest, she slept peacefully. This night, it was also the only night when Chu Yang did not go to the Eternal Knowledge Treasury to study. Every night before, he spent most of his time inside the Eternal Knowledge Treasure Trove studying all sorts of science and technology. But today, he wanted to give himself a vacation. Time began to pass slowly. The night was dusky. The central air conditioner inside the room whistled out a slightly cool cold wind. Chu Yang's forehead, however, began to sprout droplets of icy cold sweat, his handsome brows tightly furrowed, and his face was filled with a pained and hideous expression. Don't! A sudden cry of alarm. Chu Yang violently sat up from the bed. Only after looking at the sky outside the window, which was already faintly glowing with white light, did he let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Xingxue, who was lying next to him in deep sleep, was also awakened by Chu Yang's scream. After somewhat blurrily rubbing her sleepy eyes, she immediately sat up and leaned over to Chu Yang's chest, listening to his wildly beating heartbeat while looking at Chu Yang worriedly, and asked, What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Aha! Chu Yang nodded slightly. Lin Xingxue took the initiative to come in front of Chu Yang, raised her head and lightly kissed his lips, lightly smiled and said, It's fine. I'm beside you. Sleep at ease. Chu Yang shook Lin Xingxue's soft palms, and after a sigh of relief, only then did he lie back inside the quilt. However, Chu Yang, who was awakened by the nightmare, did not settle down inside. It had even begun to set off a huge wave. In his dream world, a bizarre monster with a huge body appeared at the bottom of the sea, constantly devouring all the surrounding creatures and buildings. In the sky also stood countless oversized air and sky fleets powered by curvature. Not knowing whether they were enemies or friends, the city was plunged into a sea of fire. Monstrous creatures were seen all around, slaughtering the surviving people in a frenzy. In the middle of the void, many humans stood proudly in the void. Even, he saw himself in the crowd. On his hands were blood of all different colors. Death, silence, wars, disasters, all over the world. Everyone's head was in darkness. One by one, strong human beings frantically charged towards the front of that giant monster. Some people were sent flying. After getting up from the ground, they continued to charge. After one died, there was immediately another one topping it. All of them went forward and backward. Then one by one, they died in front of his eyes. He didn't know why he was able to dream such scenes, and they were so real that it was as if he had personally experienced them. He was under tremendous pressure in the dream world. His sharp nerves were dead tight. An inexplicable aura had been weighing heavily on his chest. The pressure was making him a little breathless. Despair, frustration, self-reproach, pain, decadence, all sorts of negative emotions kept filling his mind. These negative emotions, at all times, they wanted to drive him crazy. Even Xu Yang began to think, the person in the dream, was it himself or not? And what exactly had happened to make himself turn into that appearance in the dream? He wanted to control himself, not to let himself think about that dream again. But the more he wanted to forget, the more he was able to recall the dream in his memory more and more clearly. In the end, Xu Yang, who really couldn't sleep, chose to let his consciousness enter the eternal knowledge treasury. He wasn't trying to look for the answer to the dream's appearance. He only knew, right now, he could only keep learning, keep fusing new knowledge, and keep making himself stronger. Only then would it be possible to slightly give him a tiny bit of peace of mind. The next day, it was nearing noon. Xu Yang woke up leisurely in Lin Qingshue's arms. Awake, Lin Qingxue was playing with her cell phone in a low voice beside Xu Yang. After seeing the waking Xu Yang, the corner of her mouth immediately rose slightly. Hungry or not, do you want to get up and eat a little something? No class this morning? Xu Yang curiously glanced at Lin Qingxue. No. Lin Qingxue shook her head. But there's a big class in the afternoon. So after lunch, we have to go back to school early. No problem. Xu Yang nodded and continued to hold Lin Qingxue in a mesmerized embrace, slowly closing his own eyes again. You're still addicted to sleeping, right? Big lazy pig. Get up. Lin Qingxue smiled and pinched Xu Yang's face. Xu Yang hugged Lin Qingxue tightly and didn't open his eyes, grinning. If only I was an ancient emperor. What would happen if you were the emperor? From now on, the king doesn't have a morning court. Lin Qingxue giggled, gently pinching Xu Yang's cheeks. She laughed. Then, Your Majesty the Emperor, you can sleep a little longer. You can dream of anything. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After bringing Lin Qingxue to find a restaurant and have a simple lunch, Xu Yang sent her back to school. When Lin Qingxue returned to the dormitory, the few people in their dormitory had stopped what they were doing in their hands. Li Qian even quickly came up to Lin Qingxue and teasingly smiled. Qingxue, you're back too early. We're all planning to quietly sign in for you for roll call later. Lin Qingxue blankly glanced at Li Qian. It's noon and still not back. It's not like I eloped. That's different. Li Qian shook her head. I'm not thinking that if you work too hard at night, and it's still your first time, I'm afraid you won't be able to get out of bed today? Immediately after that, she came over to Lin Qingxue and gossiped. How is it? Is your family Chu Yang fierce? Hearing this, and then thinking about the scene that happened last night, Lin Qingxue's cheeks whooshed red. Fiercely blanked Li Qian. Qian, can you be a little healthier in this thinking? We are still very pure between us. Okay. He wouldn't have done nothing all night, right? Lin Qingxue nodded. My gosh. Then you have to pay attention, Qingxue, Li Qian exclaimed. Pay attention to what? Is he no good? Li Qian was greatly shocked. Lin Qingxue is so beautiful, a big beauty lying next to you Chu Yang at night. You actually spent the night. Did not do anything? Simply worse than a beast. This is definitely not Concerning Lin Qingxue after the happy life, this point or to focus on examining a little, or else after the widowhood how to do. Humph, Lin Qingxue grunted, and said towards a few people with a sweet face, don't be so impure in your thoughts. Our Chu Yang is not as dirty, nasty. But after saying that, she herself couldn't help but laugh. Whether Chu Yang was nasty inside or not she wasn't too sure, but it was indeed horny. And Chu Yang, after returning to the dormitory, Xu Pengfei and the others should have gone out to eat. None of them were in the dormitory, but it didn't take long before a few of Xu Pengfei's people returned to the dormitory together. Xu Pengfei glanced at Chu Yang, who was sitting on a chair playing with his cell phone. Old 3 is back. Chu Yang nodded slightly. On the other side, Zhang Mingyang's nose twitched and naturally walked to Chu Yang's front. After sniffing vigorously on his clothes for a few times, he immediately got up and looked at Chu Yang. Lao San, you're not decent. So last night you abandoned our brothers not to have something to go and get busy, but to go to meet a beautiful person late at night, right? Chu Yang just wanted to speak. Zhang Mingyang stopped him again. Don't be in a hurry to speak. My Zhang's nose is not a cover. The man's flavor is not obvious, but the woman's flavor, a little dip in the breath I will be able to smell out. Honestly, last night you will not be in our Lin big schoolgirls to open the room to play poker went? Didn't play poker. Chu Yang shook his head, and thinking of the scene that happened last night, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. It was just being bitten by a kitten. The trio's gazes instantly looked to the side of Chu Yang's lips. Seeing that obvious bite mark now, they instantly soured up. Crap. Lao-san, you're not a proper person. We just came back from dinner and you're stuffing us with dog food. Just hard stuffing? If I'm guilty, please let the law sanction me instead of spreading knives on my heart like old three. Old three? We're still good friends without pretending. The three of them ruthlessly spat on Chu Yang. But after that, Chu Pengfei was ready to change his clothes. While changing his clothes, while looking at Chu Yang's few people, he asked, "Today's weather is good. It's idle. Do the brothers want to go to the basketball court together to move around? Play ball?" Zhang Mingyang glanced at Chu Pengfei and nodded repeatedly. I can. Wang Lei also pushed his glasses. It's no exaggeration to say that back in the day, I was known as the little prince of three-point shooting in our high school. The three of them turned their gazes to Chu Yang. Chu Yang was slightly silent for a few seconds. I'll go too, but I don't seem to have a jersey. He used to be an avid basketball fan in high school, but then, after entering the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he had never touched a basketball again. This is not a big problem. Chu Pengfei smiled. Here are a few more sets of jerseys. You can wear mine first. Very quickly, the four people in the dormitory all changed into jerseys and walked in the direction of the school's basketball court. Arriving at the basketball court, Chu Yang's group instantly attracted the attention of many people. Of course, it was mainly because of Chu Yang. He didn't spend much time moving around outside of the school, staying in the lab most of the time. But no matter how, he was also an existence that held the title of the school's boyfriend. Plus the long looks were really not bad. After appearing, he instantly became the center of attention for most of the girls watching on the court. Zhang Mingyang spat out. Holy shit, if I had known, I wouldn't have brought Lao-san over to play ball. This time Lao-san came over. Who else on the playground is there to see my girls wearing a jersey specifically to play on the field? In addition to playing ball, isn't it for the sound of the girls on the court exclaiming? Now it was good. The girls were all attracted to Chu Yang. While holding the basketball that Chu Pengfei brought over from the dormitory, Chu Yang casually shot a few times to familiarize himself with the feel of it, while he looked at Zhang Mingyang and laughed. Old Zhang, don't be so discouraged. The face this thing, right, given by mom and dad. I can't change it, but don't worry, I'm a married man, so they're usually not too interested in me. Chu Yang patted Zhang Mingyang's shoulder again. Wait and play well. Maybe there will be a girl over to ask for your contact information. Zhang Mingyang brightened up. Makes sense. Before Chu Pengfei came to the stadium, he called out 2 more male students in his class to join him. 6 people played half the court. When Chu Yang first started, since he hadn't played basketball for a long time, he really wasn't particularly skillful. But after slowly finding the feeling at the back, all kinds of 3-step layups, backward jump shots, even the 3-point shots were surprisingly high. Gradually, the smile on Chu Yang's face is more and more. Even the spirit of the whole person has become a lot more lively. It seems to have recovered the feeling of that year, carefree and unbridled. It was nearing evening. Good shot. After a 3-pointer was successfully scored, Chu Pengfei, who was on the same team as Chu Yang, immediately ran to Chu Yang's front, smiled widely and high-fived him. Lao-san, I didn't see it. You're good at this basketball. Zhang Mingyang from the other team was a bit helpless. Lao-san, you're too perverted. Not to mention good academic performance. The ball is also played so beautifully. Can't you give us ordinary people a way to live? Chu Yang looked at Zhang Mingyang with a playful expression. Bailing out the ordinary people of Beijing University? Go go go. Zhang Mingyang quickly waved his hand. What's there to show off? All of you present, don't you all have a hand in going to Beijing University? Seemingly low-key, but on that face that was disguised to be full of not wanting to smile, the corners of his mouth were already about to grin to the sky. The words fell. Soon after, Zhang Mingyang's gaze dully glanced at the side of the basketball court not far from the side and quickly patted Chu Yang's hand. Lao-san, take a quick look. Is that the one from your family? Chu Yang turned his head with a smile. Lin Xingxue was still holding a book in her hand, looking like she had just finished class. The other hand was also carrying a bag of water. It was smilingly looking at the few people who were on the court. Chu Yang jogged to the front of Lin Xingxue, raised his hand to touch her head, but just played ball on his hand covered in dust, and withdrew his palm, looking at her with his hands crossed and laughed. How did you come over? Lin Xingxue laughed. I saw the message you sent me from your cell phone, and it just so happens that we don't have any other classes after class, so I just wandered all the way over here. Chu Yang smiled with a slightly raised eyebrow. Just stopping by? Yes. Lin Xingxue playfully nodded her head and laughed. Then she handed all the bags of water in her hand to Chu Yang's face. The bottle of Red Bull inside is yours, and the rest of the mineral water you'll give to your roommates and they'll share it. This was also bought on the way? Is there a problem? Chu Yang shook his head repeatedly. No problem. No problem. After saying that, He then looked at Lin Qingxue and said, "Alright, you stay here for a while. I'll come over to you after I go and deliver water to them." Lin Qingxue shook her head. "No need. You continue to play with them. Qian and I will watch and leave. Speaking of which, I haven't watched you play basketball for a long time." Next to her, Li Qian rolled her white eyes to the sky. "Came by the way? Bought water on the way?" I don't know who it was. After hearing that Chu Yang was going to play on the basketball court, after class, he bumbled his way over to the supermarket to buy water, and then bumbled his way over to the court. Could you be any more arrogant? That's fine. Chu Yang smiled. Don't leave either. We're almost done playing. Let's have dinner together later in the evening. Aha! Chu Yang returned to the court, handing out the moisture in the bag to Chu Pengfei and the others. Come on, take a break and have a drink. Zhang Mingyang glanced at the Red Bull in Chu Yang's hand. Lao San, why is it that you're holding a Red Bull in your hand and we're holding only water? This third sister-in-law is also too biased, isn't she? Chu Yang leisurely laughed. Why don't you go find a girlfriend too? Zhang Mingyang, can you talk properly? Do you have to stab people in the heart? The crowd had a few mouthfuls of water. After a few minutes of rest, Zhang Mingyang continued to pick up the basketball. Provocative looking at Chu Yang laughed. Lao San, this wave I'll keep an eye on you, so that you score a ball. I Zhang someone's name written upside down. Virtuous, Chu Pengfei laughed, and after looking at the direction where Lin Qingxue and the girls were standing, he patted Chu Yang's shoulder. Wait for old Wang and I to get the ball and pass it to you. Perform well in front of big schoolgirl Lin. Chu Yang smiled and nodded his head, and then looked at Zhang Mingyang. Don't write it backwards either. In the future you'll take my surname. Today I'll let you know. What is called father? C.I. Son. Filial piety. Especially the last 4 words. He also deliberately increased the pitch. A few more black lines appeared on Zhang Mingyang's forehead. So it's a father-son game? However, he wasn't afraid, and after kicking off the ball, he quickly walked on the court. Father and son game. Who is the father and who is the son is still not certain. Until dusk and sunset. After playing the ball to play the whole body's clothes are wet, a few people only then dispersed. Chu Yang and his dormitory walked to the front of Lin Qingxue and Li Qian. Hello guys. Lin Qingxue smiled and greeted Chu Pengfei's few people. Third sister-in-law good day. Chu Pengfei's few people instantly smiled. Immediately after that, Lin Qingxue directly stood next to Chu Yang and held his hand. Looking up and smiling, let's go to the cafeteria to eat. Hands aren't washed. Chu Yang wanted to pull his hand out of Lin Qingxue's hand. It's dirty. Lin Qingxue, however, smiled and tightened her grip on Chu Yang's hand. It doesn't matter as long as it's your hand. How dirty I will hold it. The afterglow of the setting sun reflected on Lin Qingxue's side face. It gave off a nice color. In the next few days, Chu Yang did not go to the laboratory, nor did he go to the eternal knowledge treasury to look at other things. Every day, he either accompanied Chu Pengfei and the others to play soccer, or accompanied Lin Qingxue to eat, go shopping, and attend classes. It went on until the weekend. In the morning, Chu Yang got up early in his dormitory. After shaving his beard, and after quickly washing up, he planned to get ready to go out. Today he had an appointment with Lin Qingxue. He was going to go and take her to the amusement park in Kyoto. However, also just when Chu Yang had just left the dormitory, on his cell phone screen, it suddenly rang, and in the girls' dormitory, Lin Qingxue also woke up early, changed into a long white dress, gave herself a nice light makeup. She even had Li Qian help her curl her hair properly with a curling iron. Qingxue, you're dressing up too grandly, Li Qian said with a smile while helping her to curl her hair. You already look good without makeup. With this light makeup and curly hair, are you trying to make your family Chu Yang drool when he sees you? Saying this, Li Qian also laughed badly. Be careful that you won't be able to come back to school tonight. This is the first time the two of us have gone to an amusement park alone. Lin Qingxue laughed. Then we definitely need to dress up and look good. TSK. Li Qian shook her head helplessly. It's really true that women are too big to stay. Chu Yang sighed. After looking at the phone call from Wang Weiman, he hesitated for a few seconds before he picked up the phone. Elder Wang, is there something wrong? Wang Weiman's voice inside the phone was urgent. Xiao Chu, the research results from the military department side came out. When do you probably have time to come over to the military department to take a look? There is a major discovery. The genetic coding test came out? Chu Yang froze for a moment. Is it urgent? Yes, Wang Weiman said in a deep voice. The genetic code that was detected is very odd. It's a kind of genetic code that has never appeared on Earth. When will you probably have time to come to the research institute at the military department to have a look? Chu Yang hesitated for a few seconds. Some more time. I want to stay inside the school. For a while longer. Ha, Wang Weiman froze for a moment. Did you encounter something? Wasn't Chu Yang interested in the genetic data inherent in these mutant hounds before? That's not true. Chu Yang slowly smiled. It might be that I'm a bit tired from being busy for a while. I want to take a good rest. He didn't think that he was all-powerful, especially when it came to contacting such unknown things, even though he was ready to accept certain conjectures. Only now, he also wanted to secretly be selfish for himself for once. The earth was spinning as it was without anyone. Even sometimes he was thinking. He was just living his student life in the school in an ordinary way. After graduation and Lin Qingxue step by step to fall in love, and then married, have children. You cannot set too high requirements for yourself. It was actually not bad to live an ordinary and contented life. Then how long are you going to rest? Wang Weiman asked eagerly. This matter, perhaps only you can solve it. Right now. No matter if it was the scientific researchers of the Chinese Academy of Sciences or the military department, all of them were powerless to do anything about the genetic code extracted from the mutant hound. That was why he had made this call to Chu Yang. Perhaps, Chu Yang could have a solution. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. Not too sure. I might give myself a long vacation for a while. This. Wang Weiman didn't know how to answer. But in the end, he also let out a light sigh. That's good. Then you can take a good rest inside the school. What Chu Yang had done for the country was indeed more than enough. Even if he never touched the field of scientific research again. It would still be enough to occupy an important position in the history of scientific research all over the world. His contribution was indelible. Alright, I'll rest for a while first. Chu Yang smiled and hung up the phone. But when he waited until his hand holding the cell phone slowly dropped down, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He had gone to Desert North 3 years ago to research photolithography without any hesitation. What exactly was it for? The entrance to the girls' dormitory. Lin Qingxue, who had cheerfully walked to Chu Yang, clearly felt that Chu Yang's state was a little off. Or rather, since that night, Chu Yang's state had never been good. This was something she could clearly feel. Because she had seen that spirited, fearless Chu Yang. Instead of now, even though Chu Yang still looked very relaxed on the surface, there was a heavy aura surrounding his body at all times. This was unlike him. What's wrong? Lin Qingxue lightly smiled and raised her hand, tenderly holding Chu Yang's arm. Nothing. Chu Yan lowered his head and reluctantly smiled at Lin Qingxue, but that kind of smile, however, always gave off a feeling of a leathery smile. Isn't it that the Chinese Academy of Sciences has something going on again? Lin Qingxue's IQ was still very high, or rather, she understood Chu Yang very well. Things that could make Chu Yang change so much. It was probably only things related to scientific research. Chu Yang hadn't been to his laboratory at the capital university for several days. Chu Yang was silent for half a second and finally nodded slowly. Are things serious? Lin Qingxue was a little worried. Chu Yang nodded slightly. It's more serious than all the problems that I've encountered in the past. It will even cause international turmoil. Once it was determined that that genetic code did come from outer space, and it possessed such a bizarre ability. The world. It would be a big mess. Lin Qingxue fell silent. Once upon a time, Chu Yang was still the little boy who secretly slept in class and had to ask himself to help keep an eye out. But in the blink of an eye, he had actually come into contact with this level. It was as if the little monkey that had just been born in the mountain of flowers and fruits had become the Qi Tian de Shang who had caused havoc in the heavenly palace in the blink of an eye. And now his hesitation. Because of what? Because of himself? Or perhaps the responsibility within? She had always known. Chu Yang's inner sense of responsibility was actually far stronger than what he revealed on the surface. He was afraid. Is he afraid that he can't afford this responsibility? Thinking of these, Lin Qingxue suddenly patted and kissed Chu Yang's cheek, then suddenly released his hand and said, pretending not to care, Go back to where you are needed. Chu Yang was a bit stunned. Then we're not going to the amusement park today? Silly, Lin Qingxue laughed. Between us, there's still a long time to go to the amusement park. How much of a difference is there between going today and going next time? Lin Qingxue held Chu Yang's hand. Although I'm not quite sure what exactly you all are doing. However, haven't you already done a good job before? You always have to believe that you are more than just my son. With your abilities, you can be the son for many more people as well. After pausing for a few seconds, Lin Qingxue smiled arrogantly again. Of course, you can use your sunshine to shine on everyone, but there's only one girl allowed to be me in your heart too. That's something I'm still petty about. Immediately after that, Lin Qingxue's eyes that looked at Chu Yang had an extra touch of adoration. I always believed that this man that I fell in love with right in front of me will always be the one who was clad in the golden armored saint's clothes, with his feet stepping on the 7-colored auspicious clouds, who is proudly in the world. and is fearless as a world-defying hero. Xu Yang's eyes moved slightly, gently pinching Lin Qingshue's small hand. His eyes gradually became firm. Proud of the world. Fearless guy, sure hero. Could he do it? Perhaps he could. 1 hour later, the helicopter of the Ministry of War quickly took off from in front of the laboratory of Kyoto University. Above the school's playground, Lin Qingxue, who was sitting dumbly on the lawn, watching the helicopter gradually go away, was silent for a long time, and suddenly couldn't help but smile. This is the purest Xu Yang. I hope that my most favored boy. All evils will be avoided and there will be no fear of anything. I am at school, waiting for you to return. The armed helicopter directly brought Xu Yang to a secret life gene laboratory in Kyoto. All around the lab are armed SWAT officers with loaded guns guarding everywhere. After checking his identity, Xu Yang was then brought inside the laboratory. Seeing Xu Yang, Wang Weiman did not have too many courtesies and directly brought Xu Yang to a computer in front of the center of the lab with a serious face. Take a look at it first. This is a video that our armed police warriors at the border sent over when you were just on your way. Xu Yang looked up. In the middle of the video, inside a luxurious biological laboratory, there were 3 sealed transparent jars in the center of the lab. Inside these transparent jars were filled with yellowish thick liquid. In these liquids, there were also 3 differently colored biological corpses immersed. All of them were insect-like, but also with the Earth's insects look very different. First is the size. The size of each corpse is nearly the height of a human adult. Grim and ferocious mouthparts. It seems to be able to penetrate the steel of the hard tentacles, as well as razor-sharp limbs and ultra-dense shell. It was like an alien monster from a sci-fi movie. The most crucial thing was, I don't know how long these special creatures had been dead, but their surfaces still showed a lifelike appearance. It was as if they were still alive. Where was this found? Xu Yang's expression stared slightly. Wang Weiman said in a deep voice. Our armed police warriors followed the traces of these mutated hounds and found a private laboratory in the Silver Triangle region outside the border. The Silver Triangle region itself was in a 3-region area. Inside, various underground black forces were intertwined and chaotic. It was normal to have this special biological laboratory. Wang Weiman continued. All the people inside the lab are all dead. According to speculation, all of them might have been killed by these mutant hounds. And we also found the surveillance video of it. Take a look at the surveillance video footage. The footage might be a bit gory, so you have to be prepared for it. Xu Yang nodded slightly. Wang Weiman immediately opened another video. It was a mixed edited surveillance video. Inside the video, it only simply possessed a few researchers in white lab coats, and some armed men with guns. And the time recorded by the surveillance was the day the mutant hound appeared. The experimenters were inside one of the tanks. Through a special syringe, a tube of blue blood was drawn from the special organism inside. Then the scene shifted. These experimenters came to a closed glass room. Inside, several ordinary hounds that were constantly barking furiously were fixed. Outside the glass room, after the experimenters injected the blue blood inside the syringe into the bodies of these ordinary hounds through instrument control, in an instant, the eyes of these hounds turned red. But very quickly, these hounds gradually stopped barking furiously. Even their figures began to shrink continuously. It was as if they hadn't eaten for a long time. It was so thin that one could even see the jagged bones. At this time, the experiments were all proceeding smoothly, waiting until the later stages of the experiment. These hounds that had gradually quieted down suddenly became manic. Even though the bones were as thin as firewood, the strength of their limbs was surprisingly strong. The chains that originally bound their limbs were easily broken free by them. After running down the test bench, these hounds that had already begun to mutate began to constantly impact the glass room where they were kept. The next moment, the researchers inside the lab shouted out with their hands full. The meaning was probably unclear. However, soon, countless green poisonous mists appeared at the top of the glass room. Another 10 minutes passed. After the movement inside the glass room disappeared and the poisonous mist was pumped out by the air circulation apparatus, only then did the few experimenters who had changed into protective suits walk inside the glass room. The several mutant hounds inside the glass room were lying on the ground as if they were unconscious. However, when these experimental personnel entered, those unconscious mutant hounds directly opened their scarlet eyes and frantically pounced on the several researchers who entered the glass room, then ferociously gnawed on them. At the end of the scene, only a few puddles of thick blood remained inside the glass room, and the physique of these mutated hounds gradually returned to the size of normal hounds. Immediately after that was the appearance of armed men with guns. Only a few gunshots of bang 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 were heard. Some of the mutant hounds were knocked out, but they quickly stood up again and frantically tore towards the armed men who had fired. In the video, every time they consume a blood meal, the size of these mutant hounds will undergo a mutation. At the same time as their body size increased, the various organs of their bodies would also continue to strengthen along with the increase in body size. Moreover, The steel armor on their bodies that Chu Yang had seen earlier was actually not artificially installed on them. Rather, it was when they were mutating and evolving. They evolved on their own, a steel shell similar to armor. The appearance was just the same as the shell armor of the special creatures inside those few jars. At this point, the video ended. Chu Yang continuously took a few deep breaths. Wang Weiman had the good sense to kick a trash can next to him in front of Chu Yang. The next second, Chu Yang then directly squatted on the ground and vomited furiously, until finally about to vomit out the bile. Only then did Chu Yang gradually stop. Wang Weiman took mineral water to rinse Chu Yang's mouth again. Immediately afterward, the pale Chu Yang slowly got up and looked at Wang Weiman and asked, "What about the results of the genetic test?" Wang Weiman changed a video. It was a video simulated by an animation. There was a normal DNA gene chain in it. There was also a special DNA gene chain that was blue in color. In the middle of the picture, these blue special DNA gene chains were constantly infecting, or rather, devouring these normal DNA gene chains. After devouring these normal DNA gene chains, these blue special DNA gene chains themselves will immediately copy and split new blue special gene chains. And basically after every 20 splits, the structure of the split blue DNA gene chain would undergo a slight change. In this infinite cycle, the blue DNA gene chain was continuously strengthened and mutated. Waiting until the video was finished, Wang Weiman looked at Chu Yang with a serious expression and said, "Little Chu, do you know the results we detected? Those mutated hounds we saw were not fully evolved mutated creatures. And according to our detection and analysis, the special cells represented by these special gene fragments possess the function of infinite division. In other words, the hound cells after the special gene infection can divide and evolve without limit after receiving enough energy to support cell division. In the end, it might be possible for these mutated hounds to reach a state of immortality." Chu Yang looked up in surprise. "Isn't this the same as cancer cells? Theoretically, cancer cells were capable of taking people to immortality, the death of human beings. It all boils down to the fact that the number of times a human cell can divide is limited. In order to prevent the cells from dividing too many times, causing human cells to mutate, human cells have a special mechanism. After the number of divisions reaches about 20 times, every time a cell divides, it will age once. When most of the body's cells are senescent, a person's life comes to an end. And once cancer cells appear in the body, cancer cells can divide indefinitely. In theory, they are immortal. The only thing that's unfortunate is that cancer cells don't have the function of normal cells in the human body. So that's why humans simply can't carry the infinite division of cancer cells. When the rest of the cells in the body are destroyed by the cancer cells, the only way out is death. I want to bring you to eternal life, but you're not up to it." Wang Weiman nodded heavily. The meaning is more or less the same, but slightly different from cancer cells. These mutated cells are extremely aggressive. The speed of cell division is also faster than that of cancer cell division, and has many special functions. For example, the self-recovery function we saw earlier. As long as enough life energy is provided, they are able to constantly recover from all their own damage, and constantly strengthen their own cellular power. This was also the reason why the mutated hounds from before had become so huge in size, and why they would rapidly evolve after devouring their own kind. There was only one means to be able to kill these special cells. It was to completely consume all of his own life energy, so that they wouldn't be able to replenish their energy, causing the cells to gradually lose their activity and eventually die. In other words, to starve them to death. Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds and looked up to ask, "How long will it take for those 3 special creatures in the picture to be delivered to Kyoto?" "Already on their way," Wang Weiman slowly said. "They will be able to be delivered inside the lab by 4 o'clock this afternoon." Chu Yang hesitated for a few seconds. "Is this an alien creature?" "Initial speculation is that it's a species that already exists on Earth." Wang Weiman gazed. "According to our analysis, these 3 special creatures should belong to the same race and have existed on Earth tens of thousands of years ago, or even earlier. The reason why the bodies were so well preserved is probably because they experienced a certain great ice age, causing their bodies to freeze in an instant and eventually bury deep under the glaciers at the Earth's poles. These things should have been excavated from underneath the extremely cold glaciers by some ambitious people. This kind of thing was not rare. Along with the warming of the climate in recent years, the glaciers at the Earth's 2 poles have continued to melt. A number of corpses of creatures from thousands of years, or even longer ago, had already appeared over the years. For example, mammoths, and certain special viruses. These 3 special creatures. It is not unlikely that they will be one of these. However, their genes were even more ferocious and special. Hearing Wang Weiman's words, Chu Yang's pupils instantly contracted violently. Could it be that they are researching immortality? What is a human being? Desire is full of desire. Desire was infinite. Poor people want to be rich. the rich wanted to be richer. And once money becomes a number for a period of time, they will begin to focus on enjoyment. And, along with getting older and living longer, they begin to fear death more and more, plus have plenty of money, so they begin to study immortality. It was a vain attempt to live forever and control the wealth they possessed. Strong as the ancestral dragon Shi Huangdi who unified the 6 kingdoms back then, after reaching the peak of power, wasn't he also seeking the method of eternal life? Even the boldest of thoughts. Some of the monsters in the ancient myths of China are described as these special creatures? Or maybe, the first emperor back then, he hadn't studied similar special creatures like this. Very likely. Wang Weiman nodded heavily, then said with some concern in his eyes, the only thing that is uncertain right now is whether or not these special creatures, other than the 3 that have been discovered so far, have other similar creatures that exist in laboratories around the world. If their blood alone is able to achieve such an effect, what would it be like if they themselves revived themselves? With the special abilities revealed in these strange creatures, they, before anything else, could not be revived. Plus, the land of the 2 poles communicated with the world's oceans. Humans themselves had yet to fully explore the oceans. Once these special creatures appeared at the bottom of the sea and continuously infected the seabed creatures, that would be for the human race. It would definitely be an extinction disaster. Chu Yang fell silent. However, soon after, he smiled again. Perhaps mankind will really be able to study the mysteries of eternal life through these creatures? By that time, if you can still live an extra 1 to 2,000 years, I will definitely give you a good kowtow when you have your 1,000-year-old birthday. You, Wang Weiman instantly froze. He helplessly looked at Chu Yang and said, at a time like this, you still have the heart to joke? Saving for a rainy day is a good thing. Chu Yang laughed, and gradually, a flash of unprecedented brightness appeared in his eyes. However, assuming that this kind of creature really exists on Earth, and may even revive one after another in the future, or infect other creatures, we humans aren't vegetarians either. If we really can't, a round of Big Ivan, direct world peace. Chu Yang smiled sagely. Wang Weiman was momentarily speechless. Why did this kid suddenly seem to have changed his temper? In the past, he didn't like to play with his mouth so much. Chu Yang continued, Elder Wang, give me a copy of the special gene structure diagrams within the mutant hound's body. I want to study it alone. No problem. Wang Weiman quickly nodded. I'll immediately have someone print out a copy for you. Half an hour later, Chu Yang's consciousness appeared within the eternal knowledge treasury. Give me a piece of paper and pen. With a movement of his mind, a lab table appeared in front of Chu Yang's eyes, along with white A4 paper and a neutral pen. After quickly drawing out that particular genetic structure, Chu Yang then directly spoke. Can you help me retrieve the provenance of this genetic structure? The eternal knowledge treasury possessed endless knowledge within it, although there were currently no genetic records of this type of creature on Earth. However, there might not necessarily be none in the eternal knowledge treasure trove. The next moment, a thick book appeared before Chu Yang's eyes. One of the cosmic races, the origin and historical development of the bug race. Insect race? Unexpectedly, Chu Yang was not surprised. There was really a record of this within the treasury of eternal knowledge. He then opened this book and quickly flipped through it, looking at one of the descriptions of the insect race recorded on it. After taking a deep breath, the light in Chu Yang's eyes gradually flourished. This world, it was getting more and more interesting. The insect race was one of the higher civilization races in the universe. Because of their intense vitality and mutation abilities, they had once occupied a dominant position in the universe. However, the harm of the bug race was simply too great. The emergence of the bug race itself was itself a product of the genetic mutation of ordinary insects. Then in the process of constant evolution, it possessed a special evolutionary gene. As long as they kept devouring all sorts of creatures, they could absorb a small amount of the life genes in the bodies of the cosmic creatures that they devoured. In small amounts, the incorporation of these life genes could rapidly advance their evolutionary process. It was also because of this, in order to rapidly evolve, they constantly invaded various planets, causing the universe to be overrun with life, becoming the most infamous existence in the known universe. In the end, the other races of the universe united and directly wiped out all civilization order of the bug race. In the midst of the Great War, there were only a few bug hatchlings that were dispersed throughout the universe, fatally continuing the flame of the bug race's civilization. The bug race on Earth. The probability is that they are the bug hatchlings that drifted to Earth after the destruction of the bug race at that time. In the end, after finishing the entire book, Chu Yang then raised his head towards the void and asked, so, other super civilizations once appeared on Earth as well, right? What was recorded in the book? The bug race's reproduction ability was extremely strong. Along with their vitality, they were good at fighting, and even killed each other in the same clan. If there hadn't been any other higher civilization races on Earth, there are planets where bug race pups have been left behind. Even if the bug race was suppressed by other races in the universe and didn't dare to show their heads easily. But it was also impossible for them to remain hidden on Earth until they were frozen to death. An electronic synthesized voice came from the void. Yes. Chu Yang's pupils shrunk slightly. Then why did all these civilizations on Earth eventually die out? There was a time when a civilization that was able to suppress the bug race had really appeared on Earth. Then for what reason did those higher civilizations on Earth now disappear? Insufficient authority. An icy electronic synthesized voice reached Chu Yang's ears. Chu Yang was stunned. He had obtained the eternal knowledge treasury for a few years now, and could look through all sorts of technological information in the universe. However, why was it that when asking this question, eternal knowledge treasury would prompt insufficient permissions inside? This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. How can I have enough permissions? Chu Yang continued to ask. Raise the Earth's overall civilization level to 10 cosmic civilization levels to unlock the corresponding permissions. 10 cosmic civilization level? Chu Yang pondered. Then what level is Earth at now? 0. 7 cosmic civilization level. Chu Yang was somewhat helpless. 0. 7 is too far from 10. The distance in between is really too far, isn't it? However, it was also normal. The technological civilization on Earth had not even reached a level where it could control the entire planet. There was no need to talk about planetary-level immigration in the universe. In the book One of the Cosmic Races, The Origin and Historical Development of the Bug Race, the known universe had tens of thousands of super-galaxy clusters. At the height of the bug race's glory back then, it had only occupied 1% of the known super-galaxy clusters, and had become the public enemy of every race in the universe. And even then, the bug race's own cosmic civilization level was only able to reach the level of a Class 9 civilization. Wanting the Earth's civilization to develop to the level of a 10-universe civilization, there was still a long way to go next. Last question. After Chu Yang took a deep breath, he slowly asked, in the universe, are there any other human races? And at the peak of the development of the human civilization on Earth, how many levels of cosmic civilization level did it once reach? These are 2 questions. Answer me. Chu Yang's eyes slightly condensed. First of all, the human race only exists on Earth now. As for the Earth's civilization level, the civilization level that is now recognized in the universe was ordered out by the original Earth human race. The voice within the eternal treasury of knowledge gradually drifted. The universe's civilization grade formulated by the humans? Chu Yang's heart was violently startled. Someone who was able to order rules was definitely someone who was able to break them. If the cosmic civilization ranks back then were ordered by the human race, then how brilliant would the human race once be? Moreover, such a brilliant human race, why is it that up to now, it can only live on a tiny planet like Earth? It couldn't even come into contact with other high-level civilizations in the universe. Even if the human race is in decline, it wouldn't be so miserable, right? At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly felt, as he went further and further into understanding the truth of the universe, the fog that surrounded his eyes became deeper and deeper and deeper. It was as if he was looking straight into an eternal and endless dark abyss. The darkness within it. It was on the verge of swallowing him whole. After a long time, Chu Yang, who had regained his senses, then continued to speak. Then why did you? He was still eager to know. Why? Did the eternal knowledge treasure trove choose himself? And what role did it play in this? However, before he could finish his words, the voice within the eternal knowledge treasure trove gradually drifted out again. Don't ask. To ask is to have insufficient permissions. A few more black lines appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. Can't you just let me finish my words before rejecting me? And you've even fucking learned to snatch the answer? 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After easily accepting and digesting these messages from the eternal knowledge treasury, Chu Yang came back inside the life laboratory. At this moment, the 3 insect corpses from before had already been transported inside the laboratory. Wang Weiman as well as a group of experts in biology from the Chinese Academy of Sciences all surrounded these 3 insect race corpses. In the end, Wang Weiman turned his gaze to Chu Yang. Little Chu, what do you think of these 3 special creature corpses? Chu Yang took a closer look at the insect corpses in the special glass jar, nodded his head and smiled. Quite good. Pinched head and tail. The protein content is 600 times that of beef. The appearance of these guys was not much different from the insect race recorded in the book. Despite the fact that the bug race had a superb ability to reproduce and possessed a unique way of devouring and evolving, but the source gene coding at the bottom of their genes had already decided, no matter what they evolved into, they would have fierce mouthparts, sharp antennae, and delicate outer armor. This could be said to be the most important appearance feature of the insect race. Wang Weiman was instantly confused by Chu Yang's words. How could I take this? The surrounding group of researchers also had odd faces. They kind of wanted to laugh, but seeing how serious the scene was, they held back from laughing out loud. Chu Yang continued. In case if this thing really revives in the future, then should we first study and research if it can be eaten? If it can't be eaten, then we'll study if it can be used as medicine. And in the end, if it really doesn't work, it can be used to make wine. If we can't even soak them in wine, perhaps the outer armor and skin we get from them can be used to make a new style of weapon. Although the insect race looked disgusting, it was true that their bodies were full of treasures. Whether or not they can be eaten Chu Yang didn't know, but the outer armor and skin epidermis on their bodies, the strength was all bar none. Research. It might not be impossible to make new scientific research products. Are you done? Wang Weiman had an expression of having seen a ghost. This was what you, Chu Yang, had researched for half a day and finally came up with? They had been agonizing all afternoon. If this thing really revived completely, what would humans have to fight with? Chu Yang was actually already thinking about how to use these insect race corpses, when Wang Weiman's words fell. Some of the researchers nodded thoughtfully. These weird organisms do contain a lot of special nutrients within their bodies. If they can't be eaten, grinding and milling them and breaking them up might even be able to be made into fertilizers. The corner of Wang Weiman's mouth twitched as he looked at the scientific researcher who had spoken. Another crazy one? Good fellow. I called you guys over to study countermeasures, but after pondering carefully for a few seconds, he also nodded silently in his mind. If this thing is made and used in the piece of farming, it does seem to be quite suitable. Immediately afterward, Wang Weiman quickly threw the idea that had popped up in his mind out of his mind. When doing serious work, what are you thinking about? Wang Weiman continued to look at Chu Yang and asked, Little Chu, for these few things, do you really not have any solutions? Chu Yang raised his head to look at the several corpses of the insect race in front of him a few more times, and slowly said, the appearance of these few special creatures looks similar to the insects on Earth. I think that in the future, we can call these types of creatures as insect creatures. Looking at the current situation, I'm afraid that the recovery of the insect race is a matter of time. As for the length of this time, none of us can say. That's why the existing solution is to continuously study these few bug race corpses while continuously upgrading our country's defense force. Even if there really is a bug race revival in the future, at the very least, we should allow my human race to have the strength to fight with this type of bug race creatures. After saying this, Chu Yang smiled again. Actually, we don't need to be particularly pessimistic right now. The few mutant hounds that appeared before that were infected by the insect race. Weren't they all wiped out by us? On top of that, we still have rocket launchers, mortars, and even missiles, as well as the last of the nukes and so on. All the fear comes from nothing more than a lack of firepower. Since the bug race has failed to become the master of the Earth in the past, then today, it must not be able to dominate the future direction of our human race either. Several researchers nodded their heads thoughtfully. Chu Yang looked at Wang Weiman again with a smile and laughed. Alright, Elder Wang. Next it will be another hard work for you. These 3 insect race corpses. Just like those mutated hounds, I want a complete insect race corpse to study. Also, if possible, I need the most advanced genetic equipment in the world, as well as tons of books and literature on genetics. You're not going to start student life genetic engineering from scratch, are you? Wang Weiman was shocked. As far as he knew, Chu Yang had indeed not studied genetic knowledge before this. The reason why he had invited Chu Yang over, it was also because he wanted to see if his attainments in scientific research would be able to research other weapons against the insect race. Or rather, find another way to upgrade the second-generation nano-battle armor, not to mention mass production. At the very least, the manufacturing speed of the nano-battle armor should be accelerated. Early on, let Huaxia have a whole establishment of mecha battle regiments, to resist the future invasion of the insect race. Chu Yang smiled. What's wrong with that? Isn't it a bit too rushed? Wang Weiman was a little hesitant. If this whole thing with the insect race hadn't appeared, Chu Yang had given up his research in mechanical engineering and switched to the technology in life genetic engineering. He also felt that it was not impossible. But now, Chu Yang had no foundation in genetics, so he jumped headlong into the field of life genes. He had some no idea in his heart. Chu Yang smiled. Have you ever held the National Scholar Medal? Wang Weiman shook his head. No. How old are you? 78 years old. How old am I? I remember it was this year for my 20th birthday. Who researched the 1 nanometer photolithography machine? You. After Wang Weiman finished answering Chu Yang's last question, he immediately felt a little puzzled. This asking about the East and the West. What's the situation? Old man, I know that you brats are young and talented, but there's no need to show off like this. My old man is fine. How can you let those 30-something researchers next to you who still don't have any research results live? Take a block of tofu and hit the dead? Chu Yang smiled. So yeah, you old man, don't worry about me. Within a year, I will definitely find a way to drum up something. The end of science is metaphysics. This was indeed not a false statement. After basic science had been raised to the extreme and all living things couldn't find a way to raise themselves, they would begin to study the mysteries of genetics. Once upon a time, when he saw the information about the super god genes, Chu Yang still felt that these things were too far away from him. Unexpectedly, now, it was time to dive in head first and start studying these things. It was also considered to be the time and destiny. After saying those words, Chu Yang turned around and prepared to leave. Wang Weiman called out to him, "Where are you preparing to go?" Chu Yang didn't look back. "Back to school. If time is not too late, I can still have dinner with my girlfriend." The corner of Wang Weiman's mouth twitched. This brat, getting more and more out of shape. Immediately afterward, Wang Weiman looked at the surrounding group of researchers and said, "Did you all understand what we just chatted about?" Understood what? These researchers were a little confused. "I'll solve the Life Gene Laboratory in Beijing University. The equipment problem, your various laboratories are either to put together or to buy again. All the relevant equipment. All send me a set of the best to the laboratory in Beijing University." Some researchers were not convinced. Wang Lao, academician Chu does have the ability in scientific research, but the technology in the field of genetics he has not been in contact with. You are so directly favor his side. You are not afraid of our laboratory researchers to have a mood? They had all signed a high-level confidentiality agreement when they came here, so they also had a certain understanding of Chu Yang's identity. But even so, mechanical engineering and life gene engineering, that was a field that couldn't even be hit by 8 poles. Chu Yang was really able to research something? Wang Weiman blew out his beard in anger. "Have you guys ever taken the National Scholar Medal?" The crowd shook their heads. "No." "Then no." Wang Weiman bristled. "Alright, this matter is settled." After saying that, Wang Weiman was also ready to leave. However, when walking to the entrance of the lab, he looked back at the several insect corpses inside the lab. If this stuff was powdered and mixed into fertilizer or something, the things that were planted, could it be tasty? After returning to the school, Chu Yang came to the entrance of the girls' dormitory with a bouquet of flowers in his hand. In an instant, it attracted the attention of a bunch of girls around. Shortly after that, Lin Qingxue playfully walked from inside the dormitory building to Chu Yang. The long skirt of the daytime had been replaced with a casual white short tee, and a head of long, black, oily hair was casually scattered over her shoulders, showing her youthful appearance. "Nah, for you." Chu Yang smiled and handed the bouquet of flowers that he had hidden behind himself to Lin Qingxue's face. Lin Qingxue laughed, quickly took the bouquet handed over from Chu Yang's hands and said with a smile, "I didn't expect today's comrade Chu Yan to be quite romantic, actually knowing to send flowers, wanting to bribe me. Didn't I say I would bring you flowers last time?" Chu Yang smiled. Baidu said that couples occasionally romanticize each other, helps to enhance the feelings of both sides. After saying that, his voice paused slightly for a few seconds. His eyes slowly stared at Lin Qingxue, "But in my opinion, there's actually nothing romantic about this flower delivery thing. It's only because the flowers were given to you that I feel romantic." Lin Qingxue instantly froze, her face flushed with a blush. This person, what was this person doing? Obviously the two had done more intimate things, but sometimes, one would still blush because of a certain sentence of Chu Yang's. Soon afterward, Lin Qingxue smiled as she held the flowers. "Then, I'll trouble comrade Chu Yang to still wait here for a few minutes. I'll go upstairs to put the flowers down and come back to find you for dinner." Chu Yang nodded. Lin Qingxue smiled faintly, holding the flowers in her hand. She immediately jumped and rushed towards the inside of her dormitory, pushing open the door of the dormitory. Li Qian several people immediately looked at Lin Qingxue in surprise. "Qingxue, aren't you going out to dinner with your boyfriend? How come this just went out and came back? He stood you up again?" "That's not true." Lin Qingxue smiled smugly. From the balcony of her dormitory, she looked for an empty glass vase. After placing the bouquet of flowers sent by Chu Yang inside the vase and watering it with some water, then he placed the vase on his desk. "Qingxue, you won't forgive him for letting you off the hook during the day just because of this bouquet of flowers, right?" Li Chen. A few people were a bit surprised up. They all knew about this matter of Chu Yang releasing Lin Qingxue's pigeon during the daytime. "I wasn't angry in the first place. Talk about forgiveness." Lin Qingxue's face was full of happiness and said, "It's just that my Mr. Chu had something to do today. That's why he didn't go. It doesn't matter anyway. It's just to go to the amusement park. The future is so long. We still have plenty of time to go." After saying this, Lin Qingxue then hurriedly looked at a few people again. "Well, I won't chat more with you group of single dogs. He is still waiting for me to go to dinner together below." Li Qian. Several people. "So, you came back just because you were afraid that we wouldn't be able to eat enough for dinner later. So you came over first and stuffed us with a mouthful of dog food, right? Single dogs don't have human rights anymore? Excessive. It's really too much. Lin Qingxue laughed and walked to the dormitory door. After walking in front of Chu Yang, she directly took Chu Yang's hand and said with a smile, "Alright, let's go. Tonight I want to eat crayfish. Today looks quite happy. What good things happened? Say it to have fun together." Chu Yang laughed. "Not telling you." Slightly. Lin Qingxue playfully made a funny face towards Chu Yang, then she held his hand and quickly walked towards the front. What she was happy about was actually not the matter of Chu Yang sending her flowers. It was only because, last time, she casually said a sentence. Chu Yang, however, clearly remembered it in his heart. This feeling of being remembered in one's heart was great. Soon, the two came to the crayfish store outside the school gates. Chu Yang looked at the large pot of spicy crawfish that the waiter sent up and curiously asked, "Why did you suddenly think of eating crawfish today?" Lin Qingxue immediately spoke up. "When I was watching the drama in the dormitory today, I saw the hero and heroine eating lobster, so I kind of wanted to eat it too. Then you can eat it openly today." Chu Yang smiled, and after putting on disposable gloves, he started peeling the shrimp. Lin Qingxue also put on her gloves and quickly picked up a crayfish and peeled it. However, it didn't take long to start peeling it. Lin Qingxue suddenly looked up at Chu Yang and laughed. "Can you help me run my hair behind my ears? These strands of hair are just too troublesome. They are always floating around." Lin Qingxue even shook the gloves she carried on both her hands towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang nodded slightly, removed the disposable gloves on his hands, and after wiping the butter that had penetrated inside the gloves with a paper towel, he walked directly in front of Lin Qingxue, and gently smoothed out all of her head full of hair, and put it behind his head. At this time, Lin Qingxue suddenly looked up. "Open your mouth." Chu Yang froze for a moment. Before he could react, Lin Qingxue handed a peeled shrimp tail in her hand to Chu Yang's mouth, blinking her lovely eyes and smiling. "Mr. Chu, thank you." Chu Yang sluggishly ate the lobster tail at the edge of his mouth. Inexplicably, he felt his cheeks slightly dry up. Was this himself being teased? But this wasn't over yet. Waiting for Chu Yang to sit back down on his seat, he was still recalling the appearance of Lin Qingxue, who had just fed herself. Lin Qingxue suddenly smiled again and said towards him, "Was that lobster delicious just now?" Chu Yang was stunned again. Looking at Lin Qingxue's smiling appearance in front of him, he instantly became somewhat overwhelmed and said, quite delicious." Seeing this scene, Lin Qingxue immediately laughed in triumph. The counter tease was successful. Very quickly, more than an hour passed. Both Chu Yang and Lin Qingxue had a thick layer of lobster shells piled up in front of them, but the only thing that was a little different was, the lobster shells in front of Lin Qingxue were simply piled up, while in front of Chu Yang's eyes, the lobster shells had been used to gradually pile up a model of one of the insect corpses that he had seen inside the lab today. Shelling the last lobster in his hand, after passing the shrimp tail in front of Lin Qingxue for her to finish eating, Chu Yang then removed the head of that lobster shell in his hand and gently placed it on the head of the insect race corpse model, replenishing the last piece of gap. Up to this point, a complete insect race model was built by Chu Yang. Is this the crawfish alien version? Looking at the crayfish shells that Chu Yang had piled up, Lin Qingxue immediately smiled curiously. There's one thing to say, if there was really such a large crayfish, one would be able to eat until it was full. It was now the end of September, close to October. The meat of the crayfish in this period was all lean and faggy, and the texture was still a bit different than the flavor of the crayfish in May or June. Isn't the Australian dragon this big? Chu Yang laughed. That's different. Lin Qingxue shook her head. How expensive is Australian dragon? It's better to eat crayfish. Immediately after that, she looked at this model in front of Chu Yang and laughed. You said that if this lobster shell model that you built out is buried inside the ground, and people archaeologically come out 100 years from now, this is definitely another top-notch discovery. Lin Qingxue circled around again, discovering that all the other desktops were a bunch of lobster shells randomly piled together. Just Chu Yang was exceptionally different. After looking at it, she smiled and gave a thumbs up towards Chu Yang. It's still you. This lobster is hard for you to eat, like we can't afford it. After saying that, Lin Qingxue took out a piece of toilet paper on the table and wiped her mouth. She continued to look at Chu Yang and asked, "Right, I just forgot to ask you, are things over there busy? Have the problems been solved?" Chu Yang nodded slightly. For the time being, there shouldn't be any major problems. He took another look at the insect race models piled out on the table, and then associating it with what Lin Qingxue had just said, he suddenly couldn't help but smile again. If nothing goes wrong, in the future, on our table, we'll have another home-cooked dish. Lin Qingxue got curious. Was the Chinese Academy of Sciences still responsible for developing new dishes? Chu Yang seemed to have thought of a certain possibility in the future, and spoke, "Just wait. At that time, if it's researched out, I'll definitely get a little bit of it out for you to taste." In case it is researched out and this thing is really edible. In the future it will be the territory of Huaxia, where insect races are banned. He didn't doubt for a second the superb appetite of Chinese foodies or the top talent of Chinese chefs. The crayfish on the table in front of him, wasn't it the one that appeared as an invasive species in China in the first place, caused the people at the time a headache, but later was found to be able to eat? Finally can not only mix to only rely on artificial breeding to maintain the survival of the race? The future of the insect race may not be unable to walk the old road of crayfish. Of course, the premise is, have to first determine that this thing can really eat. After eating, the two didn't wander around outside. After re-shouting to the store's boss to prepare 4 spicy crawfish to be packed, Chu Yang left inside the lobster store with Lin Qingxue. As for that insect model of his, naturally, Chu Yang was also manually euthanized. Before the new food was researched, the existence of the insect race could not be exposed for the time being. Returning to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Lin Qingxue was reluctant to leave. Lin Qingxue reluctantly turned her head to look at Chu Yang and said, "Then I'll go up first." "Go go go." Chu Yang nodded slightly. However, just as Lin Qingxue turned around and intended to leave, Chu Yang called out to her again. "Wait, there's something I almost forgot to say to you." Lin Qingxue turned back in confusion, walked to Chu Yang, looked up and asked, "Is there anything else?" Chu Yang smiled and rubbed Lin Qingxue's scented hair. "It's not a big deal. It's just that I forgot to tell you. You're the second woman to feed me something. Today is a memorable day." Lin Qingxue immediately glared at Chu Yang in a savory manner. "There are other girls who feed you? Quickly say, who was the first woman who took the initiative to feed you?" "My mom." Chu Yang laughed, slowly came to Lin Qingxue's ear and exhaled a mouthful of hot air. "Feeding is good, but next time, please use your mouth directly." Feeling the hot air blowing past her ear, Lin Qingxue's cheeks whooshed and flushed. Quickly, she took 2 steps back. Looking at Chu Yang in front of her, she stammered a little. You. What's wrong with me?" Chu Yang laughed. "You're playing a hooligan." Lin Qingxue gave Chu Yang a blank look. "Are you talking to other little girls and playing robe like this?" Chu Yang laughed. "What are you talking about? How am I calling this playing a hooligan? Between lovers, isn't this called flirting?" Chu Yang raised his hand again and rubbed Lin Qingxue's small head. Continued. "And even if it's playing hooligan, I'm only playing hooligan in front of you. This kind of thing you don't want to go out and talk nonsense. It's easy to destroy the image of you in front of other people's high and cold school flower." The corner of Lin Qingxue's mouth twitched. "You talk on talking. What's up with that serious nonsense look? Without that kind of worldly desires? Too lazy to care about you. I'm going back to the dormitory." After pouting and glaring at Chu Yang, Lin Qingxue flew back to the dormitory. And on Chu Yang's side, after returning to the dormitory, having just pushed open the door of the dormitory, he heard the voice of Zhang Mingyang shouting, "Crap, brothers, come see, the waves are raging. Crap, there's such a good thing?" Wang Lei was closest to Zhang Mingyang and immediately rushed to his computer. Xu Pengfei also got up from his position and quickly came to Zhang Mingyang's front. "Let me observe and see how big it is." Seeing the 3 heads huddled together, Chu Yang immediately twitched the corners of his mouth. "What are you guys looking at?" Xu Pengfei immediately turned back. After realizing that it was Chu Yang who came back, he immediately laughed badly. Watch and learn. How about it? Do you want to come along?" Chu Yang casually glanced at Zhang Mingyang's computer desktop. Looking at the screen, it should be watching an island anime tomato. In the next second, he coughed slightly. Cough. "I heard old Zhang shouting about the waves. I thought you guys were watching the sea together." The words just fell. Xu Pengfei's trio instantly turned back again and whitened Chu Yang in unison. "Lao San, we're still good friends without pretending. As an adult, you hear the 4 words rough waves and you can actually think of the sea? I don't believe it." But in the end, it was still Zhang Mingyang's words that were more incisive. "Just be honest. Do you want to be together?" Chu Yang pondered a little for a few seconds. It seemed like he really didn't have much experience in this area. How about learning a little? A few minutes later, Xu Pengfei several people then grabbed the bathroom and went to take a shower. Chu Yang took a few deep breaths and sat back to his position. It didn't take long. Lin Qingxue sent over a message. "What time are you going to sleep tonight?" Chu Yang sat in his chair and laughed, quickly replying, "You don't sleep with me. What do you care when I sleep? Dog head. Hey, this violent temper of mine." Lin Qingxue froze. This guy actually still sends dog head now? But immediately after, she laughed badly and quickly replied a message over. "It's still early. While the door ban is not closed, why don't we both go out to sleep together? It doesn't matter if we sleep or not. It's just that I suddenly want to see you take a shower." Seeing this message, in an instant, Chu Yang felt that the flood of power that he had just calmed down was violently agitated again. Old Zhang, you're broken anime. It's harming people. Immediately after that, he returned a message over. I don't think it's a problem. Lin Xingxue inside the girls' dormitory laughed and replied back, but I carefully thought about it. I'd better forget about it. It's a big night. I'm afraid you'll mess up. Xu Yan was slightly stunned. My goodness, aren't you torturing people? Moreover, this little nymph of yours actually doubted her character? After thinking for a few seconds, he then smiled and slowly returned. Believe me, I won't be messing around. I usually come with a plan. A few days later, National Day holiday. 7 days of vacation. Lin Xingxue did not intend to stay in school this time, and was ready to go home and rest for a few days. As for Chu Yang, he stayed at school, accompanied by the truckloads of precise biological instruments transported over by the military department. On the second floor of the laboratory where Chu Yang was previously located, a laboratory specializing in the study of life genes was soon formed, and together with these biological instruments, there was also an intact bug race corpse, as well as a mutant hound's corpse. Chu Yang intended to use this 7-day vacation time to properly verify whether this insect race's meat, in the end, could be eaten or not. The first day of the National Day vacation. After sending Lin Xingxue on the plane home, Chu Yang took a taxi back to the school alone. Inside the laboratory, the insect race corpse was honestly placed to the side. The composition of the liquid that soaked the insect race corpse inside the transparent glass jar was also analyzed. It was a specially made nutrient liquid. It could ensure that the insect corpses would not decay, as well as maintain a stable blood state within the insect corpses. That's right, it's blood stabilization. On the surface, these bugs are already dead. However, perhaps due to the ice ceiling, these insect corpses were particularly fresh. The blood in the bodies of these bugs, even though it had lost its activity, still retained some of the genetic characteristics of the bugs. This was also the reason why those researchers studying the insect race had chosen to directly draw out the blood of the insect race and inject it into the bodies of ordinary hounds, which was able to lead to the mutation of these hounds. The bug race genes themselves were higher than the hound race genes, under the powerful destructive force of the bug race genes. As long as their life genes still possessed a drop of genetic coding, they would be able to quickly break through the entire genetic chain of ordinary hounds and then remodel them. Or, they could directly take over the body of an ordinary hound and carry out a genetic level takeover. Within a short period of time, he would not touch the blood in this insect body, because there are only 3 insect corpses found in the country. If they were to be used for experiments, they would be used less than once. These days he had been learning about genetics in the Eternal Knowledge Treasury. When he felt that he could truly study the insect race genes, then he would consider the issue of moving the insect race blood. Currently, this entire mutant hound was enough for him to study for quite some time. The first thing to do was to conduct a virus test under ordinary matter. Regardless of whether it was the insect race corpse or the mutated hound, it was all covered in treasure. If he didn't study them properly, he was really sorry for the special species genes in their bodies. The mutant hound's corpse was stored inside the freezer. After coming inside the freezer, in Chu Yang's hands soon crawled with densely packed nanobots. Eventually, the mecha covered Chu Yang's palm, and in his palm, a nanoscalpel also appeared. Using the sharpness of the nanoscale scalpel, coupled with the power boost that came with the arm of the mech, Chu Yang was able to cut off a small piece of meat from the mutant hound's body. After cutting the meat off, Chu Yang then returned to the laboratory, placed the meat in the testing instrument and began to conduct toxicology testing. It waited until 3 hours later. The toxicology testing ended. In the mutated hound's meat tissue, apart from detecting a small amount of parasites with trace amounts of toxins, it did not carry any deadly toxins. Seeing this result, Chu Yang's eyes instantly lit up. This thing wasn't poisonous? That means, it can be eaten? However, Chu Yang did not have the audacity to boldly eat the meat of this mutated hound that had been infected by the insect race's genes after just going through an ordinary toxicology test. He still needed to do experiments. He then ran to the freezing room and cut out a large piece of meat from the mutant hound's body, and then steamed, boiled, as well as various meat samples at the raw meat level, 3% cooked level, and 7% cooked level. After that, Chu Yang came to the laboratory where the mice were kept. In front of him there was a cage made of alloy, and on the surface of the cage, enough nanomaterials needed to form a set of nano battle armor were used to wrap the whole body, ensuring the sturdiness of the cage. And inside the cage, there were a few cute and cuddly mice, directly opening the cage to feed. After putting these different degrees of mutant hound meat into the mice's rice bowl, soon after, the mutant hound meat was cooked and emitted a special aroma that quickly attracted the attention of the mice, coupled with the fact that these mice had already been hungry for a few days before they came over. So, when the delicious food appeared in front of them, the mice in the cage immediately started to grab it like crazy. 10 minutes after all the mice finished eating, Chu Yang took a notebook and started recording. First was number 1, the mouse that ate raw meat. After eating it, the behavior of the mice immediately became manic, constantly jumping up and down inside the cage. Then came no. 2, the boiled meat-eating mouse. Nothing happened after eating it, it was still very quiet, but it seemed to have a lot more energy. Next were the rest of the mice. As long as the meat was cooked, these mice didn't have much of a problem after eating it. And the half-cooked meat. All showed different degrees of changes within 10 to 20 minutes after being used. The mice that ate the raw meat burst blood vessels in their bodies after 15 minutes of mania and died inside the cage. Those who ate the meat of the half-cooked mutant hounds, on the other hand, were much more manic in their behavior, and did not die, but their figures were obviously slightly stronger than before. Seeing this scene, Chu Yang immediately took a needle hole. He was ready to draw the blood of those mice for research. Outward changes were not enough to explain the situation. There was a need to understand their inner genetic problems. Soon, in Chu Yang's hands, he had collected several copies of the mice's blood. The one with the exploded body was even. The reason why mice were able to become the favored objects of many biological laboratories was because the genetic sequences in the body of mice were similar to those in the human body. What mice can't eat, human beings were generally estimated to be unable to eat it as well. After placing these several blood samples inside the instrument for testing genes, there was another period of waiting. Soon, a file of genetic comparison appeared in front of Chu Yang. First was the one that had changed the most. That is, the genes of the mice that ate the 3/4 cooked mice. The strength of its own genes had received an increase of close to 50%. Whether it was the strength of power, or the ability to react in all areas, it had been greatly improved. However, there were also some not-so-small problems. The original gene chain in this little white mouse's body had suffered a serious collapse. That is to say, certain genes of the mouse had suffered some damage after eating the meat of the 3 mature mutated hound. Moreover, most of them were about the nerve-related gene chains. There were even some additional added mutated gene chains in its body. After the system's comparison, there was a high degree of similarity and contrast with a section of the gene sequence in the insect race's gene chain. It was also in terms of nerves. If it continued to eat, this little white mouse would completely inherit the tyrannical character of the insect race even if it wasn't insectized. In the words of a martial arts novel, that would mean that it might go off the rails at the end of its cultivation. Then there was the 7 maturity. The mice that ate the meat of the 7 mature mutated hound. Although the overall genetic aspect didn't receive much enhancement, though accordingly, its own genes didn't suffer much damage. However, there were still some additional genetic sequences that belonged to the characteristics of the insect race. There would still be the problem of temperamental temperament. Lastly, there were the boiled and steamed ones. The mice that ate these 2 types of meat, although the boost they received was not high, but the activity of their own cells got a small boost, especially in terms of the genes that symbolized reproduction as a category. In the area of reproductive ability, it got a not-so-small boost. To use the old Chinese saying, it was also considered to be a supplement for what one eats, but what was still uncertain now was this. Are these genetic enhancements temporary or permanent? If it's permanent, then in the future, the bug race will probably be able to utilize one more application, that is to the direction of healthcare products. Similar to abalone, ginseng and other edible healthcare organisms, the ability to reproduce is enhanced, should be favored by many people. Boys can't stand it if they eat it, girls can't stand it if both sexes eat it. Then it might be, the bed can't take it. To summarize, overall, if it's a cooked chunk of mutant hound meat, after eating it, not only was it able to raise the genetic strength of the mice by a small margin, but it also eliminated the appearance of side effects. This was definitely a huge piece of favorable news. After testing these problems, Chu Yang then began to look at the second set of experiments. But at this moment, he quickly summoned the nano battle armor. With his entire body covered by the nano battle armor, it was only then that he drew out less than 1 milliliter of insect blood from amongst that insect corpse. Finally, he walked over to the side of a bio-farming pool. There were quite a few freshwater, as well as seawater side creatures raised in it. After picking out a crayfish from it, Chu Yang first directly injected this faint insect race blood into the crayfish. It was almost as fast as the naked eye could see. The size of this crayfish grasped in his hand, although it didn't seem to have changed much on the surface. However, Chu Yang was also able to clearly feel that the weight of the crayfish in his hand was becoming smaller through the perception ability of the nanomech. Next, Chu Yang then directly threw this crayfish inside a special metal cage. Then, he directly threw this metal cage directly and casually into another empty biological breeding pool. After dropping the lobster, Chu Yang then took out a large piece of pork from the refrigerator stuffed with all kinds of meat inside the lab. Using the mech, he continuously cut it into small pieces of meat. Finally, These pieces of meat were slowly thrown into the metal cage that held the mutant crayfish. Seeing the appearance of meat, the mutant lobster injected with insect blood immediately stirred up. While rapidly devouring the pieces of meat thrown down by Chu Yang, its body shape also quickly changed. First, it went through a preliminary molting. The layer of shell on the surface of the body that bound the growth of its limbs directly softened and was quickly shed by it, and molt down the shell. This mutated lobster also did not waste. All was stuffed into its mouth and eaten. At the same time, after molting the shell, the mutated lobster, body size in a short period of time, also from the palm size, directly grew into the size of an adult's face. The black carapace grew back on top of the already sturdy shell. It was even covered with a variety of sharp barbs, and its originally tiny mouthparts also instantly expanded in this instant. The two tentacles on its head even directly turned into two hard and sharp spikes. And after that, because the evolutionary energy required by the crayfish itself was small, plus Chu Yang's constant feeding, in just 10 minutes or so, the mutated lobster in front of his eyes had turned from the size of an adult's face into a miniature monster again. The overall size was already more than twice the size of an adult's face. Even, aside from the pair of huge double pincers that the lobster itself possessed, as well as the basic appearance of a lobster shrimp tail, other aspects, resembling the likeness of the insectoid corpse that was contained in a glass tube inside the lab. Correspondingly, its temperament also became extraordinarily violent. He was even trying to use his powerful pincers to break the special metal cage that held him. However, in the end, the special metal cage made by Chu Yang and covered with nanomaterials was superior. It deadlocked this mutant lobster within it. Seeing this scene, Chu Yang directly wore a nanomech and used a special needle, wanting to pierce through the skin of the mutant lobster, drawing blood from it to use to study whether this little lobster had been completely insectized. However, as the needle pierced into the lobster's shell, the genetically strengthened mutant lobster's shell had long since hardened. How to stab it could not be stabbed in. In the end, Chu Yan was really helpless. Reaching out, he opened the special metal cage. Before this lobster could escape, with the palm covering the mech, he ruthlessly grabbed this mutant lobster into his hands. Subsequently, Chu Yang then grabbed this mutant lobster and came to the experimental dissection table. Silver light flashed in his hand. A green blood instantly splashed out from the lobster's head. The huge lobster head fell directly in front of Chu Yang. This mutated lobster was still trying to struggle a bit. However, because it was separated from its body and head, the mutant lobster that had lost control of its brain, without the control of the nervous system, it immediately lost its mobility. Seeing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but helplessly skim his mouth. Can't you cooperate with me properly to complete the research? Do you want me to send you to the King of Hell with a single cut? Another little bit of insect blood sample was wasted. Bad luck. The 7 days of National Day vacation flew by, because the dormitory roommates also went home. These days inside the time, Chu Yang basically did not go out of the laboratory. Eat, drink and shit are in the laboratory building on the solution. However, under this kind of intense dedication, the research results obtained were also very good. At the moment, the so-called Life Gene Laboratory had been transformed by Chu Yang into a giant mutant crayfish farm. Inside a certain room in the laboratory, in the center of the room, it possessed a mutant lobster breeding pool that was close to 100 square meters. For the sake of security effects, at the four corners of the lobster pool, Chu Yang also prepared 4 sets of primordial white tiger battle armor to honestly guard inside the laboratory. It was to prevent the mutated lobsters within the mutated lobster pool from showing signs of escaping. Wang Weiman walked to the side of the mutant lobster breeding pool, looking incredulously at the mutant lobster pool in front of him, a huge lobster. Turning his head to look at Chu Yang, he asked, "Xiao Chua, these are the major research results that you just gave me on the phone this morning?" Early this morning, Chu Yang had happily called him over to visit his research results. He had originally thought that it was some kind of genetic breakthrough. He didn't expect Chu Yang to actually give him a whole pool of mutated lobsters. This individual lobster was close to the size of a soccer ball, covered in a sophisticated shell, with 2 large pincers flaunting, looking even bluffing. Elder Wang. Chu Yang looked at Wang Weiman and smiled. "Haven't you noticed that this pool of mutated lobsters is very quiet?" Wang Weiman was slightly stunned, and then incredulously looked inside the mutant lobster pool, the gentle and incomparable mutant lobster, and asked in surprise, "How did this happen?" The appearance of the mutated hound was something he had seen before. The character was ferocious and violent, and these mutant lobsters inside the pool in front of him were all peacefully and quietly constantly swimming inside the pool. They looked energetic, yet it seemed as if they did not have any out-of-the-ordinary behavior. Chu Yang smiled. "After my preliminary tests earlier, the meat of the insect race itself contains very sufficient nutrients, and after consuming it, it can even achieve the effect of strengthening the human body." Speaking of this, Chu Yang smiled proudly. so I used the genetic coding technique to transform the blood drawn from within the insect race's corpses, genetically, eliminating the gene fragments in their gene sequences regarding infinite split evolution, as well as the gene sequences that control their thinking and actions, the violent aspects. With this modified insect genes, fused with the genes of the crayfish, regenetically modified this special mutant lobster. These mutant crayfish have perfectly inherited some of the characteristics of the insect race, such as fast growth speed, larger body size, etc. And the meat itself is extremely fatty, and also has the ability to strengthen the genetic strength of the human body. The corner of Wang Weiman's mouth twitched. I originally thought that what you said in the lab before was a joke. I didn't expect you to actually start researching how to eat bugs directly, and the speed of the research is also too fast, right? It's only been a week's time, so you've gotten it out? Compared to Chu Yang's research speed, the Chinese Academy of Sciences of other researchers of the scientific research speed, really some pull crotch. Of course, what Wang Weiman didn't know was that the eternal treasury of knowledge's technology on the genes of life was many cosmic civilizations ahead of Earth's technology, but it was just a little bit of learning to the skin. It was enough to make Chu Yang's level in the field of genetic modification far surpass the current Earth's most powerful life gene modification scholars. After taking a deep breath, Wang Weiman then quickly asked, "Then, how long is the cycle time for rearing these mutated crayfish?" The rearing cycle time of the unusual crayfish was about 3 to 4 months. The rearing cycle after the transformation shouldn't be too slow, right? Chu Yang nodded his head and said, "As long as one feeds properly in terms of feeding, regardless of any season or time, within an hour, one can feed these mutated crayfish, from pups all the way to the mature stage, and within 2 hours, one will be able to send them directly to the dinner table." And then, after a slight pause of a few seconds, Chu Yang then continued, "As for the reproduction cycle, after incorporating the insect genes into the crayfish itself has lost its ability to reproduce, and at the moment, those who are able to reproduce are only the extraordinarily large-sized mutant lobster in the center of the pool, or rather, it can be called the mother nest of the mutated crayfish. The probability of production is 1 in hundreds of millions. This only mother nest is still a product that I finally created through the directional gene mutation technique, using the gamma rays within the laboratory to shine for 5 whole days, and killing hundreds of mutated crayfish." After saying that, Chu Yang then smiled and looked at Wang Weiman and said, "Therefore, Elder Wang, within a short period of time, we actually don't need to worry about the problem of the insect race invasion. The insect race has a strong reproduction ability, yet only the mother nest possesses the ability to reproduce, and the rest of the insect race doesn't have the ability to reproduce at all. So, even if the bug race still exists on Earth, in the absence of the mother nest appearing, these insect races would not be able to make any waves." Chu Yang was aware of that. None of these bug race pups that still remained between universes were bug race mother nests. This was because the insect mother nests themselves belonged to the top existence of the insect race. Only when the genetic evolution had reached an extremely high level would there be a chance for an ordinary insect race to evolve into an insect race mother nest. Or rather, a bug mother's nest required a massive amount of resources to pile up. Even at the peak of the bug race, there were only 100 or so bug mother nests. All the others were just pups produced by the mother nests. In other words, even with all of Earth's resources, it might not be possible to raise a single insect race's mother nest. And without a mother nest, the insect race, on Earth, it was definitely considered an endangered animal. The mutant crayfish mother nest that he had created with gamma rays was, in a sense, not even a low-cost version of a bug race mother nest. The mutant lobsters that were bred. The mutant lobster has already lost the most important ability of infinite division and evolution within the insect race's genes. At most, it was just a production base for mutant lobsters. Wang Weiman pondered for a few seconds before speaking. That is to say, even if there are still bug races appearing on Earth, they don't have any reproduction ability other than mutating through blood infection? Chu Yang nodded slightly. That's what it means. What could be determined now was, the total amount of genes that the bug race possessed on Earth was constant. Even if they could convert other creatures into bug race through their blood, the creatures converted were also limited, and far less terrifying than direct reproduction. By the time these bug races could truly pose a threat to all of humanity, it would take 3 to 5 years at the earliest, and within that 3 to 5 years, Chu Yan was completely confident that he would be able to raise China's national defense strength to a terrifying degree. He even had some expectations. Inside the future time, he continuously utilized the insect genes to transform mutated plants and animals that were suitable for human consumption, while subconsciously upgrading the physical quality of humans. He vigorously developed all kinds of black technology weapons. Even slowly the people of China used to some daily items, such as kitchen knives, hose and the like, to carry out basic reinforcement. Wait until those hidden in the darkness of the insect race appeared. Already accustomed to the bugs as food, Chinese foodies will carry a hoe, chasing those bugs to run, catch one. Then they could consider whether to go home at night and eat it fried or boiled. How about it? Want to try the flavor? Xu Yang looked at Wang Weiman and smiled. It's just about noon now. I prepared the spicy, garlic, and 13 spice-flavored mutant crayfish before you came over. You prepared it long ago? Wang Weiman froze again. Can this stuff really be eaten? Indeed it can. Xu Yang nodded slightly. I've already gone through many experiments. As long as it's not eaten raw, it's basically not a big problem. What if it's eaten raw? Wang Weiman asked. Currently it is not recommended to eat it raw. Xu Yang spoke directly. Even if it is a modified gene, when the physical quality has not reached a certain level, with the current genes of humans, they simply cannot withstand the assimilation effect of the insect genes, and after eating it, they can easily be infected by the insect genes, and there may be the possibility of mutation, and there is a high probability that they will not be able to procreate. This was just like Lei Zhenzi in the feudal gods romance. After eating the fruit of immortality, although his strength was greatly enhanced, he had 2 wings on his back. In fact, the principle was probably similar. If you want to put it that way, then it's better not to eat it raw. Wang Weiman's face stagnated. Then he smiled again and asked Xu Yang, Little Chua, the enhancement of the human body's genetic strength that you just mentioned, is it a multifaceted enhancement? Or is it only enhanced in certain aspects? Omnidirectional. Xu Yang nodded his head, a playful smile gradually growing in his eyes. Of course the effect of certain aspects may be a little stronger, but exactly which aspect? After eating it, you will be able to experience it. Wang Weiman was a bit expectant. Then try it? Try it. Soon, Wang Weiman and Xu Yang arrived inside the laboratory. A huge oven was placed inside. On each layer of the oven, Xu Yang placed different flavors of mutated lobster meat. Soon, Xu Yang turned on the electric oven. The nano battle armor that was prepared along with him directly covered his palms, and effortlessly, Xu Yang was able to bring out the mutant lobster in it. In an instant, the scent of lobster wafted inside the laboratory. Good guy. Looking at the mutant lobster that was about the same size as the Australopithecus, Wang Weiman rubbed his palms together and his mouth was about to water. It's the first time in my life that an old man has eaten such a big lobster. Help yourself. Xu Yang didn't care about Wang Weiman. After placing the finished mutated lobster on the experimental table, he directly removed the nano battle armor and beautifully started to eat it. Wasn't this more satisfying than eating that dinky-sized crayfish? Half an hour later, both Wang Weiman and Xu Yang were lying comfortably inside the laboratory. Xu Yang drank a cold cola while looking at the red-faced Wang Weiman next to him and laughed. Elder Wang, how does it feel about the flavor? Wang Weiman shook his head. The taste of this meat is not bad, but your kid's cooking skills are not good. After saying that, Wang Weiman directly burped. Xu Yang forced himself not to laugh. How is it? How does it feel? Wang Weiman began to think carefully. The food is quite full, and the inside of the body is all hot. Saying that, Wang Weiman laughed again. This feeling rather gives me a feeling of having returned to 10 years ago. He now finally understood the one that Xu Yang had said, that certain aspects might be a little stronger. It was those aspects that he was referring to. Immediately after that, he then looked at Xu Yang again and asked, this thing, can it be promoted in the military department? The effect of these mutated lobster meat could indeed be possible. On the surface, although it couldn't be seen as anything, but after eating it, it did make an old man like him feel energized. This was definitely good stuff. Of course. Xu Yang nodded slightly. However, the current reproduction rate of the mutant lobster mother nest, the limit of my prediction, is only about 10,000, and there are still a lot of resources to be invested in feeding it, so it is a bit unrealistic to promote it throughout the entire army. After laughing, Xu Yang then continued, however, I think that we can separately circle a demonstrative military department out, and then go and promote the mutant lobster meat, trying to get them to eat it for a month to see the effect. The mutated lobster meat was still just the first step. In the follow-up, he could even transform mutated chicken meat, pork, and so on. A small amount of consumption would not actually enhance the strength too much, but if consumed on a continuous basis. According to the research data obtained from the mice, after consuming fully cooked mutated hound meat for 7 consecutive days, the overall strength of these mice had increased by more than 2 to 3 times. Even after humans consumed it, the effect would be greatly reduced. However, as long as they persisted, doubling their physical strength was definitely just a matter of time. Thinking of these, Xu Yang continued to smile. Subsequently, if the output is stabilized, we can establish a complete mutant-like creature breeding base, responsible for exporting the meat of these mutant creatures to the entire army, and even to the entire population. greatly enhancing the overall quality of our nationals. The physical quality of Chinese people was not the top in the world, but wait until after the entire population consumes the meat of these mutant creatures. In less than 10 years, perhaps the physical quality of the children born in the future would already have to far exceed the current physical quality of humans. Wang Weiman hesitated. Xiao Chu, is it a bit improper to promote this thing across the entire population? Scientific research had no borders. Scientists still had national boundaries. He was still a little selfish. If it was possible, a single benefit to the people of China he felt was enough. However, once the entire population is promoted, this idea is absolutely unrealistic. There were also quite a few foreigners within the territory of Huaxia. I know what you are worried about. Chu Yang smiled. I've already carried out a directed gene setting. The gene strengthening effect within these mutated lobster meat, after using it, will only target purebred Chinese people's bloodline, and will not be effective on foreigners. The genes of different races were different. Even if they were the same human, the genes of the races were all different. That was why he had thought of this link when he re-gene coded the crayfish. One day, he would make the Chinese race, everyone like a dragon. As for other countries, do what you like. That's fine. Wang Weiman smiled, and felt some kind of dry impulse in his body again. Quickly smiled towards Chu Yang. That's fine. That's it for today. I'll push forward with the cooperation with the military department. I suddenly remembered that the clothes inside my home's washing machine haven't been dried yet. I need to go home first. Chu Yang smiled. Go go go. Wang Weiman immediately turned around. He waited until Wang Weiman left the laboratory. Chu Yang quickly took a deep breath and prepared to go back to the dormitory to take a cold bath. This thing, you can't have too much of it. However, just when he had just returned to the dormitory, he received a message from Lin Xingxue on his cell phone. I'm getting ready to go back to school. I haven't seen you for a few days. Did you miss me? Chu Yang's eyes lit up. How long will it take to get there? I'll go to the airport to pick you up. It's really too hot today. How about taking you to eat ice cream cake later? Hot. Lin Xingxue, who had just gotten off the airplane, was a bit puzzled. It now coincided with the impending fall, coupled with the invasion of an external cold front. Where was it hot? In the end, Lin Xingxue didn't ask Chu Yang to pick him up at the airport anymore, and made an appointment to meet in front of the school. After putting down his cell phone, Chu Yang changed his clothes and ran to the independent bathroom on the balcony, turned on the faucet, and began to frantically give himself a cool shower. After 10 minutes or so, when he came out from inside the bathroom, the entire person was finally calm. Half an hour later, the school entrance of the capital university. Lin Xingxue stood in the same position that Chu Yang had stood in when he first came to Beijing University. Carrying a large suitcase in her hand, her gaze began to look around, her eyes taking on a few puzzled colors. Chu Yang had clearly said that he would come to pick her up at the entrance of the school. As a result, she had arrived a few minutes ago, and Chu Yang had not yet come over. However, just as she was planning to take out her cell phone and send a message to Chu Yang, a pair of large, thick hands suddenly blindfolded her eyes. Lin Xingxue immediately screamed out in shock. The next second, Chu Yang's slightly low, but magnetic voice appeared in her ears. Don't move. I'm the heart stealer thief. You're just too cute looking. Hurry up and stretch your hand out for me to hold. In a flash, after hearing Chu Yang's voice and smelling that unique flavor on his body, Lin Xingxue's body that was originally a little stiff relaxed. Nor did she use her hands to grab open Chu Yang's eyes that were blindfolding her hands. Instead, she made a flexible turn and clasped her hands tightly around Chu Yang, cackling triumphantly at the side of her mouth. Now that you're surrounded by me, put down your weapon immediately and surrender to me. I surrender. I surrender. Chu Yang smiled and lowered his hands. After seeing the light again, looking at Chu Yang in front of her who hadn't seen her for a few days, Lin Xingxue smiled even more happily. Haven't seen you for a few days. Did you miss me? Missed? Chu Yang nodded slightly. How much do you miss? Chu Yang pondered slightly for a few seconds, then turned to smile slowly. When I was sending you to the airport, watching your back disappear in front of my eyes while I had to take a taxi back to school, I've been thinking about when we can go back to our home together. Lin Xingxue's cheeks blushed slightly. I just asked you how much you missed me. Why did you bring this up? Can we still talk properly? This is just how long we've been together. You're actually thinking of abducting me home? After saying that, she gave Chu Yang another blank look. Let me tell you, if you want to take me home, you still have to get past my parents. They are very hard to handle. Lin Xingxue playfully laughed. And it's a good thing that you just spoke up. Otherwise, I would have been ready to directly give you an over-the-shoulder fall. Over-the-shoulder drop? The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. When did you know this? This kind of thing that required force value. How could one look at it? It was somewhat incompatible with Lin Xingxue. Moreover, it seemed like she hadn't learned sparring or anything like that before. Lin Qingxue smiled smugly. There's a lot you don't know. The year I graduated from high school, my dad was afraid that if I came to the capital alone, I'd be bullied if I wasn't familiar with the area. So he enrolled me in a sparring class and let me learn sparring for a summer vacation. And this beautiful girl happens to be gifted, and now has a strong force value. You may not be able to beat others, but it's still enough to beat you. A handsome little man who looks like a gentleman. After saying that, she also demonstratively lit up the small muscles on her hands towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang laughed. So that means the body flexibility is also good? Average. Lin Qingxue nodded, then laughed with a smug smile. I can barely do a zigzag, lower back and so on. Chu Yang laughed evilly. Enough is enough. There's no need for too difficult poses. What do you mean by that? Lin Qingxue looked at Chu Yang's weird smile, and in her heart, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. This smile looked and felt a little nasty. However, she was also considered to have been nurtured by her dormitory roommates. One by one, although they were all emotionally single dogs, their theoretical knowledge was absolutely full of points, especially when opening a cavity with color. That bold feeling was as if there were no more boys inside the school that they cared about. After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Qingxue understood. Her pretty face swished red and cut Chu Yang viciously, pouting. Chu Yang, you're this old colorful critic. Chu Yang expression all of a sudden serious up. Hey, this little head of yours is thinking of what how I all of a sudden into the old colorful batch. Words cannot talk nonsense baby. Lin Qingxue with a face full of I don't believe you expression, looked at Chu Yang and asked, the two of us, in the end whose thoughts are impure, actually asking about her body's flexibility. Do you really think that my mother doesn't know what you're playing at? Chu Yang cleared his throat, cough. I just want to correct you. You didn't say some things right. Which ones? Color criticism is color criticism. But, I'm not old. Lin Qingxue, degree. Help! Someone come quickly. There's someone here, he's shameless. Alright, no more fooling around. Chu Yang smiled and let go of Lin Qingxue. After raising his hand and rubbing her little head, one hand took her soft white little hand. The other hand picked up the heavy suitcase next to her and slowly led her towards the school. Looking around at the countless students coming and going with their suitcases returning to school, Chu Yang smiled again and turned his head to look at Lin Qingxue and asked, how are you doing at home these days? Not bad. Lin Qingxue nodded her head obediently, and then smiled towards Chu Yang. The first day at home comfortably slept all day. The second day accompanied my mom to go shopping, and also went to one of the hot pot restaurants we ate in high school to eat a hot pot. But it might be that the owner has changed, and it doesn't taste as good as it used to. And then the third day, crackling all the way. Lin Qingxue then told Chu Yang all the things she did when she was at home during the National Day vacation. Chu Yang listened quietly without saying a word. When Lin Qingxue finished, she realized that Chu Yang next to her didn't say a word, then asked a little nervously, am I saying a little too much? That's probably how it is when you seriously like someone. The biggest fear was that he would become uninteresting, and that he would want to share everything he encountered with him, no matter if it was interesting or boring. You want to cut yourself open and show it to the person you like. His body seemed to be filled with a few phrases. I'm super interesting. I'm very interesting. And just take a look at me. Chu Yang inclined his head and looked at Lin Qingxue and smiled. No, I feel that this is quite good. I do hope that you can share all the things that you do every day with me, no matter if it's interesting or uninteresting. After saying that, after a slight pause of a few seconds, Chu Yang then continued, as long as it's about you, I want to know. Really? Lin Qingxue laughed. Really? Then what have you been doing at school these days? This time Chu Yang didn't think about it. Turning his head, he looked at Lin Qingxue and smiled. Other than being busy in the lab, the rest of the time, I've been pretending that I'm having a good time even when you're not around. Lin Qingxue froze. Her heart thumped and began to beat wildly. A little overwhelmed for a moment, she immediately blushed and looked at Chu Yang and said, so what? This suitcase to me. When I came over, my mom stuffed a lot of things inside my suitcase. It's weirdly heavy. No need. Chu Yang shook his head. You're just a little trash that doesn't deserve to lift heavy things. Lin Qingxue suddenly let out a breath. This time, should I praise you, or should I scold you? A good man. Why does he have such a long mouth? She walked all the way to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Only then did Lin Qingxue take the suitcase in Chu Yang's hand, looked up at him and smiled. Wait at the door. Wait for me to put the suitcase down and bring you strawberries down to eat. Your mom even stuffed strawberries inside your suitcase? The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. That's not true. Lin Qingxue smiled and shook her head. When I went back, my mom went to the fruit store and bought a lot of strawberries. I think they tasted pretty good. They couldn't eat so much at home anyway. So when I went out today, I picked out some big and sweet strawberries just waiting to bring them to school for you to eat. You're really their sweet little cotton pad at. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Waiting, Lin Qingxue laughed, turned around and carried her suitcase towards the inside of the dormitory. In the evening, Chu Yang slowly returned to the dormitory carrying a box of strawberries, as well as a variety of small snacks that he had bought after accompanying Lin Qingxue on a shopping trip outside the school. The dormitory door opened. Chu Pengfei's several people had returned to the dormitory. Seeing Chu Yang, who was carrying a large bag of things in his hand, Zhang Mingyang immediately smiled. Lao San, it's only been a few days since we saw each other. There's no need to be so courteous. Come on, give me the things. I'll take them for you. Chu Yang raised his hand and avoided Zhang Mingyang's attack. After placing the strawberries on his table, he handed the other snacks inside the bag in front of a few people. Eat whatever you want. Strawberries. Don't move. Crap. Why? Zhang Mingyang was a little curious. Chu Yang smiled faintly. This is what the one in my family specially brought over from home for me to eat. Excessive. Chu Pengfei's several people's face instantly odd. Lao San. It's only been a few days since we've seen each other. There's no need to be so doggy. Before we've even eaten dinner, we're stuffing us with dog food? Zhang Mingyang was even huffing. Che, who wants to eat your strawberries? Sour. Absolutely sour. While saying that, his hands were still constantly pulling the snacks inside Chu Yang's bag. At this time, Chu Pengfei laughed. Well, Lao San has also arrived. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat together. It's been almost a week since I ate cafeteria food. Quite miss it. Wang Lei nodded his head heavily. I agree. I also miss the school's food. My mom made that dish. Delicious is delicious. But who can't resist drinking rib soup every day? I've already made up for it. After saying that, Wang Lei looked at Chu Yang and asked, Lao San, you didn't go home for the 7 days of National Day vacation? Chu Yang shook his head. They still don't know which tourist attraction in the country to play. I don't want to disturb their two-person world. Since he was a child, he had an illusion. That was that his parents were definitely true love and himself was an accident. Even the last time he hadn't seen them for 3 years. They came home to accompany themselves to rest together for 2 weeks. These 2 weeks, he was so full of dog food. Soon, the 4 people in the dormitory came inside the cafeteria. After playing the meal and sitting down, this hadn't even taken 2 bites yet. Zhang Mingyang was carrying the dish basin, looking towards the nearby not far away window for beating the rice, frantically picking up the rice, and where his gaze reached, there stood a beautiful young back, wearing a short denim skirt. A pair of straight big white legs directly gave Zhang Mingyang a stare. Chu Pengfei's several people see this immediately helpless up. I go. Old Zhang. You, this is not too lewd a little. Too nasty, right? I am simply appreciating. Zhang Mingyang grubbed his rice while rationalizing. Don't you guys know? Looking at a beautiful woman while eating, that's called downing the meal. When I finish eating this bowl of rice, I'll definitely go over and ask for a WeChat. This back is definitely my dream goddess. Chu Yang's few people immediately laughed. However, very soon, Chu Yang saw Lin Qingxue walking next to that girl. Even Lin Qingxue saw Chu Yang, who was sitting next to her not far away, and waved her hand towards Chu Yang to greet her. Immediately after that, this back figure standing next to Lin Qingxue slowly turned around. In the next second, Zhang Mingyang suddenly coughed. All the rice he had eaten inside his mouth was coughed out by him. Crap, how is it her? Chu Pengfei's few people also looked over. The back figure that turned around was no other than Li Qian. Chu Pengfei's several people laughed playfully. Old Zhang, just now you did not say to go to ask for WeChat. Still go or not? There was a saying. Although Li Qian didn't look particularly pretty standing with Lin Qingxue, it was just a contrast. Single carry out. That is also absolutely 85 points to go up the temperament beauty. Well, under the premise that she doesn't open her mouth to speak. Inside those days of military training, Chu Pengfei's several people can be profoundly seen Li Qian's toughness. What are you afraid of? Zhang Mingyang immediately put down the rice bowl in his hand, quickly picked up the draw paper on the table and wiped his mouth before continuing to speak. It's not just asking for a Weibo. What's there to be wimpy about? Soon, Lin Qingxue and Li Qian, who had finished the meal, walked to Chu Yang in front of several of them, looking at one and all who couldn't hold back their laughter. Lin Qingxue immediately asked towards Chu Yang, what were you guys just chatting about? Laughing so happily? Nothing. Zhang Mingyang shook his head quickly towards Lin Qingxue's few people with a fake smile, then gave Chu Pengfei's few people a deadpan look. Dads, don't mess with me. Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei laughed playfully. Even Zhu Pengfei raised his leg and slightly kicked Chu Yang. After Chu Yang finished eating the rice in his mouth, he raised his head and looked at Chu Pengfei. On his face hung an expression of wanting to be a moon lord. Seeing this, Chu Yang immediately turned his head to look at Lin Qingxue and slowly laughed. Didn't chat about anything. It's just that old Zhang has his eyes on senior sister Li Qian. and is planning to ask for contact information after dinner. Li Qian handed out a puzzled look. Zhang Mingyang instantly went soft on his feet. While avoiding Li Qian's gaze, his head became lower and lower, and lower and lower. In the end, it was almost about to fall onto the table. This wave. Large social death scene. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Mingyang only then gathered courage, and slowly raised his head, viciously glared at a few eyes gloating Chu Yang a few people, face barely squeezed out a smile, towards Li Qian slowly said, "Sister, what you listen to my sophistry? Bah, I mean you listened to my explanation. I just saw your back and thought it looked good." Quite a downer. After saying that, Zhang Mingyang also begged for survival and winked at Li Qian. It's that phrase what came. Really don't blame King Zhou. No. Showy? Yes, it's just showy. Li Qian placed the dinner plate in her hands on the table, slightly moved her hands like a fist pump, coldly looked at Zhang Mingyang and smiled. This big brother. Come on. Repeat your statement. Show and tell? How come I didn't know I had this ability anymore? Zhang Mingyang was first dumbfounded, then suddenly pulled out his cell phone. Hello, Mom, you're pregnant? Great, I'm going to have a brother. I'm coming home right now. After saying that, Zhang Mingyang directly and quickly stood up from his chair and fled the interior of the cafeteria in a desperate manner. The range of movement was huge. Only the legs slightly touched the dining table as he ran, causing it to shake for a moment. The corner of Li Qian's mouth twitched. This is really responding to the country's call. And while Zhang Mingyang was running, Xu Pengfei and Wang Lei both had their chopsticks in their hands. The only one who put them down as Chu Yang spoke. The table casually trembled a few times. The chopsticks that Chu Yang had placed on the dinner plate then rolled straight down to the ground with a crisp ringing sound. Lin Qingshu smilingly handed the chopsticks in her hand to Chu Yang. Use mine. I'll just go to that other pair. Don't. Chu Yang shook his head with a bad smile. Disgusting. What did you say? A few more black lines instantly appeared on Lin Qingshu's forehead. The chopsticks that my mom brought over hadn't even been used by myself yet. Saving you a trip. That's why I let you have the chopsticks. You actually told me that you dislike it? Lin Qingshu's gaze towards Chu Yang suddenly became dangerous. Say that again? Chu Yang's back instantly went cold. He suddenly remembered. The woman in front of him had practiced sparring. Then he dryly coughed a few times and changed his words. Virtuous wife. Virtuous wife. Put. The duo of Xu Pengfei and Wang Lei sitting next to him instantly couldn't help but laugh. Lao San. This is too bottomless for you? You're just going to wimp out? In the future, you will definitely be another bronchitis. Li Qian also covered her mouth and laughed, secretly giving Lin Qingshu a look. Sisters, the husband has the skill. The next day, the vast number of transportation trucks from the Ministry of the Army drove to Kyoto University's School Road. Crap. Brothers, come over and look. What's going on here? Zhang Mingyang, who had only gone to the balcony toilet to let off some water, suddenly looked at the Ministry of War transportation trucks traveling past outside the window, and his expression suddenly became odd. This Nima battle is also too big. They were already not surprised by the military transportation vehicles that drove in the school, but this time wasn't a little bit outrageous. In addition to the several trucks from the Ministry of the Army that were responsible for transportation, there were also several transportation vehicles loaded with loaded special-grade armed police around, and everyone's expression was extremely serious. Making a movie? Wang Lei curiously came over and was immediately shocked after seeing the scene. My Nima! Such a big battle! I can see that even if the TV series is transporting $1 billion in banknotes, it doesn't have such a big stance. Xu Pengfei also curiously came over. Let me see. Let me see. Only Chu Yang, after smiling calmly, also followed the crowd and generally moved over towards the side of a few people. If they didn't know, how could they not know? Last night Wang Weiman had already given him the letter. After all, Beijing University still belongs to the category of universities, even if the lab is surrounded by a lot of people from the General Security Administration and the Ministry of War to guard. But what's inside the lab? That was a mutated lobster that contained the genes of the insect race. Although under Chu Yang's genetic coding technology, these mutant lobsters have become much more docile. However, they themselves are still extremely powerful. That pair of pincers is nothing else. If these mutant lobsters ran out from the lab and casually clapped a student's hand off foot or whatever, a clip constantly, he Wang Weiman this 3 words written upside down. So last night after the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of War after an emergency meeting, has issued a decision. Must be within today. Will these mutant lobster all transfer to the military department temporarily set up a giant farm? And related live experiments, all to be carried out within the scope of the military department. This was still considering Chu Yang's current state. Having just left for 3 years, it seemed inappropriate to ask him to leave for a few more years now. Otherwise, this level of experimentation, not to go to the Desert North area, also have to go to other private military bases for research. If something goes wrong, If something goes wrong, it can easily cause big trouble. Zhang Mingyang looked at this one vehicle, eyes full of envy. This is our school which bullish experts and professors make such a bullish commotion. If let me know who it is, I must directly give him a kowtow too, and then let him take me well. This big brother is also too powerful, right? Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei laughed. Old Zhang, you this idea or first save it. You finance major. People can look at you? This is definitely a national level bull. And still the top kind. However, after saying that, Zhu Pengfei pondered for a few seconds. However, I am also a bit curious. When did a bull like this appear in our school, actually able to cause such a big commotion? Beijing University was the top university in the country. Some of the industry bulls in it were too numerous to count. Even the professors of the law disciplines that they had minored in were still those who had participated in the codification of the code. However, despite this, there had never been a professor so bullish that he was able to directly attract the Ministry of War and make such a big commotion. However, just as Zhu Pengfei was talking while turning back, he saw Chu Yang, who was ready to leave the dormitory after approaching over to take a look, and hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, "Old three, where are you going again?" "Going out to do some errands." Chu Yang smiled back and then directly left the dormitory. Zhang Mingyang's few people looked at each other. A bold idea suddenly appeared in Zhang Mingyang's mind. "You guys say, will Lao San also participate in this research? This guy is all day long secretive, and he has to go out as soon as the car from the military department comes over. There must be a problem in this." Zhu Pengfei laughed. "Old Zhang, you are reading too much science fiction. Lao San is indeed bullish in his studies, I admit. Otherwise it would not be possible to be exempted from all the subjects. But that's a project that is linked to the Ministry of the Army. Can there be anything simple about a project that can be linked to the Ministry of the Army? This level of program, ordinary people like us, I guess we won't have the chance to participate in it for the rest of our lives." Speaking here, Zhu Pengfei pondered a little more for a few seconds and nodded his head. As for Lao San, if he is not from our finance department, but goes to engage in scientific research or something, he might still be able to have a chance in his lifetime. After all, since the opening of Beijing University for so many years, Xu Yang was really the only student he knew of that could attend school at the capital university with the entire department exempted. The surroundings of the laboratory. At this moment, all around the laboratory had been filled with teams of armed special police, their eyes vigilantly observing the movements around them. There were even special drones in the sky that were responsible for surveying the air and sky as well as interfering with satellite signals to ensure the safety and confidentiality of the mutant lobster transportation process. Xu Yang and Wang Weiman stood at the entrance of the laboratory. In front of the duo's eyes also stood Yang Xinghua, who was wearing military department clothing. In order to show that their military department valued this research of Chu Yang's, he had directly put off a planning meeting for an exercise and came over specifically. "Commander Yang, you can have your men leave a few mutated lobsters in the lab for me." Chu Yang looked at the military personnel in front of him who were carrying out mutant crayfish from the lab one by one to load up their vehicles, and said with some meat pain, "Without mutant lobster mother nests, it will be difficult for me to make these mutant crayfish again in this lab. You have to leave some rations for me?" Definitely. Yang Xinghua smiled and turned to look at Chu Yang and asked, "That, Academician Chu, the efficacy of this mutant crayfish of yours, is it really that amazing?" Chu Yang smiled. "Which aspect is your saying mainly designated?" Yang Xinghua looked around at the soldiers of the military department who were busy working around, and smiled towards Chu Yang with a squeeze of his eyebrows. "It's that what?" Saying that, Yang Xinghua let out a breath and directly said, "It's that aspect that you're thinking of. Oh, it's this Chu Yang smiled thoughtfully and looked at Wang Weiman who was standing by the side of the red-faced Wang Weiman and laughed. "This you can go and ask Elder Wang. Elder Wang should have already experienced the efficacy of the mutant crayfish yesterday." Feeling Chu Yang's gaze looking over to his side, Wang Weiman's rare old face flushed. After he lifted his pants and straightened his shirt, he then said in a serious manner, "How do I know what to say? I feel just average. But after he finished speaking, he couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising. "That effect, really powerful After saying this, Wang Weiman looked at Chu Yang again and laughed. "But you kid is indeed powerful How long has this insect corpse been given to you?" "Actually this has been researched into mutated crayfish." Immediately after that, he asked with some curiosity, "But I'm curious to know, why is it a crayfish and not some other creature?" This Speaking of this, Chu Yang's face immediately had an extra smirk on it. "Mainly when I was having dinner with my girlfriend before. My girlfriend felt that the current crayfish had too little meat and wasn't too tasty. So, I'll just directly use the crawfish as the first test subject." Saying that, Chu Yang laughed, "But fortunately, the effect of the research is good This portion of crayfish should be enough for her to eat?" Yang Xinghua instantly froze. Originally, He had thought that it might be the crayfish's genes that were more suitable for fusing the insect race genes. And it turns out that this is what you're doing for this reason? Just this? Wang Weiman had some understanding. When Chu Yang had hacked the Pretty Countries database, he had been wondering if he had hacked the Pretty Countries database just to retaliate against the Pretty Country for sending out spies to kidnap Lin Xingxue. Now Chu Yang said this. It was completely something he was able to do. In order to control the number of mutant lobsters within the lab, Chu Yang did not feed the mutant lobster's mother nest too much food. So the number of mutant lobsters inside the laboratory was actually not too much. It was only a few hundred, but each of them were huge in size. A few were left for Chu Yang as rations. After agreeing to send mutant lobsters over to Chu Yang as daily food after a while, Yang Xinghua and the others were ready to get on the car. Of course, Chu Yang was also responsible for following the car. After arriving at the breeding base established by the military department, he still had to tell those cooks in the cooking class who were in charge of raising lobsters some of the main points of breeding mutant lobsters, and by the way, send a few sets of nano battle armor over. Trying to slaughter these things, ordinary kitchen knives couldn't get through their shells. Even Chu Yang was wondering if he was going to make some more powerful knives. To say it in a bigger way, the enlarged version could become one of the main weapons of the nano battle armor. To a smaller extent, the scaled-down version stayed in the hands of the cook-class chef. It was not bad to be used as a kitchen knife. On the other hand, inside a certain private biological laboratory in a beautiful country, an old man wearing a white lab coat was looking at the people inside the lab and cursing angrily. Waste. They are all some waste. They said not to arrange a lab in the Silver Triangle area, and they actually put 3 Fey corpses over to study them, and now all of them are being annihilated by the Huaxia people. If they research anything from the bodies of the Fey, you people will just wait for me to die. Hearing this, a young man standing in front of the old man hurriedly spoke up. Professor, our Pretty Country's genetic technology has always been the world's leader, and we've been researching the Phase project for almost 10 years now, and we still haven't even found a truly meaningful way to be able to utilize the genes of these Fey in a perfect way. As far as that group of yellow-skinned monkeys in Huaxia are concerned, even if they got the Fey corpses, I reckon they wouldn't be able to research anything. The young man's eyes were filled with contempt as he spoke of Huaxia. After he finished speaking, he whispered and glanced at the old man, slowly saying, besides, placing the lab in the Silver Triangle, didn't you agree to it in the first place? Only over there will you be able to conduct biological experiments on the human body with impunity. The old man's eyes instantly chilled. Scram! Get out of here! The young man immediately shrunk his neck, and was ready to turn around and leave. However, very quickly, the old man called out to him, go and contact the people from the Central Intelligence Agency for me, and have their intelligence officers pay close attention to the movements of the experts and scholars in the field of genetics in China. And if we get the Fey, I don't believe that the group of people in China won't want to go and study it. Thinking of this, the old man's eyes took on an extra touch of fervor. It's a long lifespan and great power. No one can refuse the temptation that comes with eternal life and absolute power. Kyoto. During the process of the military department's transportation vehicles transporting the mutated crayfish to the military department's base, above the various roads along the way, in order to prevent various traffic accidents, or prying eyes and trouble from other organizations, countless police cars with sirens blaring quickly appeared at the various intersections along the road. There were even traffic police teams with batons standing beside the intersections, temporarily blocking off the various intersections. Seeing this scene, countless people driving on the road turned off their engines and stopped their vehicles, turning to poke their heads out of their cars and look at the only traveling convoy of the military ministry's transportation on the road. Someone asked curiously, Uncle Police, what is this transportation? Actually have to close the road? The traffic policeman raised his hand and saluted, his face cold. Sorry, military secrets. No comment, please cooperate. Someone took out a cell phone and wanted to take a picture, but the next second, immediately, there was a gun-wielding SWAT officer, who walked directly in front of the person who wanted to take a picture. His expression instantly serious. Sorry, photography is prohibited during transportation. I hope you can cooperate. There were also quite a few people who were still on the phone. However, after entering the area of traffic concern, the phone that had been flowing smoothly suddenly went without signal. Crap, how come this is suddenly without service? No signal at all? One after another. There were also quite a few people who discovered that their cell phones were temporarily without signal. Holy shit, my cell phone also has no signal. The phone can't even make a call. What is this transporting? Crap, even if it's direct traffic control, it's still blocking the signal? What in the world is being transported inside this transportation vehicle? This battle is also too fierce. However, this was not all. When people saw the heavily armed SWAT officers following around the Ministry of the Army's transportation vehicle, they all became a little numb. So many special police. It can't be transporting such a dangerous item. No wonder there's traffic control. Good lord. This can't be a big war coming up. Secretly transporting missiles, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Missile transportation is absolutely not in the daytime. So bright and open to go downtown transportation road. Should some expensive special experimental equipment. Mom, how much Lotus Clear fever is left in the house? What? No. Stock up more. Xu Yang, Wang Weiman and Yang Xinghua were sitting inside a military department jeep. Yang Xinghua sat in the passenger side. Xu Yang and Wang Weiman sat in the back of the car, looking at the surrounding roads on the great row of onlookers. Yang Xinghua eyes some concern. Chu academician. These mutant crayfish, you are sure that you are drugged coma it. This if there is an accident. The problem can be serious. Mutant crayfish exposure is fine. Anyway, after the subsequent production went up, it would be directly announced to the public. However, if a brand new unannounced species suddenly appeared, it would inevitably cause the crowd to panic. In that case, that would be a big problem. Chu Yang pondered a little for a few seconds. Normally it won't. This time, a total of 10 fully enclosed transportation trucks from the military department had come, each filled with 30 to 40 mutant crayfish. It was because the orders from the military department's side came fast, and it also took a certain amount of time to manufacture specialized safety carriages for transporting the mutant crayfish. So in order to keep these mutant crayfish quiet during transportation and not to agitate and destroy the carriages, he also deliberately placed a special tranquilizer inside the water they lived in, which could keep them dormant, unless they awakened, and there was an extremely manic situation. Otherwise, these mutated crayfish would never be able to break through the reinforced defense of the military department's transport carriages. However, just as the transportation vehicles of the military department passed by a certain road leading to the outskirts of the city, in the sidewalk, came a group of wearing special clothing. Shoulders also carried billboards of publicity personnel, as if in the publicity of what special products, but publicity is good publicity, perhaps in order to attract the attention of the public. In front of this team of publicity team, there are more than a dozen members of the atmosphere group who beat gongs and drums, constantly beating the metal drums in their hands. They were making ear-piercing noises. Hearing these sounds, Xu Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of panic in his heart. And inside the carriage of the military department's transportation vehicle, the sound of these metal drums also traveled from outside the vehicle to the inside. Many of the mutated crayfish that had originally fallen into a deep sleep, one by one, gradually began to awaken, their bodies involuntarily stirring. Xu Yang had actually omitted a little bit about the characteristics of the insect race when he was researching the insect race. Insects had a particularly keen sense of sound, and the insect race was even more so. The crayfish that had fused the insect race's genes itself carried some of the insect race's characteristics. A special band of sound frequencies was carried within a burst of metallic scrambling sounds. Although to people, these sounds were just harsh, but for the insect race, this sound was an extremely difficult torture. Gradually, some of the mutant lobsters with better physique began to awaken, and agitatedly scurried around inside the transportation compartment without stopping. However, although it was a transportation vehicle, but in order to transport these mutant crayfish, the interior of the military department's transportation vehicle was also reinforced with special metals. For a while, these mutant lobsters couldn't break it. Gradually, people on both sides of the road saw that the surface of the closed carriages behind the transportation vehicles of the Ministry of the Army appeared one after another raised part. It was as if they had been deformed by a powerful force. Countless people began to exclaim in shock. Crap, this can't be filled with some living thing, right? What exactly is packed in here that actually made such a big commotion? Brothers, the 99 secrecy program can't be hidden anymore. The super beast is going to appear. Originally sitting peacefully inside the jeep, Xu Yang also saw this scene. His eyes quickly looked around for a few moments before immediately shouting at Yang Xinghua's driver to stop. Stop the car. Quickly stop the car. Yang Xinghua's face also changed dramatically. This is really what comes when you're afraid of something. How did this thing wake up? The driver quickly stepped on the brakes. Before the vehicle could stop, Xu Yang directly rushed down from the car. After looking around for a few seconds, he immediately quickly rushed to the propaganda team that was banging on the gongs and drums and shouted loudly, "Stop banging! Stop banging!" The crowd was a bit unsure. However, how could they say that Xu Yang was also the one who came down from the military department's vehicle? All of them still honestly did as they were told. The sound disappeared. The mutated crayfish inside the carriage were gradually quieted down again. After the medicine came up, they fell into the dormant stage again in droves. However, there were also a few mutated lobsters that, after a constant barrage, used their hard pincers to harden the side of the military department's transportation vehicle. The carriage, and smashed out a huge opening. In an instant, a mutated crayfish then crawled out from the carriage and fell to the ground. Crap! What is this thing? Looking at how it looks like a lobster. But if we say lobster, isn't it a little too big? Australian dragon? But the Australian dragon shouldn't be this strong. Actually directly poking through the iron? Good lord! What kind of dangerous creatures are they really studying? Barbecue! This can't be that the Earth is going to have an aura revival, right? The crowd of onlookers present instantly exclaimed, subconsciously wanting to take out their cell phones to take pictures. Seeing this, the surrounding troop carriers carrying escorting SWAT officers instantly came down with countless SWAT officers holding firearms, stopping in front of the crowd with serious faces. Military secrets. No photos. No photos. At the same time, at the back of the crowd, a few men and women with ordinary faces quietly used their cell phones to take a few high-definition photos of the mutant lobster before disappearing directly in front of the eyes of the crowd in the blink of an eye. Chu Yang walked directly to the side of the transportation vehicle. After waiting for the surrounding SWAT officers to surround themselves, a layer of nano battle armor was immediately attached to the palm of his hand, and he quickly grabbed this mutant crayfish into his hands. After quickly releasing the crayfish from the original transportation wagon hole, Chu Yang then used the nano battle armor to directly transform into a thin layer of iron, temporarily sealing the hole in the transport carriage. After doing this, he quickly returned to the jeep. Yang Xinghua immediately arranged for people to speed up the transportation, and the rolling wheels sped up on the road. Academician Chu, what's going on? Yang Xinghua looked at Chu Yang who got into the car. His expression immediately became a bit gloomy. Didn't I say that I hit the tranquilizer? Why are these lobsters suddenly agitated? It was only a few smashes. Their deliberately thickened transportation wagon had been smashed out. Although these mutated lobsters had been genetically modified by Chu Yang, their strength was still not small. It might have been stimulated by some kind of special audio. Chu Yang's expression was a bit grave. This should also be a weakness of the insect race. Fearing some kind of special audio. All things were born with each other. The insect race's racial talent was absolutely powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for them to reach the level of a 9th level cosmic civilization class. However, they also had a weakness. That was the fear of a certain special audio. Inside the eternal knowledge treasure trove he had seen a narrative about it though. However, he thought that the current human race should not be able to create this kind of audio that could make the insect race fearful. He didn't expect that. He actually only needed to beat a gong and drum. After sighing, Chu Yang then continued. Well, the priority now is to first send these mutant crayfish to the military base. As for the mutant crayfish's appearance to be exposed, it's only a matter of time anyway. We'll think of other countermeasures separately at that time. Yang Xinghua nodded with a heavy face. That's fine. Now it's better to send these mutant crayfish to the base first. But don't make any more mistakes. At the same time, the countless people on the streets who were onlookers all had photos and even videos of the mutant crayfish inside their cell phones. Even if they were deleted, something like the mutant crayfish probably couldn't be hidden. Therefore, Chu Yang and the others had no intention of deleting the photos and videos inside the cell phones of everyone on the scene. Almost instantly, these videos and photos of the mutant crayfish were directly spread like wildfire in the major WeChat chat groups and even various short video software. Below the various videos have different opinions. Crap! What is this crayfish? There is no hanging large biological science blogger to popularize it. What is this thing? Undergraduate animal studies major. From the appearance, this thing is indeed a bit like the domestic local culture of crayfish, formerly known as the crayfish, but the local Chinese crayfish head is absolutely not so big. I also deliberately go to look up the worldwide lobster information, and took pictures to my animal studies professor asked. They said this may be a new species. Upstairs bull. New species. Then is it that we have a new lobster to be able to eat? Good guy. I'm afraid it's not a joke. I witnessed all this at the scene. This lobster power boss. The average person do not say eat. Do not be eaten by it is considered a good thing? And the matter of the Ministry of the Army. This kind of video or do not send out. Beware of leaking state secrets. Good guy. Will not be genetically modified out of it? But this lobster looks a bit fierce. And inside the breeding base of the military department, Lu Changqing from the General Security Administration personally drove over. After looking at a mutated lobster that was caught inside the breeding pool by the dormant period, Lu Changqing immediately looked at a few people with a bitter face. A few people. Can't you pay attention to the process of transportation? How can the situation be messed up now? The entire internet was now wildly circulating the video of the mutant crayfish. A brand new unseen species. And incredibly destructive. Even if the General Security Administration tried to control the rhythm on the internet, or even take the video off the shelves and divert the netizens from the video again, it was probably impossible to do so. Yang Xinghua and Wang Weiman glanced at Chu Yang. As the researcher of these mutated crayfish, this matter was still Chu Yang who had more say in it. Chu Yang shrugged. In that case, let's leave it for now. After saying that, Chu Yang laughed again. Or rather, we can come and fish once. What do you mean? Lu Changqing's few people immediately froze. What kind of fishing? Chu Yang laughed. This mutant crayfish follow-up itself is going to be geared towards the nationals. So knowing about it in advance is knowing about it in advance. When the time comes, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, or the Ministry of War's side will just come out and explain it. And then slightly paused for a few seconds. After the expression was slightly solemnized, Chu Yang then looked at a few people again. Don't you guys want to know? That foreign insect research laboratory, in the end is attributed to which side? Yang Xinghua, so to speak, was also a real combatant who had led a team, and quickly figured out the joints therein. His eyes instantly lit up. It makes sense. The appearance of the mutated crayfish was still somewhat similar to those insect corpses. Others might not be able to think of anything, but those biological research laboratories that started researching the insect race could still not think of anything? As long as there were clues, they might come to Huaxia to trace their roots. And this, it was likely that there were shadows of certain countries. Before, it had always been that the enemy was in the dark and they were in the light. But now, as long as those people were curious about the relationship between these mutated crayfish and the insect race, they would definitely send people over to investigate. At that moment, as long as the General Security Administration doesn't pull down, not only will they be able to punch their performance, but they will also be able to uncover those countries and organizations in the dark. So why not? And the main thing is, those people from those countries and organizations, even if they knew that there was danger in it and it was a matter of the insect race, they still had to come. This was the Yang conspiracy. Wang Weiman also secretly nodded, then looked up at Chu Yang and asked, Little Chu, is this the countermeasure you just thought of? That's not true. Chu Yang shook his head. The moment the mutant crayfish was exposed, I was prepared to do this. TSK. Lu Changqing staggered and gave Chu Yang a rather surprised look. You guys who engage in scientific research just have a lot of ideas. After saying that, he laughed again. But, I like it a lot. A good thing to punch performance. Who could refuse? Inside the biological laboratory on the other side of the ocean, the old man with a head full of white hair was standing coldly in front of a large screen in the lab, exuding an unspeakable aura of anger. And what was displayed on the large screen was the video of the mutated crayfish running out of the compartment of the military department's transportation vehicle. At this time, the young blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy from before quickly walked in front of the old man again, and looked at the old man somewhat nervously. Professor, the results of the bio-comparison test came out, and the similarity reached more than 80%, and the probability can be confirmed that this should be the group of people from Huaxia, who utilized the fey corpses, and researched out the mutated organisms. Nonsense! The old man immediately turned his head angrily. Do you think I'm blind? With such a similar appearance, am I able to not see a relationship with the Fae? The young man was somewhat aggrieved. Professor, wasn't it you who shouted for me to investigate before? The old man was somewhat speechless. The old man damn well just wanted to find someone to take the piss. What's your problem? After taking a deep breath, the old man looked at the young man again and said, Have you communicated with the people from the Central Intelligence Agency? The young man nodded. Communicated. They will find a way to get the flesh and blood cell tissues of these mutated creatures, but they need you to give them some time. After the information from the intelligence officers was leaked last time, basically, their country's intelligence layout in China was still being reconstructed. It was still a bit difficult to steal some of the biological data within the military department. After saying that, he smiled again and looked at the old man. Professor, do you think that group of Chinese research scholars are really that powerful? It's only been how long since they got the Fey corpses and they've actually researched controllable mutated creatures. They've been researching for 10 years. It was only just barely able to utilize some of the Fey's biological genes, and had achieved some good results, but it simply couldn't do what it did in the video. It had actually researched such a docile mutant creature. Impossible. The old man's voice instantly flared up with rage. Absolutely impossible. That group of Chinese people definitely got the Fey corpses a long time ago as well. Otherwise it would be impossible for them to achieve such an accomplishment. Even more so, the time they obtained the Fey corpse might be even earlier than the time we obtained it. I am the greatest authority in the field of biogenetics in this world. They've merely been in research longer than me. Give me the same amount of research time as them, and I will definitely do better than them. The young man scrunched his neck. Yes, Professor, you are the greatest expert in the field of biogenetics in this world. But, I'm still a little confused as to why the Chinese actually researched controlled mutant organisms first. You say that again? The old man's eyes immediately sharpened. The young man instantly shook his head nervously. That Professor, I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. The old man took a deep breath. An enchanting figure appeared in his mind. Forget it, give it a face. He then pointed angrily at the lab door. Get out. Get the hell out. Awful thing. I'll die if I don't get angry. And on the other side, inside the office of the General Security Department, after returning from the military department, Lu Changqing had just stopped for a short while. Suddenly, the door to his office was knocked on. Come in. Lu Changqing slightly raised his head and soon saw a young man anxiously walking to him with a tablet. Administrator, look at the comments on the internet right now. It's very unfavorable for us. Lu Changqing took the tablet. The topic about the mutant crayfish had already caught fire on the bib. All sorts of malicious comments madly swiped the screen. Crap. This Nima isn't researching biochemical weapons, is it? Huaxia is really too scary. Heartless. Actually researching genetically modified organisms. It looks very scary. Can this thing really be good for the body if you eat it? Even if it's the biggest lobster in the world, it shouldn't be able to smash through a steel plate. Is this sure it's not a biochemical weapon? What exactly is being researched up there? Shouldn't this kind of thing be given an explanation to our people? What kind of heartless researchers are capable of researching something like this? Artificially tampering with biological genes to carry out biological weapons modification. This is not already out of the original intention of scientific research. Next time is not going to carry out human experiments. This time there is no one to come out to give us an explanation of this matter. The civilian does not deserve to have the right to know? After Lu Changqing finished reading these comments, a young man standing next to him immediately sighed. Administrator, now the internet is rumoring that we are researching biological weapons, and it's a particularly fierce mess. Wanting the above to give an explanation, what do we need to do? Do we need to directly block these comments? No need. Lu Changqing's face was also a bit ugly, but he still shook his head and spoke. Go and check the IP of these accounts that are bringing up the tempo on the internet for me. Directly deleting the posts is useless. Things have already gotten so big. There are definitely people behind this muddling through again. First determine who exactly our opponent is this time. After saying that, Lu Changqing rubbed his temples with some bitterness. War. It's starting again Ever since the rise of the internet, this part of the network had become a place where many countries brought the tempo. As long as there was some wind blowing in the country, it was inevitable that some people would start to bring a rhythm on the internet, damaging the credibility of China. Fishing wheel war. This is an inevitable war It's ridiculous to think about it. The food that was researched could actually be called a biochemical weapon? Subsequently, after the staff left, Lu Changqing dialed Chu Yang's phone. Hey, there are already people on the internet who are starting to bring up the tempo. Start with your next step. Such a thing. Xu Yang had expected it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed things to develop to such a state. Now it was up to Chu Yang to see what the secrecy plan he had mentioned was. Could it really bring surprises? Chu Yang on the other end of the phone laughed. I've seen what happened on the internet. 10 minutes at the most. Just wait and watch the show. The internet was also not a place outside the law. What happened to Chinese people? Other countries had better stay out of it. Otherwise, hands will be broken for you. Returning to the dormitory, Chu Yang opened his computer. Directly used Xuanwu's port to send out a command. Ready? Xuanwu's side immediately gave an answer. Ready for implantation. Then let's do it. Chu Yang's eyes immediately flashed with a pained expression. Look at the future. These people from other countries are still not bringing up the tempo in the country. This time, let the domestic netizens also see. Those people who said in the country how China was so bad. Exactly what kind of people were they? And along with this instruction from Chu Yang was sent out. All of the social software servers on the Chinese internet experienced a slight pause. The next second, all the software underwent a mandatory update. And the updating speed was strangely fast. It took less than a few seconds to complete the updating of each social software. Very quickly. Behind Xu Yang's back resounded Zhang Mingyang's exclaimed voice. Crap, when I was brushing my scarf, how did I see so many people's IP addresses? Really? Wang Lei and Zhu Pengfei, who were playing the game, turned back in succession. Zhang Mingyang immediately turned around and held up his cell phone to look at the few people. Really, you guys see? I just wanted to eat that mutant crayfish melon on my scarf. And then just now my scarf was forced to be updated. And when I came online again, I saw that so many accounts had the IP address displayed on their backs. Then along with his constantly sliding the various comments on the scarf, the smile on his face became more and more odd. Crouch. What are all these comments? An account over here that says China is researching biochemical weapons. The source of the IP address is pretty country. There are also some that say that China is secretly conducting human experiments. And the source of the IP address is still pretty country. On top of that, I also took a look at the IP addresses of those domestic bloggers who claim to be living abroad on their bibs. And they're actually all fucking from Shangnan. After saying that, Zhang Mingyang then looked at Chu Yang and laughed. Lao San. I didn't expect your South media industry in Shangnan is doing quite well. Chu Yang smiled. Maybe. Then he also went on the scarf. Discovering that the wind direction of the comments section about the mutant crayfish inside the scarf immediately changed. Brothers Meng. Are you guys able to see where my LP address is? Why can't I see mine? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly feels so funny. This comment area with the rhythm of the IP address actually basically all foreign. This damn is not a walking 500,000 half a million? Does not exist. People in the beautiful country. How can you catch? Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. This is not the operation of counterintelligence. Damn. I will never believe the words of those jets on the network again. Actually so many are offshore LP address. The dog days of bad intentions. This can let my circle of friends in Iceland those friends how to do dog head. Circle of friends, look at how sweet the Maldives sunshine is. How cozy the sea breeze is. Even the air is sweet. IP address, domestic, inside the General Security Department. Lu Chongqing personally stared at the hot search data on the scarf from the hot search of the mutant little dragon Xiao. All of a sudden jumped to the hot search of social software reality IP address expression suddenly odd. Good guy. This is also too good at playing, right? Immediately after, he received a text message from Chu Yang on his cell phone. I've got it done on my side. But you still have to go and say hello to these social software companies. I'm just directly helping them update their social software. Lu Chongqing was a bit staggered and quickly messaged back. How did you manage this? The IP address display looks quite simple. However, the real operation was still very complicated. I didn't expect that this was only a few minutes of time. Chu Yang directly gave the entire network's social software an update. Chu Yang, just have hands. Lu Chongqing. Not pretending we are still good friends. Pretty country. Inside a special office belonging to a foreign intelligence agency. In front of each person there were 10 or so cell phones. Originally their work was very simple. It was to use these social software to post some hostile news and rumors and such on the Chinese network, or directly communicate with the water army in China to bring all kinds of rhythms. But just now, after all their social software was forced to update a little, everything changed. God, why do I see our country's LP address in the comments section of the scarf? What is Wasia up to? Boss, are we exposed? Almost instantly there was a commotion inside the office. But this was just the beginning. Immediately afterward, on the accounts of these people of theirs, one after another, they received all sorts of private messages and comments sent from various regional IP addresses in China, laughing me to death, actually saying that our Huaxia is speechless. You guys hide behind the internet to secretly denigrate our country. Won't your conscience hurt? Ha 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 ha. On the Nima outrageous IP address shows in the stick country, actually said we Huaxia upper layer in action. You have something qualification comment Huaxia? Hiding in the back of the world's bedbugs. This time cannot hide it. Afraid of exposure can never use. Ha 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 ha. I'm asking if you're afraid. Of course, these are still personal private messages. After realizing that the IP address is exposed, someone soon published a message out. Open IP address is in violation of personal privacy. I express strong protest. The LP address was displayed. Pretty country. Various comments came pouring in below. Ha 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 ha. The labeled location is in China's Su province. The location of the IP address is in pretty country. Won't your conscience hurt when you say this, brother? The dog with the rhythm rolls out of Huaxia. Joyful. Support. Ha 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 ha. Is this $500,000? Brothers, is this $500,000? Can I get rich if I catch it? Ha 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 ha. Inside the General Security Administration, Lu Chongqing, who saw the scene immediately waved his fist fiercely towards the air, and the whole person took a long breath of relief. Great joy. Ha 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 ha. With this feature, in the future, the workload of their General Security Department could be greatly reduced. Those who bring the rhythm of the comments, in the end, is the domestic issued or foreign issued. The intention in the end is what? He believes that the national people this point of judgment consciousness still have. The key is these comments. It seems to be a real fucking relief. Well done. Next, let's see what other tricks you can play. 1 hour later, the operators of major social software have released a message on the network. In view of the recent domestic and overseas malicious forces in our country's network to fish in troubled waters, and frequently provoke confrontation fishing wheels, the Chinese territory since today, all social apps will be updated in real-time social account IP belonging to the place. Hope that the majority of netizens understand. Seeing this message, the comments below instantly burst with joy. Ha 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 ha. To actually update directly without even notifying the update time. Is it just to catch the foreign forces off guard? This is stunned right old iron. Where are those accounts that say that Huaxia is bad? How come I suddenly don't see anyone posting comments? I feel that this is quite good. It feels like there is a lot less hostility on the internet. I told you it was specifically to deal with overseas intelligence officers. I guessed right. Ha 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 ha. This wave of operation is also too showy. And the pretty boy from Shangnan called it straight to power. The people of Suzhou send their congratulations. From the people of Shenzhen. From the people of Kyoto. Kyoto University. Inside the male dormitory. After seeing the piece of information that was published on the internet, Zhang Mingyang immediately laughed. I have to go brush up on a short video to see if there's anyone else below the comment section of that fraudulent old six from the country of Burma who's washing their hands of her. Is that the same old six who said she was going to buy a ticket back to her country last month and hasn't returned today? I'm going to check it out too. The duo of Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei instantly laughed. They also picked up their cell phones and opened the short video app. Chu Yang was somewhat unsure. What are you guys talking about? Zhang Mingyang. Several people were immediately surprised. Lao San, you don't even know about this thing. Before the official notification, is a fraud group in Myanmar, in the short video app to send a video, cheat our Chinese people to travel in the past, and then the sister karma waste, especially that old six. That bitch doesn't look like a good person After saying that, Zhang Mingyang immediately laughed. No more. No more. I'm going to take a look. As a result, Zhang Mingyang had just opened the short video app, and after traveling to that person's short video account, he found that a lot of comment messages had appeared underneath her latest updated video today. Ha 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 ha. Have you updated your IP address to come over here specifically to see old six? I just specifically came over to see the IP. Brothers who think the same as me come over to gather in the comment section. I want to see where those waterbenders who were still whitewashing before have gone now. It's true. In the past, there were always people who washed their hands of whitewashing. But after the IP address was announced, the people who washed their hands of whitewashing were nowhere to be seen. Chu Yang also followed the trend and went to have a look. After inquiring to see these comments under the short video account of that old Lu in their mouths, a smirk gradually grew in his eyes. It seems that this wave of operation of announcing the IP can indeed be not only did it hinder the infiltration of overseas intelligence agents, but it was also able to clean up the network environment. Two birds with one stone. However, just over an hour had passed. Zhang Mingyang, who was still eating melons on the network, suddenly exclaimed, "Crap! You guys quickly look at the scarf. Pretty Over has united with some other countries to release a statement." What statement? Zhu Pengfei, who was playing the game, curiously looked back. As a result, the next second he cursed, "Crap! I just went back to ahead time. How come my screen went black? Which son of a bitch sneak attacked me?" Chu Yang frowned slightly. Old Zhang, what joint statement was released? Lousy just released an IP address. You guys also want to issue a joint statement? Look. It's those lobsters that were previously shipped out from our school. Zhang Mingyang sucked in a breath of cool air. That said, I didn't even know that our school's lab was actually researching something so dangling. This crayfish is a bit of a thing I don't know which big brother researched it. While saying this, Zhang Mingyang handed the cell phone screen in his hand to Chu Yang. Here. Look. It says that it is suspected that we are researching biochemical weapons in Huaxia, and we want to give an explanation from the upper echelons of Huaxia. Chu Yang looked down. Pretty country official, Pretty country united with the group of 7 countries, as well as the European Union questioned whether Huaxia is researching on biochemical weapons, violating the International Genetic Development and Research Convention, and hope that Huaxia stops the research. If Huaxia denies it, I hope that Huaxia's upper echelons can release its research information to the countries to wait for the verification of whether it is in violation of the International Genetic Development and Research Convention, or else Pretty country will unite with the group of 7 countries, as well as the European Union, and will carry out a. Seeing this scene, Chu Yang's breathing instantly tightened, and a nameless anger instantly surged to his heart. Either stop the research, either release the research information to them. If you want the research data of the mutant crayfish, just say it straight. Is it necessary to say it in such a grandiose manner? However, there were still quite a few discerning people on the internet, especially after the publication of the IP address, which eliminated quite a few forces from other countries that were stirring up confrontation on the internet. The comments looked especially comfortable up. Good guy. This is not to rob our country's research materials in the open. But that's also true. Beautiful country has always been used to dominating. Do such a thing is also in my expectation. Doghead. A big country. Actually still using means. Is it not don't want Billy in anymore? The cosmic tailor is out. Everyone run. Funny. Our country researched something. Why do we have to answer to you? There's one thing to say. Pretty country is really shameless. But I'm also really curious. These crayfish of unknown varieties, are they genetically modified species researched or other undiscovered new species? This is the biggest joke I've ever seen made this year. The beautiful country's biological laboratories are distributed in various ranges around the globe. Who knows which country is actually the one violating the international convention? Dog's head, dog's head. And also right after the pretty countryside issued a statement, the Chinese Academy of Sciences side also quickly issued a statement. Notice, now on the network rumors of the unknown crayfish is my Chinese Academy of Sciences joint laboratory of the Beijing University, jointly researched a new type of health ingredients. It's meat fat, low rearing costs, and has a certain health effects, is currently preparing to carry out the Ministry of the Military for the consumption of fixed point test, about 3 months to 6 months time, as long as after the final clinical test. The follow-up will be a large number of increased production value for the majority of the people, the masses. If other countries have any objections, Huaxiao will invite the agents of those countries to come to the Chinese Academy of Sciences this Sunday to attend the internal conference of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Also, the Chinese Academy of Sciences is going to conduct a poll on the naming of the newest genetically modified lobster for the masses, and the name with the highest number of votes will be chosen as the name of this variety of genetically modified crayfish. Seeing this piece of news, the internet instantly exploded. Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. What other countries thought was a biological weapon is just food researched by my great China. There is a say, this can be interesting. This conference I can go. Eat or not do not matter. I am very curious about the so-called health effects. Said in the end is which aspect of the health effects, dog head, genetically modified this ain't no problem right? Above, not all said. Now the military department for clinical. If there is no problem and then promote the public. Salute to our country's military. Why do we need to prioritize the military? Because all of their things are preempted in front of us 12-year veteran report. There is one thing to be said. There are indeed a lot of food or medicine promotions related to the nation that are basically tested by our military department before they are launched. Salute to the military. 8-year veteran reports. This should be true. When researching a certain vaccine, all clinical tests were started from our military department first, and only after confirming that there was no problem was it pushed out to the public. Salute to the military. Salute to the military. Chu Yang flipped through these comments below as he did so. At that moment, Wang Weiman's phone call came over. After answering the call, Chu Yang immediately walked to the balcony of the dormitory and inquired, "Elder Wang, is there something wrong?" Wang Weiman's laughter immediately came from inside the phone. "Little Chu, for this week's launch, you might have to work hard for a bit?" Chu Yang was a little curious. The matter about the launch of the Chinese Academy of Sciences was also considered a part of their ploy. But weren't the rough details all discussed? There shouldn't be anything about themselves behind it? Wang Weiman continued. After our research has shown that, for this launch, you will be the spokesperson for our Chinese Academy of Sciences. Speaking here, Wang Weiman's voice grew serious. The honor that should belong to you. It's time to return it to you. Chu Yang was silent. In fact, from the time he had researched the 1 nanometer precision photolithography machine, he was clear that there was now glory that could only be placed in a place where others could not see it. Applause, praise, blessings, these things might have to wait until they were too old to walk before they could feel it. He both cared and did not care, but it was like the words both life and eternity. If one could actually stand in the light and hold up one's glory, who wouldn't long for that? Now, this day had come. After taking a deep breath, Chu Yang then slowly spoke to Wang Weiman on the other side. Is it confirmed? It's confirmed, Wang Weiman said decisively. This time, the decision was reached after a joint study by our Chinese Academy of Sciences and the General Security Administration. After saying that, a touch of unrestrained color appeared in his eyes. I also didn't expect this day to come so quickly. All of us have been waiting for this day for a long time. Chu Yang should be the only one. In youth, the scientific researcher who took the initiative to disclose the confidential identity of his identity to the world. This was definitely a great advancement in China's defense research career. It is also a great advancement in China's national defense confidence. After all, as a national defense research scholars, which person does not belong to their own pride? Which person does not want to stand in the light, greatly admitting their own research results? And which person, really anonymous for life? Even in their later years after retirement, they can get the original should belong to their honor. But this wait, can be decades. Most people, even throughout their lives, could only disclose the glory that belonged to them after they died. And the reason for all this, all because of the lack of Chinese national strength. You can't see how many countries in the world's top scientific research scholars, just because the identity was exposed in advance, and finally was assassinated, with a hateful death. But now, China has risen. They had their own exoskeleton mecha, with a transgenerational curvature drive technology. Chipwise, they were no longer restricted by others. Even in the near future, the strength of China's military personnel would reach the world's top level. The current Huaxia is not afraid of any challenges. This is also the reason why they chose to announce Chu Yang's identity at the mouth of this wave of sudden changes in the international situation. Moreover, this was only the first step. In the future, the country would vigorously boost the exposure of those belonging to scientific researchers. More and more researchers. They would all be able to get the honor that should have belonged to them at the age when they were in their prime. Chu Yang smiled. It was a pride that came from the bottom of his heart. The Lion of China had gradually awakened. He then nodded and smiled at Wang Weiman on the other side of the phone. Everything will be arranged by the organization. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yang immediately laughed freely. Zhang Mingyang and the others inside the dormitory were a bit unsure. Lao San, you're bewitched. What do you mean by obeying all the organization's arrangements? Could it be that you're our party's underground intelligence officer hidden in the crowd? What's all this with you? Chu Yan laughed helplessly. Anyway, it's just that I got some good news. After saying this, he took out his cell phone and sent a message over to Lin Qingxue. Online invitation for a dry meal man. All-inclusive service. After sending this message, Chu Yang also sent an emoticon packet that was so excited that he danced in passing. And it was also when he was chatting with Lin Qingxue that he stole her emoticon packet. But also at the same time he sent the message. Lin Qingxue's side of the message was also sent over. It was a dozen or so screenshot photos one after another, which included clothes, shoes, wallets, watches. Basically, it contained all kinds of items that boys needed, and accompanied by a message over. Guess which one of these gifts I'm going to send you on your birthday. However, after seeing the message sent over by Chu Yang at the same time, Lin Qingxue immediately sent over another message. Ha 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 ha, actually sending messages at the same time. Do you think we have a heart-to-heart? Chu Yang first looked at every picture Lin Qingxue sent over. Then he replied back. I can't guess. You're just starting to prepare a birthday gift for me? After replying to this message, and then seeing the message Lin Qingxue sent over later. After the corners of Chu Yang's mouth rose slightly, he immediately returned another message over. Do you think there's a possibility that when you're thinking about me, I just happen to think about you? Ha 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 ha. Lin Qingxue inside the girls' dormitory immediately laughed. Holy crap, was this guy really a researcher from the Chinese Academy of Sciences? This kind of science and technology big shot was actually able to casually say something like this? She then quickly replied back. It still has to be you, all my treasure. This wave of operation of saying love words still has to be you. Listening to others I cough. After sending this, Lin Qingxue continued to ask. Hurry up. Hurry up. Have you thought clearly? Which birthday gift do you want? Chu Yang pondered a little for a few seconds, and directly sent a paragraph of pinyin over. You Jinxiang. You Jinxiang? Looking at the text that Chu Yang sent over, Lin Qingxue was immediately confused. What was the meaning of this? After typing the letters with her 9-gang keyboard, the word tulip appeared in front of her eyes. Flower? Lin Qingxue was slightly stunned again. Then she directly asked. You don't want me to directly send you a bouquet of tulips as a birthday gift, right? Chu Yang smiled. Guess again. Lin Qingxue was a bit puzzled. I really can't guess. Chu Yang continued back. It's actually very close. Lin Qingxue was puzzled. Could it really be a flower? Then a bad smile appeared in her eyes, and after pinching her throat, she clamped her voice and sent a voice over to Chu Yang. Brother, people really can't guess. Can you tell me directly? Okay, please. Chu Yang looked at this message sent over by Lin Qingxue and hesitated for a few seconds. Then he chose to directly click on the voice playback button. In an instant, a soft and sticky voice instantly appeared inside Chu Yang's dormitory. Zhang Mingyang was still happily looking at the beautiful young lady on the short video software. After hearing this voice, he instantly felt that the whole person was numb. Crap. Lao San, aren't you overdoing it? Killing a dog doesn't take this kind of killing? Damn it, is this the joy of old 3? I didn't expect the appearance of high cold Lin Big School Flower. Behind the scenes actually have such a soft side. That's why it's best to be a pampered woman. The corners of Zhang Mingyang and Zhu Pengfei's mouths also twitched madly. Crap, can't do it. I feel like people are going to be crispy. Lao San, in the future, can you not play the voice with Big School Flower Lin outside the dormitory? Killing the dog would be too much. We are all at the dormitory. You still won't let us go? Chu Yang smiled. Next time for sure. After saying that, he quickly typed on his cell phone and sent over a message. Where is the tulip as fragrant as your bath towel? Wow. This person, Lin Qingxue, wasn't a 3-year-old anymore. After seeing this message from Chu Yang, her cheeks whooshed and flushed. Big brother, the old colorful batch of stones was hammered. After quickly fanning herself slightly next to her cheeks, Lin Qingxue immediately took a long breath and smiled badly as she replied back. So you're actually this kind of Chu Yang. After sending this, Lin Qingxue continued to reply, although I know that this fetish isn't particularly good. But man, I'm also considered to know a little bit about it. I can still satisfy your request, which is a little excessive. This. Chu Yang froze. Is this considered to be lifting a stone to hit his own foot? So what? Do you believe me when I say that I actually don't have a fetish in this area? Chu Yang, there is no shame in having a special fetish, but don't worry, I will try to help you correct it. Chu Yang, good guy. Looking at this situation, one can't say anything to explain himself now? Afterwards Chu Yang then directly sent a message over. Forget it, I don't want the bath towel or anything else. Birthday gift were something you look at to send on the line. Anyway, the important thing is not the gift received, but the person who sends the gift. Lin Qingxue skimmed her mouth and sighed helplessly. Mr. Chu, this answer of yours is really a standard answer. After talking for half a day, you still haven't determined the birthday gift. Li Qian, who passed by her side, suddenly walked up to her side. Qingxue, what are you sighing for in the middle of the day? What's wrong? It's not because of Chu Yang. Lin Qingxue spoke helplessly. He's going to have his birthday in a few days, but I haven't thought of what kind of birthday gift to send him yet. So distressed. Send a gift? Li Qian's eyes lit up. I'm good at this. Immediately after, Li Qian's curiously came to Lin Qingxue and asked, does Chu Yang like playing games? Lin Qingxue shook her head. No. What about playing basketball? Didn't he play basketball on the basketball court before? Lin Qingxue pondered for a few seconds and shook her head again. He doesn't seem to particularly like these sneakers or basketballs or anything like that either. It wasn't true that Chu Yang liked playing basketball. However, he didn't seem to particularly care about these superficial things. What kind of sneakers basketballs and what not, were not in his line of sight of concern. This way Li Qian pondered for a few seconds. Suddenly, a hot bright light was emitted in her eyes. I know, this gift is absolutely powerful. What is it? Lin Qingxue instantly raised her spirits. It's not like he won't be horny, right? Lin Qingxue. This, as if she hadn't really thought of a point that could refute Li Qian's sentence. I was actually speechless. And on Chu Yang's side, after watching the message sent out, Lin Qingxue didn't return the message for half a day, and immediately sent another message over with curiosity. Where is the person? Why is he suddenly gone? At this time, Lin Qingxue, who had just completed a simple exploration with Li Qian, suddenly set off an idea in her mind. And after rejecting Li Qian's various ideas of frantically testing the waters at the edge of the river crab, she directly sent a message back to Chu Yang. I know what to send you for your birthday gift. What to send? I'm going to give you the most unique gift in the world. That's probably not available. Why? Looking at the message that Chu Yang returned, Lin Qingxue immediately became curious. Chu Yang smiled without thinking and quickly typed back, in my eyes, the most unique in the world is only you. After sending this message, Chu Yang smiled again and continued to reply. Of course, if you intend to give yourself to me, when I didn't say that sentence above, I have no opinion. Absolutely no opinion at all. Lin Qingxue. Why did she feel that Chu Yang had directly chatted the sky to death? After slightly pondering for a few seconds, Lin Qingxue then continued to smile and replied, what exactly is the gift is temporarily confidential. It's my turn to ask you below. Why did you suddenly think of calling me to have dinner together? Didn't you say that you're particularly busy tonight? This morning Chu Yang had sent a message saying that there were more things to do today, so he would not accompany her for dinner. How is it that things are done before the day is over? After sending it, Lin Qingxue asked again. That matter is settled? The thing she was talking about. That was about the mutated crayfish. As an online internet melon eater, she had also seen quite a few videos about the mutant crayfish. Combined with what Chu Yang had said before about how people might have to have one more home-cooked dish on their table in the future or something, as well as the military transportation vehicles that appeared within the capital university today. With a little bit of reasoning, she knew exactly what Chu Yang was doing inside the laboratory of the capital university. Everything is going according to plan. Chu Yang smiled back and immediately continued to ask, let's just say if you're free to have dinner with me tonight. Woman. He was in a particularly good mood right now. The corner of Lin Qingxue's mouth twitched. What's with this long-dead overlord conversation suddenly attacking me? But then, she quickly replied back, got it, President. I hope you can send me the time and place. I'll be there on time then. After sending this message, the two people on the opposite side of the cell phone screen both laughed. The happiest thing in the world was probably the fact that when you were being a drama queen, there were still people who could fool around with you. The sun set in the west. The dressed-up Lin Qingxue cheerfully walked out from inside the dormitory. Today she was wearing a blue JK uniform as well as a matching plaid skirt, and with a pair of oily little leather shoes. Those brightly shining big white legs. Simply don't be too eye-catching. Ordinary people who have been dead for 3 days are not that white. Chu Yang smiled and walked to Lin Qingxue holding her hand in front of him, nodding his head with satisfaction and smiling. Secretary Lin, is today's outfit beautiful? Lin Qingxue directly laughed and glanced at Chu Yang. Then what you mean by that? Is that I used to look unattractive? Chu Yang instantly shook his head and denied 3 times. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. After saying that, after slightly pondering for a few seconds and seriously organizing his language, he then slowly replied, what I mean is, your face value is so strange. All of a sudden it's high. All of a sudden it's even higher. Lin Qingxue wrinkled her cute little nose. Alright, barely counts as you passing. Chu Yang smiled. But I'm still curious. How come you suddenly wanted to get up and wear JK today? It seems like I haven't seen you wear it before. I've worn it less often. Lin Qingxue laughed, then blanked Chu Yang and said, it's not for you. You're not going to roleplay. Absolutely beautiful secretary and handsome overbearing president. Isn't this quite a match? Roleplay. Chu Yang suddenly laughed badly and reached out to embrace Lin Qingxue's waist. Lin Qingxue's heart jumped violently. In the next second, she felt the hot breath that Chu Yang lightly poured out of her ear. Since that's the case, why isn't it a maid outfit? Maid outfit? Lin Qingxue instantly froze after hearing Chu Yang's words. Good guy. It's okay for me to roleplay with you, but you actually got into it? Maid outfit. Do I look like a maid outfit to you? Without the slightest words, Lin Qingxue directly raised her hand and did a 180-degree spiral pinch on Chu Yang's arm. After the pinch, Lin Qingxue only gritted her teeth and whispered to the side of Chu Yang, are you thinking a little too well? Chu Yang immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. This bitch was really ruthless. He then immediately looked at Lin Qingxue with a smile and said, since it's already ugly, don't I have to think a little bit more beautiful? After saying that, he started tugging on Lin Qingxue's fingers that were still on his arm. Quick, let go. It hurts. How come this little finger is so powerful? A casual pinch was capable of hurting half to death. Lin Qingxue smiled triumphantly. Let's see if you dare to talk nonsense again in the future. However, after saying that, Lin Qingxue's voice instantly became gentle, and immediately continued to hold on to Chu Yang's arm. Smilingly looked up at him and spoke. Do you really want to see me wearing a maid's outfit? After another slight pause of a few seconds, Lin Qingxue continued to laugh and said, or, maid outfit and black silk. You choose one? Chu Yang froze. This thing was actually able to have a choice? This could be too wonderful. After his eyes quickly turned for a few seconds, Chu Yang immediately smiled and said back, that, can I choose? All of them. Children only make choices. Adults will only live with 2 hands. As for what exactly is grabbed, ahem. I can't think about it anymore. The picture is too good. I'm going to get a nosebleed. This time it was Lin Qingxue's turn to be surprised for a few seconds. Then she hammered Chu Yang's chest angrily. Good you. Actually want both. You yourself asked me to make the choice. Chu Yang laughed, and after grabbing Lin Qingxue's fist that was hammering him, he immediately said back, you didn't say that you can't choose to have them all. Lin Qingxue smiled. Really want all of them? Unconsciously, her fingers from the sleeve opening of the short-sleeved t-shirt that Chu Yang was wearing, slowly reached inside Chu Yang's clothes, softly grabbed the arm inside Chu Yang's clothes and slightly pinched a few times. Not very painful. On the contrary, it made Chu Yang's heart all of a sudden hot. In public. So exciting? Chu Yang's breath instantly stagnated, quickly taking a few deep breaths, quickly forcing himself to let his heart calm down before Chu Yang said with a trembling voice, all of it. These 2 words, decisive. Men well, sometimes still have to give and take, but sometimes, must adhere to the principle. Have backbone. I appreciate you. Lin Qingxue laughed, and then moved closer to Chu Yang's side, and rather seductively exhaled a mouthful of hot air towards his ear. Whenever you serve my sister me happily, I'll wear it for you to see. No problem. Chu Yang immediately nodded his head, but after finishing his words, he quietly lowered his head and whispered in Lin Qingxue's ear. However, can you first take your hand out from inside the sleeves of my clothes? Lin Qingxue blinked with a simple face, looked at Chu Yang and asked with a puzzled look up, why do you have to take it out? Chu Yang again sucked in a breath of cool air. Itchy. This little demon. Isn't it a little bit too provocative? Who suffered from this? Slightly. Lin Qingxue immediately laughed triumphantly. After making a face towards Chu Yang, only then did she slowly take her hand out from inside Chu Yang's sleeve. Where did you learn all these tricks? Chu Yang was a little confused. The last time he ate lobster, he also fed himself shrimp after tying his hair. Then now, actually dared to boldly put his hand inside his own clothes. This waited until the next time they met again. Then wouldn't she be going to heaven? Baidu Lin Qingxue playfully opened her mouth and laughed. Baidu still teaches people this? Chu Yang froze. Then Baidu also teaches people how to kiss. Lin Qingshue's face was full of teasing. My home Mr. Chu, when he first kissed, wasn't that what he learned on Baidu? Swish. Hearing Lin Qingshue's words, Chu Yang's cheeks whooshed and blushed. This, you, how did you know? It's not like everyone has a first time. So a long time ago, he was learning about this thing. But soon, Chu Yang was puzzled again. But, how do you know that I checked Baidu? Who let you? Browser records are not deleted. Lin Qingxue shallowly rolled her eyes. Last time in the hotel, my cell phone was charging. So I took your cell phone to check the information. And as a result, I saw your search record. These days, there are actually people who don't delete their browser records? ABA. Chu Yang was somewhat dumbfounded. It seemed like there was indeed such a thing. Immediately after that, he hugged Lin Qingxue directly and tightly towards his side. This person, you don't learn from the good ones, but you learn from the bad ones? Lin Qingxue grunted and laughed. Chu Yang laughed. So as a courtesy, don't I also have to look at your browser records? Lin Qingxue's body instantly stiffened. Browser history? Was this something that could just be shown to anyone? And it was still Chu Yang, so it was even more impossible to look at it. No way. Thinking of this, Lin Qingxue immediately shook her head quickly. No. You can casually go through my cell phone, but the only thing, you are not allowed to go through my browser history. Don't say that this thing can't be looked at right now. To exaggerate, even 30 seconds before she died, she would have to get up and delete this thing. I'll just take a look. Not even one glance. After bickering along the way, the two soon arrived at an ordinary restaurant in the school. After ordering 2 Hunan's southern homemade small dishes, Lin Qingxue immediately looked at Chu Yang and smiled. Right. I haven't asked you just now. I see that you were especially happy when you sent me a message calling me for dinner today. What good thing did you encounter? Winning $5 million in the lottery? This you can even feel? Chu Yang was a little surprised. Who let me be your most adorable girlfriend? Lin Qingxue smiled. Being able to feel the good or bad mood of your boyfriend at any time. Isn't that a basic operation? After saying that, she then continued to look at Chu Yang and asked, what good thing did you encounter? Tell me about it? Chu Yang was silent for a few seconds. After organizing his language, he then looked at Lin Qingxue and solemnly said, this weekend night, I want to invite you to a party. What party? This is a secret for now. Keeping it a secret would be meaningless. Lin Qingxue beamed. I don't know what kind of party, and I don't know what I should wear over there. You promise? Lin Qingxue nodded. I can accompany you but you first have to tell me what kind of party. I will be able to match the clothes at that time just a simple party. Anyway, you'll know when you get there. Chu Yang slowly smiled. And you look good in whatever you wear. A simple casual wear over will be enough to brighten everyone's eyes. This way Lin Qingxue pondered slightly for a few seconds. Then I'll pick my own clothes then. But after saying this, she suddenly smiled again. Do I really look good in anything? Chu Yang shook his head slightly. That's not true. Chu Yang looked around at the people in the restaurant. Then he picked up his own cell phone and shook it in front of Lin Qingxue's eyes, quickly sending a message over to Lin Qingxue. It looks best when you don't wear it. Lin Qingxue picked up her cell phone and glanced at the message sent over by Chu Yang. After seeing the content of the message, the expression on her face instantly froze. Looking at Chu Yang shocked, instantly speechless. You. What's wrong with me? Chu Yang laughed evilly. Lin Qingxue immediately beamed. Bad egg. But however, she then looked up at Chu Yang again and asked, but, why did you suddenly think of bringing me over to attend some banquet? Previously, she had never heard that Chu Yang still had entertainment in this area. Chu Yang paused slightly for a few seconds. The various images in his mind about the last time he participated in the 1nm photolithography celebration banquet appeared before his eyes one by one. Finally, the various thoughts within turned into a few short sentences on his lips. The more crowded it is, the more I feel that you should be by my side. This party means a lot to me. So that time, I want you by my side even more. The last time when he was at the celebration banquet, he was wondering what it would be like when Lin Qingxue was next to him. But at that time, that could only be a thought. Now this time, this was his first public appearance. Although his parents weren't in Kyoto to witness it, but family members could still bring one over. Aha! Lin Qingxue's eyes instantly lit up, and immediately afterward, she looked up at Chu Yang and smiled. This wave of answer. Full marks. Soon, the waiters inside the restaurant began to serve the food. Lin Qingxue one after another began to clip dishes to Chu Yang. Chu Yang was all a bit uncomfortable. In the past when the two of them ate together, Lin Qingxue did give herself dishes. But today, wasn't it overly enthusiastic? After thinking for a few seconds, Chu Yang immediately looked up and nervously glanced at Lin Qingxue. Qingxue, why are you suddenly giving me so many dishes here? You eat yourself. Lin Qingxue laughed lightly. Reward you for today's portion of sweet mouth. Reward? The corners of Chu Yang's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to continue talking anymore. Pinch me a dish or something. It's better than black silk and maid outfit? However, when this thought popped up, Chu Yang immediately began to spit on himself for a few seconds inside himself. Chu Yang, why is your thinking getting more and more out of whack? In the past, you were very honest. You wouldn't even think about these colorful topics. But soon, his other personality came out to intervene. Chu Yang, why are you so degenerate? As long as black silk and maid outfit, can't you think about nurse outfit and sailor outfit? Soon, Chu Yang inwardly killed this personality directly. In scientific terms, when a human boy stimulates his hormones towards a girl, of course, it doesn't necessarily have to be a girl, only then will he behave like this. That's right. So essentially, I'm still a decent, good guy. After dinner, after the two of them wandered around inside the school for a while longer, Chu Yang then sent Lin Qingxue to the dormitory reluctantly, and Chu Yang also returned to the dormitory. Pushing open the door of the dormitory, he saw that Zhang Mingyang was shouting up inside the dormitory. Brothers, does anyone want to eat chicken? I'm starving to death. If I want to eat, I'll order with you guys, and I'll be able to put together a full reduction. Wang Lei hesitated for a few seconds. Yes, give me one. I want the cumin flavor. I don't really want to go down to eat today. At this time, Zhu Pengfei, who had been playing the game, suddenly took off his headset and looked at Zhang Mingyang and the two of them and asked, Old Zhang, what were you just talking about? I asked you if you want to eat chicken. Eat or order. Zhang Mingyang was somewhat speechless. Is there any difference between eating and ordering this chicken? This. Zhu Pengfei suddenly froze. Did he himself seem to exposed something? He then quickly said, I want a golden crispy chicken. As the words fell, Zhu Pengfei put on the headset and continued to conquer the game world. He shouldn't have understood what it meant. He shouldn't have understood what it meant. Yes. He must not have understood what it really meant. But the next second, Zhang Mingyang directly slapped his thigh fiercely. Beautiful boss. Absolute. Next to him, Wang Lei was confused and scratched the back of his head in confusion. This eating and pointing, isn't it the same meaning? What kind of riddle are these two people playing? Why did he feel that he still didn't understand what it meant? Zhang Mingyang immediately waved his hand. Adults are talking. Kids don't interrupt. Wang Lei, what's the situation? He then looked at Chu Yang. Old 3, do you know what it means? Chu Yang pondered a little for a few seconds, and immediately couldn't help but laugh. The difference between this eating and ordering is that one is really for eating, while the other is used for sleeping. Now, even if Wang Lei was slow to understand what it was, his expression instantly irritated. His eyes oddly looked at Zhang Mingyang and Zhu Pengfei and laughed. You too. Not good to be honest. Zhang Mingyang picked his bangs floating down on his forehead. Extremely pretentious, low-key low profile, basic operation. Do not 6. Zhu Pengfei, on the other hand, laughed and did not say anything else. Immediately after that, Zhang Mingyang saw Chu Yang standing next to him. His eyes playfully looked at Chu Yang and laughed. Lao San, when it comes to this, my brother, I am a veteran in this. Do you want me to teach you a few strokes, brother? You teach me? Chu Yan lightly looked at Zhang Mingyang, someone who doesn't have a girlfriend. Teach me this? Zhang Mingyang. He suddenly felt like a dog walking on the side of the road that was inexplicably kicked. Afterward, Chu Yang smiled and sat down on his seat. This period of time with a few people in the dormitory had indeed allowed him to find the days when he was in high school, when a group of boys nestled inside the dormitory and chatted all night long, relaxed and free to say whatever they wanted. However, he didn't know that after the launch event started a few days later and his identity was announced. How much longer could such days last? A few days later, Chu Yang changed into the black suit he wore when he attended the launch before at the dormitory. But this time, he didn't wear the Order of the State Scholar. Crap! Lao San, you're suddenly dressed so formally. Are you going on a blind date? Zhang Mingyang curiously glanced at Chu Yang, who had changed into a suit. Most of the time Chu Yang inside the school was wearing simple casual clothes. The last time he was seen flirtatiously changing into a black suit was the last time attending a small event. Wear something formal. Chu Yang let out a light smile. Ow! Zhang Mingyang nodded casually and turned to ask, did big school girl Lin follow along? Right. Chu Yang nodded slightly. Hearing this, Zhang Mingyang's eyes instantly lit up. Then are you guys not going back to the dormitory tonight? After pondering for a few seconds, most likely. No. Last time, he didn't participate in the celebration banquet of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and after this launch, he had to accompany a couple of drinks anyways. coupled with the fact that although it was an internal launch, there were still quite a few domestic and foreign media out on the scene, and it was certain that his identity would be exposed. In order to avoid trouble, it was better not to return to the dormitory at this time. Just let the bullets fly for a while. Zhang Mingyang laughed, put on an expression of a man who has been there and slowly said towards Chu Yang, "It seems that tonight is another whole night of gunfire. Remember a word from my buddy. Wait if there are oysters and leeks or something, eat a little bit more, and make up for it properly to avoid not having enough bullets at night. If you are not thoughtful service, in the long run, people Lin Big Schoolgirl will definitely have complaints." Chu Pengfei and Wan Lei also instantly laughed when they heard this. What old Zhang said is fine. I think it's fine. A few more black lines immediately appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. May I ask where you guys saw that I'm not too good? How can a man not be able to do it? However, he didn't argue anything, but walked to the mirror on the balcony and slightly straightened his sleeves before turning around and leaving the dormitory. However, before leaving, he still smiled and looked back at Zhang Mingyang with a smile. Brothers, whatever news you get tonight, don't be too surprised. Zhang Mingyang, several people? What are you ghosting about? What are you ghosting about? What do you mean we shouldn't be too surprised? Could it be that your kid is participating in some kind of wealth-flaunting activity? I'm showing my cards. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm a super rich second generation? The crowd was a bit puzzled. However, they didn't dare to think that Chu Yang was there to participate in the internal launch of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This kind of launch, from mortals like them, it was just too lofty. One wouldn't even dare to think about it. The entrance to the girls' dormitory. Lin Qingxue wore a fairy-like white princess dress today. After seeing Chu Yang, who had changed into a suit and slowly walked over towards her side, her expression instantly became odd. Didn't you say it's just a simple party? Why did you change into a suit? Although the suited Chu Yang looked like he had more of a special temperament than usual. But that wasn't the point. The point is that Chu Yang actually changed into a suit, and he himself believed in his evil. Although carefully matched with a set of princess dress, makeup is also playful and cute outfit. However, it seems that Chu Yang's formal suit is a bit out of place. Was this really a simple party? What's the problem? Chu Yang smiled. There is a big problem, Lin Qingxue exclaimed. Is it okay for me to go up and change another set of dress down now? Because usually, she also participated in attending hosting events at school, so she still had a few sets of gowns inside her closet. No need. You're already beautiful like this. Chu Yang smiled and held up Lin Qingxue's soft little hand. Besides, the special car that people picked us up is already almost at the entrance of the school, so there's no time to change. After saying that, Chu Yang's other hand rubbed Lin Qingxue's cute little head again and laughed. Believe me, tonight you will definitely be the prettiest girl in the whole place. Saying me, Chu Yang also added a sentence afterward. My girl. Lin Qingxue's cheeks whooshed red, and after shyly glaring at Chu Yang, she directly opened her mouth. These words were said by you. I said it. Chu Yang slightly nodded his head and was about to lead Lin Qingxue away. Wait, Lin Qingxue suddenly called out to Chu Yang again. What's wrong? Chu Yang looked up in confusion. Then he saw Lin Qingxue let go of his hand, quickly posed to him, and carefully started to organize Chu Yang's slightly wrinkled collar and cuffs. Finally, she also slightly undid the tie that Chu Yang was wearing, and carefully began to organize the tie that looked a little awkward for Chu Yang. Finally, after finishing Chu Yang's tie, she smiled with satisfaction, turned to hold Chu Yang's hand, looked at him and laughed. Even a tie is not good. You said that in the future if you go out without me, I'll see what you do. Chu Yang froze for a moment, then looked at Lin Qingxue and smiled. This is a pseudo-proposition. What pseudo-proposition? Because in the future, I'll be by your side all the time. In other words, when I go out in the future, how can I not have you by my side? Virtuous. Lin Qingxue smiled and blanked Chu Yang. Chu Yang laughed again. However, I'm curious. You're very skillful at tying bow ties. Secretly practiced? Not telling you. Lin Qingxue laughed quirkily. I'm not going to tell you. The last time I saw you wearing a suit with a bow tie was just weird. So I watched the video of the tie behind me, and studied a little. So it's better to be prepared than to suffer. After saying that, Lin Qingxue and smugly laughed. You see, now is not used? Chu Yang laughed evilly. So, in fact, all along, you have me in your heart, right? Lin Qingxue's pretty face instantly reddened. Covering her ears, she quickly walked towards the front. Don't listen. Don't listen. The Wangba recites scripture, all the way to the school entrance, because after waiting slightly for a few seconds, a black sedan slowly drove in front of the duo of Chu Yang and Lin Qingxue. There was also a pass hanging on the front of the car window. After the vehicle stopped, an old acquaintance of the General Security Department came down from the car, and after giving Chu Yang a respectful look, he opened the rear door and looked at the two of them and smiled. Mr. Chu, Miss Lin, get on the car. Tough. Chu Yang nodded slightly before leading Lin Qingxue to sit inside the automobile. As for Lin Qingxue, who followed Chu Yang and sat in the back of the automobile, she was in a state of confusion the entire time. Who am I? Where am I? Although the automobile looked ordinary, but the pass hanging in front of it, and the license plate number of Beijing A00009. Seeing these two things, who dares to say that this car is ordinary? Is this, really, just a simple party event? After getting into the car, Lin Qingxue clutched Chu Yang's hand tightly. What's wrong? Very nervous? Chu Yang inclined his head to look at Lin Qingxue with concern. That's for sure. Lin Qingxue's small face turned white. With this array, who would dare to believe that this was a simple party? She then nervously looked up at Chu Yang and asked, Chu Yang, tell me honestly, what kind of event are you attending this time? Originally, she thought that she should almost be able to guess Chu Yang's identity, but only now did she realize. She thought that the odds were that it was only Chu Yang on the third or fourth floor, but she didn't expect that it was actually on the topmost floor. The license plate number of Beijing A00009A. The owner of this car? Looking at the whole of China, there are only 8 people. And now, this car actually came over to pick up Chu Yang. What exactly was Chu Yang's identity? With a head full of doubts, Lin Qingxue didn't even dare to move while sitting in the car, and waited until the people from the General Security Administration drove the car to the Daiyoutai State Guest House. After getting out of the car, after looking at the surrounding security personnel wearing black suits, as well as parked in front of the State Guest House, the license plate number looks very scary. All kinds of vehicles, as well as many domestic and foreign media vehicles. Her entire heart was directly suspended, and she didn't even dare to utter a single breath. When she was almost walking into the State Guest House, Lin Qingxue's inner curiosity finally overcame the nervousness in her body, and sneakily came to Chu Yang's ear and asked, Chu Yang, what kind of party is it that you're taking me to today? State Guest House, the special Jing'e photo shoot. Even just now, she saw a few big names that only appeared inside the news channels, and wasn't the one who had just passed by them, the elegant middle-aged man with a head full of white hair, the spokesperson Wang Bin, whose name was particularly hot on the internet? Goddamn simple party? Wasn't the news posted before? The internal launch of the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Chu Yang laughed. Then he looked at Lin Qingxue and warmly soothed. Don't be nervous, later you just listen to the lecture. The corner of Lin Qingxue's mouth twitched. Simple lecture. You old man said really simple. Listening to a lecture, even the spokesperson of the foreign ministry came over. May I ask what level of lecture this is? However, now that he had been tricked by Chu Yang, regardless of what kind of party it was, he had no choice but to go on with his head. At the very least, they can't lose Chu Yang's face. Lin Qingxue, cheer. You are the best. Soon, the General Security Department personnel took the two of them through the security check at the entrance, and after writing their names on the register, they slowly walked towards the banquet hall on the top floor of the State Guest House. Then, when they were almost at the entrance of the banquet hall, Lin Qingxue went a little weak in the knees. These old people she didn't recognize, but her dad loved to watch the news the most, so she was familiar with some of the people in the news. The one at the head was a big leader of the General Administration of Science and Technology, the kind that could reach the heavens. Immediately after, that big leader of the General Administration of Science and Technology, along with Wang Weimin, and some leaders of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, had walked up to Chu Yang and Lin Qingxue. The leader of the General Administration of Science and Technology directly shook Chu Yang's hand. Little Chu, long time no see. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. After letting go of his hand, he then took Lin Qingxue's hand and introduced himself to the few people in front of him. Administrator Zhang, Elder Wang, Elder Yi, Elder Wu. Let me introduce to you. This is my girlfriend, Lin Qingxue. After saying that, Chu Yang introduced Lin Qingxue again. This is Administrator Zhang of the General Administration of Science and Technology, as well as President Wang of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Academician Yi, and Academician Wu. Hearing Chu Yang's introduction, in an instant, Lin Qingxue's heart thumped wildly. The administrator of the General Administration of Science and Technology, the director academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. These were all bigwigs that were rare for ordinary people to see. As a result, today she was able to meet them all at once. Come on, Lin Qingxue, you're the best. After forcing herself to do a wave of psychological construction, Lin Qingxue then smiled and looked up and started to greet a few people. Administrator Zhang, Elder Wang, Elder Yi, Elder Wu. How are you? The few people, Wang Weimin, immediately smiled. Hello, hello, hello. Immediately after, Yi Jiangwo, who had previously worked with Chu Yang on the curvature drive device, looked at Lin Qingxue and smiled. Miss Lin, We've heard a lot about you. Heard a lot about you? Me? Lin Qingxue froze and looked at Chu Yang beside her with some confusion. How should I answer this myself? Immediately after, Yi Jiangwo continued. When our academician Chu was at the scientific research base before, he was reading your name every day. And in order to be able to see you earlier, he worked so hard day and night, that his body ended up being exhausted. Academician Chu? Lin Qingxue was a bit nonplussed. She was also aware of some of the rules and systems in China. Without certain scientific achievements and research materials, one simply couldn't be assessed as an academician. But now, Chu Yang was actually an academician? Moreover, what did it mean that his body was exhausted? However, there were still so many people around now, and she didn't want to get into trouble with Chu Yang at this time. Wait until the party was over. At this time, the administrator of the General Administration of Science and Technology standing on the other side smiled. Alright, since everyone has arrived, let's not stand at the entrance for now. Let's go inside the banquet hall first. Several people followed and nodded their heads. Immediately afterward, Wang Weiman led the crowd inside the banquet hall. It was different from previous launches, because this time, it was an internal launch about the mutant crayfish. Those present were basically people within the Chinese Academy of Sciences. As for the rest, it was the media agents from many foreign countries. Plus there was the process of sampling when the time came. So a banquet table had already been set up in the banquet hall. Inside, there were other DSS personnel doing the final preparations. However, when Chu Yang and Lin Qingxue followed Wang Weiman and walked inside the banquet hall, it immediately caught the attention of some foreign media later on in the banquet hall. God! Who is this boy and girl? And why are they on the scene? Are these two young people too young? Are they also researchers of the Chinese Academy of Sciences? To actually have Director Zhang accompanying them, this young man is not simple. And among them, there were also quite a few foreign media people who didn't vocalize any words, but just raised the camera in their hands and quickly snapped down a few pictures of the crowd walking together. Some of the insiders of the Chinese Academy of Sciences were also a bit strange. Chu Yang was not to be mentioned. Many people had seen Chu Yang before, because Chu Yang had appeared during the last Green Dragon ship release. Among the crowd of middle-aged people, he was just too young. That was why it gave people a deep impression. Only now, who was this girl who appeared next to him? And there was actually the director of the Science and Technology General Administration, Mr. Zhang, accompanying him. This rack is too big. He's everywhere. Is it a certain top 2 generation? Even at this moment, in the hearts of many of them who still did not know Chu Yang's identity, they simply did not think of Chu Yang as a researcher or even an academician, because this was just too appalling. Soon, the crowd arrived at a banquet table in the front row. In front of each chair was also the name of each person. At this banquet table of Chu Yang and theirs, other than the two of them, Chu Yang and Lin Qingxue, it was the senior leaders of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, as well as a few senior members of the General Administration of Science and Technology. Lin Qingxue was still a little nervous. She had lived for almost 20 years. When had she ever attended such a scene? Even the grandest opening ceremony of the freshmen of Beijing University, which she had presided over, seemed a bit trivial under this level of party. After settling the two of them down, Wang Weiman smiled. You two sit down first. Later the chief will also come over to show his face. We still have to go to the door to welcome him. This time, Chu Yang's decision to show up was also made by the chief. Otherwise, the identity information of the top-secret national researchers would never be released at such a time. Chief? Lin Qingxue's eyes directly froze. She had just thought that she had seen enough people, but she didn't expect that even the chief would appear now. Who am I? Where am I? This wasn't the first time she had voiced such a question within her. A party of this level. Was it really something that a little transparency like her could attend? Lin Qingxue gently pinched Chu Yang's palm and said with a somewhat nervous expression, Chu Yang, I suddenly feel a little unreal. It was one thing with the world's top luxury cars. There were some things that were not available at the time of birth, and might not be available in this lifetime. And a person at the level of a chief. Lin Qingxue also didn't think that she would actually be able to meet the chief under such circumstances in her life. Then pinch yourself and see if it hurts. If it hurts, then it's very real. Chu Yang laughed. Lin Qingxue directly blanked him. It wasn't funny at all to make this kind of joke at this time. Among the insiders of this conference, there were also quite a few people who knew Chu Yang. For example, Lu Chongqing, the Director General of Security who was responsible for maintaining the order of this launch, and some senior leaders of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. After seeing Chu Yang sitting on the seat, these people walked up to Chu Yang to greet him. It was no exaggeration to say, Chu Yang was definitely considered a rising star in the field of domestic scientific research. The achievements that he had researched now had already reached a field that many people could not even touch in their lifetime. Not to mention that Chu Yang had also become the main spokesperson for this conference. This had already released many signals. The top was going to vigorously promote Chu Yang. If you don't come at this time to get acquainted, when else do you have to wait to get acquainted? The county record has its name. Provincial records have their glorious deeds. Ancestral hall see place out. The name appeared in the political examination questions inside the examination questions and so on. In front of Chu Yang's glittering aura. It might all seem slightly understated. Chu Yang's name. In the future, Chu Yang's name should definitely be recorded in the historical annals of China, and even the global scientific research community. In the future, if there was an opportunity to participate in the research project led by Chu Yang, that is definitely the light of the day. While Chu Yang was chatting with these researchers who came over in an endless stream to chat with him. On the other hand, he was also constantly introducing Lin Xingxue, who was standing next to him. Although Lin Xingxue was flustered, she nevertheless managed to force a smile to accompany Chu Yang, until after everyone left. Lin Xingxue brought Chu Yang to sit on the seat, her expression inexplicably a little gloomy. She originally thought Chu Yang was even more powerful, but he was also that fire-like sun that shone brightly in the sky. But now, everything had changed. He was more than just the blazing sun in the sky, simply as that above the 9 heavens. People dare not look directly at the gods. The senior leaders who often appeared in the TV screen on weekdays, warmly smiled and appreciated Chu Yang, a Chinese Academy of Sciences academicians and professors, but also to his worship, and himself. He was only an ordinary sophomore at Kyoto University. In addition to looking pretty, nothing, those points on her own body, in Chu Yang's glittering points that filled her body, was as weak as dust. There was a moment when she was thinking, even if she chased after him for half a lifetime, she couldn't do it. This man in front of her, far more excellent than she imagined. Excellent to the point that, confident people like her, in the face of Chu Yang, but also unavoidably more than a few points of inferiority complex. She was afraid that she could not match Chu Yang. Fear that she is not good enough, not gentle and considerate enough, not witty and beautiful enough, not worthy of Chu Yang's various gentle and considerate to her. She knows that she is not good, but Chu Yang seems to be a beam of light, piercing and eye-catching, shining in all directions. Chu Yang keenly sensed that Lin Xingxue's mood was a bit low, and hurriedly asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Lin Xingxue looked up at Chu Yang, opened her mouth, and after hesitating for a few seconds, she then said somewhat with a sobbing voice, "What to do? Chu Yang, you are saying too excellent, so excellent that I suddenly feel that I am somewhat unworthy of you." "Silly, what kind of words are you saying?" Hearing this, Chu Yang instantly couldn't help but laugh, gently holding up Lin Xingxue's hand, soothingly saying, "There's no such thing as worthy or unworthy within a relationship. Don't think nonsense." After saying that, Chu Yang again came to Lin Xingxue's face, laughing badly. "Besides, just by virtue of your face, it's enough for me to like for life." Lin Xingxue instantly stopped her slightly choked sobs. "So you just like this face of mine?" Saying that, she wanted to cry even more. "Then in the future, if I get older and less beautiful, will you not like me anymore? Aren't you thinking too much?" Chu Yang slowly laughed, and gently pinched Lin Xingxue's soft little hand again. "In my eyes, the current you is a little cute. Growing up a little bit more is a big cute. When you get old it's an old cute. And when you die it's a cute death." Chu Yang slowly said word by word, "In my eyes, you will always be cute. Won't get fat and old. Won't take on the smoldering flavor of firewood. It would always be that teenage girl in his memory wearing a long floral dress, youthful and beautiful." After saying that, Chu Yang also didn't care what kind of venue it was right now. Gently wrapped Lin Xingxue into his arms and gently comforted her. "You just need to know that the girl I like, she is gentle and generous, sunny and cheerful, kind and lovely, positive and progressive, as well as reasonable and understanding. That person is you, and only you. You don't have to be anyone, just be yourself. Don't care if you're good enough or how bad you are. Strengths and weaknesses always go hand in hand, and I will always love you." Lin Xingxue slowly climbed up from Chu Yang's chest, her eyes glittering with glittering starlight, and asked curiously, "So, what was that about when they said earlier that you had worn your body out earlier in order to see me earlier?" After saying that, Lin Xingxue opened her mouth again and asked, "Was it the last time you didn't reply to a message for 3 days that time?" Chu Yang nodded slightly. "Yes, last time, because I was too invested in my research. I stayed up late and stayed up more, so I slept in the hospital for a few days, and it wasn't really too much of a problem." Chu Yang nervously glanced at Lin Xingxue. "I'm really sorry, I lied to you before." "Humph." Lin Xingxue immediately snorted lightly and quickly pushed Chu Yang away. "In your eyes, am I such a careful person? If you had made your reasons clear to me at that time, wouldn't I have understood you?" She looked at Chu Yang again with some annoyance. The body is your own. Even if you are conducting scientific research, you still have to pay attention to your body. Don't rely on your youth to mess around. Saying that, Lin Qingxue added with heartache. Those days, it must have been very hard to actually be able to be so tired that he directly fainted. Just by casually thinking about it, one would know how hard the Chu Yang of that time worked on his research. Chu Yang explained. I wanted to see you earlier at that time. That won't work either. Lin Qingxue immediately gave him an angry look. No matter what time it is, you have to pay attention to your body as well. Immediately after that, Lin Qingxue beamed again and pouted. I'm just inside the school. It's not like I'm going to leave. Hearing this, Chu Yang smiled. So, you're not angry because I lied to you? A little. Lin Qingxue skimmed her mouth and continued. In the future, you are not allowed to lie to me again. And, definitely, can't joke about your own body anymore. Do you hear me? Chu Yang looked at Lin Qingxue with odd eyes. Then suddenly he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Qingxue was a little puzzled. What are you suddenly laughing at? Chu Yang slowly said. It's just that when I looked at the way you were lecturing, I suddenly thought of what it would be like in the future after we got married. The look of a child in the family who makes a mistake and sits in front of you with his head hanging down waiting to be admonished while I get high on melon seeds next to him. This scene is quite desirable to think about. Lin Qingxue's pretty face instantly reddened. Who promised to have a child with you? If you go have one yourself, that won't work. Without land, how will you let the seeds germinate? Time passed by minute. The attendees in the banquet hall were also basically gradually in place. The last one to come in was the old man, Wang Weiman, along with the director of the General Administration of Science and Technology, accompanied him. After he entered, reporters from various news media raised their cameras and began to shoot frantically. The old man had long been familiar with such scenes. After pausing for a while at the door and waiting for everyone to finish filming, he slowly walked in front of where Chu Yang was sitting under the guidance of Wang Weiman. Chu Yang immediately stood up quickly. Chief, little Chu, no need to be formal. The old man smiled amiably. Today this is your home ground, and I'm here to accompany you. You are joking. Chu Yang hurriedly owed himself a smile. The old man controlled the national fortune of this country of Huaxia. What occasion would dare to have him as an escort? The old man looked at Lin Qingxue next to Chu Yang again. This is your girlfriend, right? Lin Qingxue's face turned red. After shrinking her neck nervously, she slightly hid behind Chu Yang a little bit before she borrowed some courage to look up at the old man and smiled. Chief, good. The old man hurriedly smiled and said, hello. With that he looked at Chu Yang again and said, Xiao Chua. Xiao Lin is a good girl. You have to hold on tight. Definitely. Chu Yang nodded his head repeatedly. Seeing this, the old man looked up at Lin Qingxue again and smiled. Xiao Lin, after today, Xiao Chu's burden will be heavier in the future. I also hope that you can understand more understanding. This matter is the country can't afford you. Lin Qingxue now showed some composure, smiled and replied, you can rest assured. After handing over to the state, he is our family's national treasure. I will definitely treat the national treasure well. In an instant, the crowd present burst into laughter. Lin Qingxue, on the other hand, secretly hid next to Chu Yang and spat her tongue out at him in a quirky manner. Previously, perhaps she did not understand Chu Yang's identity well enough, but now, she gradually understood. There could be countless Lin Qingxue in China, but in China, there would only be one Chu Yang. She could still tell the difference between the two, and seeing this scene, the many media people present instantly couldn't sit still. What in the world was this boy? Many of them were foreign media people though, but they were also aware of the old man's identity. How could someone who could speak to this old man be an idle person? My God, it's actually the chief himself who received him. This boy has such a big face. Who the hell is this boy? Was there such a person in China before? Hurry up and take a few more pictures. We must investigate the identity of this boy and girl. In a moment, the entire banquet hall was then gradually surging with dark currents. The media reporters who traveled to and from China from various countries. However, they came over this time. On everyone's body, they were all, more or less, burdened with some other tasks. And on Chu Yang's side, after chatting for a few moments, the old man left directly. An occasion like this, he only needed to come over to show his face and it was already considered grand. In the end, Kyoto time, 8 p.m. sharp. After all the people came, the launch party was considered to have officially begun. On the speaker's platform at the front of the banquet hall, the first one to go on stage was Wang Bin, who had a head full of white hair. As soon as his elegant image came on stage, immediately, all kinds of flashbulbs began to flash up. Hello everyone, I am Wang Bin, the spokesperson of the Foreign Affairs Department. and the host of this conference. Welcome to all of you who have traveled all the way here to attend the launch of the latest genetically modified lobster researched by our Chinese Academy of Sciences. The flow of this launch. First of all, it will be our youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Academician Chu Yang Chu, who will introduce to you some of the research history and concepts of our genetically modified lobster. At the end of the introduction, we will invite everyone to taste how the taste of the genetically modified lobster researched by our Chinese Academy of Sciences. Wang Bin's speech was very simple. In the end, he turned his gaze to Chu Yang, who was sitting on the seat, and slowly smiled. Next, we will invite Academician Chu to come up to the stage and give us an explanation. The moment these words came out, the various foreign media spokespersons who were still somewhat agitated on stage immediately froze. Even if the Chinese Academy of Sciences had previously sent out a notice that it was genetically modified food, they still absolutely did not believe it. Have you ever seen food that can break through steel plates? But now, you're actually going to let us taste it directly later? Could it be that this really isn't a biochemical weapon? The crowd of foreign media people under the stage began to murmur. What's the situation? China is actually really just researching genetically modified food? Shady, absolutely shady. This is definitely a means for the Chinese to cajole us. How can a creature like that be used for food? Can that thing really be used for eating? Of course, on top of that, there were quite a few people from some of the domestic media who started to get curious. Academician Chu, the youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Who is this person? How come I've never heard of him? Does it seem like we've dug up big news this time? I'm curious as to who this youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is. As they spoke, everyone began to be present to look up who the youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in Wang Bin's mouth was. And sitting in the first row, Chu Yang, after gently patting Lin Qingshua's palm, he slowly smiled. You sit over here for a little while. I'll be down soon. Lin Qingshua's face stagnated. Soon her pupils contracted violently. The people she had just seen were simply too much, causing her to overlook quite a bit of information. Now she suddenly recalled it again. Right, Academician Chu. She had just heard those people address Chu Yang as academician. After watching Lin Qingxue nod her head, who was still a bit confused, Chu Yang immediately smiled and stood up from the seat he was sitting in, slowly walking towards the top of the speaking platform. In the next second, the people present all turned their gazes to Chu Yang. My God, what is this young man standing up for? My God, this boy is the youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Isn't he a little too young? Ha 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 ha. Is China unable to find anyone? Actually found a child to come up and speak, and also the youngest academician. Isn't this hilarious? Many foreign media began to talk about it. There were also quite a few mixed in with some of the intelligence agency personnel whose faces tightened, their eyes full of surprise. They were all people from the intelligence agencies of various countries. Taking this opportunity to mix in was to probe some information on the mutant crayfish, but they did not expect that before the information on the mutant crayfish could be dug up, they had first dug up Chu Yang's information. To know, some of the files concerning Chu Yang could not only appear in the pretty country's intelligence agency. Within the intelligence agencies of other countries, Chu Yang's name was also listed. It was only in the way of the last spy personnel list leak. With the wave of overseas intelligence personnel sweep conducted by the Chinese General Security Department, many of their country's overseas intelligence personnel present in China had also gone silent, and it was simply too late to investigate Chu Yang's identity. But now, he actually jumped out directly and faced the crowd. This handful of maneuvers had directly caused them to be a bit puzzled. If Chu Yang's was indeed a classified scientific researcher, at his level, shouldn't his identity be strictly confidential? Even some people have begun to brainstorm. Is this a smokescreen released by the upper echelons of China? Chu Yang is just a pawn used by the upper echelons of China to confuse the public. The purpose is to protect the real scientific researchers behind the scenes? Chu Yang took one step at a time and walked up to the speaker's platform, always keeping a faint smile on his face. He did not have any stage fright or panic, and his eyes were always flashing with a calm and confident light. Glancing around, after clearing his throat, Chu Yang then began to introduce himself in a low voice. Fellow members of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, leaders, and journalists and friends of the media. Good evening to everyone. My name is Chu Yang. Chu Yang's calm voice traveled to the ears of the crowd through the microphone in front of him. Under the sweep of his confident gaze, the crowd that had just been murmuring in low voices quieted down one after another. What's more, even their breathing had calmed down a few points. If it was said that just now many of them were still questioning Chu Yang's age, but along with Chu Yang's appearance on stage, all the doubts instantly dissipated. A young man who was able to be so calm and collected at such an age and on such an occasion was a rare sight in the world. Just by simply standing there, he was able to attract the attention of countless people. It was as if he was born to be the protagonist. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yang then directly faced the crowd and slowly introduced himself. Below I will introduce to you all the latest genetically modified food that our Chinese Academy of Sciences has researched, the primordial generation genetically modified crayfish. Chu Yang's figure turned slightly, holding a remote control for the PowerPoint in his hand. He quickly pressed a few times. A picture of the mutated crayfish immediately appeared on the screen projected over behind him. With its hideous face, large and powerful pincers, coupled with its huge size, it looked as if it was a small monster. Seeing this scene, many researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences on the stage got together and discussed in low voices. The overseas media reporters on the other side were even more shocked. Oh God! What kind of monster is this? The Chinese actually said that this monster was researched to be used for eating? This is simply a biochemical weapon. Definitely a biochemical weapon. After all, this was the first time they had seen such a weird lobster. Chu Yang successively smiled and introduced it. This time, the genetically modified crayfish researched by our Chinese Academy of Sciences is under my own leadership, lasted 3 years, in the genome of the crayfish itself, added some other relevant biological genes, after tens of thousands of genetic experiments of trial and error, finally researched a brand new variety. For the time being, I'll call it the No. 1 Mutant Lobster. Compared to the ordinary crayfish, our No. 1 Mutant Lobster has received a massive boost in meat quality, and has characteristics such as a short growth cycle, fast reproduction speed, and contains quite a lot of nutrients needed by the human body itself. After our scientific research has shown that after long-term consumption of this crayfish, it is able to achieve certain health effects. Off stage, Wang Weiman and Lin Qingxue, they were all sitting at a banquet table, listening to what Chu Yang said on stage. Even though the current occasion was particularly serious, Wang Weiman, as one of the few people in the know, instantly couldn't help but laugh after sneaking a glance at Lin Qingxue across the table, who seemed to be unaware of the situation. 3 years of hard research? How can you say that? Let alone 3 years. Even 3 weeks is less than that, right? Lin Qingxue, on the other hand, blinked curiously. Although Chu Yang hadn't specifically introduced him to what exactly he had done during these 3 years, she also did not believe at all that Chu Yang was as simple as a simple computer-based scientific researcher. However, perhaps it was her intuition as a woman. She always felt that there was something not quite right about the words Chu Yang said on stage. Had he really studied these mutant lobsters for 3 years? In the end, along with the end of Chu Yang's speech, it soon came to the reporters' question session. A group of overseas media personnel had come together in front of Chu Yang. The first to send out a question was the media reporter sent over by the pretty country's domestic media. She raised the microphone in her hand and started to ask questions with Chu Yang in a fluent English. After listening to the woman's question, Chu Yang smiled slightly and spoke with a bland expression. I'm sorry, please ask your question in a different way. I think that you should be able to speak very good Chinese. You are welcome to ask a question directly in over Chinese the next time you ask a question. In China, I am more inclined to answer questions asked in Chinese. After saying that, Chu Yang did not pay attention to that reporter who asked a question, and turned his head to the other side. The other media reporter who asked a question. Next question. This dude is domineering. Well said. In China, one should ask questions in Chinese. I don't know why. It inexplicably feels great. Looking at Chu Yang directly ignoring the pretty country's reporter who was asking questions in English, some of the domestic media reporters present immediately had an expression of pain in their eyes. In China, questions should have been asked in Chinese. Wang Weiman their table some of the Chinese Academy of Sciences of the old generation of leaders, as well as the Science and Technology Department of some of the senior face also more than a few smiles. Wang Weiman even did not mince words in praising Chu Yang, this little guy. Not bad at all. As for the other side, standing next to the gentle and elegant Wang Bin, a faint smile gradually grew on his face as well. He also knew a little bit about Chu Yang's information. In terms of the momentum of this reporter who dared to directly reply to the beautiful country's reporter. If this little guy does not go to do scientific research, if he comes over to their foreign affairs department to engage in diplomacy, that is also absolutely a good handoff. Raise the national prestige of China. Well done. As for the fact that Chu Yang's behavior might make some people think that he was arrogant, even excessive and disrespectful. However, he didn't think so. Respect was supposed to be mutual. Since he had come to China, he had to speak Chinese. If he couldn't even speak Chinese, then don't come before it's too late. This is not 100 years ago. Nowadays, Huaxia, my rules, are the rules. And those other reporters who wanted to ask questions, after hearing Chu Yang's such a domineering answer, after thinking for a long time, a reporter from another country immediately picked up the microphone in his hand, and started to ask Chu Yang a question in not too skillful Chinese. Academician Chu, I'm a reporter from England's Tigershire newspaper. I'm very curious. At your age, how did you think of researching genetically modified organisms? As far as I know, in Huaxia, most of those who are at the same age stage as you are should be studying in university. Most of them should be during their university studies. Right. And you, why are you so good? Hearing this question, after Chu Yang lightly smiled, he directly replied with a bland look. I don't think I'm very good. My ability in China is only at a medium level. There are many people who are better than me, and I'm only a little bit luckier than the others. As for why I'm researching GMOs. When he said here, Chu Yang's voice paused slightly for a few seconds, and after his gaze lingered on Lin Qingshua's body on the stage for a few seconds, he then smiled with a few moments of doting and said, my initial intention of researching the one mutant lobster was just to make my girlfriend feel a little bit more comfortable when she ate crayfish, because one time when I went out to eat lobster with her, she said that if the meat of the crayfish was a little bit more, and from that, the current one mutant lobster came into existence. So the honor of me being able to have such a research result, half of it belongs to my girlfriend. Good lord, is this the romance that belongs to a researcher? Crap, really? This can also spread dog food? How do I feel so romantic? Is this an official announcement in front of the whole country? Crap, so sour. So sour. The corners of the mouths of some of the domestic media reporters in the arena twitched. They were not responsible for asking questions. They were only responsible for recording some of the important moments of the conference, and then just release them when the time came. However, after hearing Chu Yang's words, they still couldn't help but spit them out. They had already thought of what kind of comments that group of netizens who were eating melons would send out when the conference was over, and they posted Chu Yang's remarks on the internet. Tricked the dog in? Excessive. And at the banquet table, Lin Qingxue, who was mentioned by Chu Yang's cheeks even whooshed and flushed, but when she reacted, the expression on her face instantly became odd. 3 years of painstaking research? Who are you hoodwinking? She remembered that the last time she said this to Chu Yang was more than a week ago, right? So it's true that you said that you've painstakingly researched for 3 years. In fact, it's just a week? Make it up. Go ahead and make it up. On the stage, after the end of this question, immediately a beautiful country's media began to ask questions first. This time, they used very fluent Chinese and asked Chu Yang, Academician Chu, I am a reporter from the beautiful country's Era newspaper. I would like to ask, the one mutant lobster that you mentioned, is it really only used to carry out usage research? If it's just for use, why is it that in the video we saw on the internet earlier, the mutant lobster you created had the power to break a transportation truck box made of steel? Do you think that such power is really something an ordinary creature can possess? May I ask if you are the ones who have already violated the provisions of the International Convention on the Prohibition of Biological Weapons and are creating a biological weapon unknown to mankind? And is this manufactured biological weapon a secret weapon to be used in the future, when China's global hegemony is at stake? The reporter from the epical newspaper asked the question with particularly sharp words. They were even thorny, and carried quite a few traps. After hearing this, Wang Bin, who was the most sensitive to diplomacy, was instantly startled in his heart. If this question was not answered well, it would cause an international controversy. However, the next moment, Chu Yang's answer immediately made him laugh again. Chu Yang just coldly glanced at the reporter of that epical newspaper and said decisively, first of all, Huaxia has never had the ambition to compete for world domination. Huaxia's goal has never been to compete for world domination, not to mention surpassing certain countries, but rather, it's to continually transcend itself and become a better Huaxia. As for violating the Biological Weapons Convention, as far as I know, Pretty Country itself has quite frequent biological military activities. I'm also curious to know what exactly has been done at the largest HygraCorp bio-research base within Pretty Country's borders, as well as the more than 300 biolabs outside its borders, and is it attached to the provisions of the Biological Weapons Convention? I remember that as early as 20 years ago, the Pretty Country exclusively rejected the international community's documented treaty on the establishment of a multilateral verification mechanism in the Biological Weapons Convention. If you didn't violate the rules, and why would you exclusively reject the establishment of a multilateral verification mechanism? Chu Yang's words came out. In an instant, the entire room fell silent. Wang Weiman and a few senior leaders of the Ministry of Science and Technology couldn't hide that smile on their faces. This kid, he's still too young. He dares to say anything out loud. Although the words sounded as if they were saying that Chu Yang was too young and talking nonsense, but the eyes were filled with a smug look. Pretty Country's problems in this area had always been criticized internationally, so Pretty Country's own politicians would basically avoid this aspect. I didn't expect to be here at the conference. Pretty country reporters used the biological weapons gimmick to question Chu Yang, and as a result, Chu Yang gave them a counterattack. Aren't you guys bullies? Just this and this? Wang Bin looked at Chu Yang with even more appreciation. Such a good seedling. How good to do diplomacy ah. Of course, although appreciate, Chu Yang's achievements in the field of scientific research still overshadowed his talent in diplomacy. Otherwise, at the end of today's conference, he would have had to dig someone into the foreign ministry. The reporter from the pretty country was also somewhat dumbfounded by Chu Yang's words. The script isn't written like this ah? I'm the one who asked you the question. How come by now, you've even turned the tables on me? No questions? Chu Yang smiled and gave this reporter a glance. Then he turned his gaze to the others around him. Next, in an instant, some of the reporters from other countries came together in front of Chu Yang and started asking questions. As for the reporter from the pretty country, it was just a defeated dog. No one was willing to bother with it anymore. It wasn't bad that they were all professionally trained. They might be coy when interviewing in the country. When they arrived in China, each one of them was particularly sharp with their words. It seemed that they all wanted to ask Chu Yang's mouth about some of the research process of the mutant crayfish, as well as implicitly mentioning the role of the mutant crayfish in biological weapons. They were waiting for Chu Yang to make a slip of the tongue, so that they could attack China's scientific research on mutant crayfish in the media. However, with the previous experience of the pretty country's reporters, instead, no one dared to say so bluntly that Chu Yang was researching the topic of biological weapons. After all, in this kind of thing, there were not many countries whose asses were clean. And the answer given by Chu Yang was also very uniform. It was just research for consumption, with certain health benefits. As for the rest, no comment. If you have to ask, then I'm sorry. I'll just reject your answer. If there are still doubts, then you'll just hold it in for me. As for aggravation, then you'll suffer. China will never be the same again. It could be said that this interview, Chu Yang's performance on the speaker's platform alone, had given China a big face. Fully told these overseas media people who wanted to make small moves behind the scenes, what is called is the majesty of a great nation. Soon, after Chu Yang's introduction, and the foreign media's questions ended, it was the turn of the on-site tasting session. After some introductory remarks by Wang Bin, from the other side of the banquet hall in front of the door, came in one by one pushing a food cart chef. On each food cart, there were dishes made from the meat of the mutant crayfish. These included steamed mutant lobster, garlic mutant crayfish, pepper salt shrimp tails, and so on. After seeing the crayfish with the huge head on the table, some of the overseas media reporters instantly froze, not knowing how to move their chopsticks for a moment. Although it was said that the cooked mutant crayfish shell color was also red, but their appearance was just too hideous, and some journalists with a weaker mental capacity simply couldn't put their mouths down. But from the mutant lobster body from a burst of fresh flavor, let them cannot help but some appetite. After doing a few psychological struggle, soon everyone began to move chopsticks. There were even some people who did not even chew, and directly swallowed the shrimp in one gulp, swallowing the shrimp meat into their stomachs in one big gulp. Chu Yang's table also came up with some mutated lobster meat. The people sitting at their table basically all know the efficacy of mutant lobster meat. After seeing the dishes, there were a few more rays of hot light in their eyes. This thing was now a pilot special for the Ministry of the Army. Just today there is a chance to be able to like a full stomach. Lin Qingxue quietly came to Chu Yang's ear, and after glancing at the lobster meat that was served up in front of her, she teasingly laughed. Is this the result of your hard work of researching for 3 years before you researched it? With a calm face, Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders and laughed. What's the problem? Immediately after that, he continued to laugh. We call this strategic fooling around. If he had really made a genetically modified mutant crayfish after researching for more than a week, he would have blown it out of proportion. Those biological laboratories abroad that were also researching the bug race would not directly explode? Fooling around. Lin Qingxue helplessly rolled her eyes towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang directly moved chopsticks to Lin Qingxue clip a small piece of cut, mutant lobster shrimp tail meat, then slowly said in her ear, tonight we are not expected to return to school. This lobster health effects than price enough. You just try the flavor can be. At night if you're hungry. Let's go and eat some snacks at night. The efficacy of this thing was indeed powerful. If he ate it all by himself, he was barely able to control it. But in case Lin Qingxue also ate too much, this night tonight was probably going to be very difficult to get through. Is it really that amazing? Lin Qingxue was somewhat disbelieving. Perhaps it was because she was already used to going out with Chu Yang to have a room to rest. Now when it came to mentioning that she wouldn't go back to school at night, Lin Qingxue's behavior was not too nervous or shy. With regards to things like healthcare products, she had also been taught from childhood. Even if it was researched by Chu Yang, It did have a healthcare effect. How strong could this effect be? Moreover, wasn't having health effects good for the body? Why do they still need to eat less? And what's the problem with them not going back to school to stay tonight? The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. If you don't believe me, you can eat more. But, consequences are your own. Then I'll eat more. Lin Qingxue smiled cheekily. The healthcare effect was even stronger. After eating it, it would just be a little nosebleed. What could be wrong with that? Saying that, Lin Qingxue's little mouth took a big bite. The appearance is also very pleased. Chu Yang directly surprised the lobster in his hands. Finished barbecue. Tonight, the long night Wang Weiman. One by one, they were eating joyfully. It even seemed like they were afraid of not having enough. You a chopstick and I a chopstick. All frantically clamping the lobster meat usual on the table. Only Chu Yang, quietly sitting in place, also had a symbolic shallow taste of a few bites. Wang Weiman glanced at the side of the big mouth eating meat Lin Qingxue, and then glanced at the side of some dare not move chopsticks Chu Yang, puzzled and asked, Xiao Chua, why don't you eat more? This thing is very complimentary. Chu Yang smiled awkwardly. That what? I'm afraid it's too tonic. These few bad old men, they were bad to the core. The moment these words came out, a few people, Wang Weiman, first froze for a moment, then immediately looked at Lin Qingxue, who was a bit unsure next to him, and laughed maniacally. Lin Qingxue, what are you guys laughing at? It just feels mysterious. The dinner party ended. A group of researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences then left. A few media reporters within Huaxia also rushed back to their offices, ready to write publicity releases overnight. As for some of the overseas journalists, they were one by one quick and ready to leave the conference site and go back to their own country's embassy in China to rest. There were a few journalists who, after going out, started to call and contact their drivers. The samples are in hand. Drive us away right away. However, it wasn't long after their calls were made. The driver hadn't even driven out of the parking space yet, when a group of personnel from the General Security Administration suddenly stopped in front of these reporters. Friends, the night is really late tonight. Driving back so late, I'm afraid that you'll encounter something unsafe on the road. So tonight, it's better to ask all of you to rest right here inside our state guest house. These reporters coincidentally had a sunken expression. Immediately afterward, someone laughed. There's no need to be so polite. The territory of China is still safe and secure. We still have things to do in our own country. We have to go back to catch up on our articles tonight. After all, we are all in the news business, and first-hand information is still very precious. No. The captain at the head of the General Security Department immediately smiled. Our China has always been a state of etiquette. We must treat our friends well when they come from afar. Please make sure that you guys have a good night's rest here, and leave again when you're fully refreshed. I'd rather not. A reporter from the pretty country instantly looked embarrassed. A night stay? You're thinking quite well. If they stayed for a night, they would have digested everything they ate tonight. How could they go back and deliver? It's better to stay for one night. The captain of the General Security Department laughed, and then directly winked at his teammates next to him. You guys, why don't you have any eyesight at all? Why don't you send our honored guests back to rest? After saying that, he was ready to turn around and leave. However, before he could take a few steps, he suddenly turned back again, and after looking at these overseas journalists, he directly smiled towards these team members. You must be properly energized, so that our honored guests must have a good night's rest tonight, and head out to not let idle people enter at will, or else, if you catch them, they will be directly dealt with in accordance with the crime of espionage. After saying this, only then did he turn around and leave with a beautiful smile. Rush back? That's absolutely not possible. Tonight, all of you fucking give me a good stay in the state guest house, without pulling out what you ate. Don't even think about leaving China. Think of this. His mind immediately recalled the task that Lu Changqing had arranged for him at noon today. Tonight, no matter what, you can't let any of the overseas journalists who have eaten the mutated lobster meat leave. Let them consume the food, and then leave again. As far as he knew, this task was still a key explanation from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It said that it was to prevent them from taking away the biological samples of the mutated lobster. In addition to the digested ones, even the cooked meat. It would be very simple to check out the genetic sequence in it. So, the Chinese Academy of Sciences is still the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This wave of details, it's just too fine. Above the network, less than half an hour after the launch, a piece of press release issued by the General Administration of Propaganda of Huaxia, it directly dominated the entire network. Launch, the youngest academician of the Huaxia Academy's frontal photo is exposed. 3 years of research, one day the blade comes out. China's latest research on GMOs. At first, these news still didn't have too many people paying attention. After all, in today's society, things in the entertainment industry could be quite a bit hotter than the scientific research world. But with the cooperation of the scarf, coupled with the exposure of Chu Yang's frontal photo, in an instant, these related reports immediately became hot. Especially underneath a report that introduced Chu Yang's identity, all sorts of comments came out. Good lord, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences who is less than 20 years old. Is he really that awesome? IP source, Xiangnan. It can't be someone's child who came down to gild the lily. An academician less than 20 years old. It's just too much bullshit. IP, pretty country. The above stupid. You have seen which gold-plated is so plated. Chinese Academy of Sciences academician. You think it is a cabbage in the food market? IP address, Kyoto. Cried other people's 20 years old. Become a senior academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. And my 20 years old. Ignoring the risks continue to install. IP address, location. Above. Why is your IP address unknown? Ilu a big groove. This buddy I've seen is not the last time that What Star Fans Network stormed that young man. Did not expect actually is the Chinese Academy of Sciences academician. This wave, that star can rest in peace. The death is not wrong and, this is just the beginning. Along with more and more people knowing about Chu Yang's existence, this side of the news was like a deep water bomb. It directly detonated the entire network. Chu Yang sighed. Wang Weiman and the others sent Chu Yang to the entrance of the state guest house. After watching Chu Yang and Lin Xingxue get into the General Security Department's car, Wang Weiman then said with a bad smile, Little Chu tonight, I'll trouble you guys to go to another state guest house to rest. After all, this side might not be quite complete tonight. After saying that, he also deliberately added, Don't worry, the soundproofing of the state guest houses are all quite good. It won't disturb your rest. In other words, the meaning was, you guys can build whatever you want at night. It won't disturb anyone else. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. You are also almost 80 to 90 years old. Why are you still so old and unashamed? He didn't say much. I know. You guys go back and rest early too. Then we'll leave first. After smiling back, Chu Yang closed the car door and let the people from the Security General Administration Department be in charge of driving. Lin Xingxue's face was a little flushed. Her body was also a little hot. However, she was still conscious. After all, this thing was just a healthcare effect. Eating too much of it would just replenish a little bit. Not much else. Lin Xingxue looked at Chu Yang curiously and asked, Where are we going now? To find a place to rest. Chu Yang smiled, then looked at Lin Xingxue and asked, How does it feel? How about what? Lin Xingxue was puzzled. Mutant crayfish. This Lin Xingxue smiled with intent. The flavor is quite good. It's better than all the lobsters I've eaten before. It's just that I feel a bit hot after eating it. I don't know why. Immediately after that, she looked at Chu Yang and said, When we get to the hotel later, I want to drink some chilled drinks. It's too hot. Okay. Chu Yang nodded. What do you want to drink? I'll go buy it for you later. Lin Xingxue pondered for a few seconds and suddenly laughed. Wheat juice drink. Chu Yang? On the market? Is there still this kind of drink? Inside the car, looking at Chu Yang's dumbfounded look, Lin Xingxue instantly couldn't help but laugh. Silly or not, wheat juice drink is beer. Lin Xingxue looked at Chu Yang again and continued. Forget it, it looks like you've been off the grid for many years. I won't tease you. After the words fell, Lin Xingxue began to wave her white palms, constantly began to fan herself up the wind, and also constantly muttered in the side of the mouth, good hot good hot. Looking at Lin Xingxue's actions, Chu Yang instantly couldn't help but laugh. Isn't it feeling energetic right now? I've already told you that this stuff is quite complimentary. Just try the flavor. Who knew it was so tonic? Lin Xingxue pouted and looked at Chu Yang. I think I feel so hot all over. When I go down to the hotel, I will definitely take a cold shower. This weather was already still a little stuffy. Plus this mutated crayfish that Chu Yang had gotten out. I don't know if it was a psychological effect or if it was really that magical. The feeling after eating it, it felt like her whole body was sizzling hot, as if she had birthed a furnace. The current she just felt like she had endless strength all over her body, and just wanted to find a place to vent it out. Seeing this, Chu Yang immediately opened his mouth and said, These are normal. Just eat a few more times and you'll get used to it. After knowing that the mutant crayfish had the effect of enhancing that aspect, he had studied its principle properly again. He even drew a tube of his own blood to experiment. Facts proved, although it was true that after eating the mutant lobster meat, it had a certain enhancement ability for that aspect, but it was also all a collateral effect of its own other utility. The effect of the mutated lobster meat was to increase the entire body. It was only that certain aspects of the human body were already more sensitive, so that's why it felt like there was an enhancement effect in that area. Wait until you get used to eating Newton lobster meat. Physical quality slowly improves. After the endurance of this aspect is improved, there won't be any feeling of discomfort. And the enhancement effect, too, will continue to weaken. The first consumption has the best effect. Subsequently, as the human body's genes continue to strengthen, the genetic enhancement effect brought about by the mutant lobster would become weaker and weaker. Lin Xingxue grunted and didn't say anything more, snuggling in Xu Yang's arms and honestly swiping her cell phone. However, when she clicked on the scarf, looking at the neck hot search list, has dominated the list of Chu Yang Chinese Academy of Sciences youngest academician, Chinese Academy of Sciences latest research, and so on, all kinds of, and with Chu Yang and Chinese Academy of Sciences related words and phrases. Lin Xingxue, the whole person, was a little unsettled. After casually clicking on the word Chu Yang, in front of her eyes soon appeared some personal facts about Chu Yang. For example, where he studied in elementary school, middle school, high school, and where he studied, as well as in what time period was the Chinese Academy of Sciences specially recruited to become a researcher, and ultimately researched genetically modified Newton crayfish, and became an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The following various comments are countless. The highest heat is the top of the first. This is the so-called born to be useful? Net fucking bullshit. Then how did we come to this group of waste? Not rigorous, doghead, doghead. And below this comment, there were all sorts of replies. +1. I might just come to Earth to make up the numbers. Joke, without our group of losers, how can we set off the emergence of the elite? Doghead, doghead. Brother Meng. I directly crack. I put all the news about this big brother have brushed once. The results of people in high school began to talk about their girlfriends, and actually become an academician. I'm damn almost 24 or maternal single, so is there a possibility that you didn't become an academician just because you have less of a girlfriend? Then why don't you say that people have the ability to become academicians and that's why they dare to fall in love in high school? Note, the news report's reason for the research was that it started 3 years ago when his girlfriend wanted to eat crawfish. I'm solid. This dude must be a traveler. +1. I feel like I'm just an NPC. My appearance is to make up the head count for the game. Upstairs bro mo, don't zap anymore, okay? You guys don't want to tell me that I'm living such a miserable life in the virtual world as well? After seeing these comments, Lin Xingxue instantly couldn't help but giggle in Chu Yang's arms. Chu Yang. Look at it. The comments of the netizens are just too funny. Is that so? Chu Yang slightly raised his eyebrows and came over to Lin Xingxue's side, holding her cell phone to quietly look at the comments. And on the other side, inside the boys' dormitory of Beijing University, Zhang Mingyang had just come out from the toilet next to the balcony after going to the toilet, and after scratching his butt in his big pants, he looked at the content pushed over by the scarf on his phone, and instantly couldn't help but let out a shocked cry. Crap, brothers, something big has happened. What's the matter? What's the matter? Wang Lei, who was quietly leaning on the bed listening to songs and reading novels, lowered his head and looked at Zhang Mingyang and laughed evilly. You wouldn't be the one who picked through the paper after taking a shit, right? Go. Zhang Mingyang immediately rolled his eyes at Wang Lei. At this time, Zhu Pengfei, whose computer screen went black, took off his headset and looked at Zhang Mingyang and asked, Old Zhang, what did you say? What's the big deal? Zhang Mingyang immediately raised his cell phone toward the two, said, You guys quickly on the neck to see Lao San bull big time. Ha, Wang Lei was puzzled for a few seconds. Exposed on the net again? Net exposure my ass. Look, Zhang Mingyang anxiously said. Seeing his appearance, it didn't look like he was joking. Wang Lei and Zhu Pengfei too immediately picked up their cell phones and clicked on the scarf interface. Looking at the various information about Chu Yang flying all over the place above, the few people were instantly dumbfounded. Crap, this is our dormitory's oldest 3? Damn, this is really fake. This world is not too metaphysical a bit. My college roommate is actually academician? Crouch. Brother Meng, quick call, confirm, this is really the oldest 3. This bull I can blow a lifetime. The one who said the last sentence was Zhang Mingyang, Chinese Academy of Sciences academician. A large Chinese. The existing academicians did not add up to more than 200, and Chu Yang is still so young. Simply bullish bad good. Inside the hotel room. Just after walking inside the room, Lin Xingxue directly laid down on the bed and started preparing to undress. It's really too hot after this meal. Hurry, turn the air conditioner down a bit. Good. Chu Yang nodded slightly. In the next second, after he turned his head, he saw that Lin Xingxue's clothes had already been thrown to the ground.